Master. Li Huowang raised the pestle in his hand, monotonously striking it against the mortar, grinding the glistening azure stone, mingled with mud, into a fine powder. Despite the damp chill of the cave and his meager attire of coarse cloth, the youth appeared utterly unconcerned, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. He was not alone in the cavern. Others of similar age, both male and female, adorned in similar rough fabric and hemp cords, accompanied him. The sole distinction among them was their evident physical imperfections. Some bore albinism, while others suffered from polio. Within this modest stone chamber, a veritable museum of deformities unfolded. These individuals were engaged in a task akin to Li Huowang's, yet the substances they pounded varied. Some worked with precious stones, others with medicinal herbs. However, it was clear that not all were entirely focused on their labor. A woman's terrified scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of every worker. To the side of the cave, a pudgy boy with a cleft lip wore a lewd grin, attempting to pull a girl afflicted with albinism into his embrace. Just a moment, I promise, just one moment, he. Li Huowang disregarded the commotion, closing his eyes to continue his work. As the cries of the woman grew increasingly harrowing, a surge of anger coursed through him, prompting him to mutter a curse under his breath. He grasped the stone mortar with one hand and rose to his feet. The collision of stone against bone resounded, resulting in a dull thud. The bloodied, cleft-lipped boy sat in shock, clearly dazed by the impact. After a brief pause, he clutched his wound, howling in agony. The girl with white hair and skin, having escaped the clutches of her assailant, cowered behind Li Huowang, clutching her clothing in fear. I'll tell you, you're finished. Do you know who my master is? If he finds out, he'll kill you. The cleft-lipped boy threatened, his expression filled with fury. What is he? He's nothing but a worthless fool. Li Huowang's words echoed through the cavern, rendering the space silent in shock. The others present had never anticipated that this man would dare to utter such defiance. Observing the expressions of his so-called peers, Li Huowang took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him. What has come over me? Why am I allowing these things to provoke me? My true nature is far from this ostentation. I must not let these matters alter my character. What I just displayed was not the real me. I need to remain calm. Just as he sought to quell his tumultuous emotions, a voice called from the entrance. Junior brother Li, junior sister Wang, the master summons you. The tall youth who spoke bore a distinct status from Li Huowang, clad in a faded blue Taoist robe. Though worn and frayed at the cuffs, it was undoubtedly a vast improvement over Li Huowang's ragged hemp garments. This individual cradled a horsehair whisk in one hand, regarding the younger disciples with a hint of arrogance. Upon the appearance of the young Taoist, the bloodied boy's face transformed into one of malicious delight. Ha! You're finished. Today, it's your turn to suffer. However, Li Huowang completely disregarded him, turning to follow a woman with a crooked mouth and drooling, who appeared quite unhealthy with her pallid complexion. After taking just a couple of steps, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve, preventing him from moving forward. Turning back, Li Huowang discovered it was the albino girl he had saved. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she shook her head incessantly, her gaze filled with terror. The indifferent Li Huowang remained unmoved, forcefully shaking off her grip and striding ahead. Upon exiting the material room, he entered a vast cavern, where numerous smaller caverns, similar to the material room, served various purposes. The uneven surfaces indicated that the craftsmen who constructed this place lacked skill. The entire cavern was expansive, with numerous tunnels branching out in every direction, resembling an enlarged anthill. The Keratin peach wood was nailed to each of the smaller caverns, upon which the names of the chambers were inscribed with considerable force: Spirit Palace, Old Law Hall, Ancestor Celebration Hall, and 4 imperial halls. That a naturally formed cavern had been painstakingly transformed into a semblance of a Taoist temple. As the two continued their path through the cavern, the crooked-mouthed woman pulled out a dark object from her pocket and suddenly offered it to Li Huowang, her voice imbued with a vacant enthusiasm. Would you like some syrup? Li Huowang furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly aware of her foolishness, and impatiently took it, shoving it into his sleeve. Seeing him accept it, she retrieved another piece from her pocket and popped it in her mouth, blissfully exclaiming, "Master is good. With master, there is candy to eat." Li Huowang chose not to respond, and they continued walking. After approximately 15 minutes, an ancient, imposing alchemical furnace, entirely blackened, loomed before him. Billowing with blue smoke, the furnace thrust toward the cavern ceiling, appearing akin to a metallic mountain. As he approached, the furnace's size became increasingly overwhelming, ultimately casting a shadow that engulfed him, inducing a sense of oppression. What weighed heavily upon him was not only the enormity of the five-tiered furnace, but also the figure before it. From behind, the individual donned a blue-green Taoist robe, adorned with a crown, and his white hair graced his temples, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Seated on the ground, he appeared to be engaged in the same task that Li Huowang had previously undertaken, using a pestle to grind herbs, although the pestle in his hands was significantly larger, resembling a colossal pillar. Each rise and fall echoed within the cavern like the sound of metal striking stone. Master. Master! The crooked-mouthed woman clumsily pinched her left thumb with her right hand while placing the four fingers of her left hand atop her right, bringing her hands to her chest in a gesture of respect toward the figure. Upon her utterance, the jarring clashing ceased. The figure turned, and though Li Huowang had anticipated this moment, his pupils still contracted in surprise. The Taoist priest presents a stark contrast between his front and back. From behind, he exudes an ethereal aura, yet from the front, he reveals himself as a repulsive old man with a head full of sores, his crooked mouth displaying a few yellow teeth. Exposed to the air, you have arrived? Good disciple, I have been waiting for you, he says, waving his filthy robe and soaring into the air, seizing the neck of the crooked-mouthed woman and retreating. Before the daft woman could utter another word, she was abruptly hurled into a stone urn that stood half her height. In the next instant, the expression of the sinister master twisted as he wielded a stone pestle, the size of a fist, and struck her head with tremendous force. The woman's shrieks were abruptly silenced, replaced by a squelching sound as something akin to feet sinking into mud echoed from within the urn. Flesh and blood splattered across the old priest's face and body, yet he remained undeterred, his expression exhilarated as he chanted in a peculiar rhythm. Ding Cho extends my life, Ding Hai protects my soul, Jia Zi shields my body, Jia Su preserves my form, Jia Shun fortifies my fate, Jia Wu guards my spirit, Jia Chen reveals my essence. Once the remnants were thoroughly pulverized into mush, he lifted the heavy stone vessel, weighing several hundred pounds, and poured the concoction he had just created into the alchemical furnace before him. His excitement peaked as he raised both hands towards the sky. Ignite the furnace, refine the elixir. Two Taoist boys, adorned with exaggerated rouge, emerged from the shadows, fanning the air while adding various ingredients into the furnace, which included a mix of gold and stone. Powders as well as writhing living creatures. In no time, an eerie and rich fragrance began to permeate the tea that moment. The leprous-headed master closed his eyes and took a deep breath, stroking his sparse chin whiskers, a look of satisfaction spreading across his filthy and grotesque face. As he slowly opened his eyes, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to gaze at Li Huowang. I have heard you refer to me as a mere trifle. Is there truth to that? In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. Facing this so-called master, who could kill without a second thought, Li Huowang remained unperturbed. He gradually closed his eyes, attempting to calm his rapid breathing, silently repeating to himself, "You cannot deceive me. This is all a fabrication, nothing but lies." Speak. Are you mute? With each step, the master's presence grew closer, the stench of blood mingling with a foul odor washed over him like a wall. Quaking, Li Huowang clenched his teeth, summoning all his strength to force his eyes wide open. The dim, oppressive cave temple vanished in an instant, revealing a bright, clean hospital room filled with fresh air, while his lower body was tightly bound to the bed by fabric. Restraints. Chapter 2. Li Huowang. Before long, his attending physician entered the room, carrying a white clipboard accompanied by a nurse. How do you feel? Little Li? Have there been any new developments in your hallucinations? The doctor inquired kindly as he sat on a stool. It's the same environment, with the same events. However, this time, the leprous-headed master brutally killed someone before my eyes and used her for alchemical purposes. Li Huowang recounted in detail what he had witnessed. During his hallucination, the attending physician nodded, swiftly jotting down notes on the clipboard with his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huowang hesitantly inquired, "Doctor, what do these different hallucinations signify? What meaning do they hold for my inner self and psyche?" "No, you need not concern yourself with such matters. It is far more imperative that you focus on the duration of each hallucination and your mental stability," the doctor replied, shaking his head in disapproval of Li Huowang's query. "Remember, since these are merely hallucinations, they are inherently false. You've already overcome the disorder of perceptual hallucinations, so do not allow yourself to fall back into it," he cautioned. "Whenever you find yourself entrapped in a hallucination, act according to the logic of that realm. And in conjunction with our treatment here, your recovery will be swift." Upon hearing these words, Li Huowang felt an immediate tightening in his chest. This was crucial for his timely discharge from the hospital, and he could not afford to be careless. The doctor, not forgetting to encourage his patient, added, "In truth, you are faring quite well now. When you first arrived, you could not distinguish between reality and illusion. You will continue to improve, maintain this progress, and keep striving." As their conversation unfolded, the sound of light footsteps approached the door of the ward. Both turned to see a young girl, clad in a high-necked black sweater, peeking cautiously inside. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, the epitome of youthful beauty on the cusp of blooming. Her skin was as pale as jade, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. She resembled a flower bud, radiant in her innocence. Noticing the two young men's hesitance, the attending physician chuckled lightly, adjusting his glasses with a gentle push of his finger before turning to leave. "I have matters to attend to, so you two carry on. Oh, and Lee, do remember to take your medication on time later," he reminded as he exited. Once the doctor departed, the girls stepped inside, and their eyes met in a shared smile. Li Huowang felt a delightful sweetness in his heart, quickly dispelling his worries about his illness. "Stop smiling. It's quite unbecoming. Look what I brought you, homework assigned by the teachers themselves." The mischievous girl, revealing a canvas shoulder bag from behind her, exclaimed, This." A frown crossed Li Huowang's face. "Nana, after all these years of playing together, is this how you choose to repay me?" The girl, named Yang Na, turned to shut the door securely before producing a compact handheld gaming console, shaking it triumphantly. "And this? Be a good boy and call me sister, and I shall grant it to you." "Sister? You are my real sister," Li Huowang exclaimed excitedly as he rushed forward to snatch the console from her grasp. Being cooped up in a mental hospital day after day was excruciatingly dull. He felt as if he were nearly losing his mind. "Play less and remember to do your homework," Yang Na admonished, perching herself on the edge of the bed as she watched Li Huowang boot up the device that His attention was entirely fixated on the screen of the handheld console. With delicate, fair fingers, she tugged at the blue and white hospital gown he wore, affectionately reminding him, "Hey, don't forget what you promised me." Huowang halted, tilting his head to gaze at her, his expression suddenly turning grave. "Indeed, we promised to attend the same university." Yang Na, feeling bashful under his scrutiny, lowered her head, her voice delicate like a whisper of a mosquito. "Yes, focus on your recovery. I will wait for you." Without warning, Li Huowang reached out and gently drew her into his embrace, as if cradling a precious treasure. Yang Na, her cheeks flushed, did not resist. She merely closed her eyes and playfully murmured, "Big pervert." The two did not engage in any overt displays of affection. The sheer joy of simply holding each other was enough to warm their hearts. After a tender moment, Yang Na prepared to leave, acutely aware of the critical juncture of her senior year. Carving out even half a day to visit him was a rare luxury. Though these visits were fleeting for Li Huowang, they shone like a beacon of hope amidst his arduous days. "That I will walk you to the gate," he offered, donning his hospital-issued white slippers over his blue and white striped gown. As they made their way towards the entrance, an unsettling feeling crept over him, and he abruptly noticed, in a fleeting hallucination, the mortar and pestle he used for medicine. Resting on the bedside table, startled, Li Huowang staggered back a couple of paces, but upon regaining his composure, he realized that the mortar had transformed into his meal box. "Are you all right?" Yang Na inquired, concern etching her features at his sudden reaction. Seeing her worry, Li Huowang quickly donned a playful grin. "Haha, did I scare you?" Yang Na frowned, puffing her cheeks in irritation, and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "Aren't you too old for such childish antics? Don't be angry, I merely wish to elicit a smile from you," he said, attempting to grasp her hand, only to have it swatted away. However, after several playful attempts, their fingers finally entwined. Other patients basking in the sun within the courtyard looked on, their faces lighting up with peaceful smiles, enchanted by such a sweet and innocent love. Though their pace was slow, they eventually arrived at the hospital's entrance. Yang Na lingered, her gaze reluctant to part from Li Huowang. "I will come to see you again. Next week you must take care of yourself. Perhaps you should refrain from visiting next week. I know the burden of studies is heavy. You only have half a day of rest each week. Don't waste it on me." Yang Na raised her slender leg, lightly stepping on his hospital slipper, her finely arched brows knitting together in mild annoyance. "Don't project your situation onto me. My grades have never fallen out of the top 3. I am not under any pressure." "Ouch!" Li Huowang clutched his heart, feigning great distress. "That stings, sister." Her laughter rang out like a tinkling bell, and after delivering a gentle punch to his arm, she turned and dashed towards the bus stop across the street, graceful as a fawn at an hour. Later, as he lay restlessly in bed, Li Huowang was consumed by anxious thoughts regarding his future with Yang Na. On the nearby table rested a new medication prescribed by the doctor to address his emerging symptoms. The image of Yang Na's smile from earlier in the day, alongside the sound of the medicine being prepared, continuously rotated in his mind. What if my condition worsens and I cannot be discharged before the college entrance examination? That would prevent me from attending the same university as Yang Na. Though confined within these walls, Li Huowang was acutely aware of the gossip circulating outside in the eyes of the neighbors. He was nothing short of a lunatic. Yet, the day before his hospitalization, Yang Na, his childhood friend, had taken the bold step of confessing her feelings for him, an unspoken sentiment that lingered in the air. She was a wonderful girl, and as a man, he did not wish to disappoint her. That IT shouldn't be happening. I have adhered strictly to the doctor's orders. Why is my condition worsening? Am I to be transferred again? This will be the 3rd hospital. Dr. Li should be reliable. He is the best physician my father could find. The more he pondered these troubling thoughts, the more distressed he became. In a fit of determination, he abruptly sat up, scattering Yang Na's books and papers, and began to study. He hoped to drown out the persistent worries in his mind with the complexities of academic knowledge. As Li Huowang continued to work on his assignments, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Just as he completed an English exam paper, he stretched lazily and rubbed his throbbing temples. As he ambled toward the door, scratching his chest, his right hand suddenly halted. He felt an unusual sensation in his chest. Pulling open his collar, he discovered a dark brown substance slumped against the skin. The oddly familiar color sparked a fleeting thought in his mind. Huowang gently touched it with his finger and brought it to his mouth. The bitter taste, tinged with a hint of sweetness, caused his pupils to constrict slightly. This was the very candy given to him by that foolish senior sister who had perished in the illusion. The objects from the realm of dreams had inexplicably manifested in reality. Chapter 3. The Jade Pendant. When Li Huowang confirmed the authenticity of the sugar resting against his chest, his heart raced with fervor. An instinctive thought surged in his mind. I must inform Dr. Li. Yet, as he lifted his right foot, it hesitated, suspended in mid-air, while other thoughts flooded his consciousness. He recognized that his hallucination contained not only sugar cubes, but also other, far more valuable entities. As he savored the sweetness dissolving in his mouth, Li Huowang meandered through the confines of his hospital room. This was an opportunity, a chance that could catapult Yang Na and him into sudden wealth. It could even elevate him to heights previously unimaginable. His excitement swiftly solidified this realization within him. I cannot disclose this to Dr. Li. I certainly do not wish to be sent to the laboratory for dissection. Besides, this matter is beyond his jurisdiction, Li Huowang mused inwardly. Just as this thought crystallized, the surrounding environment began to warp and transform, the pristine hospital room receding from view. Li Huowang, accustomed to such phenomena, hurriedly stowed away his papers and books into his satchel, casting it into a distant corner to prevent his entranced self from tearing them apart. He then pressed the red button beside his bed. Moments later, he beheld the final scene of several nurses entering, binding him to the bed with a wide cloth bag. Rising from the cold stone surface, Li Huowang once again scrutinized his surroundings with a unique perspective, perceiving everything with an astonishing clarity. though this realm was a mere illusion. To him it resembled a treasury brimming with riches. Perhaps he was not ill at all, but rather possessed an exceedingly rare ability that the quacks could not discern. Maybe I am not sick at all. Yes, that's right, I am not sick. Over the years, he had grown weary of the label of mental illness. As every gaze upon him bore a peculiar scrutiny, it felt as though, the moment he fell into this affliction, he had ceased to be human, becoming something other. The mere thought of potentially shedding this title in the future sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Huowang. In high spirits, he extended his hand to playfully ruffle the hair of a nearby bald man. This is truly amusing. What are we all gathered here for? Shouldn't we get to work? If the Master's necessary herbs are not prepared, it could jeopardize his grand ascension, and he would flay your skins alive. A most irksome voice echoed from the entrance. Huowang turned his head and discovered that the speaker was the aloof Taoist who had conveyed the message earlier. The arrogance on his face remained, as if conversing with someone like Huowang and his medicinal herbs would tarnish his vision. Huowang recalled the name of this individual. It seemed that this illusionist was known as Xianxia. In response to Huowang's unabashed scrutiny, Xianxia evidently sensed the provocation. With a flick of the dust in his hand, he approached Huowang, stating, "Junior brotherly, it is indeed unfortunate that you did not serve as the catalyst for Master's elixir this time." Huowang dismissed the other's sarcastic remarks entirely, his attention fixated on a round jade pendant that hung from the man's waist. This artifact appeared to be an antique. Didn't it? If one were to sell it in the real world, it would undoubtedly fetch a considerable sum. Yet, how should I acquire it? Should I snatch it away like a piece of candy and place it against my chest? After uttering a few words and observing Huowang's lack of response, Xianxia concluded that the other party was intimidated. With a disdainful tilt of his head, he turned and departed from that dull place. Watching his retreating figure, Huowang solidified a plan in his mind. This jade pendant would serve as the next subject for his teleportation experiment. As for how to obtain it, the method was exceedingly simple. He would simply steal it under the cover of night. That pendant was exquisite, but soon, it would rightfully belong to me. A small, slightly reflective white hand reached out from the side, gently tugging at Huowang's coarse linen sleeve. A soft, melodious voice whispered in his ear, "Brother Li, let us get to work. If we do not complete our tasks, we shall go hungry." Huowang turned his head and discovered that it was the young girl with albinism whom he had previously assisted. After a moment's contemplation, he reached into his pocket and retrieved the remaining half-melted piece of brown sugar, placing it in her hand. He then returned to his designated spot, grasped the pestle, and resumed his work. For the time being, whether in this location or at the hospital, he resolved to refrain from any outrageous actions. Such extraordinary occurrences were not suitable for disclosure to anyone, and he needed to gradually comprehend the underlying patterns before formulating further plans. The day's labor concluded amidst the monotonous sound of grinding herbs. In the dead of night, listening to the snores and teeth grinding of those around him, Huowang slowly opened his eyes while lying on the communal bed. In the windowless cave, where one could not see their hand in front of their face, he groped his way toward the entrance. He first arrived at his workplace and picked up a piece of the green stone he had ground. Its faint luminescence allowed Huowang to navigate the pitch-black cavern without stumbling. Although wielding such a conspicuous stone in utter darkness seemed somewhat imprudent, he was unperturbed. This entire illusion was born of his own creation. Why should he fear the very phantasm he had conjured, even if he currently lacked control over it? Soon, he made his way into Xuanyang's cave. While still quite rudimentary, the solitary large bed within was sufficient to highlight the fundamental distinction between him and the medicinal herbs he had been working with. However, to Huowang's surprise, Xianxia was not present in the cave, only his clothing remained. Huowang, not wishing to dwell on the matter, reached into his robe and retrieved a jade pendant. Stealthily slipping outside the cave, he examined the circular jade pendant in his hand under the glow of the luminous stone. This pendant was translucent and smooth, intricately carved with exquisite cloud patterns, and even those unfamiliar with such treasures could discern its exceptional quality. Huowang felt increasingly elated as he gazed at the object before him. If he could indeed bring this item into the real world, this jade pendant alone could cover 4 years of university tuition for himself and Yang Na. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. However, not all matters unfold with such ease. Just as he was nearing the entrance, he turned a corner on the stone steps and unexpectedly collided with a group of individuals. Before him stood a cluster of youths, roughly his own age, their terrified faces illuminated and shadowed by the flickering light of a firebox in their hands. Both parties were taken aback, momentarily frozen in place, speechless. Ultimately, it was Li Huowang who broke the silence, pointing his luminous stone towards the crowd and addressing Xianxia, clad in simple hemp clothing. Brother Xianxia, is that attire a punishment that has brought you to the material store? Among the group was not only Xianxia but also several other Taoist youths responsible for various tasks, including one who had fanned the alchemical furnace earlier. Regardless of their previous duties, they all now donned the same plain hemp garments, devoid of any additional belongings. Xianxia, no longer exhibiting the arrogance he had displayed during the day, underwent a rapid shift in expression. He approached Li Huowang and whispered urgently, "Let us go. Join us. We must escape this wretched place. The guard has been dealt with." "Go? Oh, so you intend to?" Before Li Huowang could utter the word escape, Xianxia swiftly covered his mouth. Chapter 4. The Black Cauldron. Upon witnessing Xianxia stifling Li Huowang's voice, the others holding the fireboxes rushed forward, their eyes brimming with malice as they encircled him. "You refuse to leave, do you? Then you shall meet your demise here today. We absolutely cannot allow you to inform that wretched leader." Yet, in the face of such peril, Li Huowang remained remarkably composed. With a silent roll of his eyes, he inwardly cursed the absurdity of this illusory narrative and resolutely shut his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself bound to a hospital bed by a broad leather strap, and the presence of his fellow disciples had vanished. "Aunt Wang, I'm awake. Could you please help me loosen these restraints?" Li Huowang called out into the microphone at the head of the bed, eager to ascertain whether the jade pendant was still within his garments. Yet, after calling for some time with no response, he realized that Nurse Wang was once again indulging in her late-night escapades with the Mary Sue television station, as she was perpetually inclined to shirk her duties. Li Huowang cast a downward glance at his chest, tightly enveloped in a blue and white hospital gown, desperately writhing in an attempt to sense the presence of the jade pendant concealed beneath. Yet, his body was bound so securely that he felt both its presence and absence simultaneously. After several futile attempts, he resigned himself to the situation. With a resigned yawn, Li Huowang could only lie in bed, praying that Nurse Wang would, after finishing her drama, benevolently check the camera. In the stillness of the late night, even the second floor, designated for critical patients, was remarkably quiet, and Li Huowang gradually drifted into a fitful slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself lying on the cold ground of an ice cave. He was still in the same position, but those who had previously attempted to escape had vanished without a trace. Do you think this group of NPCs can truly deal with me?" Li Huowang mused as he retrieved the jade pendant from his bosom, giving it a gentle shake in his palm before tucking it away once more. Without the presence of a clock, Li Huowang had no way of knowing how much time had elapsed. However, upon noticing his fellow disciples beginning to stir, he too sat up. Just as he was hesitating, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. A young Taoist, clad in a black robe with his hair tied atop his head, hurriedly entered. "Hurry! The master has summoned everyone to the Huiyan Hall." This sudden announcement left everyone bewildered, but given that it was their master's request, they had no grounds for refusal. Soon, within the expansive ice cavern known as Huiyan Hall, all disciples gathered, the flickering torchlight illuminating the confusion etched upon their faces. Li Huowang keenly observed a notable absence within the crowd. In addition to Xianxia, several of Master Lizi's direct disciples were conspicuously missing. Have they fled alongside him? He mused with a sense of excitement akin to that of watching a riveting drama. When a head emerged from the undulating darkness of the tunnel, all the Taoist disciples, save for Li Huowang, instinctively lowered their heads. It was their master, Danyangzi. A cough echoed, causing everyone to tense up. Last night, in the dead of night, there had been an attempted escape involving two of the master's cherished disciples, which pained Danyangzi deeply, though his words spoke of anguish. The malevolence etched on his face was palpable, nearly taking on a physical form. Had this been discovered? Xianxia and his cohorts are truly inept, Li Huowang scoffed. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Those who err must face consequences. This is the principle of the Shishan sect. Follow me. All disciples held their breath, silently trailing behind Danyangzi as they progressed forward. They traversed through various caverns, then crossed a raging subterranean river, soon arriving at a damp cavern the size of a classroom. Li Huowang beheld the individuals who had fled the previous night, all of whom were now bound and huddled in a corner, their expressions despondent. Upon catching sight of their master, they writhed in agitation, seemingly eager to convey something. However, the rags stuffed in their mouths rendered them utterly voiceless. Danyangzi appeared disinclined to entertain their justifications, gesturing forward with a single hand in a decisive manner. "Open." Instantly, a large chasm materialized in the smoothly eroded floor of the cave, and the fleeing individuals plummeted into its depths. In the next moment, the air was filled with the harrowing sounds of muffled cries, anguished screams, and the grotesque tearing of flesh accompanied by the sickening cracks of bones. Faced with this horrifying spectacle, many of the young disciples felt their legs tremble, their eyes yearning to shut in denial. "Come closer. This is the fate that awaits those who flee." Dan Yangzi's words drained the color from their faces, causing them to pale significantly. No one dared defy their master's command, and they reluctantly shuffled to the edge of the abyss. The darkness within was profound, an impenetrable void. The circular cavity loomed like a vortex, seemingly intent on ensnaring all who approached. After careful scrutiny, Huowang discerned a large, obsidian cauldron within the cavern, its rim adorned with certain contorted symbols. Within the cauldron, something appeared to be stirring, yet Huowang could not make out what it was. The only sensory information he received was the overpowering, nauseating scent of blood emanating from within. Regardless of what lay inside, it was unmistakably perilous. The illusionary entity should not pose any threat to him, as such occurrences had never transpired before. Everyone present was paralyzed with fear, retreating to the smooth walls of the cavern. Had it not been for the watchful presence of Dan Yangzi, they likely would have fled. The expressions of nearly all were marked by profound trepidation, their hearts quaking with speculation about the nature of that which had just been revealed. However, Huowang was not among these speculators, for he had stood closest and had thus witnessed the truth. It was a mass of black, fleshy substance, its slick, viscous skin adorned with clusters of short, quivering black tendrils. With this singular detail, Huowang was certain that the creature Dan Yangzi was nurturing within this cave was far from anything normal that existed in the world. As for its true nature, Huowang could neither fathom it nor did he wish to approach it again for a closer inspection. Although he understood that these manifestations were mere figments of his mind, he found himself grappling with the unsettling question of why his own illusions would conjure such a grotesque entity. Huowang surveyed the astonishingly vivid surroundings, and an unsettling conjecture suddenly gripped his mind. Could it be that this terrifying and bizarre world was indeed real? This thought sent a shiver coursing through his body, as he recalled those who had perished before him. If those individuals were not mere figments of his imagination, then perhaps he too, having just been seized by that entity, was destined for death. Huowang was nearly overwhelmed by a suffocating fear. He took several deep breaths and immediately began the self-guidance techniques taught by Dr. Li. These are merely illusions. No matter how real they may seem, they are but figments of your imagination, Huowang. You must not succumb to these phantoms. They are creations of your mind. What is there to fear? Yang Na is still waiting for me. I cannot let her down. I will conquer all of this. I must. Through his self-encouragement, Huowang gradually regained his composure, allowing him to confront everything before him with equanimity. Chapter 5. The Elixir at this moment. Dan Yangzi paid no heed to Huowang's thoughts. He was delivering a lecture to his utterly terrified disciples. From now on, should anyone harbor any improper intentions, remember what you witnessed today. Dan Yangzi's words tightened everyone's hearts, and the fear in their eyes intensified. He paced with hands clasped behind his back, surveying his disciples with a gaze akin to that of a hawk sweeping across their faces. Let me remind you, assisting others in achieving immortality is a noble virtue. If I were to ascend to immortality, I would not forget your kindness. However, should anyone thwart my endeavors— He paused dramatically, his voice laden with ominous intent. Suddenly, he halted in front of Huowang, scrutinizing this youth, who bore a demeanor distinct from his fellow disciples. Do you think I fear such an illusion? You are merely a thought within my mind. With this realization, Huowang met the gaze of his master, the leprous-headed figure, with calm determination. As Dan Yangzi raised his right hand, encrusted with filth beneath his fingernails, the atmosphere within the cavern grew tense. All eyes turned to the audacious senior brother who had dared to challenge the master, awaiting the master's judgment on this bold individual. To their surprise, Dan Yangzi's expression softened. He gently patted Huowang on the head, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Why did you refuse to leave with those traitors last night? This question, seemingly directed at Huowang, was in fact a commendation. As Huowang was about to speak, he noticed Dan Yangzi raised his right hand to halt him. Do not utter any superfluous words. Although you did not promptly report to me, you are far superior to those treacherous disciples with ulterior motives. He lowered his hand and continued, I perceive that you possess considerable talent. There is no need for you to toil in the material room any longer. From now on, you shall be my designated disciple. Huowang was taken aback, realizing that his status had risen. However, He quickly came to the conclusion that with so many deaths in this cave, this individual surely lacked sufficient assistance. Since you have become a disciple of our sect, it is imperative to adopt the Taoist name. Henceforth, your name shall be Xianxia. Huowang cast a glance at the circular hole in the corner. A fleeting image of the previous Xianxia's grim fate flashed through his mind, and he inwardly mused, what an ominous name. Although Huowang was not particularly concerned about such treatment, the others in the room immediately lit up with envy. Becoming a registered disciple of Dan Yangzi meant they could avoid death. However, to Dan Yangzi, this was merely insufficient. A few more rewards were necessary to truly entice. Xianxia, since you have just joined our sect, I must extend a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing his name called, Huowang hurried to his side. Sensing that a gift was forthcoming, Dan Yangzi poured 5 dark pills from the gourd at his waist into Huowang's palm. Take these. These 5 pills are divine elixirs crafted by me. Consuming them will not only extend your life by 10 years, but will also grant you temporary extraordinary strength for self-preservation. Huowang furrowed his brows as he placed the several pills before him. Could it be that these were concocted from human essence? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed one of the pills in his hand slightly rolling, transforming from a spherical shape into an oval, as if something within were attempting to break free. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the pill had returned to its original form. Am I losing my sanity? Why should I concern myself with illusions? This is all a fabrication, and I must resolutely avoid being ensnared once more. Huowang, filled with frustration, struck his head with his hand. Dan Yangzi paid no heed to Huowang's agitation, instead turning his attention to the remaining individuals. Do you not see? Opposing the Taoist is a path to ruin. Yet those who assist the Taoist shall be handsomely rewarded, and I assure you, the rewards are plentiful. The gazes of the onlookers flickered between Dan Yangzi and the elixir. Each person lost in their own thoughts, the nature of which remained a mystery known only to them. Satisfied that he had achieved his objective, Dan Yangzi waved his soiled sleeves, instructing everyone to disperse and return to their tasks. At this moment, Huowang no longer needed to visit the material room. His Taoist title was Xianxia, and thus everything that belonged to Xianxia was now his, including his status, robe, and even the secluded small cave. However, what truly concerned him was not the illusions surrounding him, but rather the tangible possessions he had acquired. With his arms crossed, he gazed at the 2 items on the white hospital sheet, a jade pendant and a medicinal pill. To his astonishment, both had indeed been brought out. Yet, Huowang found himself in a quandary as an age-old dilemma resurfaced, compelling him to confront it once more. He had previously adhered steadfastly to the doctor's orders, resolutely dismissing everything from that realm as mere hallucinations. Yet, the undeniable presence of these objects before him began to shake his conviction. If this was indeed a hallucination, what could have caused these items to manifest in reality, and what danger might they pose to him? If that place was another world, then the images of his mad senior sister, who had been transformed into a medicinal pill by his master, and the terrifying sight of Xianxia being devoured by the black cauldron, flashed incessantly through his mind, quickening his breath. How vexing. There was not a single person to consult. In frustration, Huowang raked his fingers through his hair. After venting his agitation, he ultimately had to confront the situation. After much contemplation, he resolved to proceed with his plan. Regardless of whether the illusions were real or not, he would continue to cooperate as he had before, treating them as if they were indeed real. If by chance they were genuine, it could ensure his safety. If they were false, then he would suffer no harm. For now, he would test the authenticity and value of the items that had been sent to him before formulating further plans. With his strategy determined, Huowang took a deep breath, pinching a medicinal pill between his thumb and forefinger, holding it before his eyes. No, consuming it himself would be too perilous. His gaze shifted to the patients basking in the sun in the garden outside. After a brief moment of internal struggle, he despondently set the pill down. They were all pitiable souls like him. How could he ask them to test the medicine? Perhaps he would devise a plan to find a little white mouse later. Next, Huowang turned his attention to the circular jade pendant. In comparison to the medicinal pill, handling this item was far simpler. Speak up. I climbed over the wall to get here. If this is a prank, Yang Na said, clenching her fair little fist, threatening Huowang. Sister, I had no choice but to ask for your help. You know I can't go outside, Huowang replied as he walked to the door, ensuring it was closed and the curtains drawn. Chapter 6. Value. Yang Na watched Huowang's actions with a hint of panic, taking a half step back. What are you doing? We can be heard at the nurse's station. No sooner had she spoken than laughter from the nurses echoed from the speaker at the head of the bed. Hee, it's fine, we can't hear you. Literally, keep it up. Sisters, can you not be so nosy? Focus your attention on the intensive care unit. Huowang called out at the head of the bed before pulling Xianxia to a distant corner of the room. He retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket and pressed it into her palm, then leaned close to her ear, whispering urgent words. Xianxia's eyes widened with each revelation he shared. How could this be? She began, but before she could finish, Huowang swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Their gazes locked, his eyes bore an intense yearning as they met hers. Please help me. I speak the truth. Even my parents do not believe me. Convinced that I have lost my mind. You are all I have left. I trust no one else in this world but you. I am not insane. Huowang gazed at her departing figure with a tumultuous heart. The thoughts of others no longer concerned him, but Xianxia was different. Nah. Trust me just this once. Day after day, the hours slipped away, amplifying Huowang's anxiety and uncertainty. Xiaoli, your girlfriend is here to see you. Upon hearing the nurse's announcement, Huowang sprang from his bed like a fish leaping from water, racing towards the entrance of the ward. In the garden, he encountered Xianxia, and they embraced each other with exuberance. Xianxia, suppressing her voice, exclaimed in his ear, Huowang, it's true. The jade pendant is genuine. I'm not ill. Haha, I'm not ill. Huowang, thrilled, wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the girl, spinning her joyfully in the air. After a prolonged moment of excitement, they gradually calmed their fervent spirits. I hope my request for assistance hasn't disrupted your studies or daily life, Huowang inquired tenderly. Turning to Xianxia, who was seated beside the flower bed. 400,000. I suspect he may have reported a lower figure if we inquire elsewhere. It could likely be even higher. 400,000. 400,000. Huowang chuckled foolishly. For this amount not only covered his medical expenses from the past years but also left him with a surplus. More importantly, this was merely the beginning. Xianxia, are you ready to embrace the life of a little wealthy woman? Huowang's playful teasing caused a faint blush to grace Xianxia's cheeks. Enough of your banter. Such matters are rather peculiar. Surely, it cannot be without consequence to your health? It's nothing to worry about. I am perfectly fine. If that is the case, my treatment may have to be postponed, for this is a treasure, and I cannot allow myself to be cured too swiftly. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression shifted to one of concern. She earnestly addressed Huowang. Huowang, this is an entirely different matter. I do not seek any compensation. Your treatment must not cease, nor should the medication be interrupted. You must promise me this, or I shall no longer assist you in the future. Huowang found himself contemplating various reasons to refute her, yet when he gazed into her concerned and worried eyes, a wave of warmth surged within him. Very well. I shall comply with your request. Xianxia smiled and gently patted him on the head. That's more like it, my dear little brother. Just as they were discussing how to liquidate the jade pendant, a few burly middle-aged men rushed by, wielding riot forks. What has happened to Master Zhao? Huowang inquired, puzzled, addressing a familiar face among them. Isn't there a double layer of iron bars surrounding the critical care area? How could old Lu possibly escape? Huowang's confusion deepened as he glanced in that direction. Well, you stay here and keep safe. And remember your promise from earlier, Xianxia said before turning to walk towards the distant hospital entrance. 400,000. Huowang murmured as he made his way back to the ward. The realization that the jade pendant might indeed be worth such a fortune ignited a flurry of new thoughts within him. What of illusions or reality? If something over there is valued so highly, it matters not whether it is an illusion or the truth. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Huowang felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward them with a fierce expression. Old Lu, that is my girlfriend. Release her at once. A sudden, howling sound erupted as a dislodged hexagonal tile hurtled through the air, striking Huowang squarely on the head. The world spun violently as he fell heavily to the ground, his vision gradually shrouded in crimson. He had suffered a head injury. Through the haze of red, Huowang spotted a pair of hefty feet, bound in hospital garb, advancing toward the struggling and screaming Xianxia. As the heavy footsteps drew nearer to her, a singular thought resonated in his mind. He must not allow them to harm Xianxia. Trembling, he retrieved a pill given to him by his master from his pocket, mixing it with the blood that flowed from his wounds before swallowing it. In an instant, an intense warmth surged from his stomach, coursing through his limbs. He felt invigorated, and his previously foggy mind became remarkably clear. With a resounding thud, he swung a fist, landing a powerful blow on the overweight man's jaw, causing a shower of yellowed teeth to scatter. Ignoring the fallen figure, Huowang strode purposefully toward old Lu, delivering a brutal kick to his bony chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as old Lu, spitting blood, was sent sprawling like a limp noodle, gazing at young Na, who was tearfully clutching her tattered sweater. Huowang clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums bled, his bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on the two men lying incapacitated nearby. And with a fierce stomp on the concrete floor, he lunged at them like a leopard. Huowang, stop. What do you intend to do? Chapter 7. The clear-wind temple. Huowang lay on the bed clad in a hospital-issued restraint gown, silently gazing at the hook from which the intravenous drip dangled. As if anticipating something, Dr. Huowang's attending physician entered the room, his expression laden with disappointment as he gazed upon him. Upon hearing these words, Li, whose head was swathed in white bandages, felt a surge of urgency and hastily began to explain. Doctor, they were the ones who first laid hands on Yang Na. I was compelled to retaliate in her defense. The doctor, adjusting his glasses with a bent index finger, retorted, what you have done cannot be classified as retaliation. It is rather an act of lethal counterattack. Lu Jianya is currently lying in the ICU, and your kick nearly sent him away for good. You have spent considerable time here. Surely you are aware of everyone's circumstances. Did you not contemplate Master Lu's condition before resorting to violence? I had initially believed you to be a sensible individual. Reflecting on the terrified Yang Na, whose eyes were glistening with tears, Li Huowang felt a sense of indignation. What is wrong with being mentally ill? Does one's affliction grant them the liberty to act with impunity? If it came down to Yang Na being harmed or serving time in prison, I would unhesitatingly choose the latter. The attending physician found himself at a loss for words, momentarily silenced by Li Huowang's rebuttal. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head, conceding, enough of this. The director has already contacted the families involved. There is no need for you to worry about these matters. Upon hearing those words, Li Huowang slightly curled his body and turned towards the unoccupied side, beginning to contemplate whether the jade pendant worth 400,000 would suffice for compensation. However, at that moment, he felt no sense of panic. Upon witnessing the true efficacy of the elixir, Li Huowang suddenly realized that his life had opened up to numerous new possibilities. Sensing the young patient's low spirits, the doctor spoke reassuringly. Little Li, do not worry. You shall not face imprisonment. The hospital can provide you with a certificate. Put such thoughts aside and focus on your recovery. We will take care of everything else. Li Huowang detected the concern in the doctor's words. Thank you, doctor. What for? Who do you think I am? Your attending physician. The doctor replied with a gentle smile. You are so young. Of course, I must take extra care of you. Li Huowang felt a reassuring pat on his shoulder. However, little Li, tell me the truth. How did you manage to injure them so severely? That is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Were you in a normal state at the time, or had you succumbed to some new hallucination? Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's heart tightened, and his attention immediately shifted to the pocket of his jacket. Although the doctor's tone was amicable, Li Huowang sensed an intangible pressure in the room. What should he do? He could not allow him to know about the elixirs. Just as Li Huowang anxiously searched for a way out, everything around him began to waver, and the doctor's voice grew increasingly indistinct. In mere seconds, he found himself once again ensnared in a hallucination, lying on the stone bed of the cave chamber at Xianxia. Clutching his head, Li Huowang sat up and chuckled at the rudimentary furnishings surrounding him. No matter what, this is still a solution. Stepping out of the room, Li Huowang observed his fellow disciples bustling through the cave tunnels and began to contemplate his next course of action. Since the elixirs were indeed real, he could no longer afford to be so careless. He must operate this place diligently to extract more benefits from it. Fortunately, his current identity was no longer that of a mere medic in the apothecary, but rather that of a named disciple of the esteemed master, granting him much greater freedom of action. When he saw a bearded Taoist in similar robes walk past him, his eyes lit up, and he hurried after him. Brother. The bearded Taoist turned, recognizing Li Huowang. His demeanor was indifferent. Junior Xianxia, what is it? Do not take offense at my words. But although you are personally taken in by the master, your experience is the least among us, and for now, you can only run errands within the Huowang temple. If you wish for the master to impart the secrets of immortality, that privilege is reserved for the closed-door disciples. You are not yet qualified. For now, come with me and wait outside the elixir chamber. Immortality. Li Huowang murmured to himself. He had never heard of anyone achieving immortality through the refining of others. Can the master truly become immortal? A hint of pride surfaced on the bearded Taoist's face. Of course, the master possesses great powers. Serve him well. From this brother, known as Shinin, Li Huowang also learned about the personnel composition within the cave Taoist temple. There were 5 named disciples, 1 direct disciple, and the temple master, Dan Yangzi. Apart from these individuals, the rest were peripheral staff, such as cooks, medicinal assistants, and miscellaneous disciples, totaling around 100 to 180 people. This marked the first occasion for Li Huowang to gain a comprehensive understanding of the entire dojo. The number of practitioners was rather sparse, to the point of appearing rudimentary, especially following the recent demise of a significant number of members. During their conversation, the oppressive alchemical furnace re-emerged before Li Huowang, ethereal wisps of white smoke wafting from within, as if it were engaged in some arcane practice. Accompanying the furnace, aside from the esteemed Dan Yangzi, was his gloomy-faced disciple. After lingering beside Xianxia for a brief moment, Li Huowang was assigned his task, taking the ingredient list to the supply room to inventory the materials, akin to the duties once performed by Xianxia. Upon his arrival at the supply room, clutching the white dust, all those present turned to gaze at him, their eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety and trepidation. The dynamics had shifted. He had transitioned from being the oppressed to becoming the oppressor. Li Huowang's thoughts began to flow as he gazed at them. His identity had undergone a transformation, and perhaps he could derive some benefits from this situation. Do any of you possess money? Upon uttering this question, everyone was taken aback. Money? Do you not understand? Silver, gold, or even jade ornaments will suffice. To be candid, Li Huowang was in dire need of funds. He was uncertain about the amount required for old Lu's compensation, coming from an ordinary family. If the compensation turned out to be substantial, his mother might have to sell their house, a reality that weighed heavily on him. Since he could not spend anything here, he thought it better to receive it all as a form of protection fee. He would shield them in the future. His straightforwardness resonated with the others, who began to rummage through their belongings. They did not seek Li Huowang's protection. They merely wished to ensure that their contributions would spare them from bullying. In the end, he garnered a small piece of blackened silver, a copper hairpin, and about 40 copper coins, shaped in a round exterior with a square interior. Disheartened, Li Huowang sighed. It seemed he had miscalculated, as these individuals had little wealth to offer. The value of these items was likely less than what he had on his health insurance card. Chapter 8. With wide eyes, he accepted the gold foot ring, weighing it in his palm. Although it was somewhat slender, it was nonetheless gold, and likely worth a considerable sum. Satisfied, he tucked the items into the ample sleeves of his robe and pointed at the white-haired girl, declaring, "Listen. From now on, she will manage the affairs here. You must heed her on all matters." Observing the hesitant nods from everyone, Li Huowang, carrying the prepared alchemical materials, made his way to the alchemy chamber. As he walked, he discreetly glanced at the others' waists, hoping to spot another jade ornament. Unfortunately, he was disappointed to find none. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, he witnessed the once oppressive cauldron slowly opening. Several dark blue pills, with a flourish of Dan Yangzi's wide sleeves, swiftly arranged themselves into the earthy yellow gourd at his waist. Watching this spectacle, Li Huowang felt a surge of envy. This must be the divine ability spoken of by Xianxia. He pondered whether he could somehow learn to replicate it. Perhaps his aspirations for wealth were too modest. If he could harness this power in reality, then Li Huowang bent down to place the medicinal ingredients in his hand on the ground, preparing to stand aside and observe with a calm mind. At this moment, he was still utterly uninformed and deemed it wise to listen and watch more. Xianxia has returned? So soon? Have I truly become a mere errand runner? I cannot remain in this role indefinitely. I must devise a strategy to compel this troublesome fellow to impart his mystical abilities to me. Li Huowang clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards the speaking Dan Yangzi. Master, is there any command you wish to impart? Go. Bring me a medicinal catalyst named by Ling Miao from the material room. Li Huowang's heart skipped a beat as he extended his right hand from his sleeve to touch the red-threaded anklet, seemingly linked to the name of a certain albino girl. By Ling Miao. Dan Yangzi turned to glance at the new disciple, who had been silent for quite some time. Did you not hear what I said? Sensing the growing severity in Dan Yangzi's tone, Li Huowang helplessly sighed and closed his eyes. In the past, he would have acted without hesitation, however. The world on the other side now seemed all too real. If he were to truly bring someone there, it could very well lead to taking a life. A moral dilemma he found hard to reconcile. Before he could contemplate a solution, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing his attending physician stepping inside. A bitter smile crossed his face. It appeared he was trapped on both sides, with no means of escape. The doctor, sporting an expression of disappointment, pointed a finger at him, saying, "You, just wait until the visitors leave. We need to have a chat." Visitors? Before Li Huowang could process this, he noticed his weary mother hurriedly entering the room, accompanied by an orange. I heard you got into a fight at the hospital. What happened to your head? Why is it bandaged like that? Does it hurt? The woman rushed over, her expression fraught with concern. Mom, it doesn't hurt. I'm fine, really. The ones who are in trouble are them, Li Huowang quickly reassured her. After a considerable amount of comforting, he managed to prevent his mother's tears from falling. In the presence of his closest kin, he momentarily set aside the troubles from the other side. Rest assured, I am well, my health has improved significantly, and my studies are on track. I will be able to take the college entrance exam once I am discharged. Li Huowang endeavored to bring good news rather than share his woes. Stop hiding it. The doctor has already informed me. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired that day? Who struck first? Li Huowang spoke to his mother in the gentlest tone he could muster, yet it seemed to have little effect. We are in the right here. What money do we owe? They are the ones at fault. Even if there are complications, it is the hospital's responsibility to care for us. Our family has never bullied anyone, but we will not allow others to take advantage of us. If they have the means, let them sue us. We have the truth on our side in court. The agitated Sun Xiaoqin slammed her hand on the table, causing it to rattle. Observing the awkward doctor beside them, Li Huowang continued to soothe her. Mom, please don't get worked up. You've come a long way to see me. Let us just enjoy some time together. Suppressing her anger, Sun Xiaoqin bent down to retrieve the fruit from her bag. You don't need to worry about this. I will handle it. Here. Enjoy these milk fruits you like. You need to eat more. Look at how thin you've become. The hospital's food must not be good, right? No. The hospital food is quite decent, Li Huowang replied as he sat beside her and began to eat, listening to his mother's complaints while savoring the sweet grapes. A sense of tranquility enveloped him. He cherished this feeling, having not experienced the warmth of family since entering the hospital. He thought to himself, no, she is different from Yang Na. If I confide in her, she will only believe my condition has worsened. I cannot let her worry. I will tell her everything once things stabilize. As the mother and son enjoyed their conversation, the attending physician's phone rang. Miss Sun, the family of patient Lu has arrived. What do you suggest? Son, stay calm and eat well. Once you finish, I'll buy you something more. Sun Xiaoqin said kindly before straightening her back and turning towards the door like a rooster ready for battle. For some reason, seeing her departure brought Li Huowang immense comfort. Though his mother was strong-willed, her presence provided him with a sense of security, like a large umbrella shielding him from the storm. All the anxieties stemming from previous troubles vanished in her company. I can only imagine how lively the lobby will be later, he thought. Popping another yellow-green grape into his mouth, its sweet juice bursting forth. Just then, Li Huowang's body jolted, and the surroundings began to shift in color once more. Oh no. Mom came to help me forget how to deal with that troublesome fellow. What am I going to do now? As the scene stabilized, Li Huowang found himself standing in the material room, where Dan Yangzi stood nearby with a stern expression. The other medicinal assistants had their heads bowed low. Forming a circle around, Dan Yangzi flipped his filthy right hand, revealing a mass of thick, writhing black substance that emitted a sound reminiscent of a toad licking its eye. Was he refining pills with Bilingmiao? Has the plot thickened? Li Huowang hesitated for a brief moment before inquiring, Master, what is this? A precious item. Tai Sui, Black Tai Sui. Chapter 9, Black Tai Sui. Tai Sui, Black Tai Sui, the cold, icy voice of Dan Yangzi echoed within the modest confines of the material room. Li Huowang slightly tilted his head, casting another glance at the repugnant object in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this item bore a striking resemblance to the contents of the black cauldron. In fact, what he held was indeed one of the man-eating entities from within. This peculiar thing was called Black Tai Sui. Could it be that he intended to use it for alchemical concoctions? Such a taste is truly extravagant, Li Huowang mused inwardly. As Dan Yangzi gently flicked his wrist, the writhing Black Tai Sui soared through the air in an elegant arc, landing squarely on Li Huowang's foot. The sticky and soft sensation sent shivers down his spine, causing his legs to tremble as he instinctively recoiled. Staring at the dust-covered Black Tai Sui that had fallen to the ground, Li Huowang was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to Dan Yangzi, struggling to comprehend the intent behind this gesture. This is a gift for you. Pick it up and swallow it. In the past, you were merely a catalyst for medicine. But now that you are my disciple, such casualness is no longer permissible. It has the power to suppress your hysteria. Li Huowang appeared not to comprehend the words spoken to him, nor did he wish to. His countenance turned ashen as he retreated, repeatedly exclaiming, I won't eat. I'm not ill. Not eat? That is not for you to decide, said Dan Yangzi, slightly raising his chin. Two Taoist priests, each wielding a sword, swiftly approached Li Huowang, grasping his arms firmly. In an instant, with a flick of his right hand, Deng Yangzi summoned the writhing black Tai Sui from the corner of the room directly into his grasp. As Li Huowang beheld Deng Yangzi advancing towards him with the repulsive object in hand, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, a bone-chilling cold seeping through him. Instinctively, he yearned to struggle and flee. Yet the hands of his two senior brothers clutched his shoulders like iron shackles. Fortunately, he still possessed one final recourse. With each hurried breath, his chest heaved violently. Terrified, he clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tightly, and summoned all his strength to draw inward, both mentally and physically. Huowang? Huowang, what is wrong? Are you in distress? The gentle voice of Yang Na resonated like celestial music to Li Huowang's ears at that moment. Upon opening his eyes and seeing a young girl before him clad in a high-necked white sweater, he was overcome with emotion, lunging towards her as if grasping a lifeline, enveloping her in a desperate embrace. The youthful girl's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she struggled, her voice barely above a whisper. Huowang, Huowang, please let me go. The adults are watching. Li Huowang lifted his gaze and beheld his mother standing beside the attending physician, her face adorned with an affectionate smile directed towards him. Oh my son is truly remarkable. Observing the pristine and orderly hospital room, the sun's radiant rays streaming through the window, and the presence of his beloved family, Li Huowang felt the suffocating grip of fear gradually loosen its hold on his heart. The attending physician adjusted his glasses, a slight frown creasing his brow as he stepped closer. Xiaoli, what did you witness in your hallucinations? Your emotional fluctuations seem rather pronounced. What has transpired recently? Have you been adhering to my instructions? The recollection of his recent experiences sent a jolt of anxiety through Li Huowang. He anxiously addressed his doctor. Doctor, is there medication that can temporarily suppress these hallucinations? I am truly overwhelmed and wish to find a moment of respite. Very well. I shall prescribe you some fluphenazine and phenothiazine, the doctor replied. However, Xiaoli, remember that pharmacological treatment can only serve as an adjunct. To fully liberate yourself from these hallucinations, you must follow my prescribed methods. After speaking, the physician began to input the prescription on his tablet. Upon receiving the few blue capsules from the nurse, Li Huowang rushed forward, carelessly swallowing them without even a sip of water. He had no desire to ponder on any masters or elixirs. He simply longed for a moment of tranquility. The previous scene had been profoundly terrifying. The capsules, with their sticky and gritty texture, were unpleasant to consume, yet he forced himself to swallow them despite the nausea. Xiaoli, do share what frightful apparition you encountered in your hallucination, the doctor inquired. The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere around them froze, the vibrant colors dimming into a pallid haze. At that instant, Yang Na, her mother, the attending physician, and the nurse delivering the medication all stood motionless. The abrupt shift in the environment caused Li Huowang to tremble uncontrollably, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid as he helplessly gazed out the window. The previously bright sky had transformed into an abyss of darkness. The safe and serene surroundings vanished. A palpable dread enveloped him, overwhelming every ounce of his emotions. Acting on instinct, he lunged towards his mother, seeking refuge in her embrace. However, upon contact, her form disintegrated like fragile foam. The once reliable presence of his mother, who could shield him from life's storms, had dissipated. In that moment, all that Li Huowang cherished and found beautiful vanished, leaving behind only despair, oppression, and anguish. With bloodshot eyes and veins bulging on his forehead, he yearned to scream, to unleash all the anguish and suffering that resided within him. Observing the disciple trembling and retching on the floor, Dan Yangzi, with his hands clasped behind his back, shook his head and walked towards the exit of the room. TSK. In such a state yet you deny having hysteria? You are the most afflicted in this place. Did you think I randomly sought out a remedy before? Enough of this. Hysteria has subsided, and now you can work properly. Remember, the Chief Feng Pavilion does not accommodate idlers. Come to me at the beginning of each month to collect your medication. Having spoken, Dan Yangzi's other disciples followed him out, leaving only Li Huowang on the ground and the various medicinal herbs surrounding him. The bizarre-looking herbs, afflicted by an array of congenital or acquired ailments, exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss for what to do. Why have I found myself in this wretched place? This illness continues to torment me. Chapter 10. Steamed Buns. Li Huowang curled up in a ball, resembling an unborn infant, motionless and withdrawn in the corner of the material room. The other herbalists dared not disturb him, quietly engrossed in their own tasks. Nightfall descended imperceptibly, extinguishing the oil lamps upon the walls, casting darkness over Li Huowang like a heavy blanket. He lay there, akin to a lifeless corpse, unresponsive to the changes in the world around him. In the stillness of the third watch, a faint flicker of candlelight emerged from the doorway, illuminating the nearby shelves and dispelling the shadows that clung to Li Huowang. The timid Bai Ling Miao approached, clutching a bundle of dried grass, and cautiously spread it over him. Following this, she retrieved a coarse grain bun from her bosom and placed it near his lips. Noticing his continued immobility, she bit her lip and gently nudged him. "Senior brother, do eat something. You haven't had anything all day." Li Huowang's eyes remained wide open, his gaze numbly fixed on the frigid ground for several hours without a blink, never once shifting to White Ling Miao. She contemplated leaving, yet after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and placed it beside Li Huowang's hand. This time, he finally reacted, turning his attention toward the object and recognizing it as the circular jade pendant he had pilfered from the previous Xianxia. Li Huowang still recalls handing this item over to Yang Na, exchanging it for money. The mere thought of Yang Na causes his battered heart to bleed anew. How could this item be in your possession? It is. Brotherly, you insisted I take it, despite my refusal. Li Huowang slowly sat up, meticulously examining the circular jade pendant adorned with cloud patterns in the dim light of the flickering candle. At that moment, he had never felt everything to be so profoundly real. Yet, within this reality, there resided only the stark despair and genuine anguish. If given a choice, he longed to remain forever ensnared in that exquisite illusion. Li Huowang stood in a stupor for a moment before despondently shaking his head, utterly at a loss. He truly did not know, while he possessed memories of the past, the events of the day had left him unable to discern the veracity of those recollections from the illusions they might have become. Even in this place, he felt like a madman, a soul unable to distinguish between reality and delusion. As he shook his head, a peculiar sensation enveloped his mind. Upon running his hand through his hair, he discovered it matted with dried blood. He had indeed sustained an injury earlier. Observing Li Huowang's gesture, Bai Ling Miao interjected to clarify. That was the work of Senior Brother Wang. Li Huowang was aware that this Brother Wang was the very chubby individual with rabbit-like lips who had previously intended to harm Bai Ling Miao. The one surnamed Wang? You kicked him to death. Upon hearing this, an image of old Lu being kicked away by himself flashed through Li Huowang's mind. He lowered his head and silently chuckled, realizing just how mad he truly was. Li Huowang stared at the golden ring in a daze. Yet this object held no value for him now. Everything he cherished had vanished. Brotherly, may I offer this as a reward to ask for your assistance? Bai Ling Miao's words drew his gaze towards her. If you manage to escape from here alive, could you convey a message to my parents? They reside at the foot of Niuxin Mountain in Liang Kingdom. Just tell them that their daughter is unfilial and cannot provide for them in their old age. As she spoke of her sorrow, her voice grew choked with emotion. Brotherly, I truly loathe to trouble you, but I have no other recourse. They will likely take me to the alchemy chamber soon, and I, Li Huowang, his face a mask of despair and numbness, felt a flicker of resolve upon hearing her words. He glanced at the dried grass covering him and the steamed buns beside him, then pulled the red-threaded golden ring back into his embrace. I am a man of my word. Since I have taken your belongings, I shall assist you. Bai Ling Miao's sorrowful eyes instantly brightened, only to dim once more. Brotherly, this is not wise. It could lead you into trouble. Heh. Do you think I still fear such things? At that moment, Li Huowang had come to terms with his fate, with everything he once valued gone. What was there left to fear? Well said, brotherly. A male voice suddenly echoed from outside the storeroom, startling both individuals within. As the candlelight illuminated the newcomer, they saw a face adorned with an impish grin, sharp features, and skin mottled with patches reminiscent of vitiligo. This individual produced 2 coarse grain buns and placed them beside Li Huowang with a flourish. Hee, brotherly, have some buns. I thought of you at dinner and saved these 2 for you. You might not know me, but you can call me Dogwa. I have no formal name. Hee. Just yesterday, I even presented you with 17 coins. Dogwa fidgeted restlessly, his eagerness to ingratiate himself evident on his face. It was clear he sought to align himself with Li Huowang, hoping to avoid being sent off as a mere medicinal ingredient. Clever individuals can be found everywhere. Li Huowang uttered not a word, seizing the 3 somewhat hardened steamed buns and devouring them ravenously, having endured a day of hunger. In his haste, he nearly choked, prompting Dogwa to promptly rush outside to fetch him a cup of water. As the cold water washed over him, Li Huowang consumed the 3 whole grain buns, then struggled to rise. Lying on the ground for so long had left his legs numb. Bai Ling Miao extended her hand, wishing to assist him, but Li Huowang rebuffed her. His gaze was fixed intently on the dark exit of the materials room, and he staggered toward it. At that moment, his adversary was no longer the affliction that had befallen him, but rather the loathsome Taoist Dan Yangzi, who had cruelly exploited others for alchemical purposes. As the grotesque visage of Dan Yangzi invaded his thoughts, a fierce malice emerged in Li Huowang's eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. Once apathetic, he was now infused with a potent resolve. His singular focus was to devise a means to eliminate his foe. Chapter 11. Xian Yuan, the one true sage, is a small Tai Chi, universally enduring calamities, blessed with boundless virtues, bestowing fortunes and alleviating woes. Universally aiding the living and the dead, crowned by the Tao above the heavens, graced by the three realms, filled with great compassion and grand aspirations. Before everyone. No scriptures were present. During the morning chant, Li Huowang could only mumble along with his senior brothers. While reciting the scriptures, he glanced upward, his gaze fixating on Dan Yangzi, who sat at the front. The malice in his eyes briefly surfaced before being swiftly suppressed. This detestable individual stirred within him a profound desire for vengeance, yet Li Huowang was acutely aware of his own frailty. He was no match for Dan Yangzi's formidable strength. Recklessness would lead to his demise. Thus, he resolved to endure patiently, secretly seeking an opportunity, however fraught with peril it might be. Perhaps Dan Yangzi would discover him, leading to a grim fate, yet Li Huowang cared little for such matters. As he observed Dan Yangzi slightly turn, Li Huowang's gaze swiftly ascended, passing over the three towering incense sticks and fixed upon the three deities enshrined within the hollowed rock wall. Each deity, clad in yellow Taoist robes and holding floating dust, bore expressions devoid of sorrow or joy, gazing down upon the insignificant mortals below. They exhibited no semblance of celestial grace. Instead, they appeared quite ordinary, resembling three oversized commoners. Were it not for their robes, Li Huowang did not recognize these three deities, yet he etched their visages deeply into his memory. All disciples rose in unison with Dan Yangzi, simultaneously pinching their left hand's thumb with their right hand, the four fingers of the left hand resting atop the right, raising their hands above their heads in reverence to the statues. After completing their homage, Dan Yangzi slowly turned around to survey his disciples. Upon noticing Li Huowang, clad in Taoist robes, standing calmly at the rear of the group, he nodded in satisfaction. Xian Yuan, Xian Yang has just entered our sect. He is bound to have many uncertainties. As his senior brother, you shall enlighten him. Indeed, master. A middle-aged man with a round face and a slightly plump demeanor bowed respectfully to Dan Yangzi. All right, it is past the hour of the rabbit. There is nothing more to attend to, so let us all partake in our meal, Dan Yangzi stated, clasping his hands behind his back as he made his way toward a nearby cave entrance. A young man, wearing a mixed yuan cap and bearing a sullen expression, followed closely behind him. This was senior brother Zhenkuan, the sole inner disciple of the master since the defection of senior brothers Zhengqian and Zhengzhen. In the future, should you encounter him within the confines of the sect, remember to show him the respect he deserves, for he does not possess the same amiable temperament as our master. Xian Yuan approached Li Huowang and elucidated the background of that individual. Li Huowang nodded in gratitude to his senior brother Xian Yuan for dispelling his doubts. Would he possess the same formidable powers as his master? While he was uncertain about many things, he was well aware of Dan Yangzi's remarkable ability to manipulate objects, coupled with his astounding strength capable of lifting several hundred pounds. However, what truly unsettled Li Huowang was Dan Yangzi's omniscience regarding all occurrences within the cave. Whether it be his disparaging remarks or the fact that he had not originally agreed to escape together, if there were intentions to confront him, this fact needed to be thoroughly understood. As an inner disciple, what he had learned from his master remained a mystery to Li Huowang. He sensed a hint of jealousy in the words of his counterpart. The notion of seeking allies within Qifeng Temple briefly flickered in his mind, yet it was quickly extinguished. Those with a rebellious spirit had likely already been devoured by the malevolent Tai Sui during the previous encounter. The remaining individuals were likely either wholly devoted to Dan Yangzi or timid and cowardly. Come, let us converse as we walk, Xian Yuan remarked, turning to lead Li Huowang toward the kitchen. I am aware of your thoughts. Cease your yearning for your master's immortal techniques, for you are the last in line. As for you, diligently attend to your tasks. Simply follow your master's instructions, and when the time comes for the hierarchy to be observed, your turn will naturally arrive. By this time, they had reached the dining cave, where the other senior brothers who had arrived earlier were already sipping porridge. Among them were three familiar faces. The two sword-bearing Taoists were Changming and Changren, alongside a previously acquainted individual, Xianin. With Xian Yuan and himself, The 5 named disciples of Qingfeng Temple had now gathered together. The rules of Qifeng Temple dictate silence during meals and rest. After we dine, I shall impart further teachings, Xianxia concluded, settling down to join in the porridge. Li Huowang settled down, lifted the black pottery bowl to his lips, and took a sip, his gaze quietly observing the behaviors of his fellow disciples. They bore diverse appearances. None particularly striking nor grotesque, yet clad in their Taoist robes, they exuded an air of peculiarity when gathered together. When he witnessed Xianxia forcefully blowing his nose against the ground while the other 2 disciples furrowed their brows, Li Huowang finally discerned the distinction in their demeanor. Where had Danyangzi found these 5 disciples? Could they, like him, have been summoned from the alchemical realm? One by one, the empty bowls were set down. And the other senior brothers paid no heed to the newly arrived disciple, Guanyang, as they strode purposefully towards the door. After the meal, Xianxia continued to guide Li Huowang around Qingfeng Temple, revealing that the 5 named disciples were each responsible for different roles within the temple. Some managed the young acolytes. Others were tasked with procuring supplies from outside, while a few even tended to the black tie sway, with the more seasoned disciples shouldering multiple responsibilities. Their workload had not been so burdensome previously, but following the unfortunate demise of a number of individuals, the remaining disciples had been compelled to shoulder the additional duties. The responsibilities of Li Huowang are undoubtedly clear. He is accountable for all matters concerning the storeroom, while the endeavors of his disciples are solely to assist their master in attaining immortality. Thus, after a full day of exploration and contemplation, Li Huowang finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the entire temple from Xianxia. Li Huowang firmly etched these matters in his mind. The illusion of departing at will had vanished. Whether he could slay Danyangzi was uncertain, yet this information might prove invaluable. Brother Xianxia, there is truly no need for such anxiety. Your tasks are not as overwhelming as you perceive. Our master does not refine elixirs daily. Oh, I beseech you, Brother Xianxia, to enlighten me. The art of alchemy is intricately tied to celestial phenomena and the passage of time. Certain elixirs can only reach their full potency during specific hours. For instance, it is ill-advised to concoct elixirs today or tomorrow, yet the midnight of the day after tomorrow presents an auspicious opportunity. Chapter 12. The Recipe. Alas, I realize that explaining this complexity is futile. The intricacies are quite convoluted. It would be best to observe and learn diligently under our master. Ah, I see. Pretending to contemplate, Li Huowang's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The elixir Danyangzi had provided him was evidently beneficial, signifying that the laws governing this world were entirely distinct from those of his own. Should he wish to confront Danyangzi, he needed to gather further knowledge about this unfamiliar realm. Are the cultivators in novels truly like this? It seems improbable. Where are the alchemists who refine elixirs from others? Where are the cultivators who enslave mortals to aid in their ascension? Moreover, by customary standards, shouldn't a typical sect of cultivation have bestowed upon him a foundational technique? Why had that not occurred? As Li Huowang delved deeper into his understanding of this place, he found the Taoist temple increasingly peculiar, lacking the semblance of the cultivators he had once envisioned. By the way, Brother Xianxia, allow me to offer a piece of advice. It is prudent to have everything prepared before our master speaks. For instance, regarding yesterday's elixir. Your hysterical episode caused you to miss the opportune moment. If you had delivered the medicinal catalyst before midnight the day after tomorrow, it would have been akin to offering an apology to our esteemed master. Do not be deceived by his capricious temperament. If you manage to please him, benefits will surely follow. Yesterday's elixir? Li Huowang momentarily froze. Indeed, have you forgotten? What did our master ask you to deliver yesterday? By Ling Yao. Li Huowang's pupils contracted sharply. So much had transpired, yet this matter remained unresolved. If he did not devise a solution before the day after tomorrow, that girl afflicted with albinism would meet the same grim fate as all the previous catalysts, reduced to mere pulp. However, the disparity in strength between Danyangzi and himself was immense, and the entire temple was filled with Danyangzi's followers. The tragic fates of his deceased seniors served as a cautionary tale, illustrating the futility of blind escape. As he tossed and turned, the night slipped away. On the eve of the morning lesson, Li Huowang donned his clothes and ventured outside the cave, determined to visit the alchemical chamber in search of alternative solutions. Upon emerging with an oil lamp in hand, a gaunt, sharp-faced figure sprang forth from the shadows, startling Li Huowang. It was the face of Dogwa. Hiki, Brother Li. There's nothing much. I merely noticed you didn't come to the material room yesterday, and I was quite concerned, so I decided to check on you. Is Sister Bai all right? Li Huowang stepped back and inquired. All is well, all is well. when you personally requested Sister Bai to oversee the material room. Who would dare to defy? Hee, brotherly, you are truly formidable. Since you took charge of the storeroom, not a single person has left. Upon hearing this from Guo, Li Huowang felt a surge of annoyance. He shot a glare at the fellow and strode out decisively. As Li Huowang entered the alchemy chamber, he discovered several early rising apprentices already engaged in cleaning the alchemical furnaces and the floor with burlap cloths. One apprentice stood in the stone basin, vigorously scrubbing the remnants of flesh from the stone walls with a pig bristle brush. As a disciple of Dan Yangzi, he entered the alchemy chamber without anyone daring to utter a word of dissent. Li Huowang feigned casualness as he strolled about, his gaze meticulously surveying the surroundings. The alchemy chamber was strikingly minimalist. Aside from the enormous black alchemical furnace occupying a third of the space, there remained only a stone urn and a stone rod, both seemingly intended for violent purposes. Not a single tome on alchemy could be found, nor was there a single piece of calligraphy or artwork adorning the walls. The entire room exuded an overwhelming emptiness, devoid of any form of concealment. "What are you looking at?" A familiar yet chilling voice suddenly resonated behind him. "I asked you. What are you gazing at?" Li Huowang swiftly contemplated for a moment, and an idea struck him. Observing his master's remarkable prowess in alchemy, he felt a profound admiration and wondered when he might attain such a level himself. Dan Yangzi was quite pleased with Li Huowang's change in attitude. Sensing that the young lad had finally come to a realization, with his hands clasped behind his back, he circled the black alchemical furnace. Aspiration is commendable. Yet it is not that the master refrains from teaching. Rather, the path of external alchemy is far from simple. While ordinary elixirs may be manageable, if one seeks to transcend through alchemy, it is imperative to cultivate both external and internal elixirs. The master had invested considerable effort in his journey towards the great ascension, and his face displayed a hint of pride and excitement as he envisioned the celestial existence awaiting him. "Master, are you on the verge of transcending?" Li Huowang inquired, uncertain. Dan Yangzi's expression grew somewhat animated, for the method of ascension was inscribed in the sacred texts of the old Lord, personally delivered into his hands. One might ponder, who else in the world could achieve immortality? He told me I could transcend. I undoubtedly shall. Old Lord? Who might that be? One of the three deities? Li Huowang found himself perplexed by this mythic description. Despite his lack of understanding, he still offered a flattering remark. "What you say is indeed true, Master. You shall certainly achieve immortality, existing alongside the heavens." Dan Yangzi was evidently delighted by this affirmation, his unattractive visage blooming with joy. "Ha, splendid. Since you wish to learn alchemy, I shall impart to you a simple formulation for a blood-nourishing elixir. Make sure to write it down. 12 taels of red elixir, half a pound of cyperus, and 2 taels and 4 qian of Yanqi stone." Though the unexpected opportunity was baffling, Li Huowang had no intention of declining. He hastily sought out writing materials to record the recipe but found none in sight. In a moment of urgency, he scavenged a piece of charcoal from beneath the alchemical furnace and decided to inscribe the recipe on the hem of his robe. "Commence the furnace at the 3rd watch and bathe, with eyes serene, breathe gently, infuse with spirit, and nurture slowly with a low flame. Open the furnace at the 4th watch. Practice this elixir diligently. The master shall first observe your innate talent." Li Huowang discarded the charcoal debris in his hands and presented it before Dan Yangzi with both hands. "Master, do you believe I have overlooked anything?" However, upon seeing the hem filled with charcoal characters before him, the previously jovial Dan Yangzi's expression swiftly darkened. With a swift lift of his right foot, he kicked Li Huowang away, sending him crashing into the alchemical furnace with a resounding thud before he fell heavily to the ground. Dan Yangzi, his face a stormy shade of blue, cursed under his breath and turned away, leaving Li Huowang abandoned in his place. As the fiery anger within him gradually dissipated, Li Huowang sensed that this incident was exceedingly peculiar. He had committed no offense, yet he wondered why such a sudden change in attitude had befallen his master. Li Huowang lowered his gaze to the alchemical formula in his hands, deep in thought. Although his handwriting was rather unsightly, it was still legible. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glanced around the desolate alchemy room, devoid of any calligraphy or paintings, and recalled that during the morning class, no one possessed any scriptures. A startling thought leaped into his mind. Could it be that this bald-headed fellow was illiterate, unable to read? Chapter 13. Alchemy. Li Huowang cautiously observed the small alchemical furnace before him, beside which stood a trio of incense sticks intended for timing. In this environment devoid of clocks, he had no choice but to rely on this rudimentary method to measure the passage of time. As the final incense stick completely burned away, He promptly extinguished the furnace's flame and opened the alchemical portal, releasing a fragrant aroma mingled with the essence of peculiar herbs that wafted forth. Li Huowang felt a surge of joy within as he successfully refined the elixir. The meticulously crafted medicinal materials danced within a sieve. And once the useless ash-like residue was entirely sifted away, what remained in the box were various sizes of black medicinal pills. These pills were the blood-nourishing pills spoken of by Dan Yangzi, a rather simplistic concoction primarily utilized for staunching hemorrhages. It is crucial to note that consuming more than an ounce at once poses the grave risk of complete blood coagulation throughout the body. While it may seem rather trivial, potentially more effective for harm than healing, it was precisely due to its simplicity that Dan Yangzi entrusted Li Huowang with its refinement practice. Upon careful counting, Li Huowang ultimately obtained 13 large blood-nourishing pills and 26 small ones. Li Huowang's gains extend far beyond this. Through the process of refining the blood-moistening pill, he has also acquired fundamental knowledge of alchemy. The art of alchemy proves to be far more intricate than he had initially envisioned. In addition to the variance in time, even the direction in which the herbs grow must be meticulously discerned. A single misstep can lead to a dramatic disparity in the efficacy and success rate of the elixir, as evidenced by the heap of charred waste beside him. Li Huowang retrieved a small bamboo tube and carefully stored the elixirs within it. Taking a deep breath, he donned a nearby Taoist robe and proceeded towards the door. The hour was nearly upon him. Midnight was approaching. As Li Huowang pushed open the door to the workshop, everyone who had been laboring stood up in unison, gazing at him with a mixture of fear and astonishment. To them, he now resembled a living embodiment of the king of hell. Li Huowang gazed at them with a complex expression as he walked past, under the scrutiny of all present. Ultimately arriving before Bai Lingmiao, the girl's white hair trembled in unison with her body. She struggled to suppress her tears, yet ultimately succumbed, allowing the tears to cascade from her pale, pink-hued eyes, a characteristic of her albinism. With a grave expression, Li Huowang reached out to grasp her hand and departed from the materials room, making his way toward the alchemy chamber. Within the damp and echoing cavern tunnel, Bai Lingmiao choked back sobs as she entrusted her final words to Li Huowang. Li Huowang listened in silence, uttering not a word. When he deliberately arrived at the threshold of his dwelling, he pivoted and pulled her inside. As he removed his trousers, Bai Lingmiao's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place, seemingly taken aback by a sudden action. Just before the stroke of midnight, Li Huowang brought Bai Lingmiao to the alchemical chamber, where Dan Yangzi had only just arrived. Upon seeing that Li Huowang had anticipated his needs and brought the medicinal catalyst without prompt, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Dan Yangzi's face, making him regard his youngest disciple with slightly more favor. Good disciple, come forth. Dan Yangzi beckoned casually, and Bai Lingmiao was propelled towards him. Her neck gripped tightly as she was cast into a stone vat meant for another individual. Witnessing this scene, Li Huowang's heart raced, his hands clenched tightly. Just as the cumbersome pestle, weighing several hundred pounds, was about to descend, Dan Yangzi abruptly halted. Why must the red fall at such a moment? The properties of the medicine are altered entirely, Dan Yangzi remarked, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Bai Lingmiao's blood-stained trousers. In that instant, Li Huowang breathed a sigh of relief. His plan had succeeded. Since the properties of various herbs and minerals were so mutable, it stood to reason that the human catalyst would also exhibit change. Moreover, to avoid suspicion, it needed to be discovered by Dan Yangzi himself rather than by another's word. It appeared that his objective had been achieved, and Bai Lingmiao's life had been spared. With a sweep of his grand Taoist robe, Bai Lingmiao was ejected from the stone vat, crashing heavily onto the ground. The impact was severe. It took her a moment to rise, clutching her knee. Yet, Li Huowang could offer no assistance, forced to watch with indifference. When Bai Lingmiao approached him, he noticed that her head seemed to have been injured, crimson blood trickling down her cheek. Nevertheless, she still cast a grateful glance toward him. In the face of death, such minor suffering was trivial. Regardless, they had managed to evade disaster for the time being, though it would likely be a considerable while before Bai Lingmiao faced this peril again. As Li Huowang led Bai Lingmiao toward the exit, just as they were about to step out from the looming shadow of the massive alchemical furnace, a light, airy voice echoed from behind them. This utterance caused Li Huowang's body to tremble slightly, and he promptly turned, respectfully bowing once more to Dan Yangzi. Yes, master. Li Huowang was oblivious to how he had arrived at the alchemical chamber. He could only numbly approach another albino man, extending his hand to pull him outward. The man, in a state of despair, knelt before him, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading for mercy. Yet, at that moment, Li Huowang found himself powerless to intervene. He could only escort the man to the pill-refining room himself. His cries were abruptly silenced beneath the pestle of Xianxia, as wisps of fragrant white smoke ascended into the alchemical chamber, coating the stalactites above with a thick layer of human oil. Trembling, Li Huowang turned to leave, only to be called back by Xianxia, who inquired, "Do you not yearn for the path of alchemy? Come here and observe closely. The intricate and rare concoction of this elixir cannot be found elsewhere." Li Huowang approached with meticulous attention, observing and listening intently as Xianxia instructed when to release certain ingredients and how to adjust the flame's intensity. He resembled an eager student, keenly studying the entire alchemical process. As the flames beneath the cauldron extinguished and the vessel was opened, 7 completed black elixirs lined up before Xianxia. "Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. The other disciples lack your zeal for learning. Come, Master has a gift for you." Xianxia produced a single pill from his palm and placed it before Li Huowang. "Thank you, Master, for this precious medicine." Li Huowang solemnly bowed deeply before Xianxia, his hands trembling as he gingerly accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole. Chapter 14. The assistant. The moment the pill settled within him, Li Huowang felt a warm, fiery sensation emanating from his dantian, intensifying as if a flame were growing ever more vigorous. The heat overwhelmed him, eclipsing the nausea and queasiness that surged within. "Yes, Master." At that moment, the fire within his dantian surged through his meridians, spreading to his limbs. He felt as though he were clad in a heavy winter coat on a scorching summer day, his entire being seemingly cooked through. The heat clouded his mind, and as he lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling that spun above him, he reflected on the events that had transpired, recalling the fearful and despairing gazes of everyone in the material room. He had become Xianxia's repugnant accomplice, imposing upon others the very acts that had been inflicted upon him. Though the other party may have been illiterate, they were not foolish. In the face of overwhelming power, all his actions felt futile. "I must eliminate him. I must find a way to end him," Li Huowang roared inwardly, his right hand instinctively gripping the edge of the stone bed. As he shouted that final thought in his mind, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. With a crack, he forcibly pried a chunk from the solid stone bed. This unexpected turn left Li Huowang astounded as he glanced at his hand and then at the piece of stone he had grasped. Realizing it was the effect of the elixir, he acknowledged that not only had his strength increased, but other aspects had changed as well. He even felt as if his vision had sharpened, allowing him to see further. The pill imparted a transformative sensation within him. Yet, as he contemplated the source of this newfound power, nausea surged once more within him. "Brotherly, are you all right?" Bai Lingmiao cautiously peeked her head around the door. Li Huowang lifted his head, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions as he gazed at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Lingmiao stepped forward and spoke. "Senior Brotherly, you need not blame yourself. We all understand that you are not in control of your own fate. If Master were to send me again, please do not choose anyone else. After all, we all share the same fate." Li Huowang was reluctant to engage her in conversation about this matter. Observing the blood trickling down her forehead, he retrieved a previously concocted elixir and offered it to her. "Consume this, it will staunch the bleeding." However, Bai Lingmiao, upon seeing the pill in Li Huowang's hand, shook her head vigorously in fear. "I will not take the elixir. I absolutely refuse to ingest it." Li Huowang chuckled lightly a few times before carelessly discarding the elixir onto the ground. Indeed, all medicines possess a degree of toxicity, and consuming it is certainly unwise. Bai Lingmiao bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before inquiring of Li Huowang, "Senior Brotherly, do you intend to confront Master?" Li Huowang's expression changed dramatically as he anxiously glanced toward the door, hastily rushing to secure it. "What is Yuleoi?" he inquired, perplexed. For it was the first time he had encountered this term. "Yuleoi is simply Yuleoi," came the reply. "It is something intangible. As I have heard from my grandfather, only those with profound skills can command it." A flicker of realization sparked within Li Huowang, and he committed this crucial piece of information to memory. "When is the market day?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lingmiao regarded him with confusion. "The market is held on the 1st and 15th days of the month, Brotherly. How could you not know this? Did your parents never take you to the market?" Li Huowang shook his head, as the memories swirling in his mind, uncertain whether they were real or illusory, attested to the fact that he had only ever resided in the city and had never partaken in the rural marketplace, an event characterized by the exchange of goods. Li Huowang's expression hardened. "Of course, I would relish the thought of devouring his flesh and drinking his blood. Bai Ling Miao took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Then, senior brother, count me in as well. I wish to lend my assistance in this matter. Li Huowang gazed at the young girl before him, her unwavering gaze suggesting that Bai Ling Miao might not be as fragile as he had initially presumed. Very well. You have my consent, he conceded, acknowledging his current need for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, his expression grew serious as he addressed her. 2 of us are insufficient. You should head to the materials room and observe. Seek out anyone who harbors discontent. While others may fear to oppose Dan Yangzi, the apothecary's ingredients are destined for demise. And among them, there are surely those who feel aggrieved. This constitutes a fundamental contradiction, and within this group, there must be individuals worth our pursuit. Understood. Bai Ling Miao nodded before turning to depart. After sitting for a while, Li Huowang picked up the circular jade pendant tied around his waist, reminiscing about the senior brother who had failed to escape. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, was it not in a similar manner that you and your companions gathered? I sincerely hope I do not meet the same fate as you. In recognition of such a promising disciple, Dan Yangzi naturally bestowed various basic elixirs upon him, seemingly nurturing him as a true apprentice. However, these ordinary elixirs were of little efficacy, merely assisting Li Huowang in treating minor ailments and injuries. Uncertain whether it was Dan Yangzi's concoctions or the nature of elixirs in this world, Li Huowang learned that there existed a limit to their consumption. Excessive intake could transform healing into harm. Moreover, there were taboos. Mixing elixirs could lead to dire consequences. It would be more accurate to say that Li Huowang was becoming a mediocre physician than to assert he was a skilled healer. The essence lay not in the elixirs themselves, but in the deepening rapport between him and Dan Yangzi. At times, when Dan Yangzi engaged in alchemy, he would invite Li Huowang to assist him. When Dan Yangzi took on another disciple, Li Huowang was no longer the youngest. He had fully integrated into the Qifeng temple. Through such intimate encounters, Li Huowang confirmed his suspicions. Dan Yangzi was indeed illiterate and harbored a profound aversion to others acquiring literacy. He would not permit his disciples to surpass him in any endeavor, ensuring that his pupils were largely uneducated. This struck Li Huowang as peculiar. He recalled Dan Yangzi's earlier words. For the method of attaining immortality was inscribed in the sacred texts delivered personally to him by the revered Lao Jun. Who else in the world could achieve immortality? He claimed that he could, and indeed, he believed he could. Yet, if the revered Lao Jun entrusted him with such a tome, and since his fellow disciples were illiterate, as was he, who then had read it aloud to him. Chapter 15. Zheng Kun. My home lies in the Baolu Lane, under the east city gate of Xiaoyang, number 22. Tell my wife that beneath the third shelf of pickled vegetables under the bed, there are 2 small goldfish. Use them sparingly. They should last until Bao grows up. A middle-aged man, his face riddled with blemishes, struggled to suppress his fear as he quietly relayed his last wishes to Li Huowang. This was the 8th such request Li Huowang had received today, and he felt utterly powerless in the face of it, merely committing these final words to memory. With the passage of time, the number of individuals in the medicinal chamber continued to dwindle, and he was pained to realize that he was becoming accustomed to this grim reality. The guilt of ushering people into death was steadily diminishing. He found himself being assimilated by the repugnant nature of Dan Yangzi, a transformation he wished to resist. Li Huowang was fervently seeking to extricate himself from his current, excruciating predicament. He was in search of a solution, yet such answers were elusive. Armed only with the meager support of a few disabled individuals from the material chamber, confronting the enigmatic Dan Yangzi seemed almost impossible. The sole piece of information he possessed was that the elusive Yuleoi, under Dan Yangzi's control, was absent on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month, rendering it impossible for him to keep a watchful eye. Furthermore, Dan Yangzi was illiterate, relying on a certain entity within the Qifeng temple to decipher the celestial texts for him. Could he venture to Dan Yangzi's dwelling to eliminate that entity? Among all his disciples, he was the only one capable of reading, which would undoubtedly compel the entity to seek his assistance in translating the celestial texts. At that juncture, would it not be a matter of mere ease to eliminate Dan Yangzi? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed from his mind. Although he was aware of the location of Dan Yang's cave, he had no knowledge of the traps that might lie within, nor could he ascertain the strength of the entity tasked with interpreting the celestial texts. To charge in recklessly would likely lead to his demise without him even realizing it. Poisoning the materials he provided? That was unthinkable. His alchemical skills were imparted by Dan Yangzi himself, and to flaunt his inadequacies in such a manner would be tantamount to courting death. Just then, a young man clad in a Taoist robe and wearing a Taoist cap approached, his expression dark and brooding. Li Huowang recognized him as Zheng Kuan, an inner disciple of Dan Yangzi. His knowledge of Zheng Kuan was scant. They had only crossed paths occasionally during mealtime, and Zheng Kuan was rarely seen otherwise. Unlike Li Huowang and the other named disciples, Zheng Kuan did not concern himself with the daily affairs of Qifeng Temple. His activities remained a mystery to Li Huowang. As the two brushed past each other, Zheng Kuan's shoulder lightly bumped against Li Huowang, and at that moment, Li Huowang felt as though he had collided with a slab of iron. Zheng Kuan came to a halt, turning to regard him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Xianxia, you have been quite unruly within the temple of late. Master has been thoroughly entertained by your antics. Li Huowang furrowed his brows and cast a glance at him, yet he uttered no words and turned to leave. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, he suddenly felt an immense force surge from behind, propelling him forward. Li Huowang staggered a few steps, managing to regain his balance after a moment, ultimately avoiding a most humiliating fall. What is it, junior brother Xianxia? Has my voice lost its efficacy? Zheng Kuan, arms crossed, advanced step by step until he stood before Li Huowang, inquiring, Senior brother Zheng Kuan, I still need to assist Master in organizing the medicinal materials. Li Huowang replied with a calm expression. Stop invoking Master to pressure me. Back in the day, when I accompanied Master while being hunted, you were nowhere to be found. Let me tell you, Xianxia, just focus on diligently performing your duties. It would be best for you to remain silent on other matters and not display such a lack of awareness. Zheng Kuan's tone grew increasingly stern. Li Huowang did not feel anger. Instead, he stared blankly at Zheng Kuan before him, seemingly pondering something. Indeed, as Xianxia had described, Zheng Kuan possessed a rather irritable temperament. Yet, did that not imply this fellow was rather impulsive? What? Lost your tongue? Speak. The previously expressionless Li Huowang began to animate, a hint of derision creeping into his tone. My master values me for his own reasons, even if he were to impart the secrets of immortality to me. That would be his prerogative. Zheng Kuan, I doubt you have any say in this matter. Zheng Kuan was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp that someone would dare to address him so boldly. How dare you presume yourself worthy? The master has even shared the cultivation techniques with me. Do you think he would confide in you? What do you believe yourself to be? Merely refuse. The excruciating pain nearly caused Li Huowang to lose consciousness. Yet a smile broke across his face. He had guessed correctly. Perhaps the master has kept such knowledge from you due to your lack of comprehension, Zheng Kuan. The pursuit of immortality is contingent upon innate talent. Since you lack such gifts, do not waste the master's time on your behalf. These words seemed to strike a nerve in Zheng Kuan, who, with renewed fury, drew his fingers again and thrust them towards Li Huowang's body, striking him thrice more. You wretched refuse. You seek death. In the midst of the intense pain, Li Huowang's laughter grew louder. Ha ha ha. Come on, come and kill me. Let us see how the master reacts upon discovering that his disciples are slaughtering one another. As he watched Li Huowang's laughter escalate from mere amusement to maniacal glee, Zheng Kuan kicked out with his right foot, sending him crashing against the wall. Humph. An ignorant fool, unaware of his impending doom. Li Huowang lay on the ground for quite some time, struggling to regain his composure. After a brief interval, a pair of large hands reached out to assist him in rising. Brother Xianxia, why do you persist in disregarding my advice? Did I not urge you to show greater respect toward Zheng Kuan? Why do you continue to provoke him? The speaker was the affable Xianxia, known for his amiable disposition, the only person within Qifeng Temple with whom Li Huowang could engage in conversation. Li Huowang pressed his hand against his armpit, enduring the pain as he spoke. What? Can he still kill me? Master Yu is watching nearby. If any more disciples die in the Taoist temple, it will be unsustainable. What Master Yu? Xianxia asked, a hint of surprise in his expression. Does he not know? A sudden thought flashed through Li Huowang's mind. Could it be that the others are unaware of Master's surveillance over the entire Qifeng Temple? Remembering the two inner disciples among those who had perished, Li Huowang realized they might indeed be oblivious. It's nothing. I just mean he wouldn't dare to act. It's not quite so. He is an inner disciple, and you are merely an honorary disciple. While he may not directly kill you, making your life difficult would be a trivial matter for him. My feet are small. I was born to wear small shoes. While conversing with Xianxia, a glimmer of amusement danced in Li Huowang's eyes. Just moments ago, Zheng Kuan had revealed a piece of information indicating that even as an inner disciple, he still lacked the qualification to learn the immortal ascension techniques. Dan Yangzi trusted no one. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in the intensity of the unwillingness reflected in his gaze when they locked eyes as Li Huowang mentioned his acquisition of the immortal ascension techniques. Disciples raised by Dan Yangzi could hardly be expected to exhibit unwavering loyalty. Perhaps this could be a point of leverage. He wished to test it. Chapter 16. The head. After Zheng Kuan's interference, 2 of Li Huowang's ribs were fractured, leaving several bruises on his body. Fortunately, these injuries were minor, and with the aid of medicinal pills, he could manage to heal. However, in comparison to his physical wounds, he was far more concerned about his strategic plans. Coincidentally, on the first day of the lunar month, Li Huowang, through a confrontation with Zheng Kuan, inadvertently divulged the information regarding Master Yu that he had learned from Bai Ling Miao. Upon witnessing a subtle change in Zheng Kuan's expression, Li Huowang's heart leaped with joy. He was uncertain how the other party would react to this information. He was merely testing the waters, and now it seemed he had succeeded. Zheng Kuan undoubtedly harbored his own ulterior motives. Days in the cave passed in a blur. And soon the first day of the second lunar month arrived. This day marked the optimal time for Dan Yangzi to refine his elixirs, necessitating his presence in the alchemy chamber for the entire morning, coinciding with Master Yu's absence. Although Qifeng Temple was not vast, it was sizable enough that after spending so much time there, Li Huowang had thoroughly learned Zheng Kuan's patterns of movement. Yet, he refrained from taking any action. Quietly sitting cross-legged in the Zhengyi Hall. Had he misjudged? Was this man not as greedy as he presumed? Lying on his bed, Li Huowang pondered where he had gone wrong. As 15 days passed and the 15th day of the second lunar month approached, Zheng Kuan remained inactive. Just as Li Huowang began to think he had miscalculated, on the 15th day, he found the Zhengyi Hall deserted. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his impatience. Upon seeing Dan Yangzi start the furnace, Li Huowang hurriedly made his way toward Dan Yangzi's residence, adhering to his original plan. As they neared the entrance, Li Huowang suddenly halted. He spotted Zheng Kuan standing guard at a distance, refraining from entering. Observing Zheng's cautious demeanor at the threshold, Li Huowang quickly deduced that someone was keeping watch for him. This individual harbored even more suspicion than he had anticipated. After approximately half an hour, Li Huowang witnessed Xianxia stealthily emerge from within. Zheng Kuan cast a fleeting glance at him before producing a black talisman and affixing it to both their knees, vanishing in an instant like a gust of wind. The door remained slightly ajar, resembling a trap designed to lure one inside. Recognizing that his counterpart had taken on the role of a scout, Li Huowang understood that even if the room had been prepared, it had likely been rendered harmless by Zheng Kuan. He cautiously approached, sensing this was his opportunity. The dwelling of Dan Yangzi was spacious, yet disorderly and filthy, permeated by the repugnant stench of decaying rodents. Despite the dismal conditions, Li Huowang quickly identified the most valuable object within, a stone tablet ensconced in a net of black copper coins. Undoubtedly, this tablet was the celestial script spoken of by Dan Yangzi. He approached with care, scrutinizing its contents through the black mesh. Zheng Kuan had evidently attempted to clandestinely learn the art of immortality, yet it appeared from the scene that he had not succeeded. Li Huowang meticulously scrutinized the contents of this celestial tome, the text within proving to be exceedingly obscure and perplexing. It was discernibly composed of pictographs, yet they appeared to belong to an even more ancient era. Although the evolution of Chinese characters over the millennia is minimal at best, he still found himself struggling to comprehend the text. The more he examined it, the more he felt something was amiss. Did not Dan Yangzi claim that the path to immortality lay in the simultaneous practice of internal and external elixirs? It appeared that this individual had not adhered to the teachings inscribed within. He read aloud phrases such as Zibupu Yinkian Tapo. To spread the beneficence of abundance and shelter, the wondrous decree of the body bestows peace and liberation upon all. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized it, this text bore no resemblance to the so-called methodology for achieving immortality. It resembled more of a sacred scripture. A peculiar giggle echoed, sending a chill down Li Huowang's spine. He swiftly turned around, only to find no one behind him. On a wall, which had been excavated, stood a slender blue and white porcelain vase, roughly the thickness of a forearm. "Do not move." A voice, sharp yet delicate, pierced the air from behind. Though the voice belonged to a girl, her skin bore an unnatural hue, particularly accentuated by the alarming blush on either side of her face. Gazing at the tiny, vividly red dot at the center of her forehead, Li Huowang felt an increasing sense of unease. In that instant, he understood. Dan Yangzi relied on this peculiar being to decipher the celestial tome. As he heard her words, Li Huowang's heart raced with anxiety, but in a heartbeat, His expression transformed to one of calm composure. Go ahead and call for him. It will only serve to let your father know that you have deceived him. Upon witnessing a flicker of panic cross the vase-headed girl's face, Li Huowang's heart seized with cold amusement. He was right. He was not the only one attempting to dupe the illiterate. This enigmatic entity had long been engaged in the same charade, with a crooked foundation. The entire Qifeng temple was rife with ulterior motives. This is not my fault. The characters were so poorly inscribed that I could not decipher them. My father forced me to read them aloud. What was I to do? The vase-headed girl lamented, her eyes welling with tears. Observing her panicked expression, Li Huowang contemplated briefly before arriving at a decisive resolution. The vase-headed girl swayed slightly before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, you may leave quickly. I shall pretend you were never here. Li Huowang slowly lifted his foot and moved towards the door. Since the celestial tome is a fabrication, the alchemical formulas used for human refinement were all concocted by you, were they not? The vase-headed figure wore a foolish grin, responding, indeed. As I could only recall those items, I pretended they were inscribed in the tome and relayed them to father. Rest assured, they are not lethal. I do not wish for father's demise. My greatest fear is that he will discover my worthlessness and cast me aside. Look at me, devoid of hands and feet. Just as the vase-headed figure became animated in her speech, Li Huowang suddenly raised his right hand, tightly gripping the jade pendant, and struck the vase with force. The circular jade pendant, trailing a white shadow, collided with the vase, causing a crack to form. In the midst of the vase-headed figure's panic, she fell heavily to the ground. The vase shattered, and the innards, entangled with filth and black beads, were exposed to the air. Woo, father! It hurts. Father, I am in so much pain. The cries of the vase-headed figure grew increasingly feeble. Chapter 17. Found previously, when someone had fled, Dan Yangzi had not been angered. Even when Li Huowang inadvertently offended him with his words, he remained calm. However, now he was furious. The atmosphere within the Qifeng temple had become extraordinarily oppressive, with even the oil lamps hanging on the walls seeming dimmer than usual. At Dan Yangzi's command, everyone gradually gathered in the main hall for the morning lesson. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the scattered corpses on the ground bore testament to Dan Yangzi's wrath being unleashed upon some innocent souls. Taking lives momentarily eased his discontent, yet it was still insufficient, far from enough. With a thud, a grotesque mass, still connected to its head, fell before everyone. It was the vase-headed figure that Li Huowang had previously shattered. Death had dulled her rosy cheeks, and her vacant eyes reflected profound terror. Who did this? Who dared to intrude upon my chamber while I was concocting elixirs? Dan Yangzi's voice was low and oppressive, akin to a lion on the cusp of eruption. Step forth obediently, and I shall grant you a swift end. If I catch you personally, I will make you beg on your knees for me to end your life. The cave fell into an eerie silence. Not a single soul, be it an assistant, disciple, or novice, dared to move. Very well. You choose silence, do you? Then I shall question each of you individually. Changming, Changren. What were the two of you doing while I was refining my elixirs? The two disciples, armed with long swords, immediately bowed before Dan Yangzi. Master, we have adhered to your instructions and guarded the entrance of the Qifeng temple without a moment's negligence. Dan Yangzi, his expression devoid of emotion, approached them and scrutinized their demeanor closely. As he fixed his gaze upon them, the cold sweat began to beat on their foreheads. Only then did Dan Yangzi slowly turn his attention elsewhere. Xian Yuan, what about you? At that moment, Li Huowang, standing beside Xian Yuan, felt a tightening in his chest. He knew he would be next. He hastily encouraged himself inwardly. Hold on. As long as I do not reveal any flaws, victory will be mine. When it was your turn, after you delivered the medicine today, where did you go? Upon hearing this, Li Huowang immediately blurted out, the disciple is in the materials room, preparing the necessary alchemical ingredients for the master's next requirement. Is that so? Dan Yangzi approached, his nauseating odor and suffocating aura causing Li Huowang's body to tense to its utmost limit. He finally understood why the other senior brothers had been sweating profusely moments ago. As time passed, under the immense pressure, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Li Huowang's forehead. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body. Just as he thought he had escaped a calamity, Dan Yangzi's voice echoed once more, have you truly seen Xin Yang in the materials room? Li Huowang cast his gaze and noticed Dan Yangzi had arrived before Bai Lingmiao and the others at the material room, addressing his words to those responsible for the medicinal ingredients. Master, Brother Li was indeed with us at that time. Bai Lingmiao, sensing a shift in the crowd's sentiments, spoke up immediately. Deng Yangzi scrutinized her face deeply. Oh, what of the others? At that moment, Godin inhaled sharply, his expression one of struggle. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Grandfather Immortal, I must speak. That scoundrel Xianxia did not even set foot in the material room today. It must have been him. Upon hearing this, Xianyin in the crowd turned pale, yet a smirk began to form at the corners of his mouth, almost laughing aloud, relieved that his life was spared. Godin, seemingly terrified, hurriedly knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, repeatedly bowing. Grandfather Immortal, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and lied. Deng Yangzi, his expression devoid of emotion, gazed at the frightened Godin, before suddenly turning toward Xianyin. What were you laughing at just now? Are you pleased with Xianyang's accusation? At these words, Xianyin trembled in fear, the immense pressure emanating from Deng Yangzi nearly suffocating him. As Deng Yangzi gradually approached him, Xianyin's demeanor grew increasingly frantic. So much so that even those nearby, unaware of the truth, could see he was distinctly unsettled. Just as Deng Yangzi reached him, Xianyin could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground, yellow liquid seeping from beneath his robe. Master, this is not what I wished to do. It was Brother Zheng Kuan who forced me. At this confession, Zheng Kuan's expression turned sinister, and with a powerful push against the hard ground, he darted toward the cave entrance like a leopard, leaving behind an afterimage. It was you. Deng Yangzi snorted coldly, sweeping his right hand, and with the sound of chimes, a copper coin tarnished with verdigris rolled and spun to the ground. Just as Zheng Kuan was about to escape, Deng Yangzi lifted his foot sharply, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a crack, the copper coin shattered into fragments, scattering not only the coin but also Zheng Kuan himself. His limbs were torn apart, as if subjected to a brutal execution. Despite losing his arms and legs, a bloodied Zheng Kuan continued to writhe towards the exit. Like a worm. Child, you have been with me the longest. How could it be you? I should have foreseen this. Your ability to break my seals is well known. Deng Yangzi's foot pressed down on Zheng Kuan's head, halting his movements. Master, I was wrong. Master, I am now a cripple. Please spare me this once. Master, when those monks from Zhengde Temple pursued us, it was my two brothers who risked their lives for our escape. Deng Yangzi's foot slightly descended, pressing the purple-red face of Zheng Kuan firmly against the ground, rendering him utterly speechless. Ah, child, do you understand? I am well aware of your innermost thoughts. You, like your two brothers, are nothing but ungrateful wolves raised in a nurturing home. Deng Yangzi articulated each word with precision, his foot applying increasing pressure. A loud crack resounded as a viscous droplet of blood splattered across Li Huowang's face. Chapter 18. The path to immortality. The one who shattered his own limitations has been found, yet Deng Yangzi felt no elation. He gazed at Zheng Kuan's broken form with a complex expression before lifting his foot and delivering a powerful kick. I have nearly raised you as if you were my own son, and this is how you repay me. The cavern fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by Deng Yangzi's rapid breaths. This tense atmosphere lingered for the duration of 2 incense sticks before Deng Yangzi slowly raised his hand and pointed directly at Li Huowang amidst the crowd. You, approach and pay your respects to the Grandmaster. Li Huowang was momentarily taken aback, yet ultimately, under the gaze of everyone present, he approached, kneeling before the 3 sculptures adorning the wall. After performing the ceremonial rites of 3 bows and 9 prostrations, he, holding 3 incense sticks, began to comprehend the intentions of the divine figures. From this moment forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Yes, master. At that instant, Li Huowang was almost trembling with excitement. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Fear not, my friend, I shall undoubtedly assist you in achieving enlightenment. Follow me, for I have a task for you. Deng Yangzi carefully cradled the remnants of the vase-like head in his palms. Following closely behind Deng Yangzi, Li Huowang revisited familiar grounds. Arriving at his dwelling, whoosh, the dark lines entwined around the stone slab danced like serpents, swiftly slipping into Deng Yangzi's sleeve, revealing the so-called heavenly script before his eyes. Can you decipher what is inscribed upon it? Li Huowang, feigning a meticulous examination, cast a puzzled glance and inquired, Master, you previously mentioned that the path to immortality requires the dual cultivation of both internal and external elixirs. However, there appears to be no internal elixir here. What? Deng Yangzi's expression fluctuated as he directed his gaze towards the corpse of the vase-headed figure beside him. Absolutely true, Li Huowang asserted with unwavering conviction. He had no inkling of what the vase-headed entity had concocted in their prior conversation, and fearing that he might inadvertently expose the deception, He deemed it more prudent to be forthright and start afresh. Besides, he was not fabricating entirely. The so-called method of ascension purported by Xianxia was indeed a mere fabrication of the vase-headed being, utterly false. Of course, any subsequent tales he spun would also lack authenticity. Xianxia, his mood shifting like the tides, began to ponder. Initially reluctant to accept Li Huowang's assertion, his growing suspicion led him to contemplate the matter further. Ugh! He spat a loathsome green phlegm onto the vase-headed figure and turned to Li Huowang. Then enlighten me. What does this celestial scripture entail? Well, it delineates a set of internal cultivation techniques. It states that one must harmonize several external elixirs during the transition between the old year and the new to intercept the divine essence descending from the celestial realm and inhale it to attain immortality. Li Huowang scrutinized the stone tablet, his brow furrowed as he fabricated his response. There are numerous elixirs listed, for instance. One recipe requires 2 taels and 4 qian of cinnabar, 1 qian of white money seeds, 1 tael and 2 qian of arsenic. And what about Yuleoi? Master, what kind of medicinal herb is this Yuleoi? Excellent. Xianxia clapped his hands heartily, laughter erupting from him. Then this time, let us, master and disciple, ascend to immortality together. Li Huowang momentarily appeared taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of sheer exhilaration. Is this true? Master, is this truly possible? Thank you. Master. Thank you, Master. Xianxia scrutinized his expression closely, finding no signs of abnormality, and nodded in understanding. Yes, Master. Li Huowang then proceeded to devise a so-called technique of the great circulation of internal and external energies to share with Xianxia. As a modern individual well-versed in numerous novels, he found it quite effortless to fabricate such a system of practice on the spot. Li Huowang walked through the tunnel, carrying a lantern, his heart brimming with joy as his plans unfolded seamlessly. After enduring a prolonged period of suppression, a stroke of good fortune had finally graced his life. Upon reaching the storeroom, he discovered that the remaining individuals were indeed awake. The moment they spotted Li Huowang, they surged toward him in a fervent rush. Their eyes alight with excitement, for they all comprehended the significance of the day's events, having been previously informed by him. Master Li, you are like a second father to me. You are a living bodhisattva, exclaimed one individual afflicted with polio, kneeling before Li Huowang, ready to bow in homage. His actions seemed to inspire others, and one by one, they followed suit. After much persuasion from Li Huowang, the farcical scene finally came to an end. This afternoon, had it not been for all of you, I would have been finished. Should I then bow my head in gratitude to you? As they rose from the ground, each of them wore a beaming smile, as joyous as during the New Year celebrations. Li Huowang gazed at the smiling faces before him, a gentle warmth blossoming in his heart. In this unfamiliar world, these peculiar beings had become his companions. Brotherly, did I perform well? That fool with the pockmarked head was easily deceived by me, Dogwo boasted, playfully thumping his emaciated chest. Indeed, he had performed admirably, had it not been for his antics. Xianxia would not have been so easily placated. As others clamored around Li Huowang, bombarding him with questions, a voice of concern emerged. Brotherly, are you all right? Did he truly not trouble you? Bai Lingmiao approached, her brow furrowed with worry. He has even asked me to translate the scriptures for him. What could possibly be amiss? Rest assured, I am quite well. He has yet to fully compile the elixirs from the scriptures. The simple vermilion, that mercury, or no longer suffices for him. He desires to incorporate more sinister elements into it. Xianxia's strength is not forgotten. He must be utterly vanquished. Chapter 19, Superstition upon hearing Li Huowang's words. Bai Lingmiao's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, indeed. My grandfather warned me not to wander outside the village, for the people beyond are wicked. They capture children and skin them, dressing them in dog hides to train them as dogs. Since children are clever, they employ these dogs that understand human speech to perform in the streets, leaving the poor child in a dreadful fate, their body forever bound to the dog hide, never to grow again. Li Huowang shook his head, his brow slightly furrowed. No, I am not referring to these tales that grandmothers used to frighten their grandchildren. I mean stories akin to that of Lord Yu. Similar to Lord Yu? Bai Lingmiao pondered. Her brow knitted in thought. My grandfather's stories are often quite disorganized, mostly revolving around mountain serpents devouring people, but tales like that of Lord Yu are indeed rare. Who, then, told your grandfather the story of Lord Yu? Bai Lingmiao blinked innocently. Why? It was undoubtedly my grandfather's grandfather who shared it with him. And then my grandfather relayed it to me. One day, I shall pass it on to my grandchildren as well. Li Huowang scratched his head, realizing that this story was indeed ancestral, and it seemed he had miscalculated. "Brotherly, I know of one," suddenly spoke a frail youth who had been listening by the wall. "My surname is Zhao, and I am the fifth in my family. So you may call me Zhao Wu." "It doesn't matter who tells it. Go ahead," Li Huowang replied as he approached him. Zhao Wu glanced around before deliberately lowering his voice, saying, "The kind of sinister things you mentioned. I have heard from the older generation about one such entity called the Lao Lao." "The Lao Lao? What does it look like?" Li Huowang quickly searched his mind, but found no relevant images. Guessing from the literal meaning, he had no clues at all. "Shoo! Brotherly, don't speak so loudly. Lower your voice. This thing is quite eerie. I have heard that the Lao Lao can hear you. And if you talk about it too often, it will come looking for you." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Li Huowang became intrigued. "I heard from my cousin that it appears differently to everyone. Some see it as a creature with long ears, while others perceive it as a deceased elder. However, the one similarity is that anyone who stays beside them for a while will also transform into the Lao Lao." Li Huowang stroked his chin, lost in thought. This place is indeed peculiar, filled with all sorts of inexplicable oddities. Is there anything else? Yes, there is. There is also the gompa fish, which is rather mysterious. From Zhao Wu, Li Huowang had learned a plethora of strange terminologies, all of which were materials he intended to incorporate into his elixir of immortality. "You really possess a wealth of knowledge. I am grateful, as this information proves beneficial to me. If I were to mention the highly toxic ingredients alone, Dan Yangzi might discern them, but by adding these elements, which even he cannot identify, the credibility significantly increases. What I seek is obscurity. Anything that is difficult to comprehend appears profound." Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, Zhao Shi smiled with delight. "I gathered all this from my cousin. He is a merchant who has traveled far and wide, thus he possesses considerable knowledge." Just as they were about to proceed, a towering figure, at least 1.90 meters tall, obstructed their path. Li Huowang recognized the bald man before him, whom the gamblers referred to as the Fool, characterized by his cross-eyed gaze and drooling demeanor. It would be inaccurate to label him as entirely foolish. Rather, he exhibited a slight stutter, sluggish reactions, and a lower-than-average intellect. "I am well aware of this." Li Huowang let out a sigh, gently patting his bald head before turning towards the door. Instead of asking a fool, it would be far more prudent to concoct a tale of his own. Early the following morning, Li Huowang was summoned to his residence by Dan Yangzi. "The internal and external circulatory techniques you mentioned, I have nearly mastered. Now, please disclose the elixirs that complement these practices." "Yes, master." Li Huowang approached the stone slab once more, feigning contemplation. 2 hearts of the great-grandmother, to refine their essence? What does this imply, master? What is the great-grandmother? Do not concern yourself with that. Continue with the instructions. 1 fish from the in-laws. Remove its gills and soak in 2 taels of arsenic. The knowledge acquired from Zhao Wu, combined with Li Huowang's modern understanding, culminated in a coherent methodology for transcending mortality, articulated through his tireless efforts that spanned an entire sleepless night. After Li Huowang finished recounting everything he had meticulously crafted, he appeared exceedingly exhilarated, murmuring to himself. However, upon careful discernment, he was struck with profound astonishment. Indeed, it was unmistakable that arsenic was inherently cold. It must be harmonized with something as fiery as the common carp. How ingenious! Moreover, the notion of utilizing his great-grandmother's essence in concocting the elixir, how had I not considered this before? If one can be incorporated into the elixir, then surely these malevolent entities can be as well. This fellow had astonishingly begun to concoct a balance of medicinal properties in his mind. Li Huowang discovered that when Dan Yangzi was clever, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, yet in moments of ignorance, he was profoundly foolish. He placed his trust solely in a self-fashioned belief system, dismissing all others. If one were to encapsulate this notion in a single term, it would be superstition. In a world devoid of deities and spirits, superstition embodies ignorance. However, even in a world inhabited by gods and ghosts, superstition remains an expression of folly, merely fixating on different objects of belief. At that moment, Dan Yangzi reached into his sleeve, retrieving a copper bell, notably missing a corner, an artifact reminiscent of those utilized in zombie films to control the undead. As he began to shake it vigorously, a piercing sound erupted, causing Li Huowang to experience an excruciating headache. Instinctively, he clutched his head, gritting his teeth against the cacophony. The bizarre sound of the copper bell not only assaulted his hearing, but also distorted his vision. Everything around him began to twist and contort, as if the entire world were quaking violently. As Li Huowang pondered this, he observed the corner of the table, the hem of Dan Yangzi's robe. and even the edge of the celestial script beside him. Throughout the room, every visible edge and angle seemed to come alive, slowly coalescing before Danyangzi. The shape formed by these corners and edges was challenging to articulate. However, one truth remained evident: it appeared to possess a semblance of life. Li Huowang thought he must be mistaken. He shook his head vigorously, and to his surprise, the object he had seen transformed into two as he did so. Chapter 20. Danyangzi. Upon witnessing these two entities writhing in front of the equally restless Danyangzi, Li Huowang formed a hypothesis. Were these two beings here to assist him in locating the alchemical materials? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed Danyangzi bend down, scoop a handful of dirt, and consume it, subsequently engaging in a peculiar chant directed at the two entities. The sounds were strange, utterly unlike anything a human could produce. Nevertheless, the two beings appeared to comprehend him, rising and falling momentarily before swiftly dispersing. With their departure, the chaotic turmoil around them gradually returned to normalcy. Do not fret, my apprentice. Though the items inscribed in the celestial tome are challenging to acquire, they are not beyond my capabilities. I still possess connections in the outside world. Danyangzi proclaimed with pride. Indeed, Master, you are destined for immortality. There is likely nothing in this world that could pose a challenge to you. However, what was that just now? Humph. There is much for you to learn, my child. That entity is what the celestial tome refers to as Lord Yu. The lingering threat of the previous crisis had kept Li Huowang's nerves taut, leaving him little time to ponder the nature of this peculiar world. What was this great-grandmother? What was Lord Yu? They seemed far from ordinary. Were it not for his earlier meal of conventional pork and lamb, he might have nearly believed that none of the living beings in this world were normal. Ah, this is a precious treasure. I expended considerable effort to seize it. Danyangzi remarked as he tucked the copper bell back into his sleeve. Seize? Of course, one must seize. Would others willingly offer it to you? Humph. What if we lack the resources of others? We seize. I learned this when, at the age of 5, a beggar older than I snatched a moldy bun from my hands. In my youth, I seized wives, horses, and silver. Later, I seized techniques, magical tools, disciples, and even the entire Qifeng temple was acquired through my efforts. Did you hear what the earthen statue of the founding ancestor had to say? Humph. As he spoke, a hint of pride flickered across Danyangzi's face. My child, you must heed the words of adults. It is a lesson in obedience. Understand? I share this with you because I consider you one of my own. But Master, what if we cannot seize? Cannot seize? If you cannot seize, why not partner up to seize? Why is your literate mind so stubborn? If you cannot seize in partnership, then employ cunning. If cunning fails, resort to underhanded tactics. Master, you possess great wisdom. Humph. What of my illiteracy? What of my lack of enlightenment? They may claim I tread the path of the unorthodox and lack the heart of a true disciple, but once I attain immortality, I shall unveil their eyes and reveal to them who truly lacks enlightenment, who truly lacks a righteous heart. As Danyangzi concluded, his expression twisted with disdain. A fierce animosity etched upon his otherwise grotesque visage. Li Huowang was unaware of the identities of those individuals. Yet it was evident that the animosity between the two parties ran profoundly deep. The items spoken of by Li Huowang were swiftly delivered. Observing the massive, grayish-white form covered in soft black fur, alongside a formless black bulge shimmering with a faint, elusive glow. Aside from his astonishment at the grotesqueness of these items, Li Huowang was equally taken aback by the prowess of Danyangzi, who had managed to procure them. Master, shall we commence the alchemy? Li Huowang inquired. There is no rush. The new year is still a ways off. Come, let us first partake in the New Year's Eve feast. Danyangzi's words caught Li Huowang by surprise. How could there be a connection between the two? Nevertheless, witnessing Danyangzi rise and depart from the alchemy chamber, Li Huowang hastily followed suit. Upon arriving at the dining cavern, they found that the other disciples had already gathered, though referring to them as such only included Changren, Changming, and Xianyuan, merely 3 in total. Before long, as all the departed disciples were provided with bowls and chopsticks, the circular table appeared quite full. Danyangzi, now donning a satisfied smile, nodded and took his seat at the head of the table, with Li Huowang to his right and an empty spot for Zhengquan on his left. Come, let us serve the dumplings. A steaming pot of dumplings was brought forth by the young acolytes, the enticing aroma wafting through the air as they carefully placed the dumplings into each person's bowl, including those of the departed. He, it's the new year. Let us all relax and indulge a bit. Though he said this, the 4, including Li Huowang, awaited his initiation before they began to eat. Danyangzi picked up a pair of chopsticks, deftly lifting a white dumpling to his lips, his eyes closing in bliss as he savored it. Filled with lard and chives, delicious. Oh, what is this? A mere penny? A good omen, indeed. Ha ha. Li Huowang gazed at the dumplings in his bowl, momentarily entranced, before devouring them voraciously. Dan Yangzi watched him with a smile, remarking, "You were fortunate to enjoy such delightful dumplings. When I was of your age, I had never even glimpsed a dumpling, merely hearing tales of their deliciousness. There was a year during the New Year festivities when I caught the enticing aroma from another household's meal. Upon entering, I was astonished to discover what dumplings truly looked like. I was so captivated that I neglected even the beautiful daughter of that family, sitting there in a daze, consuming 2 pounds of dumplings in a frenzy, which were filled with pork lard and leeks." The other disciples chuckled awkwardly, while Li Huowang continued to gorge himself. Noticing the glisten of tears in Li Huowang's eyes, Ding Yangzi carefully lifted his bowl and poured his dumplings into Li's. Poor child, eat slowly, lest you choke." Amidst the sounds of swallowing and the clatter of bowls and chopsticks, the New Year's dinner for the 5 came to a close. Just as Li Huowang anticipated the onset of alchemy, he saw Ding Yangzi pat his own bald head, retrieving a stack of red envelopes from his sleeve, which he distributed to Changming, Changren, and the other deceased bowls and chopsticks. Come, it's the new year. Remember to place these under your pillows for good luck. I never received such gifts during my youth." Dan Yangzi placed the last envelope beside Zhengquan's bowl, then turned to Li Huowang with a cheerful grin, saying, "You need not worry about the New Year's money. Together, as master and disciple, we shall ascend to immortality, living in harmony with the universe." Li Huowang smiled, his joy radiating brightly. The master's words resonated profoundly. "All right, master." Chapter 21. Achieving enlightenment. Before him lay 2 crimson pills, glistening like polished metal, each the size of a fist, along with 2 writhing flesh-like orbs that seemed almost alive, and 2 decayed black pills, exuding an overwhelmingly pungent odor that stung the eyes. Li Huowang nodded in satisfaction, having included everything he could think of. With such an abundance of ingredients, it was bound to be lethally potent, leaving no trace of vitality behind. Beside him, a stick of incense was lit, symbolizing the remaining time of the year. According to the esoteric method he had concocted, one must practice at the very moment of the year's transition to absorb the spiritual energy bestowed by the heavenly way. Li Huowang sat cross-legged, initially grasping a fist-sized piece of red powder, ever ready. As death approached, he found himself surprisingly calm. Indeed, he had not prepared any contingency plans at all. Li Huowang understood that he was certainly destined to consume these elixirs. If he refrained, Dan Yangzi would undoubtedly not partake, despite just having feasted on the New Year's Eve dinner and feigning a benevolent demeanor. The notion he spoke of regarding ascending to immortality was merely a guise for testing the efficacy of the concoctions on himself. However, what Dan Yangzi had failed to foresee was that Li Huowang was utterly indifferent to his own life. Li Huowang had long since become indifferent to life and death, feeling that he never truly belonged to this realm. The sole purpose of his existence now was to witness the loathsome garbage that was Dan Yangzi, guided by his coaxing into the graveyard. At that moment, Dan Yangzi sat opposite him, similarly grasping a red elixir. Under their watchful gazes, the flame of the incense gradually dwindled. Just as the incense was about to extinguish, Li Huowang took a deep breath and swallowed the elixir whole. Meanwhile, Dan Yangzi halted his own preparation to consume the elixir, fixated on Li Huowang's actions. Li Huowang, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air, swallowed the remaining 2 elixirs and closed his eyes, placing his hands in a mudra upon his knees. Sweat streamed down his face as he entered a meditative state, his body trembling. Yet a fervent ecstasy began to emerge upon his countenance. "I possess an abundance of innate spiritual energy. This is. I understand now. I comprehend. I am destined to ascend to immortality." Dan Yangzi, upon hearing this, revealed a flicker of urgency in his gaze but refrained from consuming the elixir, waiting until he noticed wisps of white smoke rising from Li Huowang's head before he greedily swallowed all 3 elixirs. As Dan Yangzi, seated cross-legged, closed his eyes and began to circulate his inner and outer great circulation, Li Huowang slowly opened his eyes, his smile now more radiant than before. Upon witnessing white smoke emanating from Dan Yangzi's head and dark tendrils crawling through his veins, Li Huowang's legs fell apart, and he clutched his painfully throbbing abdomen, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. "Ah, Baldy, you shall not ascend to immortality. You can only become a ghost. Let us meet upon the Naya Bridge, ha ha ha." Dan Yangzi seemed to have heard him, yet he remained unresponsive, eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth as he fervently practiced the inner and outer great circulation techniques. You still practice? That was all fabricated by me. Merely plagiarized from fantasy novels. Ha ha ha. Oh, my stomach aches so much. Ha ha ha. Li Huowang crawled on the ground, slowly making his way to Dan Yangzi's side. With a maniacal grin, he gazed upon the other's pallid visage. Trembling, he raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap across Dan Yangzi's face. Hey, are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. He retaliated with another slap. Yet Dan Yangzi remained utterly unresponsive. Li Huowang trembled as he extracted a pill and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, his veins surged, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power. I told you to stop practicing. Did you not hear me? He exclaimed, delivering a punch that crushed the mouth and nose of Dan Yangzi, whose face crumpled under the force. Blood gushed from Dan Yangzi's mouth as he abruptly opened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Li Huowang. With a flick of his Taoist robe, he sent Li Huowang flying across the room. Get lost. You delusional demons shall not hinder my ascension to immortality. I am on the brink of becoming a divine being. My revered ancestor will soon come to fetch me. After being thrown to the ground, Li Huowang remained lying there, observing him while murmuring to himself, insanity. This fellow has been driven mad by his obsession with becoming an immortal. Oh dear, my stomach truly hurts. Thus, one sat cross-legged while the other lay prostrate as time slowly passed. The agony in Li Huowang's abdomen intensified, and instinctively, his body curled into a shrimp-like position. Ugh. Why does it hurt so much? How long must I endure this suffering? I truly regret not having brought a knife to end it all, he lamented, rolling on the ground in pain. As the torment escalated, Li Huowang's consciousness began to blur, and in his dazed state, he once again beheld the visage of Yang Na. Yang Na, have you come to take me away? Her face swiftly melted away, only to reassemble into that of his attending physician. Bed 14, consciousness unclear. Initial assessment indicates food poisoning. Quickly, bring the electric suction apparatus for gastric lavage. Li Huowang gently closed his eyes, and a faint whisper escaped his lips. Wash your grandfather's stomach. Do not forget, that is a mental hospital. Where is the stomach pumping machine? Can you illusions? Be a bit more logically coherent. With that final utterance, Li Huowang's consciousness faded away from his surroundings. He now felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. As the pain in his abdomen had finally subsided, Li Huowang felt as though his body was plummeting endlessly, yet he could not touch the ground. Hold on, Huowang. You promised me. A vague, urgent female voice exploded in his ears. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. When suddenly Li Huowang opened his eyes with a start. Propping himself up with his hands, he began to retch violently. A mass of grotesque flesh mixed with black water. Strands of hair, remnants of dumplings, and fragments of internal organs erupted from his mouth. The bloodied mass, submerged in the murky liquid, stirred briefly before becoming still. Stunned, Li Huowang stood frozen. Was he still alive? How could that be? If he was alive, then what about Dan Yangzi? The thought sent a cold sweat cascading down his brow. And instinctively, he turned his head. His mouth fell open in shock. He beheld his master, now grotesquely transformed into a monstrous figure. The hideous visage was split open, revealing 3 gaping mouths, each crammed with smaller mouths adorned with repulsive yellowed teeth, all contorting in a macabre dance towards the ceiling. Beyond the head, the body had undergone a dreadful metamorphosis, with feathers glued together by tar protruding like vicious spikes from the flesh. What on earth was this? A 3-flower ascension, transcending mortality? Just as this thought burst forth in Li Huowang's mind, the 3 mouths opened wide, emitting voices from Dan Yangzi at different stages of life, youth, middle age, and old age. Ah, I see now, I understand, he exclaimed with a laugh. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Dan Yangzi's grotesque body exploded in an instant, blood and flesh splattering throughout the alchemical chamber. Chapter 22. The exit. Within the alchemical chamber of the Qingfeng Temple, Li Huowang stood motionless, drenched in his master's blood, clearly unable to process the events. Were these 3 elixirs truly so powerful? Had he been concocting pills or explosives with Dan Yangzi? After a considerable time on the ground, he finally rose, wiping his face, bending down to sift through the remnants. After searching for quite a while, without finding a single piece of flesh that could still move, and even discovering that Dan Yangzi's bell had been flattened, Li Huowang sighed in relief. He had indeed brought about Dan Yangzi's complete demise. But now that he was dead, what was he supposed to do next? Li Huowang stood there, momentarily at a loss as to which direction to take. Li Huowang initially believed that avenging his grievances would bring him joy. However, when the moment finally arrived, he found himself engulfed in confusion. All his plans over the past few days revolved around eliminating Danyangzi, with no regard for his own survival. Now that Danyangzi was dead and Bailing Miao was safe, he had fulfilled all his promises. What was to come next? As he pondered this question, the door to the alchemy chamber was suddenly pushed open, and Chang Ren and Chang Ming entered cautiously, each wielding a sword with a vigilant demeanor. They scanned the room and, upon failing to locate Danyangzi, shifted their wary gazes toward the bloodied and disfigured Li Huowang. Who dares to disturb us? Speak. Where is our master? Master? You were standing on him, Li replied. Furthermore, I am Xianyang, esteemed senior brothers. This revelation caused Chang Ren and Chang Ming to instinctively look down, their feet revealing dismembered entrails, and their pupils contracted in horror. Li Huowang glanced around and picked up half of Danyangzi's face from the ground. Behold, he is truly dead. It was I who brought about his demise. He mused to himself. Logically, given his life of relentless killing, he should have met his end long before this. However, my motive for his death is rooted in personal vendetta rather than his transgressions. Just as Li Huowang was about to elucidate his reasons to the two individuals before him, Changming and Changren exchanged a brief glance, then without a word, swiftly sheathed their swords and turned to dash towards the exit. Hey, wait until I finish speaking, Li Huowang called out helplessly. After shouting for an extended period without any response, he sighed and, clutching his still aching abdomen, made his way to the door. Today marks the first day of the Lunar New Year, yet the jarring sound of the bell did not summon any wandering spirits. Instead, it attracted the attention of the youth and the medicinal practitioners. Upon seeing the half-face in Li Huowang's possession, they erupted in joyous exclamations, prostrating themselves in reverence towards all directions. Li Huowang walked slowly through the tunnel of the cave, intent on conveying this news to every ear in Qifeng Temple. At that moment, he sensed a hand reaching out to support him, and upon turning his head, he discovered it was the tearfully joyous Bailing Miao. However, not everyone within Qifeng Temple shared in this elation. As Li Huowang approached the vicinity of Danyangzi's dwelling, he was suddenly met with the distant sound of clashing metal. Li Huowang led the crowd towards the filthy dwelling of Danyangzi, where they beheld Xianyuan confronting Changming and Changren. Both parties brandished their weapons, and the atmosphere was charged with palpable tension. Li Huowang gazed at the so-called heavenly scripture ensnared by black-threaded coins, and he instinctively comprehended the nature of their dispute. Junior brother Xianyang, hurry, let us together vanquish these two accomplices of Danyangzi. We shall share this celestial manuscript. Xianyuan, no longer wearing a congenial expression, implored Li Huowang. Meanwhile, Chang Ming stepped forward, thrusting his right foot ahead, and directed his sword menacingly at the entrance where Li Huowang stood. If you wish to avoid death, then step aside. Your master has instructed you in the path of alchemy. In such a scenario, do you truly believe you can contend with the two of us, who are adept in the swordsmanship? Li Huowang let out a light sigh, gazing helplessly at the scene before him. That was hardly a celestial manuscript. It was merely an ancient scripture. Everything I previously claimed was nothing but a fabrication to deceive the foolish. Do not place too much trust in the ramblings of that charlatan, given his character. It is quite possible that what he possesses was acquired through nefarious means. Brothers, let us depart. Changming Changren pinched two black talismans with his left fingers, sweeping them across his longsword, causing a chilling wind to sweep through the room. Xianyang, since you wish to remain uninvolved, spare us your words and take your leave. As Changming Changren raised his sword, they spoke in unison, noticing Bailing Miao timidly tugging at his robe. Li Huowang clasped his hands toward both parties before leading everyone toward the entrance of Qifeng Temple. Brothers, continue your endeavors. We shall meet again. The moment Li Huowang closed the door behind him, sounds began to echo within. In the dark tunnel, a group of returning souls walked with exhilaration and excitement, their hands trembling as they held oil lamps. This tunnel was unfamiliar and rugged, requiring the use of ropes for climbing, a place Li Huowang had never encountered before. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was indeed the exit of Qifeng Temple, as he observed the trembling of the others' hands intensifying. After approximately the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, light began to appear in the distance of the cave tunnel. The moment they beheld the light, everyone's steps became chaotic, transitioning from walking to running. As they sprinted, the distant glow grew larger, ultimately enveloping their vision. Upon emerging from the cave, nearly everyone squinted against the brightness. After spending so long in the darkness, the outside world was overwhelmingly radiant. As their eyes gradually adjusted to the light, the scenery outside Qifeng Temple unfolded before them. The sky in the distance was just revealing its delicate hues, with mountains and forests appearing so pure that it brought a sense of serene exhilaration, reminiscent of a subtle inkwash painting. At that moment, The first rays of dawn on the first day of the new year pierced through the mist, casting a warm glow upon everyone's faces. Li Huowang squinted at the rising sun, murmuring to himself, "Have I truly spent the entire night in the alchemy chamber with the beggar? The sun is already up. And what splendid weather it is." Suddenly, he noticed movement beside him. It was a young boy, tears streaming down his face, hurriedly dashing toward a narrow path that vanished into the woods. His frantic escape triggered a ripple effect, prompting an increasing number of people to follow suit, all yearning to distance themselves from this sorrowful place. Before long, only 7 or 8 individuals remained at the cave's entrance, their gazes fixed upon Li Huowang. "Brotherly, we should also depart," urged by Ling Miao, her tear-streaked face adorned with a newfound smile. "Wait a moment," Li Huowang replied, retrieving several slips of paper from his pocket and placing them gently in by Ling Miao's embrace. These contain the last words and addresses left by the deceased alchemical ingredients. "Once you are outside, please deliver them to a courier service along your way." Bai Ling Miao stood there, cradling the papers in her hands, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Li Huowang smiled once more at the remaining individuals, lifting the oil lamp in his hand as he turned, venturing alone into the pitch-black Qinfeng temple. Chapter 23. Home Brotherly. Bai Ling Miao's voice, tinged with a sob, echoed in the darkness, prompting Li Huowang, lantern in hand, to glance back at the others standing in the sunlight outside. "Brotherly, why not join us? It would be safer to walk together. Have you forgotten something?" Zhao Wu, perched on the back of the fool, remarked, his expression anxious, as if sensing an underlying tension. "Hee, where exactly are we to go together?" Li Huowang retorted, retreating his face once again into the shadows. Li Huowang walked silently in the darkness. At this moment, the Qifeng temple was exceptionally tranquil, with only the sound of his footsteps accompanying him. Today marks the first day of the month, and having abstained from that repugnant black tai sui this month, he should soon be able to see Yang Na again, he mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. After a sleepless night, Li Huowang felt his consciousness gradually fading. Just as he was on the brink of slipping into a pleasant dream, the door suddenly swung open. Li Huowang rubbed his eyes and sat up, discovering Dogwood Zhao Wu and his companion standing at the door. Bai Ling Miao stood there anxiously, her gaze shifting uncertainly before ultimately settling into a resolute determination. Li Huowang gazed at the benevolent young girl before him, gently shaking his head. "This place is quite agreeable. I have grown accustomed to it." A madman, who rambled to himself with wild gesticulations, could only find solace in this dimly lit corner, lest he frighten others. Bai Ling Miao's lips trembled slightly, seemingly incredulous at Li Huowang's words. After a moment of contemplation, Goa discreetly exchanged glances with the others, pondering, "Since Senior Brotherly insists on remaining here, should we not take our leave?" Silence. Bai Ling Miao's sharp retort startled Goa, revealing a stark contrast to the timid girl she once was, with determination etched on her face. Bai Ling Miao stepped forward resolutely. "How can you face your family this way? If your loved ones from the past were to witness your current state, what would they think?" Li Huowang wore a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "How could I possibly know what they think? I cannot even ascertain whether they truly exist. Perhaps I am merely a madman devoid of everything. I possess nothing, and all that surrounds me may be nothing but a figment of my imagination." Li Huowang's expression morphed into one of profound anguish. Bai Ling Miao, with her alabaster hands almost translucent, reached out and clasped Li Huowang's hand. "Senior Brotherly, you are not alone. You still have us." Li Huowang stood in a daze, gazing at the girl before him, captivated by her stubborn yet exquisite visage. In that fleeting moment, he realized how little he truly understood about this young woman. Why was she being so kind to him? Suddenly, the world around him began to shift. The cavern transformed into the sterile white walls of a hospital. Bai Ling Miao's features began to dissolve, only to coalesce anew into Yang Na's face, streaked with tears and laden with concern. "Na." Li Huowang lunged forward, his expression twisted in anguish as he held her tightly. "You must not give up on yourself. You must live. No matter what you face, you must persevere, all right?" Yang Na's voice trembled with emotion. "You have to keep going. No matter the trials you encounter, never allow yourself to fall." In the next instant, her visage morphed once more, taking on the likeness of his mother. "Son, you cannot die. If you do, how will your father and I survive?" The face rapidly transformed, revealing a multitude of familiar figures, each offering their encouragement and support. Suddenly, the vibrant surroundings came to a stark halt, the bright hospital room fading into darkness. Li Huowang gradually released his embrace, realizing he was holding Bai Ling Miao. At that moment, the girl in his arms appeared somewhat bashful, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Seniorly, let us depart. I feel uncomfortable here. Shortly thereafter, she retrieved several slips of paper from her waist pouch and placed them in his embrace. Seniorly, these are of no use to me. We are illiterate. Indeed, seniorly, this task must be undertaken by you. No one else can manage it. Echoed the voices of others at the doorway. I can. Just as the words tumbled out of the fool's mouth, Zhao Wu swiftly covered it, leaning in to whisper, even if you can read, pretend you cannot. Li Huowang silently gazed at the farewell notes pinned by those before him. Lost in contemplation, Bai Ling Miao gently nudged the papers forward, urging him on. Senior brotherly, you promised them. A man of honor must not break his word. Reality and illusion danced incessantly in his mind, ultimately leading Li Huowang to extend his hand and accept the papers. Let us depart. Li Huowang resolved that, regardless of his circumstances, he would strive to live as well as he could, not only for himself but also for those family members who may or may not exist. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a wave of relief and smiled. They were unaware of Li Huowang's true thoughts. All they desired was for him to leave that wretched place. A group of individuals surrounded Li Huowang as they stepped out of the dim room, heading toward the cave entrance. However, just a few steps in, Li Huowang called out to them. Wait, since we have decided to leave, we must thoroughly scavenge this place first. Fool, carry Zhao Wu and take the others to the kitchen to gather some provisions for the journey. It would be unwise to travel without sustenance. Yet he only took what he recognized, refraining from touching any elixirs crafted by Dan Yangzi that he was unfamiliar with. After regrouping in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Huowang continued, Hold on a moment, I have one more item to retrieve. With that, he held aloft the lamp oil and cautiously made his way toward the cavern where He Tai Sui was imprisoned. Chapter 24. Scavenging. Having resolved to venture forth, Li Huowang knew he must suppress the hallucinations that threatened to resurface. Otherwise, he would remain entangled between illusion and reality, incapable of accomplishing anything. The key to repressing these hallucinations lay in the black Tai Sui nurtured by Dan Yangzi. Upon arriving at the cavern, the group halted, their eyes widening in disbelief as they witnessed the black Tai Sui emerging from the black cauldron, a sight that marked their first encounter with its true form. It was a massive, slimy creature, its body coated in a viscous black substance. What appeared to be hair upon closer inspection were actually dense, elongated tendrils, perhaps still in the throes of immaturity. The creature's body expanded and contracted like that of a colossal maggot, its bloated form riddled with openings that emitted a nauseating stench with each writhing movement. This ghastly scene left everyone paralyzed with fear, their limbs weak with terror, on the verge of fleeing. However, Li Huowang keenly sensed something amiss. The black Tai Sui had shrunk considerably, and it was continuously oozing a dark liquid beneath it. Li Huowang rushed to the side of the black Tai Sui, kneeling on one knee as he struggled to embrace the writhing mass of decayed flesh on the ground, forcefully stuffing the remnants he held into the crevices of the black Tai Sui's body. As Li Huowang pressed down, a greater volume of dark liquid seeped from its body, causing it to shrink further. At that moment, his face was etched with anxiety, as if he cradled not a writhing, twisted black creature, but rather a sickly child. In his desperation, he grasped the sides of the black Tai Sui and gently shook it. Hey, please don't frighten me. What will I do if you die? The black Tai Sui remained unresponsive, devoid of any sign of movement from its organs. As the creature continued to diminish in size, Li Huowang, driven by a surge of determination, opened his mouth and bit down forcefully on the black Tai Sui. Li Huowang's actions left Bai Ling Miao and the others utterly astonished. They could only stand frozen in place, watching as the blood-soaked Li, with fervent zeal, tore into the writhing creature. To them, at that moment, Li Huowang appeared more monstrous than the black Tai Sui itself. Dogdan shuffled closer to Zhao Wu and whispered, Should we, perhaps, separate? I genuinely fear that if I stay with him, he might devour me in my sleep. A flicker of trepidation crept into the gazes of all present as they regarded Li Huowang. The concentrated flesh of the black Tai Sui was evidently more taut, and as Li chewed, it felt akin to gnawing on rubber. Yet, at that moment, he paid no heed to such thoughts, voraciously swallowing mouthful after mouthful. However, no matter how much he consumed, he could not keep pace with the creature's rapid self-dissolution. It wasn't long before only a layer of black skin remained in his embrace. Li Xixiang, are you full? If you are, shall we set off? Dogwo inquired, cautiously seeking to placate him. Li Huowang lamented as he discarded the putrid layer from his hands onto the ground. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure this situation, hoping to find another black Tai Sui or perhaps an alternative method before his illusions dissipated. I shall change my garments, he muttered. The remaining items held little worth. And as for any manuals or secret techniques, such aspirations were futile, for Danyangzi was entirely illiterate. Li Huowang removed his sticky Taoist robe and, upon donning a fresh azure garment, felt an immediate sense of rejuvenation. As he and his companions made their way toward the exit, he elaborated on his actions. Once they comprehended that Li Huowang sought to suppress the hallucinations through the essence of the black Tai Sui, their previously anxious hearts finally found solace. As they walked, a new fork in the tunnel emerged beside them, and, almost instinctively, Li Huowang paused. The end of this tunnel led to the dwelling of Danyangzi. Should he venture inside to ascertain how his 3 senior brothers fared? Though reluctant to engage in their petty squabbles, he harbored a desire to prevent the emergence of yet another Danyangzi. Let us proceed and take a look, he decided, guiding a group of the frail and ailing toward that direction. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Huowang discovered that the door he had just closed remained undisturbed, indicating that no one had exited. Brothers, have you concluded your bout? We are departing, he called out to the interior. After a moment of silence, he pushed the door open, only to be met with a stench of blood that assailed his senses. A blood-soaked hand abruptly appeared before everyone. Their gazes shifted upward, revealing an even more gruesome sight. Xianxia lay dead, and in horrific fashion, his body was nearly cleaved in two by a sword. Chang Ren was also deceased, having been stabbed from behind with a blade. As Xianxia practiced talismanic arts rather than swordsmanship, only his brother, Chang Ming, could have inflicted such a wound. The last surviving Chang Ming was not in a favorable condition either. His body was pierced by a black thread adorned with copper coins, effectively sewing him to the wall. It appeared he had triggered Danyangzi's hidden trap. Though he had not perished, his eyes, filled with longing, remained fixed upon the so-called celestial tome. Cough, cough. Upon seeing Li Huowang enter, it seemed Chang Ming wished to utter something, but the copper coins embedded in his neck had severed his trachea, rendering him incapable of speech. Li Huowang approached him with a smile, bending down to retrieve his sword. It was a long blade measuring 1.2 meters. Under the flickering light of the oil lamp, the blade glimmered with a cold sheen, appearing exceedingly sharp. After laboriously swinging it a few times with one hand, Li Huowang remarked to Chang Ming, "A fine sword indeed. It seems my elder brother will not require it for the time being, so I shall take it for now. Although I am not a swordsman, having a piece of metal in hand is certainly better than being unarmed. Wouldn't you agree, elder brother?" Chang Ming attempted to convey a message through his gaze, yet it was evident that Li Huowang was utterly oblivious to it. Li Huowang retrieved the sword sheath from the deceased Chang Ren, sheathing the long sword and securing it upon his back. What followed was the most crucial part, the heavenly scripture. Li Huowang turned towards the heavenly tome, now devoid of any protection. At that very moment, Chang Ming suddenly began to struggle violently. With each frantic movement, the coins on the black threads sank deeper into the void. After only a few moments of struggle, the light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. Senior brotherly. Senior brother Chang Ming has passed away, Dogwo exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Huowang gazed at the so-called celestial scripture before him and let out a soft sigh. This enigmatic object, whose origins remained a mystery, had caused the demise of countless individuals. Li Huowang leaned in closer once again, scrutinizing intently, this time with even greater diligence than when he was coerced by Danyangzi. However, after several thorough examinations, he still concluded that it was merely a scripture, shrouded in ambiguity, which appeared to be a text encouraging benevolence. Li Huowang took a step back, and with a single hand, slowly drew his sword from behind him. With a resounding clang, the sword, capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud, struck heavily against the stone slab inscribed with scriptures. Chapter 25, The Path Through the Woods. The clash between the long sword and the celestial scripture produced an excruciatingly sharp sound of friction, compelling the others in the room to instinctively cover their ears and retreat a couple of steps. Not even a mark was left. Long Ming's sword seemed inadequate. Wasn't he a sword cultivator? This sword should surely possess extraordinary qualities. After pondering for a few moments while holding the sword, Li Huowang gripped the hilt with both hands and swung it around, striking down once more with great force. Gritting his teeth, he struck several times in succession, and finally, a change occurred, not from the so-called celestial scripture, but from the long sword in Li Huowang's hand. With a sharp clang, the blade split at the point of impact, transforming the once formidable sword into a broken piece. Staring at the shattered sword in his hand, Li Huowang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. His recently acquired weapon had been lost so swiftly. Casting a glance around, he hurried a few steps and seized the sword from the lifeless hands of Chang Ren. Fortunately, he had a spare. With a swift motion, He sheathed the sword and contemplated his next course of action regarding the celestial scripture. Initially, he intended to destroy this so-called treasure, but it now appeared to possess some merit, making it difficult to dismiss it as mere trinket. Having resolved not to succumb to despair, he recognized that such a valuable item could not be carelessly discarded. Regardless of the outcome, he would keep it for now. At the very least, he could pawn it for some money. As for the impractical notion of achieving immortality through this artifact, Huowang completely abandoned it. He had witnessed the fate of those who had previously attempted such a feat, and he was unwilling to become the next victim. Huowang struggled to lift the stone slab, weighing heavier than he had anticipated, yet still within his capacity to bear. After wrapping the slab in cloth and securing it to his back, he addressed the others waiting nearby. "Let us depart from this place." The oil was cast into the fetid cavern of Xianxia, and the flames swiftly danced along the oil-soaked ground, igniting everything flammable within, including the eternal light and the dark essence beneath. The blaze surged fiercely, and as Huowang beheld the scene, he comprehended that human corpses served as natural kindling. Coughing from the thick smoke, the others quickened their pace. Moments later, they stood beneath the sunlight, silently gazing at the entrance of King Fengwen, which billowed with dark smoke. The thick clouds swirled upward, enveloping all the shadows and malevolence within, vanishing into the bright sky. Huowang tilted his head back and chuckled softly. Burdened with his sword and the stone slab, he turned towards the distant forest path. "Let us proceed." The others, laden with provisions, followed suit, and unbeknownst to them, Huowang had become their leader. As he gazed ahead at the approaching wooded trail, his spirits lifted from their earlier gloom. "Ah, this place appears quite extraordinary. I wonder what kind of people and events await us in the future," he mused, a sudden thrill of anticipation coursing through him. The sunlight warmed his face, and inhaling the refreshing air, his mood began to brighten. "Brotherly, do take care. My eyes are pained." Huowang turned his head and, to his astonishment, beheld Bai Lingmiao shielding her eyes from the sunlight. He approached her, cradling her face to scrutinize her features, and was taken aback to discover that he could perceive the blood vessels behind her pupils, illuminated in a delicate pink hue by the light. This must be some kind of defect, he surmised. Although he was not a physician and lacked expertise in such matters, he could deduce certain things. Recalling that many elderly individuals afflicted with albinism, who practiced fortune-telling and massage, were often blind, it appeared that Bai Lingmiao's condition rendered her eyes significantly more fragile than those of an ordinary person. This simply would not do. Huowang tore a strip of fabric from the hem of his azure robe and gently covered her eyes. "From now on, whenever the sun shines, you must keep them covered." "But I won't be able to see," she protested. "Fear not, I shall guide you," he replied, taking her soft right hand in his and leading the others as they hastened into the woods. After a few faltering steps, Bai Lingmiao began to jog alongside him. With a face full of wrinkles, Scholar L vigorously tapped his pipe against the side of the performance box, dislodging the stubborn black tobacco. After clearing the remnants, he filled it with fresh tobacco from his pouch and ignited it with a spark from his firebox. Savoring a deep puff, he called out towards the woods in the direction of the horse's head, "Xiaohua, are you ready? A lazy donkey takes its time, and if you don't hurry, one might think I'm depriving you and feeding you nothing but dirt." As Scholar L puffed on his pipe, he grumbled about his youngest son. His gaze shifted towards the rear of the cart, where his entire troop was assembled along the forest path. Besides a cart laden with costumes and musical instruments, there was also his eldest son's family of 3, along with 2 distant nephews he had brought from the village. Though small, this troop represented years of hard-earned savings. It was through this little theater group that his entire family could afford to eat during these difficult times. "Father, have some water and bread," his son, El Jiren, offered, extending food and a water gourd to him. "What are you eating for? It's not mealtime. Do you think food comes for free? Do you know the current price of grain? Your daughter is already 2 years old, yet you still treat her like a child. How can you be so inconsiderate?" A few scoldings would not cost him anything, yet since the passing of their mother, his temper had soured. Sai, head of the household, "Did you speak to father about what I told you last night? Let us discuss it later. Times are tight, and I haven't been able to secure a performance. Father is short on cash." Upon mentioning this topic, El Jiren's expression soured. "TSK, are you telling me you can't even afford fabric for your granddaughter's clothes? She is wearing costumes." Costumes could also suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the air, interrupting the couple's conversation and casting an immediate pall over the atmosphere of the entire troop. Before long, Others witnessed a bare-bottomed young lad rushing out from the forest, crying out for his parents, and leaping into the embrace of Scholar L. What on earth? What kind of ghost appears in broad daylight? Quickly, put your trousers on. Though Scholar L chastised his son, he nonetheless shielded El Xiaozai behind him, gripping his smoking pipe tightly, his gaze vigilant toward the shadows of the woods. There were movements within. It appeared that someone was approaching. Chapter 26. A frightening encounter there. There is. Feces. My eyes are not deceiving me. Do not come closer. Are you intending to consume that? I may be foolish, but not to that extent. Dog boy, be quiet. There are people on the road. Hee, as you wish, brotherly. Soon, Scholar L beheld the figures emerging from the thicket. Upon catching sight of them, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was no wonder his son had claimed to see a ghost. Their appearances were truly terrifying. One gaunt figure bore a face mottled in black and white, a woman with white hair, a strange individual with legs bent like a bough draped over another's back, and even one whose face was completely covered in hair. Having traveled far and wide, Scholar L considered himself quite worldly. Yet he was still taken aback by the scene before him. Father, I am frightened, El Xiaozai whimpered, shrinking back as if trying to meld into his father's shadow. If you are afraid, do you think I am not? Scholar L scolded his son internally, thinking that had it not been for the presence of a handsome Taoist and several seemingly normal young acolytes among them, he might have already turned to flee. Scholar L, trembling, bowed respectfully to Li Huowang. May I inquire, esteemed Taoist, are these beings you have subdued? As soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with a wave of hostile glances. What nonsense is this old fool spouting? Are you asking for a beating? Who are you calling strange? Scholar L observed as the handsome Taoist gestured for the aggressive, black and white-faced creatures to silence themselves, further solidifying his suspicions. Esteemed elder, might I ask where this road leads? To Woolly Ridge. Just ahead is Woolly Ridge, not far at all, came the reply, accompanied by a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Scholar L discreetly burned his horse's backside with his pipe, causing the steed to neigh loudly as he hastily pulled the cart down the narrow forest path. Ah, my horse, my horse. Quick, follow me. Scholar L feigned urgency as he dashed after the horse, accompanied by the others. They ran swiftly, soon leaving the eerie figures behind. They continued this frantic pace for an entire hour. And only when he noticed his son was on the verge of being sick did Scholar L whistle to bring the horse to a halt. Once they stopped, he paid no mind to his son's distress, instead rushing to check on the horse that had been pulling the cart, for in this troop, the horse was regarded as more valuable than a person. By now, the sky had begun to darken, signaling the approach of night. Oh my heavens! What on earth were those creatures? They nearly frightened me to death, Scholar L gasped, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Lu Zhuangyuan kicked him lightly, exclaiming, Haven't you noticed how dark it has become? Hurry and gather some firewood from the woods. Alongside the forest path, a warm fire blazed, and the soft, steamed millet buns were shared among all, the sweet aroma of the food soothing their anxious hearts. Look at how frightened you all are. When venturing out, encountering strange occurrences is trivial. It is in times like these that one must remain calm, Lu Zhuangyan advised the others. Father, those might not be spirits. They looked quite human to me, and that little Taoist even called you old man, his daughter-in-law remarked. Hearing her words, Lu Zhuangyuan shook the gourd of water in his hand. Regardless of what they are, let us not meddle. Remember, when out in the world, if you wish to live a long life, there are certain things best avoided. This was Lu Zhuangyuan's philosophy of life. After all, it was this very principle that had allowed him to reach such an age. He intended to pass this wisdom on to his younger and elder sons, as eventually this troop would rely on them to carry on the tradition. Handing the gourd to his nephew, Lu Zhuangyuan turned to gaze at his granddaughter, nestled in her mother's embrace. Watching her nibble on a small piece of bun with her newly emerged milk teeth filled him with joy. He turned to retrieve a salted duck egg from a round container on the cart, after carefully creating a small opening. He brought the oozing yolk to his granddaughter's lips. Come, dear, try this. It's delicious. Observing her eagerly sucking on the yolk, Lu Zhuangyuan's eyes crinkled with delight. Although he wished she were a grandson, the bond between generations was undeniable, and he cherished his little granddaughter immensely. Seizing the moment, Luo Wanhua piped up, Father, look how big Chueo has grown. Shouldn't she have some proper clothes? It's not suitable for her to wear costumes every day. Upon hearing his daughter-in-law mention money, Lu Zhuangyuan's smile instantly vanished, and his features contorted. After taking a few puffs from his pipe, he approached the cart and retrieved a long copper lock to unlock the chest. After rummaging inside for a while, he counted out 50 copper coins. Do not buy cloth in town. It's expensive. Wait until we reach Woolly Gang in a couple of days and ask around which family's women weave. Buy a few feet from them, and remember to inquire at several places to find the cheapest. Also, remember to purchase cotton fabric, not linen. Xiaoer's skin is delicate, and linen will irritate her. Understood, Luo Wanhua replied, her face brightening as she accepted the coins. She had initially thought that obtaining enough for linen would be a victory. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Zhuangyuan had been generous this time. The child was small, and making clothes wouldn't require much fabric, so perhaps she could save a little as well. After watching his granddaughter finish the yolk, Lu Zhuangyuan divided the remaining egg white among the adults. Though each person received only a meager portion, the taste of salt brought them immense joy, for such a feast was a rare indulgence. As night descended, there was little to occupy their time after the meal. Listening to Scholar L recount a few ancient tales he had heard from unknown sources, they prepared for slumber. On guard for the first half of the night was Scholar L, who, having journeyed all day, felt weary. Yet he mustered his strength, fixating on the flickering fire, determined to keep it alight. My son, you should retire. I will keep watch, Scholar L said, sitting beside his son, and began to smoke his pipe. I'm not tired, father. You should rest, replied L, stifling a yawn. Enough of this chatter. Go to sleep. I, an old man, require little rest. As the two quarreled before the campfire, Scholar L suddenly placed his hand over his son's mouth and pointed into the darkness of the distant woods. A high-pitched, shrill laugh echoed from their right. Instinctively, both men turned their gaze toward the sound, yet saw nothing but shadows. Do tell, do I resemble a human or a deity? The darkened forest began to sway, as if something within sought to emerge. Scholar L was immediately drenched in cold sweat. His worldly wisdom warned him that something was demanding his acknowledgement. He knew he must tread carefully. An incorrect response could lead to dire consequences. Yet the pressing question remained. What entity lingered in the woods, seeking his recognition? Chapter 27. The uncanny pray tell, do I resemble a human or a deity? The unseen presence in the woods caused the branches to tremble, its voice growing increasingly sharp. You resemble a human. Indeed, you are human. Oh, benevolent spirit. Our family is but unfortunate souls, striving merely to make a living. In his terror, Scholar L abandoned all pretense and prostrated himself before the woods, repeatedly bowing. As he bowed, he suddenly halted, for at the forest's edge, he beheld a pair of delicate, embroidered shoes standing like two daggers. A chill ran down his spine as he slowly raised his head, revealing a woman clad in a new floral cotton jacket, standing there all alone. Her face was pale, her mouth remarkably small, and her eyes, like black pearls embedded in her visage, did not blink. Her white face, cloaked in darkness, appeared as a small balloon floating in the air. Do tell, do I resemble a human? The woman giggled, her hand over her mouth, as she approached the campfire with her slender feet. As she walked, her body swayed as though devoid of bones. Extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Scholar L, he had encountered something truly otherworldly. Quickly, child. Wake up. Urinate at once. Scholar L's voice, filled with terror, roused the others. A burning twig trembled in L's hands as he nervously hurled it into the darkness. However, the attack proved utterly futile, as the fire would pass straight through the woman's body. Just as she seemed poised to approach the bonfire, her form suddenly froze, her large head whipping around towards the eastern woods. Branches rustled, and Li Huowang and his companions emerged from the shadows, holding several glowing luminous stones. HM? At this moment, Bai Ling Miao, who had already removed her cloth covering, discerned something peculiar. Senior brother Li, look. This woman is truly uncanny. She has no back of her head. Both sides are faces. With a sharp sound, a sword was unsheathed, and Li Huowang regarded the bizarre little-footed woman in the distance with caution. What are you? Hee. I am a person, am I not? After the exceedingly delicate voice echoed, the little-footed woman began to wriggle her slender body like a centipede, inching closer to her target. Li Huowang could not possibly sit idly by. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew a deflated Taoist bell from his left hand. The piercing sound of the bell reverberated through the air, causing everyone present, including Li Huowang himself, to grimace in agony as they clutched their heads. Li Huowang did not cease his fervent shaking, for he beheld in his line of sight the frantic undulations of all present, including the woman with bound feet. Amidst the tumult, her pristine floral cotton coat began to tear, with dark vapors incessantly emanating from within. This copper bell proved effective against her. Suddenly, the woman screamed. her crumbling form thrashing wildly as she retreated into the woods, soon vanishing from Li Huowang's view. The ringing gradually subsided, and Li Huowang looked down in astonishment at the bell in his hand. Although he had not summoned the esteemed Yu Leoi, he had not anticipated this utility. Whether it was due to being crushed or some other reason, despite possessing the Dao bell from Dan Yangzi, each time he shook it, the surrounding shapes merely swayed chaotically, failing to coalesce into Yu Leoi as before. With each revelation about this world, he found himself increasingly bewildered. What was this chaotic existence? Oh, wise one. Thank you for your assistance. I truly failed to recognize the mountain before me. Come, let us gather by the fire. The grateful Lu Zhuangyuan approached, bowing respectfully and enthusiastically, leading Li Huowang to the bonfire. In comparison to the previous entity, the peculiar creatures accompanying this Taoist were undoubtedly more familiar and less menacing. For with a Taoist present, they were merely frightful. That earlier being could indeed take lives. Alas, that wretched beast, had it not fled in a fit? How could I have neglected such a revered figure? Lu Zhuangyuan exclaimed, pulling out a smoking pipe and pretentiously tapping it against the saddle. After a few knocks, he turned and shouted, "Quickly, silk flowers. Bring me some bread and water. The largest white bread available. And fetch 5 salted duck eggs." Lu Zhuangyuan's sudden exuberance left Li Huowang somewhat taken aback. "Elder, there is no need for such trouble. May I trouble you with a few questions?" "Ask away. The young Taoist has just saved our family." Lu Zhuangyuan replied heartily, thumping his chest in affirmation. Seeking to amplify his warmth, he shoved the mouthpiece of his pipe into his armpit, drew a few vigorous puffs, then reignited it, offering it to Li Huowang with a fawning gesture. Thank you, Elder, but I do not smoke. Do you have any knowledge of what we just encountered? What was it called?" Li Huowang inquired, separating the well-worn pipe from its encasement. He was utterly ignorant of this world and recognized that survival necessitated acquiring as much knowledge as possible. Lu Zhuangyuan appeared momentarily perplexed. "What? How should I know? Wasn't he that fearsome entity driven away by you, Taoist? You do not know?" Observing the confusion in his eyes, Li Huowang realized he had erred. This elder might not possess more knowledge than he did. "I heard you mention the use of boy's urine. Can that harm the creature we just faced?" "Yes, indeed. Such entities fear filth. It is said that wiping one's nose with a handkerchief can be effective. But the most potent remedy must be the urine of a young boy, which is believed to possess the strongest yang energy and is considered a purifying substance. Is that true? Have you ever used it, my elder?" The previously resolute scholar, Lu, chuckled awkwardly at Li Huowang's probing question, his gaze faltering. Perhaps it holds some merit. The elders in the village have passed down such wisdom, and since many attest to its efficacy, it must hold some truth. Li Huowang let out a helpless sigh. Why is it always about inherited knowledge? Are the people here so antiquated in their teachings? He continued, "Very well, my esteemed elder, tell me. Have you encountered such matters frequently? While ordinary people may have heard of these phenomena, they remain distant from them." Chapter 28. The elf family troop. Such affairs are nothing to fear. When traveling afar, as long as there are more people gathered together, it suffices. L. Zhuangyuan shared his wisdom with Li Huowang. "Oh, so. A larger crowd ensures a vibrant yang energy, deterring those entities from acting?" Li Huowang inquired. "Not at all," L. Zhuangyuan replied, reloading his pipe with fresh tobacco. "How many can those beings truly consume? If an encounter were to occur, simply run faster than the others. Instead of worrying about such things, one ought to be more vigilant against highwaymen who rob and murder, or the monstrous beasts lurking in the woods." Li Huowang found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that he and his companions were not quite on the same wavelength. Come, the buns are ready. Eat them while they are hot." A few golden brown steamed buns, skewered on twigs, were presented to him by Luo Wanhua. The moment these fellows sensed they could leave Qifeng Monastery, they disregarded everything and rushed out, showing no consideration for the future. When he encountered them on the road, they were nearly faint from hunger. As a fellow disciple, Li Huowang could not just stand idly by and watch them, so he decided to take them along. Upon seeing the warm food, the others wasted no time and, feeling quite hungry at that late hour, began to devour the buns heartily. Watching the large man consume them voraciously, L.V. Zhuangyuan's eyes twitched. These were all white flour buns, which he usually spared no expense to procure. Had he known earlier, he would not have been so generous. Just then, a question from Li Huowang made him forget his pangs of regret. "Old man, do you have a map?" he asked. "To be honest, we are not locals and are somewhat bewildered wandering through these woods. We do not know where we are." Indeed, Li Huowang had previously lost his way. Surrounded by indistinguishable woods, unable to ascertain his location, and inquiries to others yielded no results. They hailed from various corners of the world, confidently stating where their homes lay. Yet when asked about their current whereabouts, they could not provide an answer. To maintain discretion, it seemed that Deng Yangzi was not merely searching for medicinal herbs nearby. What? A map? No, but I am familiar with the paths here. If you need to go somewhere, just ask me. He replied. Well, many places. Just point out which one is nearest. Li Huowang rummaged through his sleeve and produced a bundle of notes. What is this? What does it say? LV Zhuangyuan asked, pulling the notes closer, his face wrinkled with concentration as he struggled to read. Although he was called Zhuangyuan, had he truly been one, he would not have been reduced to performing in place. LV Zhuangyuan could recognize some characters, but not many. With Li Huowang's translation, he finally comprehended all the addresses inscribed. After years of traversing the land as an experienced mentor, he certainly had a good understanding of geography. However, knowing the locations did not imply that Li Huowang could easily navigate to them. Wow, even the Liang Kingdom is mentioned here. Wasn't that the place that fought against our Qi Kingdom a few years back? LV Zhuangyuan squatted down, scratching the ground with the tip of his smoking pipe, and a rudimentary map unfolded before Li Huowang. If one were to describe the map he drew in a single sentence, it would be akin to a large pancake that had been dropped, completely shattered. Their current position was at the upper left corner of the pancake, with various kingdoms, large and small, intermingling as one moved from left to right. It resembled the era of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, lacking any semblance of unification. As Li Huowang gazed at the map on the ground, a realization dawned upon him. Although he had harbored no expectations upon seeing this map, he confirmed that he had not traversed into some ancient dynasty but rather into a place of a more peculiar nature. The old man mentioned that he only roams the northern region of this locality, for he is well acquainted with this area. However, venturing abroad, he finds himself utterly perplexed. Unable to discern the connections, he has heard that the operas they perform differ vastly from those in his homeland. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingmiu felt a sudden tightening in her heart, as her family resides in Lianghua's Niuxin Mountain, making it seem as though they are separated by an immense distance from this place. Li Huowang acutely sensed her unusual demeanor and offered her a reassuring glance. Do not panic. Lu Zhuangyuan observed the peculiar assembly of individuals before him, and the thoughts suppressed by fear began to stir once more. Well, esteemed Taoist, it appears that your note mentions Xianxia town, which conveniently aligns with our route. He exclaimed with a smirk. Why not join forces? Xianxia town? Whose is that? Li Huowang rummaged through the note. Senior brotherly, my family resides in Xianxia town, interjected Zhao Wu. Moreover, there is a courier agency in the town. As long as you provide them with silver, the South Ping officials can deliver your messages. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang promptly tucked the note back into his bosom. Very well, my elder, I shall rely on your guidance along this journey. Let us travel together to Xianxia. Regardless of whether it was the information from the map or other details, relying solely on the words of this old master was somewhat hard to trust. He needed to find a way to suppress his own hallucinations and deliver messages to others. Thus, heading to a place where information flowed freely was paramount, especially as their provisions were running low. Furthermore, if possible, Li Huowang sought to locate the so-called righteous sections. In such a perilous environment, lacking strength was untenable. Anyone could be ruthlessly trampled, and he had no desire to be captured by another Dan Yangzi. Lu Zhuangyuan, grinning widely, waved his hands dismissively. Oh, please. No need for such formality. Though he spoke amiably, his heart brimmed with joy at having such a formidable companion. It was akin to having a free bodyguard. Nearby, the simpleton yawned widely, feeling drowsy after a hearty meal. Noticing the dazed expressions of the others, Lu Zhuangyuan wisely rose to his feet. My apologies for rambling on until the wee hours. Young Taoist, you all should rest now while I keep watch. No, I shall take the night watch tonight. Li Huowang replied, not out of mere politeness, but from a prudent sense of vigilance. After so much exertion, everyone was weary. The two disparate groups, encircling the warm campfire, succumbed to dreams, while Li Huowang and Lu Zhuangyuan exchanged silent glances. The following morning, Li Huowang was awakened by the call of Dogwa, who had kept watch during the latter half of the night. Senior brotherly, the troop is packing their belongings. Let us depart, Li Huowang said, rising with his long sword and stone tablet, and he led the others to follow the footsteps of the troop. As they set out, an air of restraint enveloped both groups. No one dared to speak, casting furtive glances while whispering to their companions. However, this did not apply to the leading figures. Li Huowang and Lu Zhuangyuan, who engaged in lively conversation throughout the journey. Li Huowang sought to acquire further knowledge about this place from the esteemed scholar L, who, in turn, was eager to foster a closer relationship with a person of great wisdom. After all, flattering words cost nothing, and uttering a few more would not be detrimental. Ah, dear friend, at such a tender age, your prowess is remarkable. Your future achievements are boundless. Haha. Chapter 29. The stage is set. Pray tell, venerable elder. Are there any renowned sects in our vicinity, perhaps akin to my own? Li Huowang inquired about the matter that piqued his utmost interest. Indeed, there is a monk's temple in the city of Xijing, reputed for its miraculous blessings from the Buddha for those seeking offspring. A monk's temple? Li Huowang recalled a previous mention by Dan Yangzi, who had once spoken of being pursued by monks. He wondered if it was indeed the same temple. Li Huowang marked this point in the center. After all, anyone who stands against the malevolent Dan Yangzi must surely be a good person. However, dear Taoist, it seems rather inappropriate for you, as a practitioner of the Tao, to visit a Buddhist temple, does it not? Li Huowang cast his gaze down at the robe adorning his figure. The remark from his companion indeed served as a reminder. Perhaps it was time to replace this garment. For he was hardly a true Taoist. How has business been for you lately, my esteemed elder? He inquired. Ah, what business is there to speak of? Our region has endured a severe drought followed by torrential floods. The common folk are bereft of funds, and those willing to indulge in performances are even fewer. The wealthy, when faced with loss, are loath to hire a troupe. They merely partake in a modest banquet and call it a day. Bah, such ingratitude. This too shall pass. Once we weather these years, things will improve. Indeed, we must persevere. Life must be navigated somehow, mustn't it? He mused. I often think that when times are better, I shall make countless journeys, and once I have amassed enough wealth, I shall purchase a theater for the L family in the capital of Xijing. Oh, that would grant me peace even in death. With a theater, my son and grandchildren shall no longer suffer as I have. They can diligently study at home. Who knows? Perhaps in a few years, smoke will rise from our ancestral grave, heralding the arrival of a successful scholar from the L lineage. At that time, L Zhuangyuan chuckled foolishly, holding his pipe. Li Huowang quietly listened to LV Zhuangyuan's aspirations for the future, feeling a twinge of envy for the other man, who, despite his advanced age, still possessed a goal worth striving for. Under the guidance of Li Huowang and LV Zhuangyuan, the atmosphere between the two parties eased considerably. At the very least, LV Jiren and LV Xiaotsai no longer regarded the likes of Guo as mere oddities. They had come to understand that these were simply individuals afflicted by grave illness, mere victims of fate. Illness is an inevitable part of life. Who among us is immune to it? When they arrived at Huowang, Lua Juanhua had ripened sufficiently for Bailing Miao to cradle her daughter. Standing on the flat ground where rice was being dried, LV Zhuangyuan gazed at the villagers beneath the eaves, who were enjoying their evening meal. All right. With so many people in Huowang, let us set up our stage here, he declared. LV's troupe is ready. Let us raise the platform. They intended to perform a play. And Li Huowang had no intention of leaving in haste. After such a long journey, everyone was weary, and this was a perfect opportunity for others to rest. Although Li Huowang did not have much enthusiasm for the ancient art of opera, it was evident that the others were filled with curiosity and rushed over to lend a hand. Tall bamboo poles had been cut and propped up with large swathes of crimson fabric, the stage beginning to take shape. As Li Huowang lay atop a pile of golden rice stalks, dozing in the fields, he was suddenly roused by a gentle poke at his nose. Opening his eyes, he found Bailing Miao beaming at him. With both hands raised, a shimmering object appeared before Li Huowang's eyes. Look, senior brotherly, what a bright copper mirror. It reflects so clearly, she exclaimed excitedly. The actors used this to apply their makeup. The sun had yet to set, and she had already removed her eye mask without a care. Li Huowang's words abruptly ceased as he gazed into the bronze mirror, momentarily entranced by the unfamiliar visage that stared back at him. Senior brotherly, what troubles you? Bai Ling Miao sensed an unusual tension. Junior sister Bai, did I truly appear this way while at Qingfeng Temple? Li Huowang hesitantly reached up to touch his own face. Indeed, you have always looked this way. What is the matter? Is there something different about the reflection before you? Li Huowang lowered his hand from his face and reached toward the reflection of himself in the brass mirror. His visage remained unchanged. If the information from the hospital is accurate, I must have been around 17 back then. How old am I now? He could only infer from his appearance that he had likely not yet crossed the threshold of 30. Li Huowang endeavored to sift through his chaotic memories. Yet he remained empty-handed. Brotherly, what troubles you? Are you all right? Please do not frighten me, Bai Lingmiao expressed her concern. Her demeanor tinged with anxiety upon witnessing Li Huowang's reaction. With a nod, Bai Lingmiao clutched the bronze mirror and dashed towards the makeshift stage that had been erected behind her. Observing the distant figure of Lu Jiren, who was warming up his voice, Li Huowang allowed himself a self-deprecating smile before reclining once more on the bamboo pole. Alas, my existence resembles nothing more than a farcical jest. He had expected to feel a surge of emotion, yet surprisingly, he found himself exceedingly tranquil, merely harboring an additional objective, to discover his own age. As night fell, the sky remained cloudless, with the bright moon illuminating the humble stage with clarity. Upon hearing that a troop had arrived, nearly all the inhabitants of Huowang gathered. For those who, apart from tilling the fields, led lives of monotonous simplicity, the prospect of a performance was immensely alluring. The Lu family troupe was modest, consisting of merely 6 members, including a 2-year-old child who could not yet speak. They juggled the demands of music, acting, and makeup, struggling to keep pace with the workload. Consequently, they were compelled to forego certain acts. Fortunately, the rural audience was not discerning. Seated upon their own stools, they were thoroughly engrossed in the performance. Li Huowang reclined on a pile of rice straw, gazing from a distance at the performers who were melodiously singing. He had never attended a play and was unaware of the specific performance being presented. However, he recognized the figure of the black-faced, bearded scholar, Lu, wielding a Guan Dao. Even at his advanced age, he exerted himself vigorously on stage. Suddenly, a resounding cheer erupted, startling Li Huowang. As the performances continued, the entire area where rice was being dried filled with spectators, while the Lu family members on stage perspired profusely. And the audience appeared flushed with excitement, leaving Li Huowang feeling like an outsider. Unbeknownst to him, the moon had ascended to its zenith, and the Lu family's performance neared its conclusion. At that moment, he observed the daughter-in-law of the black-clad scholar, dressed in tattered garments and adorned with makeup, who, cradling her daughter and carrying a wicker basket, ascended the stage with a sorrowful expression. Driven away by my merciless uncle, I am like a solitary wild goose, drifting aimlessly. Like the wild grasses by the roadside, trampled underfoot. My daughter and I, beset by hunger and cold, can scarcely endure. We can only beg for food on the streets. At this juncture, Luo Junhua gently pinched her 2-year-old daughter's bottom, prompting the child to wail in response. Chapter 30. The performance. As Li Huowang pondered the nature of the performance unfolding before him, the farmers in the audience began to stir, producing 1 or 2 copper coins to toss onto the stage. The spectators were primarily rural folk who toiled in the fields. The ones throwing money were a mere handful, while many others offered corn cobs, potatoes, and other grains. Those with somewhat more means contributed a few salted fish or preserved meats. Nevertheless, Luo Junhua graciously accepted all offerings. Expressing her gratitude, Li Huowang's understanding deepened. He realized that performing such a grand play required compensation. Observing Luo Junhua humbly kneeling on stage, cradling her daughter while continuing to sing in a mournful tone and diligently collecting the items thrown onto the ground, bowing respectfully to the audience. He was struck by the realization of how challenging it was to earn a living in this manner. Just as Luo Junhua was engrossed in gathering the offerings, a small piece of silver was tossed onto the stage. Her eyes brightened as she picked it up and weighed it lightly in her hand, discovering it to be at least 5 coins. Instantly, she resumed her performance, singing as she bowed deeply to the only stout old man in satin attire among the crowd. Excellent. Truly splendid. The rosy-cheeked elder raised his head, and another piece of silver soared through the air, prompting waves of gratitude from Luo Junhua. Li Huowang felt a sense of weariness towards the farce unfolding before him. He stifled a yawn and reclined upon a pile of rice straw, turning to the relatively composed Zhao Wu beside him, and said, I shall rest for a while. Keep an eye on things. Of course, senior brother, Zhao Wu replied. When Li Huowang next opened his eyes, he discovered that the sun had ascended high in the sky. Others were engaged in casual conversation around him, suggesting that the group had huddled together in this rice straw pile throughout the night. In the distance, the stage had been dismantled, and the elf family was busily stowing their belongings into the carriage. Zhao Wu, how many days of provisions do we have left? Li Huowang suddenly inquired. Not much. If we ration it, it will last us at most 3 days, Zhao Wu promptly responded. Li Huowang took out several copper coins and a small piece of black silver, which he had acquired from the materials room, and handed them to him. Go to the village and exchange these for some grain, he suggested. It's likely that the journey will require a substantial amount. With a group of over 10 young men, their consumption of food was considerable. Despite having brought numerous bags from Qingfeng Temple, they had nearly exhausted their provisions by now. Zhao Wu, lying on the back of the simpleton, was about to instruct him to enter the village, but after a moment of contemplation, he called over a somewhat more refined young acolyte. As he placed the coins in the acolyte's hand, he whispered gentle instructions. Li Huowang propped himself up with one hand on a pile of rice straw and made his way toward the distant stage. "Old man, when shall we set off?" Li Huowang inquired of the scholar Lu. Li Huowang was suddenly filled with confusion. Gone? Isn't that? When the esteemed scholar LV turned to follow Li Huowang's pointing finger towards the village entrance, he beheld Luo Wanhua holding several feet of cloth, approaching with a radiant smile alongside his daughter. Upon witnessing the eccentric behavior of his daughter-in-law, LV was instantly engulfed with fury, rushing forth with his smoking pipe to unleash a torrent of scathing rebuke. In the face of her father-in-law's wrath, Luo Wanhua appeared utterly innocent. "Did you not instruct me to fetch cloth from the village? You mentioned that the fabric in town is expensive." After venting his anger, LV slowly turned and, with a beaming smile directed at Li Huowang, said, "Little Taoist, all is well now. Let us be on our way." "Ah, father, please do not leave just yet. I secured a business deal while purchasing the cloth." Upon hearing this, both Li Huowang and LV turned their gazes towards Luo Wanhua. "What business? What could we possibly engage in?" "Of course, it is the business of performing opera. The employer is none other than the gentleman who offered the highest reward last night. You should go see him. He mentioned he has matters to discuss with you in detail." Upon hearing this, LV was momentarily rendered immobile, slowly turning around with an awkward smile directed at Li Huowang. Although the other party remained silent, Li Huowang clearly understood their unspoken sentiments. "No worries. The priority is for LV to make money. A day's wait is inconsequential. If I can indeed command Lord Yu, it would undoubtedly enhance my capabilities significantly. Regrettably, this matter cannot be summoned at present. I must find a way to mend it." After scrutinizing the situation multiple times, he discerned that everything else seemed in order, save for the deflated bellows, which appeared to be the sole issue at hand. Li Huowang pondered for a moment, placing a square stone beneath the copper bell. He then seized another stone and struck forcefully at the bulging side. However, the instant the stone made contact, a piercing clang resonated, causing Li Huowang to wince in agony, nearly dropping the stone from his trembling hand. This approach was futile. He needed to inquire whether there was a blacksmith in the village. Shaking his groggy head vigorously, he suddenly noticed a few young acolytes approaching, dragging 2 bags in their wake. He quickly stowed the bell away and hurried towards them, following Zhao Wu, who was riding on the back of a fool. "Brotherly, we have only managed to gather these," one of the acolytes said, their youthful face etched with anxiety. Despite their tender age, these children were remarkably perceptive and capable, for those who lacked understanding had already fallen victim to Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang reached out to tear open the sack, only to discover it was filled with sweet potato chips. "Brother, these tasteless items won't last us long. A fool could consume 1.5 pounds in a single meal, and too much of this will only lead to heartburn." Zhao Wu's words caused the simple-minded stout fellow to hang his head in shame. You, don't abandon me. I will eat less." The shortage of provisions weighed heavily on Li Huowang's mind as he contemplated strategies while staring at the sack before him. He had heard from the scholar L that there were still considerable distances to cover to reach Xianxia City. If they ran out of food midway, it wouldn't do for a group of over a dozen to resort to gnawing on tree bark. Once more, he reached into his bosom and fished out a golden ring entwined with a red string. After pondering for a moment, he placed it into the hands of the gentle white Lingmiao, who was holding on to the hem of his garment. "Perhaps we can exchange this." Li Huowang then retrieved the jade pendant from Xianyang and handed it to Zhao Wu. "Brother, how can we trade this? There is no pawn shop in the village, and these farmers might not recognize its value. A jade pendant won't procure us food. What shall we do?" As Li Huowang was caught up in his dilemma regarding the food crisis, he noticed El the scholar approaching with his daughter-in-law. Little Taoist, I find myself in a bit of trouble in my business. Could I trouble you for a favor?" El's expression was one of considerable embarrassment. No. It's not that you can assist me. It's just..." As El spoke, he furtively glanced around, leaning in closer to lower his voice. "Old master who has asked me to perform a ghost play." Chapter 31. Lord Yu singing for the ghosts? A chill ran down Li Huowang's spine at these words, for the very name suggested ill tidings. Yet, it was merely a matter of singing before the ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall. If it was so innocuous, why didn't TL undertake this task himself? Li Huowang countered, sensing the simplicity was a facade. "Master L, I truly cannot assist with this. I usually avoid such matters. Why would I rush to invite trouble? Though it was possible that nothing dire would occur, he was unwilling to take the risk. His association with L was merely one of companionship. It hardly warranted risking his life to aid him. If L were unwilling to continue as a guide due to this, they could part ways. And he could simply inquire in the village. With so many people there, surely he could find someone who knew the way. Hey, little Taoist, please don't be hasty. I haven't finished yet. How about we split the expenses for drinks for this performance? Upon mentioning money, L animatedly gestured. I didn't want to take it at first. But it's not a trifling sum. Old Master, who is quite generous, offering a full 10 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver equates to 1,000 copper coins. Thus 10 taels amount to 10,000 copper coins. My little Taoist, 10 taels of silver. You may aspire to cultivate and attain immortality, but before you achieve that, one must eat, no? Li Huowang abruptly came to a halt, his gaze fixed upon the 2 bags of sweet potato snacks beside him. At this moment, he found himself in dire need of currency. This necessity was not solely due to the cost of sustenance. Upon arriving at Xianxia town, it was predictable that considerable expenses would ensue. In a world constructed by human interactions, the absence of money renders one nearly immobile. My dear sir, I implore you, please. He beseeched. If it comes to that, how about a division of 60 to 40? The current climate makes it exceedingly difficult to amass such wealth. Lu Zhuangyuan wore a woeful expression, persistently urging Li Huowang. Were it not for the intervention of a skilled individual, he truly would hesitate to undertake this task. For no matter how abundant the riches, one's life must be preserved to enjoy them. Li Huowang suddenly turned to look at Lu Zhuangyuan. Are there any blacksmiths in this village? What? Under Lu Zhuangyuan's guidance, Li Huowang was brought to the only blacksmith shop in Wuligang. What are you looking to forge? The burly blacksmith, bare-chested, scrutinized Li Huowang's robe and asked gruffly. Not ironware, merely a repair. It cannot be struck or melted. Can you restore this? Li Huowang produced a copper bell and inquired. If it can be repaired, I could summon Lord Yu. Then perhaps this money could indeed be earned. Otherwise, it would be a burden to hold. Cannot strike or melt. What a troublesome condition. The blacksmith took the copper bell, lightly shook it, and then retrieved 2 iron tongs. Come, lend a hand. The tongs were quite long and easily reached the sides of the dented copper bell. Both men gritted their teeth and pulled with all their might. Yet the bell remained obstinately immovable, a result both expected and unsurprising. Observing the tongs clamped around the bell's rim, Li Huowang pondered for a moment. Then retrieved a small elixir from a palm-sized gourd at his waist and swallowed it. This was the elixir bestowed upon him by Dan Yangzi. He had consumed one while rescuing Yang Na in the psychiatric hospital, another when slaying Dan Yangzi, leaving only 2 remaining. A surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, enveloping his entire being. He inhaled deeply, grasped one of the tongs, and pulled with all his strength. As the blacksmith was about to comment that 2 men could not accomplish what one might, a creaking sound echoed, and to everyone's astonishment, the withered copper bell steadily began to expand. As the blacksmith's mouth gaped in disbelief, the bell returned to its original form. Huh, what is this? I tell you, the little Taoist possesses profound skills. Lu Zhuangyuan proudly boasted to the blacksmith, as if in his heart, Li Huowang was capable of anything, rendering all feats unsurprising. Li Huowang departed from the village, venturing alone back into the wilderness. As he gazed at the copper bell in his hand, a flicker of hope ignited within him, prompting him to shake it vigorously. With the ringing sound resonating in the air, the familiar sensation of disorientation and dizziness enveloped him almost instantly. This time, however, Li Huowang did not relent. Instead, he gritted his teeth and shook the bell with even greater fervor. He could sense the world around him spinning, the branches twisting and contorting, gradually disengaging from their original positions and beginning to coalesce into a discernible form. Excitement surged through him as his heart raced with anticipation. Accompanied by the jarring clangor of the bell, the elusive figure of Elder Yu re-emerged before him, albeit this time as a singular entity. The apparition of Elder Yu appeared as a chaotic amalgamation of twisted lines, quivering with high-frequency vibrations, his form entirely amorphous. Li Huowang found it difficult to maintain his gaze for too long. He felt that if he stared for an extended period, he might lose focus. Just as he was about to speak, a thought struck him. He bent down and scooped up a handful of damp earth, stuffing it into his mouth. The taste of the muck was unpleasant, yet he persevered and managed to utter a few words. Can you understand me? He intended to ask if the elder could comprehend his speech. However, the sound that emerged was transformed into a bizarre melody by the distorted environment. This filled Li Huowang with immense joy, With the elder's assistance, his own strength would surely surge. What must I do to harness your power? Li Huowang leaned forward, posing the most crucial question. Li Huowang's brow gradually furrowed. As he observed the old master continue to reiterate his previous statement, a sigh escaped Li Huowang's heart. Indeed, one does not receive gifts from the heavens without cost. The price for compelling old master is none other than one's lifespan, with each summoning costing 3 months of vitality. When Li Huowang inquired again whether the exchange had been similar with Dan Yangzi in the past, old master Yu fell silent. Taoist priest, what do you mean by this? Scholar L gazed at him, his mouth full of mud, hesitating to speak. I have agreed to the transaction you just mentioned. Li Huowang tightened his grip on the copper bell in his hand. Chapter 32. The Hu family ancestral hall. Those who can afford to hire performers for the dead are not of ordinary lineage. The Hu family is considered a prominent clan in Huowang, with nearly 1/3 of the village bearing the surname Hu. Li Huowang had learned from Lu Zhuangyuan that the one who funded the opera performance was none other than the wealthiest landlord of Huowang, and also the most senior in lineage, Hu Qinghe. At that moment, he was accompanying Lu Zhuangyuan and his entourage as they made their way to the Hu family ancestral hall. Lord Hu had stated that there was no significant matter at hand, for in previous years he had invited other troops to perform ghost plays without any issues. Li Huowang cast a glance at him, uncertain whether his words served as solace for whom. He pressed the bell at his waist, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Even if trouble arose, it mattered little. Possessing this charm granted him a significant degree of reassurance. Of course, it was preferable to avoid misfortune altogether, for summoning a Taoist master would cost him 3 months of life. As they strolled through the village path, they soon arrived at the Hu family ancestral hall, adorned with numerous red lanterns. The place was bustling with people, and Li Huowang and his companions found it difficult to enter. Peering over the sea of heads, he observed many individuals bowing and offering incense before the Black Spirit tablet. That was indeed Lord Hu, who had promised them a meal after the performance. Look at that elderly gentleman in silk robes at the front, Lu Zhuangyuan pointed out, gesturing toward the bowing crowd. Just as he spoke, the worshippers rose respectfully, carefully taking down the ancestral tablet and placing it on the already prepared half-immortal table. The table was laden with many tablets, filling the spacious hall to its brim. The tables before the tablets were not empty. They were adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Red candles, incense, gold ingots, and yellow paper were neatly arranged beside the platters for the ancestors' enjoyment. As if fearing any oversight, several paper figures stood by the hall's walls, poised to serve tea and water, likely awaiting their turn to assist at the tables. Ah, Lord Huang is indeed generous, personally funding a troupe to perform for the ancestors. Indeed, no wonder the Hu family has been free from illness and calamity. Such blessings surely stem from their ancestors. Alas, I wonder if I shall be graced with such fortune after my demise. Well, your descendants might follow in Lord Hu's footsteps and amass great wealth. Hiring performers for the spirits requires a substantial sum. As Li Huowang listened to the Hu family's musings and observed the solemn scene before him, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. This hardly appeared to be an omen of misfortune. He subtly leaned towards Lu Zhuangyuan. Master Lu, after traversing the world for so many years, have you encountered more spirits or those seeking to be honored? They are hardly comparable. One is the transformation of the deceased, while the other is. Li Huowang faltered, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Yet he was certain that neither the venerable alchemist Dan Yangzi's great-grandmother, nor Lord Yu, nor even the woman from that fateful evening, were ghosts, at least not in the way he had come to understand them. Just then, the Hu family had completed their rites, and Hu Qinghe approached, accompanied by a throng of relatives. Master Lu, please bear with us a bit longer. Ah, Zhao Liang. Gather others to assist Master Lu in setting the stage. Oh dear, I truly feel embarrassed. Lord Hu is exceedingly gracious. Master Lu, as you know, the custom dictates that when the ancestors come to witness the performance, the descendants who invited the show must retreat and remain indoors. We kindly ask for your assistance here in the ancestral hall. Lord Hu advised with a benevolent smile. It is my duty, it is my duty. Rest assured, Master Hu. With me here, the ancestral hall will surely be safe, proclaimed Scholar L, thumping his chest with unwavering conviction. Although no one was watching, Scholar L was acutely aware of the potential consequences of any mistake, should anything go awry at the ancestral hall. The Hu family would undoubtedly bury the entire L clan alive. Furthermore, he cautioned, once the performance commenced, the living must refrain from speaking to the actors to prevent disturbing the ancestors. As for the play itself, it should be of a more joyful nature. For the ancestors had dreamt of a rather desolate underworld and desired something more festive. There was no need for an all-night performance. Once the clock struck the 5th watch, my son would arrive to escort the ancestors' tablets back home, and you may then rest. Scholar L nodded vigorously, assuring, "Fear not, Master Hu. I shall uphold the traditions without fail." With the assistance of the Hu family, the stage was swiftly erected within the ancestral hall. This evening, only 5 individuals would perform. As Luo Wanhua was absent due to the prohibition against women entering the ancestral hall, Heave-ho, the L family began to mount the stage. Meanwhile, Li Huowang remained backstage, waiting. As time passed, the entire Wooly gang fell into a profound silence, the large village shrouded in darkness, save for the flickering lights of the ancestral hall. For Li Huowang, this was his first experience of the living performing for the dead. He parted the backstage curtain to gaze outside. It was undeniably eerie. The stage was alive with activity, while below lay an oppressive silence. There was no applause, only rows of black tablets inscribed with names, interspersed with yellow paper and sacred candles. Having traversed through Qifeng Temple, he was not easily frightened by such scenes. However, the L troop struggled. Before long, the performer L Jiren had forgotten his lines multiple times, causing Scholar L to grow anxious. Yet, as time progressed, they gradually found their rhythm, and the performance began to flow more smoothly. In the stillness of the deep night, the sound of the singing drifted far and wide. Li Huowang, with sword in tow, sat backstage, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. To his surprise, amid the monotony, he began to discern a hint of melody, swaying his head in time with the vocalizations. Unbeknownst to him, the 2nd watch slipped away, giving way to the 3rd. At this moment, Li Huowang had already come to understand that the 3rd watch of the night spanned from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, the 4th watch from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and the 5th watch from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Generally, after 5 o'clock, the roosters in the village would begin to crow. He stifled a yawn, perplexed as to why he felt more fatigued here than others, since one could not truly afford to sleep while on duty. Li Huowang resolved to hold the celestial tome in his hands, pondering its contents in an effort to stave off his drowsiness. As he perused the pages, the 2nd watch slipped away, giving way to the 3rd, while everything in the ancestral hall remained as it should, with naught amiss. Li Huowang raised his gaze towards the copper mirror, where the esteemed Scholar L was adjusting his makeup, and silently mused. L, the master of the troupe, must be feeling a pang of heartache right now, having lost 6 taels of silver for no apparent reason. It was only natural to think so, after all. Such a misfortune ought not to occur in the ancestral hall of the Hu family, where juniors invited their elders to enjoy a performance, and the elders would never disrupt the festivities. Just as Li Huowang believed the evening would pass without incident, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The lively sounds of the performance from outside abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Chapter 33. Continue the performance. Sensing something was amiss, Li Huowang's expression hardened. He quickly stowed away the celestial tome in his hands and drew back the curtain of the backstage to peer outside. What he beheld was a scene of paralyzing terror. Both the performers on stage and the musicians nearby stood frozen, their faces contorted in fear and trembling. His gaze shifted toward the front of the stage, and his pupils constricted to their smallest size upon spotting the 2-faced woman with small feet he had encountered in the woods, now perched nonchalantly on a stool beneath the stage, crossing her legs as she observed the performance alongside the ominous black tablets. Could it be that this entity had followed them? Had it somehow latched onto their presence? Do not stop. Continue the performance, Li Huowang urged, as he pulled over a wooden stool and seated himself directly beneath the stage, fixing his gaze intently on the small-footed woman. Li Huowang's silhouette provided the elf family with a surge of courage. They struggled to swallow their apprehension, exchanging glances with one another as the sounds of the suona and the performance once again filled the air. The woman with bound feet remained fixated on the stage, seemingly indifferent to the hostility emanating from Li Huowang, as if her sole purpose for attending was indeed to enjoy the play. With an unwavering resolve, she thought, as long as the enemy remains motionless, so shall I. I refuse to believe that this fellow can endure until dawn. Li Huowang contemplated and acted accordingly, striving to avoid any unnecessary expenditure of his 3-month lifespan. A faint mist began to rise from the ground of the ancestral hall, enveloping the atmosphere in an increasingly oppressive gloom. Suddenly, the small-footed woman stirred, slowly extending her plump right hand to grasp 2 red candles from the plate, eagerly chewing them with a sound reminiscent of snapping twigs. She devoured them with remarkable speed, and before long, the precious candles on the 8 immortals table were entirely consumed. Abruptly, the performance ceased. Lu Xiaozai, the young scholar on stage, was so startled that he cried out. Before anyone could react, the paper figures placed between the 8 immortals table by the Hu family began to move inexplicably, wearing black watermelon hats and adorned with bright red blush. They reached out to retrieve plates filled with red candles from other tables, floating them toward the small-footed woman. A chilling, high-pitched laugh escaped her lips, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Do not stop. Continue singing. Li Huowang's furious roar shattered the silence of the ancestral hall, dispersing the fear that had gripped their hearts. Sing, sing. Lu Zhuang Yuan, donning the attire of an old scholar, called out, and the music resumed, even more resplendent than before. Each performer poured every ounce of strength into their singing, as if striving to expel their terror through their voices, veins bulging and foreheads glistening with sweat. In response, the small-footed woman ceased her laughter, her expression darkening as she fixed her gaze on Li Huowang. This ominous behavior was mirrored by all the paper figures. The witching hour passed under this bizarre atmosphere, giving way to the 4th watch of the night. The Lu family, who had been singing with fervor, were nearing exhaustion. Yet they dared not pause. Is it trying to outlast me? How long will this torment continue? Li Huowang mused, as he hesitated, contemplating whether to squander 3 months of his life summoning the old master to eradicate this woman. The situation shifted once more. All the ancestral tablets beneath the stage inexplicably began to tremble. The sound of the tablet striking the surface of the 8 immortals table echoed like relentless raindrops against the ground. At this moment, the Lu family could no longer maintain their composure. One individual succumbed to panic, and chaos ensued. Witnessing this scene, the small-footed woman erupted into laughter, her delight bordering on the maniacal, her piercing giggles causing Li Huowang physical discomfort. If you lack such malevolent amusement, then I can only surmise that your true sustenance lies not in those candles, but in the fear that resides within their hearts. Upon seeing the small-footed woman suddenly rise, her gaze fixed with malevolence upon him, Li Huowang realized his suspicions were indeed correct. Master Lu, do not cease. Continue singing. Did not Lord Hu say that his ancestors wished to hear joyful tunes? If the wind is too fierce, simply close your eyes and carry on singing. The small-footed woman taunted, he. Tell me, do I resemble a human or a deity? With her plans thoroughly thwarted, she rose with a wicked grin. Inching closer to Li Huowang, I perceive you as a rather foolish creature. With a swift motion, Li Huowang drew his sword from behind with one hand and charged towards the woman. Upon comprehending the intentions of this individual, Li Huowang swiftly dispelled any lingering doubts. This charlatan was far less formidable than he had initially presumed. What had just transpired was akin to a mere show of bravado. Both parties were equally apprehensive. In just a few strides, they were upon one another. Li Huowang swung his sword with ferocity, the blade glinting coldly as it cleaved the woman in two, from which a crimson candle tumbled forth from her midsection. The severed torso of the woman swiftly maneuvered to Li Huowang's rear, attempting to reach for his back. As Li Huowang keenly sensed this, a surge of elation coursed through him. This entity was evidently averse to the celestial script. Li Huowang cast aside his long sword and swiftly drew the heavenly tome, wielding it with a circular motion aimed directly at the face of the petite woman. Upon witnessing the advance of the tome, the woman displayed a look of terror and promptly turned to flee. In that fleeting moment, the tide of the confrontation shifted dramatically. It was now Li Huowang, armed with the heavenly tome, who instilled fear in his opponent. Within the ancestral hall of the Hu family, Li Huowang and the petite woman engaged in a protracted chase. Despite her diminutive stature, the woman proved remarkably swift, evading capture even after an extended pursuit. Leaving him unable to make contact, Li Huowang panted heavily as he gazed at the diminutive woman across the table. This situation was untenable. He needed to find a way to drive her away. Get out. Do you hear me? I don't want to see you again. The small-footed woman shot him a venomous glare before swaying her body and retreating into the darkness of the corner. When Li Huowang approached that shadowy corner with a lantern in hand, he discovered that nothing remained. Lu Zhuang Yuan picked up the sword that Li Huowang had thrown down and hurried over, presenting it with both hands before him. Li Huowang grasped the hilt of his sword and inserted it behind his back. He then noticed the smiling face of the scholar L, who, with a look of eager deference, said to him, He. Tell me, do I resemble a human or a deity? Li Huowang felt a jolt of realization. Something was amiss. The singing had not ceased. This scholar L was an imposter. In that fleeting moment of clarity, the figure of L lunged towards him, its ghastly white hands piercing through Li Huowang's very being. An instantaneous wave of bone-chilling cold enveloped him, and his spirits began to plummet as the world around him sank into encroaching darkness. Chapter 34. The God of Joy. Just as Li Huowang sensed he was on the brink of losing consciousness, he reached into his waist and pulled out a copper bell. The shrill clang of the bell erupted, instantly dispelling the discomfort that plagued him. With a resounding thud, the back of Li Huowang's head struck the ground, leaving his mind ringing. Ignoring the pain coursing through his skull, he gritted his teeth and vigorously shook the bell, narrowly avoiding the deceitful creature's grasp. The edges of the 8 immortals table, the bamboo poles supporting the stage, and the ancestral tablets of the Hu family began to warp and twist, rapidly coalescing into a grotesque amalgamation. With his head throbbing painfully, Li Huowang pointed his hand, directing Lord Yu to pounce upon the retreating false L. Realizing that assistance was at hand, the entity attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Lord Yu had reached its side. However, instead of approaching the body of L, it dove directly towards the ground, slipping into the black shadow illuminated by the lantern. As Lord Yu's line sliced through the shadow of the small-footed woman, it shattered into fragments, and the entity emitted a feral shriek, collapsing to the ground in a desperate struggle. So, the true form of this creature was merely the shadow on the ground? No wonder severing its body in two had proven futile. This thought flickered through Li Huowang's mind. Under Lord Yu's assault, the false L rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon, the shadow on the ground swiftly dispersing into a foul, viscous black liquid. Just when Li Huowang presumed the ordeal had come to an end, a small-footed woman emerged from a writhing line in the distance, casting a sullen gaze in their direction. The imposter L was not singular, there were two. As this realization struck Li Huowang, another small-footed woman split from the first, and the division continued, each fragment becoming ever smaller. Not just one, but several small-footed women leapt forth from the surrounding distorted lines, similarly multiplying and shrinking. With a decisive gesture, Li Huowang commanded Lord Yu to charge forward, attacking the diminutive figures surrounding him. Yet, no matter how swiftly he struck, he could not match their rate of division. These identical small-footed women encircled Li Huowang, continuously splitting apart while parting their blood-red lips slightly, beginning to croon an eerie melody. Joyful God dances, joyful God smiles, garbed in finery, gracious and kind. Joyful God leaps. Joyful God stirs, pasting new crimson notes at the door. Joyful God rages, joyful God mourns, lanterns shining bright as the sea. The God of Joy hungers. The God of Joy is famished, with the left hand cradling the heart and the right hand grasping the intestines. They arrive at the village to welcome the God of Joy. The moment their song concluded, an explosion coursed through their entire being, a certain inky substance splattering forth, saturating the surrounding distorted space in an abyssal black. Although unaware of the nature of their actions, at that moment, Li Huowang sensed an unsettling shift. He halted the ringing of his bell, preparing to retreat. Yet, in the next instant, his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, and indistinct, feeble guidance from an unknown source compelled him to gaze upward toward the sky. Above him lay an expanse of profound darkness, devoid of any form. However, Li Huowang sensed an immense presence stirring within that void. The God of Joy? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he beheld silhouettes of varying sizes begin to materialize from the shadows. No, that entity has sensed my contemplation. I must flee from this place at once. Li Huowang found himself engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, yet his body betrayed him. It surged with a fervent energy, his breath quickened, and the veins on his face throbbed with intensity. He tore open his robe and raised his hands high, welcoming the ominous presence that loomed in the darkness. The shadowy outline grew increasingly distinct and distorted, and Li Huowang could perceive it clearly now. The blood vessels in his eyes, overwhelmed by excitement, began to rupture, and 2 crimson tears cascaded slowly down his cheeks. He could no longer bear to gaze upon it. He absolutely must not look any longer. With all his might, he struggled to close his eyes, yet his efforts proved futile. Li Huowang could already glimpse the head of the joyous spirit, if that thick, chaotic mass could indeed be referred to as a head. Just as it seemed poised to fully emerge from the darkness, a peculiar series of tapping sounds suddenly echoed. In an instant, the entity within the shadows halted abruptly, retracting significantly towards the inky sky, as if something unseen were pulling it back. Suddenly, a resounding crow of a rooster shattered the silence, causing the darkness above to fracture like glass, accompanied by the crack of bones. Li Huowang regained his senses as he tilted his head back. He quickly lowered his gaze, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, gasping for breath as he stared at the stone tiles beneath him. What had those little-footed women summoned? What had just transpired? An array of unanswered questions surged through his mind. Struggling to rise with the aid of a nearby 8 immortals table, Huowang sat up with great effort. Looking up, he found nothing in the sky, as if the preceding events had all been an illusion. The dawn was breaking, the early hours had passed, and soon the Hu family would arrive to honor their ancestors. In the distance, the sound of the opera stage still resonated. Lu Zhuangyuan and his companions had indeed sung throughout the night, even though they appeared unsteady from the toll of the bells, and their voices were hoarse. They dared not pause for a moment, glancing at the array of black spirit tablets beside him. It dawned on Huowang that the tapping sound he had heard earlier was likely the noise of these tablets being struck against the table. Huowang gazed in astonishment at the ancestral tablets of the Hu family before him. Could it be that they had just intervened to assist me? The more he pondered, the more he felt this possibility to be plausible. He quickly steadied himself and performed a ceremonial gesture of respect towards the semi-divine table that held the tablets, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. No sooner had he completed this act of reverence than the tablets began to tremble slightly, their vibrations escalating in intensity. The sound resonated with a rhythmic thud. Observing this eerie scene, Huowang clutched the Taoist bell and cautiously stepped back. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden rustling erupted. All the tablets on the 8 immortals table toppled backward in unison. Following this, a familiar yet ethereal voice whispered in his ear, sending a chill coursing through his body as if he had plunged into a bone-chilling abyss. Chapter 35, Confusion. Father, look, braised pork. Braised pork, Lu Xiaozai exclaimed. His mouth stuffed with lion's head meatballs, his eyes fixated on the dish being served. Look at how you all devour your food like starving ghosts. Eat more slowly. If one didn't know better, they might think the Lu family lacks proper upbringing. Father, enough with the manners. We haven't had such a feast during New Year's and years. Just look at the fatty meat on your chopsticks. You're not eating any less than we are. The playful banter from the youngest son earned him a swift rap on the head, as his brother faced the reprimand. Lu Jiren swallowed the food in his mouth and stepped in to mediate. Father, just let everyone enjoy the meal. We endured quite a bit last night to earn this feast. Upon hearing this, the diners, who had been ravenously devouring their food, exchanged glances of relief. Recalling the terrifying events of the previous night, the clash between the adept and the supernatural being had been so alarming that they nearly lost control of their bowels while performing on stage. In unison, their eyes turned toward the front of the room, where Huowang was lost in contemplation. A sense of reverence crept into their gazes. Had it not been for this adept's presence, they might not have been graced with this meal today, despite his youth and lack of facial hair. This little Taoist was indeed not an ordinary individual. However, just as another servant brought in more dishes, their attention was swiftly diverted. Ah, chicken. Look, there's roast chicken. The chopsticks danced eagerly above the round table like serpents poised to strike, as the chopsticks prepared to shred the chicken. An aged smoking pipe was raised to shield its head. Everyone, halt. This chicken is off limits. I will fetch the little Taoist to join us. Father, don't shout. Taoists don't eat meat. You'll make him break his vows. Lu Zhuangyuan shot a fierce glare at his most restless son before wiping the grease from his mouth and brushing his hand against the table's edge. He then turned to approach Huowang. Little Taoist? Little Taoist? Lu Zhuangyuan's wrinkled face radiated warmth. Little Taoist, you've worked hard all night. Come. Let us share a meal. Look at the sumptuous dishes prepared by the Hu family. In a moment of contemplation, Huowang turned to him and, after a brief pause for thought, hesitantly inquired, Master L, did you witness those plaques falling on their own? Surely that scene was not merely a figment of my imagination? Oh dear, my young friend, the old man replied, how could I possibly know? I lack your abilities and wouldn't dare to look around carelessly. I was singing on stage with my eyes closed the entire time. Logically, upon hearing his master's voice again, he should have felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. However, Huowang found himself in a state of confusion, as he could not even trust his own perceptions. I am unwell, indeed gravely so. If my condition has relapsed due to neglecting to consume the black tai sui, then experiencing minor auditory hallucinations is quite normal. Yet, those suddenly collapsing plaques and the fleeting presence of the god of happiness, none of it makes sense. Could it be that? Huowang recalled the bizarre transformation of Dan Yangzi just before his demise, and his expression darkened. Could it be that he truly attained immortality? No, that is impossible. Dan Yangzi could not have become an immortal. The so-called method of ascension he practiced, along with the elixirs he consumed, were merely figments of my imagination, nonsensical fabrications. How could such absurdities lead to enlightenment? Perhaps he has not become an immortal at all. But if he is not an immortal, then what has he become? Why is he entangled with me? A grimace of irritation crossed Li Huowang's face. Daoist, what occupies your thoughts? Now that we are all comrades, feel free to voice any troubles you may have. Master LV, it is nothing significant, merely some trivial matters that crossed my mind. Let us partake in the meal. Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, Master LV nodded enthusiastically, and the two turned to walk towards the dining table. As they approached, however, Master LV's expression froze. He beheld the table, where aside from a roasted chicken, every other dish had been devoured to the last morsel, so thoroughly clean that the plates hardly required washing. Ah, what a delightful feast. I dare say, even the emperor himself could scarcely enjoy such a banquet. With grease adorning his lips, Scholar LV reclined languidly against his chair. Loosening his belt, Master LV, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a sheepish smile to Li Huowang, aware that it would be unseemly to express his frustration in front of others. He could only lift the roasted chicken with both hands and place it before Li Huowang. Daoist, this chicken is rather plump. I sincerely apologize for the unseemly display. Li Huowang smiled as he picked up his chopsticks and tore off a piece of chicken to savor. It was quite delightful. The chicken was indeed delicious. Just as he had taken a few bites, a group of people traversed the corridor and entered the room. Leading the group was Xianxia, the employer of Lu Zhuanyuan. Very well, very well. Our ancestors would be exceedingly pleased. The incense on the table has been consumed entirely. This is indeed a good omen. Upon hearing the praise, Lu Zhuanyuan beamed with joy and humbly replied, "It is my duty, truly. Lu Banchu, next time you pass by, do make sure to stop by our Hu family for a cup of tea," Hu Jianghe said courteously. As he spoke, a robust man beside Hu Qinghe approached, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. When the cloth was lifted, 10 gleaming silver ingots were neatly arranged before them. As agreed, here are the 10 taels of silver. Please accept them. Oh, thank you, Lord Hu. Lu Zhuanyuan exclaimed gratefully. Rest assured, as long as there are tasks to be done, and as long as people relay the message, our Lu family troop will hasten to your service, no matter where we are. Once Lord Hu departed, the members of the Lu family gathered around the tray, their eyes glistening with longing as they beheld the ingots. Just as Lu Xiaocai was about to reach out to touch the largest sum of money he had ever seen, he was thwarted by a sturdy smoking pipe that knocked his hand away. Lu Zhuanyuan first retrieved 4 ingots from the tray and tucked them into his pocket. He gazed at the remaining 6 with a profound sense of reluctance. However, he soon donned a smile once more, carrying the silver over to Li Huowang, who was still enjoying his meal. Come, little Taoist. As we agreed, you take 6, I take 4. This is your share. Upon seeing the 6 taels of silver, Li Huowang, feeling no inclination to refuse, swiftly tucked them into his bosom, for he truly needed the money at this moment. Take your time eating, little Taoist. We shall prepare and continue our journey tomorrow, the Lu family members announced before departing. With the room now empty save for himself, Li Huowang gazed at the roast chicken before him, which was larger than his own head, and pondered for a moment before addressing a servant nearby. Do we have anything to carry this with? Before long, Li Huowang emerged with a donkey in tow, pulling a cart laden with sacks of grain. Although 6 taels of silver was not a substantial amount, he needed to conserve it. Yet, purchasing an old donkey was feasible. With this creature, at least he would not have to carry food on his back throughout the journey. As Li Huowang stepped outside, he noticed that the others were still nestled among the piles of rice stalks in the fields. They had refrained from entering the village, evidently fearing that their unusual appearances might startle the villagers. As he approached, he discovered that they were roasting sweet potatoes over a fire. Li Huowang reached out and pulled a tantalizing roasted chicken from the vehicle. Let us indulge in this, he declared. After enduring a monotonous diet of rations for several days, the group could hardly restrain their excitement upon seeing the delectable sight. They rushed forward eagerly, and even though they were a dozen strong sharing a single chicken, each person savored their portion with utmost diligence. They meticulously gnawed at the bones, breaking them into fragments before swallowing every morsel. Brotherly, where did this chicken come from? And what about the donkey cart? Where were you last night? Bai Lingmiao inquired, cradling the chicken's neck in her hands. Li Huowang sat atop a pile of rice straw, his eyes closed, lost in thought. Upon learning that he had exerted immense effort to acquire this item, Bai Lingmiao set down the chicken neck in her hand. She listened intently as she approached Li Huowang, her expression filled with compassion. Senior Brotherly, I am truly sorry. It is us, the burdens, who have held you back. Were it not for us, you would not have needed to exert yourself so fiercely. Li Huowang opened his eyes and gazed at the young girl before him, her eyes shrouded in azure fabric. This matter does not concern you. That entity, having ventured into the Hu family ancestral hall, must have long been fixated upon us. Even without the events of last night, it was only a matter of time before we would inevitably cross paths. Moreover, Li Huowang paused. Recalling the moment, he became utterly ensnared in illusion within the Qingfeng temple. Furthermore, it remains uncertain who might truly be the burden in the future. Li Huowang contemplated for a moment before turning his gaze back to the young girl before him, reaching out to grasp her hand. Bai Lingmiao shyly recoiled slightly, only to halt her retreat immediately. After a brief interval, Li Huowang, lying atop a stack of rice straw, closed his eyes and averted his gaze, gradually loosening his grip. However, in that fleeting moment of release, the soft hand swiftly rejoined his, holding on tightly. Having rested well through the night, the two groups with disparate objectives set forth once more. Their next destination was Jiangyou Town, which would serve as a significant gathering point for Li Huowang's foray into this world. Xiaodaoyi, Wuligang is not far from Jiangyou Town, according to our itinerary. We should arrive in about 4 to 5 days, reported Lu Zhuangyuan to Li Huowang. Zhao Wu had previously mentioned that his home was in Xianxia, and through their interactions over the past few days, Li Huowang had developed a preliminary understanding of Zhao Wu. He perceived that the young man possessed considerable intellect, but his physical limitations and illiteracy had prevented him from realizing his potential. Zhao Wu, it seems we are nearing your home. How about treating us brothers to a visit to the tavern? Dogwood jested from the side. The moment those words escaped his lips, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the atmosphere, striking a chord in the hearts of all present. Zhao Wu was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion, but soon his expression transformed with excitement, his eyes brimming with fervent desire. Li Shixiang, I don't wish to learn alchemy. Could you teach me to read instead? This was not to say that literacy was without merit. Indeed, it was invaluable. However, the prospect of teaching a complete illiterate, who could not even write his own name, was a formidable undertaking that would require years of dedication. It matters not. Even if little is learned, it suffices. Whatever can be grasped will be embraced. Although Li Huowang did not fully comprehend Zhao Wu's thirst for knowledge, he resolved to impart what he could since Zhao Wu desired to learn. Fool. Place Zhao Wu on the cart. I shall teach him to read. As Zhao Wu knew nothing, Li Huowang could only begin with the most rudimentary characters. As he taught, he noticed an unusual silence in the surroundings. Upon raising his head, he found that even the Lu family members were intently listening, their faces reflecting awe, as if Li Huowang were engaged in a solemn and sacred endeavor. Hee, Xiaodaoyi, chuckled Lu Zhuangyuan, one hand holding 2 pieces of cured meat, while the other tugged insistently at his young son to approach. Just as Li Huowang awaited the other's words, clouds of dust arose from the path behind them. Before long, a horse came to a halt before them, and a plump young lad dismounted with youthful exuberance. Lu Zhuangyuan clearly recognized this individual from Wuligang and promptly performed a respectful salute. Yo, young master Hu, where are you headed? I'm not going anywhere. I'm joining you to watch the opera. That way, I can listen to performances every day. The youthful voice of young master Hu was filled with boundless excitement. Despite his robust appearance, his voice had not yet changed. Rest assured, I shall pay to listen to the performance, he declared, forcefully pressing a longevity lock, forged of gold, into the hands of Scholar El. At that moment, El's expression was one of great confusion, grappling with the weight of the gold in his hands. However, before he could resolve his dilemma, a figure on horseback galloped up from behind, coming to his aid. With a resounding slap, a hand struck young master Hu's face, startling everyone nearby, and the boy's cheek quickly began to swell. How dare you play the role of a performer? How dare you? What a disgrace! The assailant exclaimed. That is the lowest of the low. If you dare to bring shame upon the Hu family by acting, I swear I shall beat you to a pulp. Seizing the longevity lock from El's grasp, the man took his son and rode off into the distance. Once he departed, Li Huowang turned his gaze back to Scholar El, awaiting the completion of the words he had left unspoken. El stood there awkwardly, clutching 2 pieces of cured meat, his mouth opening several times as if to speak. Yet no sound emerged. The usually astute elder appeared, for the first time, utterly at a loss, much like a child. In the end, he said nothing, forcing a smile as he nodded at Li Huowang, before leading his son toward a nearby cart, his already hunched back seeming even more pronounced. Chapter 37. The lowest of the low having left Wuligang some time ago, the narrow forest path gradually widened, and now, not just 2 groups, but a myriad of travelers, carts, oxen, and farmers bearing burdens were all making their way forward. The increasing density of footprints on the ground, along with animal droppings, made Li Huowang realize that Xianxia town was drawing near. Zhao Wu, do performers like Master L hold a lowly status? Li Huowang inquired of Zhao Wu, who was deeply focused on practicing his writing. Looking up from his stick as he practiced, Zhao Wu cast a surprised glance at Li Huowang, then turned his attention back to the Zhao family troop ahead. Is that so? Which category do they belong to? Li Huowang asked in astonishment, realizing he had not perceived this before the earlier incident. The first tier includes emperors, the second tier consists of military officials, the third tier comprises wealthy merchants. The fourth tier involves sects and guilds, the fifth tier includes craftsmen, the sixth tier consists of farmers and healers, the seventh tier comprises beggars and shamans. The eighth tier includes thieves and con artists, and the ninth tier encompasses performers and courtesans. Moreover, this hierarchy not only carried a stigma but also resulted in disparate treatment. For instance, those of the lower tiers were prohibited from marrying into respectable families, faced restrictions in attire and transportation, were not permitted to ride horses or sit in sedan chairs, and could not wear fine fabrics such as brocade, silk, or satin. Even when appealing to authorities, they were expected to diminish their stance. Hearing Zhao Wu recite this with the fluency of a tongue twister left Li Huowang astounded. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. Ah, Brother Li, you are too modest. My family resides in the town, so I am aware of these matters, which, I believe, most people should know, Zhao Wu replied. Where do you hail from, Brother Li, that you are unaware of such things? Zhao Wu had long sensed the peculiarities of this Brother Li, yet today he had found an opportunity to inquire. From a very distant place. Li Huowang responded with a hint of mystery. Regarding his origins, Li Huowang was reluctant to elaborate, for he found it arduous to explain, and these individuals might not comprehend it anyway. Noticing Li Huowang's silence, Zhao Wu continued without inquiry. We are fortunate here, regardless of one's standing. The emperor still permits the imperial examinations. Although success is not guaranteed, it at least offers hope. I have heard that in other regions, those of lower status are not even allowed to take the examinations. Their families are condemned to remain in their stations for generations, with actors destined to remain mere entertainers for life. But what of someone like me, a Taoist? What is my status here? Li Huowang inquired once more. Taoists are one of the three teachings and do not belong to the lower tiers. Most people regard Taoists with a degree of respect. And even those who do not choose to keep their distance, for who can truly unravel the mysteries of the supernatural. Zhao Wu's words dissuaded Li Huowang from shedding his Taoist robe, since they were to traverse south and north in the days to come. Donning the robe would undoubtedly prove more convenient than wearing plain clothing. By the way, Zhao Wu, what of individuals like Dan Yangzi? Their status must be quite elevated. I presume. Li Huowang immediately posed the pivotal question. Brother Li, to speak frankly, I do not know. Before I was seized by him, I truly believed such powerful individuals were mere fabrications of storytellers. However, I speculate that someone like Dan Yangzi must have some restraints, otherwise he would not retreat to the depths of the mountains to cultivate his immortality in secrecy. Little Taoist, look at that city gate. We have arrived. At the sound of Liu Zhuang Yuan's call, Li Huowang raised his head and gazed forward. At the end of their long journey appeared a low city wall covered in moss, beyond which lay their destination, Xianxia town. The Liu family troop entered smoothly, yet Li Huowang and his companions were not so fortunate, for their appearances were exceedingly distinctive. Before they had even entered, the town's constable came seeking trouble. Upon seeing Zhao Wu's face, the constable's hostility diminished instantly, and he sheathed his blade. Thank you, Constable Yan. How has my family been lately? To avoid further complications, Li Huowang, guided by Zhao Wu, approached a vendor selling bamboo hats and purchased several adorned with black cloth. Though they remained conspicuous, at least they no longer struck fear. After arranging the next departure time with Liu Zhuang Yuan, Li Huowang turned to Zhao Wu and asked, Where is your home? Let us go there first. As Zhao Wu beheld the familiar surroundings, he felt a surge of emotion. He did not don a hat, for the townsfolk recognized him. Weary and weak, Zhao Wu leaned heavily on a donkey cart, then jumped down. Just as the nearby goer reached out to assist him, Li Huowang intervened, drawing his long sword and offering it to Zhao Wu. He then retrieved several farewell notes from his bosom and began to organize them. Thus, with both hands supporting the longsword, Zhao Wu stumbled onward toward his home. Xianxia town appeared bustling, with a throng of people traversing the streets. However, it was not particularly large, and Zhao Wu soon located his home. With a tremor in his voice, Zhao Wu called out, prompting everyone in the rice shop to lift their heads. Fifth brother, a robust young man, bare-chested and carrying rice, cast aside the sack on his shoulder, and rushed out, enveloping Zhao Wu in an enthusiastic embrace. Following closely was a little girl with her hair styled in horn braids, who also dashed out, swirling around Zhao Wu in excitement. Amidst Zhao Wu's ecstatic oblivion, Huowang, who observed the scene with a detached demeanor, sensed something amiss. Aside from the two who had rushed out, the expressions of the others inside the house were notably subdued, which was not characteristic of a normal family. Brotherly, what is wrong? White Lingmiao, acutely aware of the unusual atmosphere, gently tugged at Li Huowang's garment. Li Huowang gently patted her hand with his, uttering not a single word. Chapter 38, Xianxia. Fifth brother. Where have you been these past few days? He exclaimed as he hurried inside. Sixth sister and I were worried about you. We thought something unfortunate had befallen you. Spotting the bare-chested lad supporting Zhao Wu as they made their way inward, Li Huowang felt compelled to follow, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. Observing several black hats at the entrance, Zhao Wu's father impatiently waved his hands, insisting, Disperse. Disperse. How can we conduct business with you blocking the doorway? The disdainful demeanor of the other party irked Li Huowang. What does your fraught father-son relationship have to do with us outsiders? In a swift motion, he seized the long sword from Zhao Wu's grasp, raising it high. The cold glimmer flashed as the razor-sharp blade struck the wooden table with a resounding force, nearly cleaving it in two. What do you intend to do? Zhao Wu's father stammered, retreating in fear. Li Huowang extracted a piece of silver, approximately 1 or 2 taels, from his right hand. Before his eyes, he slowly shaved off a small fragment along the glinting edge of the knife, subsequently pushing the fragmented silver towards him. Purchase rice. In the small backyard of the rice shop, Zhao Wu was pouring tea for Li Huowang. Brotherly, please calm down. My father may be like that, but deep down, he truly possesses a good heart. Li Huowang lifted his teacup and drained it in one swift motion, indifferent to its quality. Having long ceased to concern himself with the affairs of others, his visit was not solely for the purpose of bidding farewell to Zhao Wu. These farewell notes were sourced domestically. Since you are well acquainted with Xianxia City, I trust you can find a reliable courier service to deliver them. Li Huowang pushed 7 or 8 slips of paper towards Zhao Wu, who received them with both hands, nodding solemnly. Rest assured, brotherly, I will ensure these matters are handled. Very well, then. You remain at home and take care. We shall take our leave now. Upon finishing his words, Li Huowang rose to his feet. Zhao Wu appeared somewhat reluctant, as this farewell might signify an indefinite parting. Never mind, there is no need to overexert yourself. Li Huowang patted Zhao Wu on the shoulder, noting the earlier demeanor of his father. It seemed this meal would be anything but tranquil. Remember the characters I have taught you these past few days, especially your own name. Being able to write your name at least keeps you from being completely illiterate. His words rendered the room silent, and just as Zhao Wu's third brother arrived carrying rice, Li Huowang gestured for the fool to take the rice and accompany the others away. Upon reaching the bustling thoroughfare, Li Huowang and his companions sought a suitable inn. The woman afflicted with hypertrichosis remained unusually taciturn throughout their journey, seldom engaging in conversation, so Li Huowang was taken aback when she unexpectedly spoke. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. He may not be as malevolent as one might think. As Li Huowang uttered those words, the woman inexplicably trembled. Her voice tinged with sorrow as she lamented, even a tiger does not consume its young, yet humans can be far more ruthless. For I am a child sold by my own parents. Upon hearing this, everyone stood frozen, their gazes filled with astonishment as they turned towards her. Sensing the profound anguish within her heart, Bai Lingmiao approached gently, embracing her and tenderly patting her back in a gesture of comfort. Let us take refuge at the Donglai Inn today, Li Huowang suggested, pointing towards the sign on the left side of the street before leading the way inside. Welcome, esteemed guests. Will you be dining or lodging with us? The innkeeper inquired. How much for a room? Li Huowang asked. We offer 3 types, room A at 91, inclusive of meals, room B at 61, excluding meals, and room C at 21, but you will have to share with others. Considering your party of 7 adults and 5 children, totaling 12, I recommend 4-room BS. Our accommodations are spacious enough to comfortably house 3 individuals per room, and it would be safer for 2 adults to share with 1 child. Very well, let it be as you suggest. Excellent. Please be cautious of the stairs as you ascend to your 4 rooms on the upper floor. That night, Li Huowang leaned against the window, observing the figures of ancient pedestrians traversing the street below. After a long journey, he finally had the opportunity to sit and truly observe this world, so vastly different from his own past. He saw a robust man leading a horse, a scholarly youth wielding a fan, children carrying lanterns, and a hunchbacked vendor balancing food on a shoulder pole. Everything here felt so vivid and authentic, yet it seemed utterly out of place in his life. As various faces flickered before his eyes, Li Huowang suddenly found himself momentarily lost in thought, only to be jolted back to reality as his muscles tensed in an instant. He spotted Yang Na on the street. Her exquisite features were now marred by tears, and her expression was one of deep sorrow, gasping for breath through her sobs. "Huowang, please wake up." Yet, he soon realized that she was not his childhood sweetheart, but merely a young maiden resembling her. "After all, I have grown so much." If Yang Na truly existed, how could she still be a maiden? Li Huowang slowly slid down the wall, his gaze vacant as he stared at the wooden beams above. Was the onset of hallucinations about to commence once more? Suddenly, the sound of knocking echoed through the air. "Come in. The door is open." Li Huowang initially anticipated that it would be his roommate, Dagua, who entered. Instead, it was Bai Ling Miao. Her face adorned with a pleasant smile as she approached him, cradling a lotus leaf-wrapped parcel in her hands. As she unfurled the leaf, steam wafted up, revealing several piping hot buns within. "Seniorly, you must be hungry. Please, have a bun." Li Huowang reached out, seized a bun, and began to chew heartily. Bai Ling Miao, cradling another bun, crouched to his left, observing him quietly. As soon as he finished, she promptly offered him another with great thoughtfulness. "This place is rather unique. Buns available even at this late hour," Li Huowang remarked. "Is it not common to find buns for sale at night? If it's truly special, then one might as well call it foolishness. He even dips his buns in vinegar." He chuckled, pondering the peculiar eating habits of this stranger. While engaged in casual conversation with Bai Ling Miao, a sudden thought struck Li Huowang. "I haven't given you any money. How did you manage to purchase these buns?" Bai Ling Miao's gaze faltered, diverting away. However, she first placed the remaining bun on her lap, then retrieved several large silver ingots from her waist, presenting them to Li Huowang with both hands. "Senior brother Li, I pawned the golden anklet. It's too burdensome for you to bear alone. This is the only way I can assist you." Chapter 39. While glancing at the silver ingots in Bai Ling Miao's hands, Li Huowang pulled out a piece of silver from his own pocket and laid it atop hers. Witnessing his astonishment, Bai Ling Miao beamed with pride, feeling as though she had triumphed. She pressed the silver into his embrace. "Rest assured, that bracelet was merely a trinket my mother gave me. It holds no ancestral significance." With her words laid bare, Li Huowang ceased his resistance, meticulously counting and storing the silver. "Once everything is settled, I shall buy you a larger one." "Indeed, I shall await that." Bai Ling Miao nodded with a smile. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Gowa stepped inside. Upon spotting the two crouched in the corner, he hesitated before attempting to retreat. "I must have mistaken the guest room. My sincerest apologies. I shall leave at once." Bai Ling Miao's face flushed as she dashed to the door, pushing past him in her haste. Gowa, grinning, walked further in, "Senior brother Li. Although Bai Shimi is entirely fair-skinned, in the pursuit of a wife, beauty is of little consequence. Character matters far more, so please do not hold any disdain." Li Huowang was too lazy to engage in idle chatter. Enough with the nonsense. Wash up and hurry to bed. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have a bed to sleep in. In a state of drowsiness, Li Huowang found himself amidst an ancient forest. A faint glow beckoned him from ahead, and with curiosity, he drew his sword to clear the branches obstructing his path toward the flickering firelight. As he drew closer, he discovered that it was Bai Ling Miao and others, gathered around a campfire with his mother and Yang Na, roasting sweet potatoes. The warmth of this scene brought him a sense of relief, and he intended to approach them. Suddenly, the world transformed dramatically. Li Huowang beheld a towering creature. A Dan Yangzi, standing 100 feet tall with 3 heads and feathers covering its body, resembling a colossal mountain. "Ha ha ha, child, well done. You've brought the medicinal catalyst." The terrifying Dan Yangzi bellowed, raising a stone pillar that was taller than himself and bringing it crashing down toward the campfire below. "Wait." Drenched in cold sweat, Li Huowang jolted awake. After taking several deep breaths, he realized that everything he had just experienced was merely a dream. What time was it? He pressed his throbbing head as he sat at the table, noticing the dumplings he was eating were akin to wontons. It was just past the Chen hour. Sleeping in a bit was no issue, especially since he didn't have to travel today. Grabbing a ceramic spoon, he eagerly stuffed the wontons into his mouth, finishing them in no time. Who said today was uneventful? "Let us go. We need to buy supplies for our journey." The fleeting vision of his recent dream flickered in his mind as Li Huowang spoke again. "I'll take someone to buy those items. You inquire with Scholar LV about when we can depart. The sooner, the better. If he cannot leave, We shall set off early. Li Huowang, having purchased a donkey cart, found himself with a surplus of silver, augmented by the additional coins generously provided by Ling Miao, allowing for the procurement of essential supplies. At the very least, a blanket and mat were necessary to avoid the discomfort of spending nights by the campfire, with a heated back and a chilled front. Furthermore, a pot could be acquired, enabling him to enjoy warm meals on the journey rather than subsisting solely on dry rations. As various items accumulated, a single donkey cart became insufficient. Thus, when he met with Scholar Lu at the city gate, he had already acquired another cart. Ah, the little pathfinder is quite capable. As we traverse this route, your possessions seem to multiply. I reckon that if you continue on for another 6 months to a year, you may find yourself immensely wealthy, Scholar Lu remarked, not forgetting to flatter him as they hurried along. Master Lu, is the distance from Xianxia to Shijing City considerable? Li Huowang inquired, glancing at the broad dirt road ahead. The widening path was bustling with travelers. Not only were there the two of them, but many others, burdened with their packs, appeared to be heading toward Shijing City as well. Not far at all, just a matter of 10 days or so of travel, Scholar Lu replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as if he had recalled some delightful thought. Li Huowang nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire regarding the temple of monks you mentioned. Apart from their renowned prowess in granting offspring, what else do you know? He sighed. A temple of monks is merely a temple of monks. What difference does it make? Isn't every temple filled with a group of venerable monks guiding a number of young acolytes in their practice of meditation and chanting? Li Huowang let out a gentle sigh, realizing that he must personally inquire about such matters. Ordinary folk like Lu Zhuangyuan lived in a state of confusion, entirely oblivious to these affairs. Little Taoist, look over there. There's a monk under that tree, urinating. You might as well ask him. He could be from the nearby temple. Oh. Li Huowang lifted his gaze and indeed spotted a bald monk by the roadside. As he approached, he saw the figure in tattered monk robes shake and turn around. However, upon seeing the man's face, Li Huowang immediately furrowed his brow. Though he was called a monk, he resembled more of a beggar who had merely shaved his head. His appearance was utterly disheveled, his robe riddled with rips and stains. Amaba, do you seek me for something? The filthy old man grinned, revealing a mouth devoid of front teeth, his yellowed grin suggesting a certain simplicity. You are a monk? Indeed, I am a monk. The old monk proudly held up a string of prayer beads made from fruit pits, exuding a hint of authority. May I inquire, master, from which temple do you hail? Li Huowang's voice carried a note of skepticism. I have no temple. I was heading north, as I've heard there are many temples there, and they even provide meals. I intend to become a monk there. When Li Huowang decided to disregard this pretender, the old beggar clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Are you also searching for a temple? Let us go together. But aren't you a Taoist? Shouldn't you not believe in the Buddha? Li Huowang's instincts heightened. Could this man be feigning ignorance? He swiftly slapped his donkey and urged the others to move on, treating the old man as though he were invisible. Yet, while he ignored him, there were those who did not, and the Navi fool remained blissfully unaware of the oddity of the situation. You didn't bring food. You'll starve. How could I starve? Look at the forest. It's abundant with wild fruits, mushrooms, and vegetables. I too have eaten wild fruits. I also. Fool, don't talk to him. Oh. When no one paid him any heed, the old beggar, feeling disheartened, took his leave. Li Huowang, who had been secretly gripping his bell, breathed a sigh of relief, regardless of whether the man was genuinely simple or merely pretending. In this strange place, one must remain vigilant. After walking along the dirt path for an hour, with the sun perched high in the sky, Li Huowang noticed that many had begun to squat down to eat their rations, prompting him to instruct the others to do the same. Though anxiety began to gnaw at him, he felt somewhat safer amidst the crowd. Freshly purchased white steamed buns were distributed among everyone, who paired them with a few jars of pickled vegetables for their meal. Just then, when Goa shouted towards the forest, the simpleton-s innocent had popped out, his cheeks bulging as if he were chewing on something. What are you eating? Li Huowang inquired with a hint of confusion. Chapter 40. The late night hymn? What nonsense is this? Li Huowang furrowed his brow as he stepped into the forest where the fool was lingering. As he entered, his pupils dilated in surprise. He beheld the fool squatting in front of a small mound of earth, eagerly consuming something alongside the old beggar from earlier. Atop the mound lay several yellowed papers, firmly secured by a stone. Li Huowang suppressed his fury and rushed forward, delivering a kick that sent the fool tumbling to the ground. Get up. How dare you consume offerings meant for the deceased? Are you tired of living? Did I not tell you to refrain from speaking to beggars? The fool, feeling wronged, scrambled to his feet. I didn't speak to him. Kneel down. Quickly bow your head and apologize, Li Huowang commanded sternly. After witnessing the fool bowing deeply before the grave, he forcefully pulled him up. This cursed place had everything. He dared not take chances. For a misstep could lead to dire consequences. With a sharp sound, Li Huowang unsheathed his sword, pointing it menacingly at the old beggar's nose. I care not for your intentions. Keep your distance from my people. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The beggar murmured softly. I am not a beggar. I am a monk, as he continued to consume the offerings meant for the deceased. Although the fool had already bowed in repentance, one could never know the temperament of whatever lay within that grave. He dared not tempt fate. Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, the others quickly grasped the situation and nodded in understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night fell, and travelers began to retreat into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Surrounding 2 donkey carts, Li Huowang stoked the bonfire vigorously, instructing others to fetch ample firewood from the forest. Without the moon illuminating the night, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the tree branches swayed gently in the breeze, as if concealing countless secrets. Watching the people gathered around the fire. As time passed, the area gradually fell silent, and the others succumbed to slumber. Yet, Li Huowang remained awake, eerily still as if anticipating something. Beyond the woods encircling him, a significant part of his mind was fixated on the old beggar. Should that entity come seeking him, it would surely approach through him first. In the interminable wait, the first half of the night slipped away, giving way to the latter half, the time most prone to drowsiness. Li, brother, was there, just now, a face in that place? Dogwa, who was keeping watch alongside him, spoke with a quiver in his voice. Li Huowang swiftly glanced over, yet within the darkness, he discerned nothing. Are you certain? He inquired in an almost inaudible voice. Dogwa struggled to swallow, uncertainty evident in his demeanor. Perhaps my eyes are deceiving me. Do not speak, be silent. Li Huowang feigned focus on the flickering campfire, casting a sidelong glance towards that direction. After a moment of stillness, illuminated by the feeble glow of the fire, he beheld an unsightly visage gradually emerging from the shadows, a cruel smile etched upon its face. What sent a shiver down Li Huowang's spine was the slow emergence of additional heads behind this one. Strands of white light flickered beneath the heads. Wait, white light. Li Huowang abruptly rose, seizing a burning stick from the campfire and hurling it forward. Halt! Who are you? Li Huowang's sudden shout echoed through the tranquil surroundings like a thunderclap, rousing the slumbering individuals around him. As the rolling firewood was thrown beneath their heads, and he discerned the presence of feet and shadows beneath those heads, Li Huowang immediately grasped that these were indeed living souls. Not only did Li Huowang see them, but others did as well, and they too noticed the large sabers in their hands. The bandits have arrived. Quick, flee. This panicked cry sent the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone hastily shouldered their belongings and scattered in all directions. Damn it, we've been discovered. Hurry, bring the horses. Soon. The sound of galloping hooves filled the air as the robbers pursued the fleeing pedestrians with their blades drawn. Run into the woods. Their horses cannot maneuver in there. Upon hearing the old beggar's urgent shout, the others swiftly distanced themselves from the main road and plunged into the surrounding forest. They managed to escape. But those like Li Huowang, who had a donkey cart, were unable to flee. A donkey could never outrun a horse. There was no evading this. Li Huowang quickly retrieved a pill and swallowed it, feeling a surge of warmth envelop his body, just as he prepared to charge at the bandits. The old beggar suddenly dashed out from the side, pushing aside an elderly woman who had fallen. Gaudiccio, mounted on his horse, regarded the old beggar with disdain. Not even raising his blade, he tugged the reins, lifting his horse's hooves high, and charged directly at the man. A cruel smile spread across his face as he anticipated the ensuing bloodshed. His pastimes as a bandit, aside from indulging in women, included such brutal spectacles. However, in the next moment, he saw a figure rush forth, delivering a powerful punch to the horse's head. With a resounding thud, the galloping horse was abruptly redirected, collapsing to the right. As Gaudiccio fell alongside his horse, he could do nothing but watch in horror as the horse's eyes widened in shock. The next instant, accompanied by a muffled thump, his head met the same fate as his steed. Witnessing their comrades' confrontation, the remaining bandits hastily put their fingers to their mouths, whistling for assistance. Yet, after consuming the elixir crafted by Dan Yangzi, Li Huowang made it abundantly clear that they had provoked someone not to be trifled with. The dim, muffled sounds of the dirt path echoed as several of their ranks fell, compelling the bandits to retreat in a panic. Withdraw. They are formidable. This could very well be the work of the inspectorate. Bloodied fist clenched, Li Huowang stood there, gasping for breath. He turned to regard the old beggar. Having determined through the recent events that this man was not a tiger, he was merely a pig. Under Li Huowang's watchful gaze, the old beggar rose and approached the lifeless body of a victim, kneeling before it with hands clasped in prayer, murmuring softly. As Li Huowang drew closer, he discerned the words being uttered. Amitba, Amitba, Amitba. The phrase, imperfectly pronounced, echoed repeatedly. After reciting the words numerous times, the old beggar stepped into the nearby woods and began to dig with his hands. Chapter 41. The monk on the pitch-black dirt road within the forest. Li Huowang held a torch, leading the others onward. The night still enveloped them, and despite their harrowing experiences, they felt no inclination to sleep. After all, they had just endured so much. The donkey cart was laden with some butchered horse meat, which, aside from a few shards of silver taken from the bandit's body, constituted Li Huowang's sole spoils of war. Let's rest here until dawn. Traveling at night is perilous, Li Huowang commanded. Soon, the torches were gathered together, rekindling a new bonfire. Even if you cannot sleep, rest your eyes. We must conserve our strength for the journey ahead. I'll keep watch. As the sounds of hooves and footsteps faded away, the dirt road once again fell into silence. Sitting by the fire, Li Huowang turned to glance at the path they had just traversed. It was shrouded in darkness. It seemed the old beggar would not return until he had buried the dead. Reflecting on the chaos of recent events, Li Huowang felt a twinge of sorrow. This place was indeed tumultuous. The array of disarray was perilous enough, and rather than banding together for warmth, they resorted to mutual slaughter. He prodded the dying embers of the bonfire with his longsword, tossing in some nearby kindling. As time advanced, those who had scattered in the forest gradually gathered around Li Huowang's fire, and soon several smaller fires began to flicker nearby. Among the returning figures, there was no sight of the elf family, but Li Huowang felt no concern. When the bandits had emerged, they had been the swiftest to flee. Zhuang Yuan, a seasoned veteran, was not one to overlook such contingencies. It was no wonder he was so frugal, selecting horses to pull the cart. He must have foreseen such a situation long ago. As the minutes passed, dawn broke, and the others began to awaken, roasting horse meat for breakfast, preparing for the journey ahead. Regardless of the taste, horse meat was still meat, providing the necessary sustenance to restore their strength. Just as they were indulging in their meal, a trembling figure approached from behind. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Li Huowang's vigilance eased slightly. It was the old beggar, who appeared to have spent the night burying the dead. The morning dew soaked his tattered monk's robe, causing him to shiver. He approached the bonfire, squatting down, huddling for warmth. Noticing Li Huowang's gaze upon him, the beggar offered a simple smile. Recalling the man's selfless act the previous night, Li Huowang's hostility diminished significantly. Though he believed the old beggar's kindness would be a liability in such a treacherous world, no one could resist the allure of associating with a good soul. When Li Huowang offered him a bun, the beggar eagerly accepted it, chewing while murmuring, "May the Buddha bless you." Upon hearing the other party's words, Li Huowang immediately became intrigued. "Which Buddha are you referring to?" he inquired. "Isn't Buddha simply called Buddha? What distinction is there?" A hint of confusion flickered in the old beggar's eyes. Let us eat quickly. In these times, individuals like you are a rarity. I hope you are not deceiving me. How could I deceive you? I am a monk. A monk must not lie, the old beggar asserted with conviction. You can only chant Amitabha, and you don't even know which Buddha you profess to believe in. What kind of monk does that make you? Sun Shotsai remarked. Monks are supposed to be bald, so I shaved my head. Wang the tailor said monks cannot pursue women, so I refrained from doing so. Lu the shopkeeper said monks cannot eat meat, and thus I abstain. Moreover, I have witnessed other monks chanting Amitabha, so I learned to chant it as well. I have done all these things. How can I not be a monk? It appeared the old beggar was quite adamant about this matter, fervently defending his stance. Li Huowang couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. The beggar's claim to monkhood seemed even more farcical than his own role as a Taoist. However, that does not inherently make you a monk, he replied. The old beggar paused, holding half a steamed bun with care as he gazed at Li Huowang. Then tell me, what should a monk be like? For some reason, Li Huowang perceived a shadow of Danyangzi in him, a stubborn persistence rooted in ignorance. I presume you cannot read. Can you? How do you know? Are all Taoists so astute? He retorted with a chuckle. Why are you so fixated on being a monk? Had it not been for a monk saving me once, I would have long been dead. From that day forth, I vowed to become a monk myself. I must become a good monk. Subsequently, no mishaps occurred along the way, with the old monk trailing behind. Occasionally, as the beggar resorted to gnawing on raw wild vegetables due to hunger, Li Huowang would generously offer him a bun or two. After a journey of over 10 days, a city even more magnificent than Xianxia appeared before Li Huowang. He had arrived at Xijing. The contiguous walls of blue bricks rose high and grand. And standing at the city gates, one felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Have we finally arrived? As he beheld the city gates, Li Huowang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The nightmarish scenes he had dreaded had not materialized. Young master, one must be cautious about lodgings in Xijing. They can be treacherous. Allow me to take you to a reputable inn. It is quite affordable, Lu Zhuangyuan suggested, moving towards the towering city gates. Only to be halted by Li Huowang. Wait, where is that monk temple you mentioned earlier? Li Huowang eagerly inquired, for this was his primary purpose for coming here. Under Lu Zhuangyuan's guidance, Li Huowang made his way to the bustling Jingde temple, renowned for its fervent worship. Before he even caught sight of the temple, the distinctive fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, and the once spacious street began to fill with a diverse throng of people, old men, women, nobles, and children alike. Observing the stacks of incense held in their hands, Li Huowang immediately comprehended that these individuals were on a pilgrimage to worship. Has this temple always been so blessed with devotees? Upon hearing Li Huowang pose this question to the scholar Lu by his side, a nearby worshipper interjected, indeed. The deities of Jingde Temple are remarkably efficacious. My daughter-in-law conceived after making a single prayer here. Moreover, the masters of Jingde Temple are exceptionally benevolent. They frequently distribute porridge to the impoverished. Indeed, to have such a splendid temple in Xijing City is truly a fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. In Li Huowang's recollection, the majority of temples were traditionally constructed upon mountains, making those situated within urban areas rather rare. However, this did not concern him. What mattered more was the name of the temple mentioned by the worshipper, Jingde Temple. His heart began to race, realizing he had arrived at the right place after enduring so many trials along the way. At that moment, as he rounded a corner, a vista unfolded before him. A pristine stone path led down to a broad staircase, and at the end of these several hundred steps stood a majestic temple, shrouded in fragrant smoke. Its walls a deep crimson hue. Above the grand entrance, a black plaque bore the three characters Jingde Temple inscribed in vermilion. The couplet read, "Cultivate virtue. Sow the seeds of the Dharma, and attain the wondrous essence of the true body. The water's clear, the moon reflects, the jade crown exudes dignity." Enveloped in the flourishing incense, the entire temple appeared ethereal and otherworldly. Li Huowang took a deep breath and made his way towards the bustling staircase, following the throng of pilgrims as they entered the temple. Before him stood several grand halls, and in that moment, he felt akin to a solitary rock amidst the surging tide of humanity, observing everything around him. The temple had been located. Yet a new dilemma arose. How should he approach the monks within? Should he boldly declare himself a disciple of Dan Yangzi? He feared that such a revelation might lead to dire consequences. Before Li Huowang could devise a strategy, a monk from Jingde Temple approached him. For even in the crowded throng, his Taoist robe was strikingly conspicuous. As the monk spoke, the authentic essence of Buddhism emanated from him, far surpassing that of the elderly monk encountered earlier. Amitabha, humble monk Jindu greets you. As a disciple of the Xianman, you surely do not seek merely to offer incense and worship here, do you? Please, follow me. After surveying the lively crowd, Li Huowang nodded and followed him towards a side entrance. As he observed the monk's tonsured head adorned with a scarf from his, he pondered how best to articulate his intentions. The two navigated through the hallowed halls of the temple, the clamor of the entrance gradually fading into the background. Ultimately, they paused beneath a resplendent ginkgo tree, arriving at a stone table and benches. Please, have a seat, the monk invited. Settling down while leisurely manipulating a string of prayer beads, he refrained from inquiring about Li Huowang's sect or lineage, instead embodying the serene detachment expected of a true disciple of the Buddha. Li Huowang pondered for a moment, gazing at the monk before him. Dan Yangzi was dead. With a soft thud, the yellow-brown prayer beads scattered across the ground. Observing the stout monk rise, Li Huowang subtly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the monk here had undoubtedly been in contact with Dan Yangzi. Had that old Taoist truly perished? This matter was of great significance. He implored the monk to recount everything in detail. Desiring answers, it was essential to provide ample information. Aside from concealing the fact that he had taken the so-called heavenly scripture, Li Huowang divulged all that had transpired at Qingfeng Temple to the monk before him. Master, under those circumstances, could Dan Yangzi truly ascend to immortality? As he spoke, Li Huowang leaned slightly forward, his expression grave as he pressed further. Or perhaps, did he transform into something else? A gentle breeze rustled the golden leaves of the nearby ginkgo tree, creating a soft whispering sound. Did you truly hear Dan Yangzi speaking in your ear? Jian Dun, equally serious, sought confirmation. Indeed, it is absolutely true, and it was not merely an illusion. There was also the oddity of the joy god. Recalling the scene, a flicker of irritation crossed Li Huowang's eyes. The joy god, which could not be directly gazed upon, had intended to emerge from the shadows and consume me. However, it seemed something had tugged at its hidden form in the darkness, though lacking concrete evidence. A conjecture burgeoned within him that it was Dan Yangzi, the Dan Yangzi who had ascended, who had drawn the joy god from the shadows. After a moment of solemn contemplation, Jian Dun rose to his feet. Please, wait a moment. This matter bears significant weight. With that, Jian Dun joined his hands in prayer before Li Huowang and swiftly departed. Though he had said nothing, his demeanor conveyed a wealth of information. Li Huowang raised his head, gazing at the clouds above. Indeed, the matter concerning Dan Yangzi was not so easily resolved. Xin Yang, please come this way. The abbot wishes to meet you personally. The grandeur of Zhengde Temple was immense. After weaving through the temple for some time, Li Huowang finally stood before a magnificent hall. Through the grand doors, he beheld 5 towering golden Buddhas, each seated in diverse postures, exuding an imposing majesty. Before these colossal figures, on a cushion, sat a monk clad in a cassock, adorned with a hat reminiscent of Tang Sung, featuring 5 Buddha images. Under the watchful gaze of the 5 great golden Buddhas, Li Huowang instinctively slowed his pace. The chanting ceased, and the monk seated on the cushion slowly turned to face him. Upon seeing the monk's visage, Li Huowang was taken aback. The abbot, with white eyebrows and beard, appeared unexpectedly kind, yet it was his eyes that astonished Li Huowang. Those were pink eyes, unmistakable to Li Huowang, who had spent considerable time with Bai Lingmiao, both afflicted with albinism. Amitabha, the old monk greets you with humility and courtesy, the abbot said, his palms pressed together. His tone serene. I am Xin Yang, honored to meet the abbot, Li Huowang replied, performing a respectful bow before taking a seat facing him. Abbot, regarding Dan Yangzi. Before Li Huowang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the hand raised by the other party. Master Xin Yang, do you recognize the 5 Buddhas within this hall? Upon seeing Li Huowang shake his head, Xian Hui gently stroked his long white beard and began to elucidate. In the central position resides the Vajra world of Vairocana. To the east, we find the fragrant accumulation world of Akshobhya. To the south, the joyful world of Ratnasambhava. To the west, the blissful world of Amitabha. And to the north, the lotus world of Amagasiti. Collectively, they are known as the 5 wisdom Tathagatas. Li Huowang felt an undeniable surge of anxiety within him. The monk's seemingly irrelevant words left him perplexed. Abbot, let us discuss these matters at a later time. May I inquire about the current state of Dan Yangzi? Xian Hui joined her palms in prayer, her demeanor tranquil as she gazed at Li Huowang. He has attained Buddhahood. Chapter 43. Buddha, a special edition for a supporter of this book. He has attained Buddhahood. As the abbot uttered this with a calmness that belied the gravity of the statement, Li Huowang felt a chilling sensation creeping down his spine. He abruptly raised his gaze to the 5 colossal golden Buddhas surrounding him, their previously solemn visages now seemingly transformed, as if they possessed a different countenance altogether. Just as Li Huowang prepared to rise, he cast a glance at the sun shining brightly outside, then turned his attention back to the abbot. The elder monk remained seated, his expression unchanged, exuding an air of unwavering composure, as if the words just spoken had not originated from him at all. Wait, do not frighten yourself, It may not be as I imagine. Indeed, the man had previously wreaked havoc, abducting and killing indiscriminately, disturbing the peace. I had dispatched the martial monks from our monastery to apprehend him, yet he had evaded capture time and again. If you could devise a means to eliminate this individual, it would be considered an act of great virtue. Pray tell, Master, how could such a thoroughly wicked man attain Buddhahood? How could he possibly become a Buddha? Amitabha. At this moment, it matters not what he truly is. What is important is what you perceive him to be. In my heart, he is a Buddha. Upon hearing these words, Li Huowang's agitation intensified. The old monk seemed to be speaking in riddles, evading clarity. Benefactor, at this time, Dan Yangzi transcends the mundane. How you perceive him is paramount. What you believe him to be, he becomes, for his karmic ties now rest with you, not with me. Xian Hui's voice remained even and unwavering, yet this time, Li Huowang grasped the essence of her message. Are you suggesting that Dan Yangzi has transformed into an amorphous entity, Capable of shifting according to human thought? Something akin to the legendary Yulaoi? Indeed. But why? How did he become such an otherworldly being? The methods for ascension I devised were mere fabrications. Consuming all those lethal substances should have resulted in his immediate demise. Li Huowang pondered deeply but could not fathom the answer to this question. The old monk replied, I do not know. The candidness of the other party took Li Huowang by surprise. You do not know? The old monk, not being the future Buddha, is incapable of omniscience. A monk does not speak falsehoods. Not knowing is simply not knowing. Li Huowang pondered for a moment before posing a crucial question once more. Abbot, is there a way to completely eliminate Danyangzi? Since he is our adversary, leaving him in such a precarious position is not advisable. He has gone to great lengths to come this far, precisely to resolve this matter. Regardless of what Danyangzi has transformed into, it is imperative that he be dealt with. Observing the wrinkled, pallid hand, Li Huowang felt a flicker of hesitation. Master Xianxia, if you still harbor doubts regarding my intentions, then you should not have crossed the threshold of this temple. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huowang pressed his forehead against his palm. With a resonant hum, he felt the colors around him intensify manifold, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. He understood that the old abbot possessed certain extraordinary abilities unique to the Buddhist realm. This matter is of great significance. The monk needs to confer with the other elders to devise a strategy. You may stay in the temple for now, and I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow. Despite Li Huowang's reluctance, the abbot's tone remained unhurried. Your decision is yours to make. The Zhangde Temple shall open its doors at the hour of the dragon tomorrow. Xianxia, I implore you to keep your word. For you are aware that without resolving this issue, it poses a grave threat to both you and the entire world. As Li Huowang stepped outside into the sunlight and gazed back inside, he noticed that the abbot had once again turned his back. Resuming the chanting before the colossal golden Buddha, Li Huowang tilted his head to gaze upon the blazing midday sun above, then surveyed the tranquil and harmonious Buddhist temple surrounding him. Everything appeared serene, devoid of any sign of disturbance. Just as he turned to walk a few paces, the bald crown of the abbot began to twitch. Before long, a fissure slowly emerged in the smooth skin beneath the 5 Buddha hat, revealing a colossal vertical eye, the size of a fist, which fixated intently on Li Huowang. At that moment, the abbot's chanting suddenly escalated in intensity. Form is not I. If it were I, form should not suffer from affliction. I desire such form. I do not desire such form. According to one's desires. Therefore, one must know. As Li Huowang meandered through the winding paths of the temple, he eventually returned to the bustling main entrance, filled with throngs of worshippers. He felt as though he had re-entered the realm of mortals. Standing amidst the crowd, he glanced back towards the narrow alley he had just exited, pondering whether he should place his trust in what he had encountered. A wave of hesitation washed over him. Hey, Taoist! A voice called out, drawing his attention. He turned to see an old beggar on the road not far away, eagerly waving at him. Have you come to this Zhangde temple? Do others accept you? The old beggar nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the monk just said that seeing my pitiable state, he would allow me to stay here and work. That's good. Just make sure to work diligently here. It's certainly better than foraging for wild vegetables and consuming offerings meant for the deceased outside. I have matters to attend to. But by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. You can call me monk. I take pleasure in being addressed as such. Do visit the temple when you have the time. Haha, as per your Buddhist teachings, let it be as fate decrees. After bidding farewell to the old monk, Li Huowang departed from Zhangde Temple. Upon arriving at the inn they had previously agreed upon, a surge of people rushed towards him. Li Huowang raised his hand to halt further inquiries from others and spoke. I have a matter to entrust you all with. Please disperse and inquire with the locals about Zhangde Temple. Although his earlier interactions with the monks had been quite ordinary, he still wished to first gather local opinions about the temple before making any decisions. The others, curious as they were, nodded and turned to leave the inn. They spoke of Zhangde Temple as the largest temple in the entire capital, renowned for its vibrant incense offerings. It was said that the monks were devout, strictly adhering to their precepts. On one occasion, a monk had been expelled for indulging in meat. Furthermore, it was rumored that the emperor himself visited the temple to pray. And with a stroke of luck, one might even catch a glimpse of him. My findings align closely with yours, brother. What is your purpose in having us inquire about Zhangde Temple? Reflecting on their accounts, Li Huowang found himself unable to dismiss the idea. To distrust these monks would mean confronting the formidable Danyangzi alone, a choice that would undoubtedly lead to ruin. Chapter 44. Zhangde Temple within the Hall of 5 Buddhas. Li Huowang encountered Abbot Xianhui once more, this time not alone, but flanked by 4 venerable monks. Since we are here, Master Xianxia, let us be succinct. We need to conduct a grand ritual to offer salvation for him. Very well, Abbot, let us commence, Li Huowang replied promptly. Hold your horses, Master Xianxia. The karmic ties of Dangyangzi rest upon your shoulders. Before we begin this rite, you must calm your mind. Calm my mind, Li Huowang questioned, perplexed. Ba, benefactor. Your heart is restless. You suffer from inner turmoil. The abbot's words had barely left his lips when Li Huowang retorted sharply, I am not afflicted. The sudden volume of his own voice startled him. As he noticed the profound gazes of the 5 venerable monks upon him, Li Huowang took a deep breath, clenching his now trembling fists. May I inquire, Abbot, how can I achieve a tranquil mind? Li Huowang took the scripture, opening it to reveal a plethora of esoteric Buddhist texts, the meanings of which eluded his comprehension entirely. Was mere recitation sufficient? Was there no specific practice or dietary regimen involved? Such simplicity fell far below Li Huowang's expectations. Noticing the abbot of Xian Hui shaking his head, Li Huowang grasped the scripture and was about to leave when he turned back to gaze at the elderly monks seated on their cushions. Does Zhengde Temple possess any cultivation techniques? He inquired. Indeed, we do, the abbot replied, provided the devotee is willing to shave their head and ordain into our temple. The sutra repository is open for your perusal. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang turned on his heel, resolute that he could never become a monk. This time, he did not refuse the abbot's offer, having already placed his trust in the man. To remain wary would only portray him as petty. A secluded chamber within Zhengde Temple was prepared for Li Huowang, who settled quietly within, perusing the scripture that had been provided. In the initial days, he felt somewhat anxious. Yet he soon discovered that no one in the temple paid him any heed, even when he ventured into the bustling main hall to observe the monks interpreting omens. He went unnoticed, which gradually eased his mind. In the deep of night, accompanied by the flickering glow of an oil lamp, Li Huowang held the scripture in both hands, reciting, My life has come to an end. My vows are established. All that I have done is accomplished, and I am not bound by future existences. As he recited this so-called sutra of the 5 aggregates of emptiness, Li Huowang initially felt no particular sensation. However, as the days passed and he recognized an improvement in his sleep quality, he began to understand the scripture's true efficacy. Having completed a tranquil recitation, Li Huowang gently closed the book, extinguished the oil lamp, and prepared for sleep, his mind now turning to his future plans. Once he dealt with the Dangyangzi, he would seek out the Black Tai Sui. If he could stabilize his condition, he could lead a stable life in this world. However, the Black Tai Sui appeared rather fearsome. Should he capture it? How would he restrain it to partake of its flesh monthly? Furthermore, he needed strength. Acquiring sufficient power for self-preservation was essential, yet that too posed a challenge. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Li Huowang suddenly caught sight of a shadow flitting past outside his door, causing his body to tense instinctively. Was someone in the temple surveilling him? He slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the door and unlatching it. With a swift motion, he cracked it open, revealing the moonlit courtyard, devoid of any presence. Tentatively, he peered outside and noticed a corner of a yellow monk's robe swiftly disappearing into a dark corridor. What scheme is unfolding within this temple? After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Huowang relaxed his steps and followed. Quickening his pace, he caught sight of a bald head ahead. Unable to discern the face from behind, but the absence of any scars indicated that this individual likely held a low status within Zhengde Temple. Thus, within the silent confines of the temple, one walked ahead while the other trailed in the distance. As he walked, the monk suddenly darted and slipped through the slightly ajar door. Li Huowang was about to enter, but after a moment's contemplation, he turned to the other side of the temple, moistening his hand with saliva to pierce the paper window. Unlike the spacious 5 Buddha hall where the abbot resided, this hall was relatively small, even rather cramped. The statue of the Bodhisattva, one hand forming a mudra and the other holding a bottle, was diminutive compared to a person, and even the candles on the offering table burned only 2, casting a profound darkness throughout the hall. At that moment, someone was kneeling in prayer before the Buddha, but it was not the monk who had just entered. It was a woman. A woman? In a temple at such a late hour? Before Li Huowang could ponder this anomaly, the woman began to murmur softly. Compassionate Bodhisattva, I beseech you, grant me a son. If I cannot bear a son soon, my husband will sell me. As she uttered these words, a monk, bare-chested, stealthily approached from behind the Bodhisattva. A piece of red cloth was pulled by him, gently binding the woman's eyes. The woman trembled violently, but offered no resistance. Her breathing grew increasingly labored. With each inhalation and exhalation, 7 or 8 bald-headed figures emerged from the surrounding darkness, their hands clasped in prayer as they slowly encircled her. Was this the profound truth behind the efficacy of seeking offspring? Li Huowang, witnessing all that transpired, was left utterly astonished, his previous notions of genre-redefining completely shattered. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and swiftly turned around, only to see Jian Dun, standing like a statue in the bright moonlight of the courtyard. Discovered. Jian Dun, meeting Li Huowang's gaze, said nothing but merely waved his hand gently before turning to leave. Glancing back at the chaos unfolding within the hall, Li Huowang quietly followed suit. I know what you must be thinking. Perhaps you believe the monks of genre-redefining lack purity? But do you truly think the worshippers are fools? Why do they come to pray at such a late hour? Standing at the entrance, Li Huowang remained silent, awaiting the continuation of the conversation. Those who seek sons shall be granted sons. It is the compassionate nature of those who have renounced worldly pursuits, an act of benevolence. Hearing this, Li Huowang could not help but furrow his brow. So, you engage in quite a significant amount of such good deeds. Genre-redefining has never claimed that its bodhisattva grants offspring, rather. This has been propagated by the devotees themselves. We neither asserted it nor questioned them. Chapter 45, The Buddha. Master, you need not explain so much to a mere guest. I can hardly interfere with your affairs. Please leave, for I wish to retire. Jian Dun, with hands clasped in prayer, bowed respectfully to Li Huowang and walked toward the exit. As he brushed past Li Huowang, he casually remarked, do not underestimate the Buddhist path. I was a Taoist before I renounced the world. The mystical path is quite similar. You simply remain unaware. With Jian Dun's departure, the room was left with only Li Huowang. He turned to gaze at the temple shrouded in darkness, feeling an absence of any dignity or solemnity. Li Huowang exhaled slowly at the surrounding darkness, lamenting the filth of this wretched place. Was there truly no corner of cleanliness to be found? Ever since that fateful night, he had taken to avoiding outings after dusk, lest he disrupt the monks' sacred rituals and incite their ire. As the days passed, Li Huowang's mental state improved considerably. He seldom suffered from nightmares anymore. Just as he was about to inquire of the abbot regarding the commencement of the rituals, word had already been sent ahead. Xianxia. Preparations for the universal offering are about to commence. The planning of such a ceremony is immensely taxing, so please refrain from wandering for the time being. As the young monk departed, a familiar figure slipped into view, a look of surprise illuminating his features. Young Taoist, I didn't realize you resided here. Why did you not inform me? It was the old beggar from before, though now he appeared markedly transformed, clad in a pristine yellow monk's robe. His face and attire bore no stains, exuding a newfound vitality, despite their previous brief encounter. The sight of a familiar face in this unfamiliar setting brought Li Huowang a sense of camaraderie. Monk, how have you been faring here? Quite well. I am well fed and warmly clothed each day. However, I find it somewhat uncomfortable that I cannot perform good deeds within the temple. The mention of benevolence stirred memories of that night, prompting Li Huowang to sigh softly as he regarded the old monk. Do not dwell too much on that. Just focus on staying here. Despite the temple-esque grime, at least there is no threat of hunger. Come, young Taoist. Allow me to show you where I work. It is quite expansive. The old monk, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled Li Huowang toward the exit. The sun is quite fierce. Perhaps another time, Li Huowang replied, feeling a lack of enthusiasm for sightseeing within the temple. Come, you absolutely will not regret it. There are fascinating wonders to behold. Reluctantly, Li Huowang followed the old monk out the door. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a spacious open courtyard of the Zhengde Temple. Upon entering, Li Huowang was struck by the vastness of the temple grounds. Clang, clang, clang. Dust swirled in the air as several monks, their hands bandaged, wielded stone chisels and hammers, diligently sculpting Buddha statues. The statues lined the courtyard, extending in 2 rows toward the distant end. Under the radiant sun, the monks' bald heads gleamed, and they poured sweat and concentration into their artistic endeavors. Is this where you toil? The environment leaves much to be desired. Li Huowang wrinkled his brow, covering his nose with his hand to shield against the dust. Indeed, I am responsible for moving the useless rubble. My efforts contribute to these statues as well. The old monk seemed exceedingly proud of his role. They walked along the path between the 2 rows of unfinished statues, observing the diverse forms of art. Monks passed by without a glance, treating the 2 as though they were invisible. The carvings at Zhengde Temple are clearly not intended for personal use. It is evident they are meant for sale to the devotees. It seems this monk possesses a remarkable aptitude for revenue generation, Li Huowang thought with a hint of sarcasm. However, After the previous events, he found himself utterly unsurprised by such matters. Yet there is even more to behold, the old monk exclaimed excitedly, preparing to lead the way towards the front entrance. Observing him stride ahead, Huowang followed suit. Though suddenly he felt a wave of dizziness and his body began to sway slightly. Well, if I have indeed caught a chill, I might as well bask in the sun a bit more. Let us continue forward. Huowang, upon hearing these words, glanced up at the blazing sun above. Could it be that he had succumbed to heat stroke? Had it only been a short while since the new year? He felt no discomfort from the heat. After ascertaining that his body felt normal, he lifted his foot, intending to follow the old monk forward. However, just as he raised his foot, he noticed a shift in the sounds around him. The rhythmic clanging of chisels striking stone was replaced by the unsettling sound of flesh colliding. Puzzled, Huowang turned his gaze toward the stone sculpture on his right, and his body went rigid in an instant. The previous stone figure had vanished, replaced instead by a grotesque mass of pale flesh. Those were the monks. The once sacred statues of Buddha had transformed. The monks, with their eyes fervently closed, were huddled together, their bodies writhing like maggots engaged in acts reserved for the carnal. This is? With eyes wide open in disbelief, Huowang took a step back. Huowang slowly raised his head, squinting at the blinding sun above, fully aware that he was not hallucinating. He gradually turned around to gaze at the statues that had once stood behind him. Unsurprisingly, they had transformed. Under the brilliant winter sunlight, there were now dozens of colossal figures. Taoist, hurry up, the old monk exclaimed excitedly ahead, reminiscent of a child eager to show off something to his companions. Huowang trembled as he took a deep breath, lifting his foot to continue onward. After passing through the immense gate, a spacious courtyard unfolded before them. This place was still a veritable mountain of flesh. However, among the human figures, there were now other entities, such as pigs. They cried out in agony. Yet this mountain of flesh, composed of pious monks, ensnared them like mire. Behold, the carved qilin and stone lions resemble reality so closely. How splendid it would be to possess such craftsmanship. Huowang followed the old monk, advancing further while observing the creations of the monks at Jingde Temple. He beheld dogs, horses, cattle, and donkeys. Upon closer inspection, he discerned even more peculiarities. These monks were all androgynous beings, embodying both masculine and feminine traits. At that moment, Huowang's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind of confusion. Suddenly, the old monk extended a hand towards him, urging him to hasten a few steps into a spacious hall. Huowang, with a stiff neck, gazed into the hall. As he tilted his head higher, his pupils constricted further. Look, the old monk exclaimed, pointing upwards with a childlike smile, his voice laced with wonder. What a magnificent Buddha! Chapter 46, Heart and Wisdom Buddha? Huowang stared in astonishment at the colossal being before him, towering at least 20 meters high. Regardless of how the old monk envisioned the Buddha, to Huowang, it appeared as a vast, grotesquely distorted mound of pink flesh, reminiscent of a toad's back, covered in a viscous plasma. Various bizarre and deformed reproductive organs, enshrined in the sanguine fluid, protruded from the repulsive skin, writhing incessantly as the body convulsed. Such a grotesque and nauseating sight was now infested with an equal number of writhing naked monks. Women, kin, beasts, this entity seemed to challenge the very limits of the monk's corporeal existence at Jingde Temple. Isn't it grand? This stone Buddha is the largest I have ever encountered. The oblivious old monk stood by, extolling its magnificence. Huowang felt his body stiffen, as he had always believed that individuals like Danyangzi were exceedingly malevolent, ostracized by the mainstream of society. Given that the monks of Jingde Temple harbored animosity towards Danyangzi, one could assume that, while their righteousness might be questionable, at the very least they adhered to certain principles. However, this assumption was fundamentally flawed. The dichotomy of good and evil was non-existent. It is possible that all other forms of cultivation in the world are equally bizarre. The enmity between Danyangzi and these monks might not stem from a conflict of righteousness versus malevolence. Rather, it could simply be a rivalry between two factions vying for territory. Regardless of their motivations, one thing was certain: the prior words of the old abbot were entirely deceitful. He had been duped. The notion of universal salvation was certainly a fabrication. I must leave this wretched place at once. Huowang turned his gaze towards the oblivious old monk. Although he could not comprehend why the monk's illusionary techniques had no effect on him, he was certain that he had not yet been discovered. To escape his predicament, he must wisely capitalize on this advantage. With that thought, Huowang strode out of the grand hall and into the nauseating sculpting yard outside. The surrounding mounds of flesh continued to writhe grotesquely, Yet he chose to disregard them and pressed onward. Hey, Taoist, don't leave. It's not every day we get a visitor. Why the rush? The old monk exclaimed as he dashed out of the hall to catch up with him. The food here is quite delightful. Why not join me for a meal later? The fried tofu here is even tastier than meat. Li Huowang feigned a hint of impatience, quickening his pace as the old monk continued to prattle beside him. Just as he was about to exit the flesh mountain, a tall figure obstructed his path. It was a robust monk, towering over Li Huowang by an entire head, his expression grave as he regarded him in silence. Master, do you require something? Li Huowang inquired coldly, though his heart tightened in an instant. The towering monk leaned forward, scrutinizing Li Huowang with meticulous intensity. Suddenly, an unsettling spectacle unfolded before him. A distinctly supple black tentacle adorned with suction cups emerged from the top of his head, extending with an uncanny grace. This bizarre appendage slithered through the air like a serpent of the sea, coiling slowly around Li Huowang's head as if it sought to sense something. Amitabha, well done. Well done, the monk intoned. Benefactor, your heart is impure. At this utterance, the writhing flesh mountain around them abruptly ceased its movement, and the monks engaged in their sordid activities turned their attention to Li Huowang in unison. He realized that his perception had pierced through the veil of deception. Resolute in the face of an irrevocable turn of events, Li Huowang steeled himself, drawing his sword with one hand and fiercely striking at the imposing monk before him. With a sharp sound, the monk's tentacle, along with his garments, was severed, spewing forth a noxious mixture of yellow and green pus. In that moment, a pill soared into Li Huowang's mouth. He propelled himself off the ground, soaring 3 meters high toward the nearest earthen wall. As Li Huowang made his move, a tumultuous shift enveloped the surroundings. The monks, akin to mountains of flesh, leapt down in unison, roaring as they pursued him. Yet this was merely the prelude. The ground trembled violently, nearly unbalancing everyone present. Li Huowang, having already ascended to the wall, instinctively turned to behold the colossal figure of the Buddha as it crashed through the wooden doors of the grand hall, rolling menacingly toward him. Flee! Escape this temple! They could not allow the citizens of the entire West capital to witness the true visage of the Buddha. With unwavering determination, Li Huowang swiftly dashed towards the main hall, the clamor of voices behind him growing increasingly chaotic. Yet, he could scarcely afford to dwell on such distractions. Alone he ran, while a throng pursued. The elixir he had consumed endowed him with remarkable stamina. Despite several perilous moments, fortune favored him and he evaded capture. Just as he rounded a corner, poised to arrive at the entrance of Zhengde Temple, a familiar visage obstructed his path. It was the abbot of Zhengde Temple, Xinghui. Li Huowang, without a moment's hesitation, reached into his bosom, aiming for the bell. Yet, in the next instant, his hand froze in place. The bell that could summon the old master Yu had vanished. Amitabha, Master Xianxia, are you in search of this item? Xianhui inquired, holding the bell, his expression remaining unflustered. He did not pose further questions to Li Huowang, but instead turned to admonish the group of monks who had pursued him closely. Hush, you are monks. Yet you appear so flustered. What manner of conduct is this? Abbot, it is not that we are in a state of panic, rather. This disciple of the Xianmin suddenly attacked Brother Janwei. Upon hearing this, Abbot Xianhui turned to Li Huowang, perplexed, and asked, Master Xianxia, is this true? Why did you suddenly strike our disciple? Was he negligent in his duties? Faced with the group of bald-headed monks and glancing at the bell he had just reclaimed, Li Huowang found himself momentarily bewildered. What game were they playing? They were fully aware of the events that had transpired. Why continue this charade? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to lay his cards on the table. Abbot Xianhui, you harbor animosity towards Dan Yangzi, and I have eliminated him. Surely, you need not resort to extreme measures instead of offering thanks? Rest assured, I shall keep silent regarding all that I witnessed within the temple, revealing nothing to anyone. Moreover, my solitary voice cannot possibly tarnish the reputation of your Zhengde Temple. However, at Li Huowang's words, Xianhui's expression grew even more perplexed. What has the master witnessed? The old monk cannot comprehend. At that moment, both parties stood frozen, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Absurd. Utter nonsense. This was the first instance Li Huowang witnessed Xianhui's anger. The 2 white whiskers beneath his nose trembled like dragon whiskers, and an overwhelming aura compelled the monks behind him to bow their heads. Chapter 47. Incense offering. As soon as Xianhui uttered these words, he seemed to realize his faux pas, hastily placing his hands together and closing his eyes in reverence towards the west. Amitabha, my apologies, my apologies. I have transgressed the precepts of anger. In penance, I shall transcribe the sutras 100 times. After uttering these words, Xianhui lifted his head, gazing at Li Huowang with composure. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he nodded gently. The old monk understands why. Master Xianxia, please follow me. Faced with the vigilant gaze of the monks, Li Huowang found himself with no choice but to comply. He sheathed his sword behind him and turned to follow. Xianhui did not lead him elsewhere, but instead brought everyone back to the site of the previously carved Buddha statues. Master Xianxia, did you witness the sordid matters that transpired here? Surrounded by the monks, Li Huowang was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The unfinished stone statues, which had previously morphed into a grotesque mass of flesh, reappeared before him as if mocking him. How can this be? Master, please continue to follow me. Accompanied by Xianhui, Li Huowang slowly advanced, passing the area adorned with sculpted Buddhist statues before arriving at the site where he had previously observed the livestock. Here, too, there was not a single creature to be found. Only the incomplete stone cheilants and stone lions stood in orderly rows, their silent forms gazing ahead. At that moment, Xianhui suddenly drew the long sword from behind Li Huowang and delivered a powerful strike, severing the head of a lion the size of a palm. Xianhui then grasped the stone lion's head and placed it into Li Huowang's hands. Li Huowang gently stroked the head of the stone lion with his fingertip, marveling at the texture of the stone and its substantial weight. It was undeniably real. How could this be? Confused yet undeterred, Li Huowang approached and carefully touched each of the sculptures, confirming that they were indeed authentic. Ultimately, he stood at the entrance of the grand hall and gazed inside, where a majestic stone Buddha, seated cross-legged upon a lotus pedestal, with his left hand cradling a bowl and his right hand pointing downward, loomed before him. This is impossible. I just saw it clearly. How could it possibly be a fake? Hearing Li Huowang's words, Master Xianhui sighed softly. Amitabha, benefactor, your affliction seems rather severe. Li Huowang, bewildered, turned to Xianhui and exclaimed, Am I going mad? Were those visions merely illusions? Xianhui nodded gently. Benefactor, you must know the nature of your own ailment better than we outsiders. Could it be that the numerous black tai sui I consumed only sustained me for this long? Has the hallucination returned? Li Huowang clasped his head in anguish, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing his words, a group of monks nearby exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain, and began to whisper among themselves. So, it turns out he is a lunatic. If there is nothing more to it, perhaps we should ask him to leave before he becomes a danger to others. Silence. A single word from Xianhui brought the monks to an abrupt hush. He stepped into the hall, lighting 4 incense sticks, then turned and presented them to Li Huowang, saying, It may not trouble us, disciples of the Buddha, but it would be unfortunate to disturb the Buddha himself. Please, offer incense respectfully. Offer incense? Li Huowang's muscles tensed as his gaze darted between the great Buddha, Xianhui, and the 4 incense sticks. Benefactor, what are you waiting for? This is your misstep, Xianhui urged, extending the incense sticks toward him. If that statue is real, then by approaching it to offer incense, am I not placing it directly before its mouth? Benefactor, what holds you back? Li Huowang cast a glance at Xianhui, who had just spoken, and a hint of displeasure began to surface on his face. He caressed the genuine stone lion in his hand and then tilted his head to observe the blazing sun overhead. Li Huowang cast aside the lion's head and, with both hands, received the incense. He lifted his foot and stepped over the threshold, slowly advancing towards the stone statue. His pace was deliberate, his body and spirit in a state of heightened tension, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his brow. Yet, despite his sluggish movement, Li Huowang ultimately arrived beneath the great Buddha, who remained unchanged, still embodying the serene figure rather than transforming into a repulsive monstrosity. Li Huowang clasped the incense tightly in his hands, standing before the incense burner, and once again cast his gaze upward. From this vantage point, he could behold the majestic Buddha, whose indifferent eyes regarded him, evoking a profound sense of reverence within his heart. As Li Huowang raised the incense high above his head, the 4 sticks quivered gently, and white smoke spiraled gracefully into the air, drifting towards the temple's apex. With the resolution of the earlier discord, the group of monks gradually dispersed, returning to their respective places, resuming their intricate carvings, the rhythmic sound of chisel striking stone resonating continuously. Xianhui walked alongside Li Huowang along the stone-paved path that meandered through the statues, slowly making their way outside. Xianxia, given the severity of your ailment, it would be prudent to refrain from wandering about and instead await the purification feast in tranquility. Although your condition is troublesome, it pales in comparison to the peril faced by Dan Yangzi. Progress is made one step at a time, just as a meal is savored bite by bite, Xianxia remarked, her fingers deftly revolving the prayer beads in her hand as she spoke to Li Huowang. Li Huowang lifted his head and gazed once more at the sun, which shone brightly overhead. He raised his hands high and stretched lazily. Abbot, is there any remedy within the confines of Zhengde Temple for my affliction? Well, the old monk may allow a disciple to attempt a remedy, though the likelihood of success remains uncertain, as our temple does not possess the teachings of Huangqi. The abbot replied, never mind, I was merely inquiring casually. After being mad for so long, I have grown accustomed to it, Li Huowang said nonchalantly. By the way, abbot, how did you just do that? How did the thing in my arms suddenly find its way into your hands? He chuckled. Merely a small trick, nothing of consequence. Abbot, at this juncture, there is no need for modesty. If your feats are insignificant, what does that make someone like me? Surely less than a mere insect. Xianyang. Matters cannot be assessed in such simplistic terms. While it is true that Dan Yangzi may not match my strength, he is nonetheless considered competent in the outside world. Yet you ultimately vanquished him, did you not? Is Dan Yangzi truly of such middling skill? How formidable must the upper echelon be? Abbot, among esteemed individuals like yourselves, is there truly a hierarchy? There is indeed, relating to concepts like heaven and earth, yet those notions are mere fabrications of the idle minds. Monastics do not seek hollow fame nor concern themselves with such trivialities. As they traverse the not-so-lengthy path, the two engaged in extensive conversation, and Li Huowang gleaned much valuable information from Xianxia regarding this world. Upon departing from the sculpted grounds, Li Huowang paused, bowing respectfully to Xianxia. Thank you, abbot, for your enlightenment. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Huowang glanced around, noticing no sign of the old monk, and then turned to head back to his dwelling. He walked slowly, seemingly burdened by heavy thoughts. After a little less than half an hour, Li Huowang finally arrived at his abode, and the moment he shut the door, his expression morphed into a grimace. Clenching his fists, he struck the wall with force, though he could not discern the method by which the monks had bewildered his senses. Having long oscillated between illusion and reality, Li Huowang was acutely sensitive to such deceptions. The sensation he had experienced from the great Buddha was palpably amiss. It resembled the ambience of a hospital in a hallucination, an indescribable essence lingering in the air. Those stone sculptures were mere facades. The great Buddha was a fabrication, all mere sleight of hand. What I had perceived previously was by no means an illusion. Chapter 48. Escape with a creak. The wooden door slowly opened a crack, and Li Huowang peered cautiously through the opening. The gentle afternoon sunlight filtered through the swaying leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Outside was eerily quiet, save for a distant monk sweeping the grounds. Yet, this serene scene, fully comprehended by Li Huowang, appeared entirely different to him. Humph, it is all a facade. They cannot deceive me. Their intention is to pacify me, to compel me to willingly partake in their so-called grand feast. As soon as he uttered those words, a thought flashed through Li Huowang's mind. Wait a moment, why are they acting this way? I am merely an ordinary person. If they are so powerful, why not confront me directly? This question now remains unanswered, yet Li Huowang finds no need for an answer at this moment. He merely wishes to escape this dreadful place as swiftly as possible. While Li Huowang was still pondering whether the distant monk was coming to surveil him, he observed the monk pick up his broom and turn away upon realizing that there were no fallen leaves on the ground. The monks of Zhengde Temple remained oblivious to my peculiarities. This is the only advantage I can exploit at present, Li Huowang calculated inwardly. The outside was devoid of any presence, yet Li Huowang did not leave. Instead, he quietly awaited something. As time passed, he felt the palms of his hands beginning to sweat. Suddenly, the deep, resonant chimes of the bell reverberated throughout Zhengde Temple, causing Li Huowang to startle. Having lingered for so long, Li Huowang had learned that this bell signified the arrival of the hour of Yu, which also served as a signal for the monks of Zhengde Temple to commence their meal. With a creak, Li Huowang, maintaining a calm demeanor, exited his quarters and joined the monks he encountered along the way, heading towards the dining hall. His presence here was entirely logical. For the past few days, he had followed the same routine to partake in their meals. Compared to his dwelling, the dining hall was evidently closer to the main hall, bustling with worshippers. Since they employed illusions, they surely wished to conceal their terrifying and shadowy sides from ordinary people. As he walked, Li Huowang noticed several monks casting furtive glances in his direction, whispering amongst themselves, seemingly discussing the events of the afternoon. Their eyes glimmered with mockery, hostility, and curiosity. However, Li Huowang understood that all of this was a fade. These monks were merely putting on an act. They were in league with Xian Hui. There was not a single virtuous soul in Zhengde Temple. They all wished to harm me. Li Huowang resolutely affirmed to himself. After a while, Li Huowang arrived at the bustling dining hall filled with bald heads. Rather than fleeing, he blended into the crowd and entered, grabbing a wooden bowl. He calmly sat down and began to eat the simple fare laid before him. Taro soup, stir-fried konjac with tofu, sauteed greens, and stewed potatoes with squash. Although there was no meat, the flavors were surprisingly pleasant. However, after the unsettling incident, Li Huowang found himself devoid of any appetite. To deceive them, he dared not exhibit any unusual behavior and continued to eat heartily. A sudden clap on his shoulder made Li Huowang jump. "Little Taoist, you're here too? Hey, why were you in such a hurry earlier?" Hearing that familiar voice, Li Huowang turned to see, as expected, the grinning face of the boy with a missing front tooth. It was the old monk I encountered on the road. Had he not insisted on taking me to see some stone statue today, I would not find myself in this predicament. The old monk, holding a bowl of rice, forcefully squeezed his way to Li Huowang's side and settled down. "Let us dine together." Li Huowang cast a fleeting glance around, noticing no unusual monks, and after chewing the morsel in his mouth, he resumed his meal. "It's up to you, Taoist. What about the others you mentioned? Tell them to abandon the inn and join us for a meal. I must inform you, dining here incurs no cost." The oblivious old monk maintained his carefree demeanor. However, this time, Li Huowang, eager to extricate himself, chose to disregard him. He finished his dinner at the usual pace, let out a satisfied burp, and strode towards the kitchen's exit. Once outside on the cobblestone path, the old monk trailed behind him. "Don't leave just yet. Let us converse a while. The monks here are dreadfully stifled." "What do you mean sleeping? It's hardly that hour." "I have something to tell you," the old monk began, but before he could finish, he noticed the previously composed young Taoist's expression darken significantly. In the next moment, Li Huowang whispered urgently to the old monk, "Hurry. The faster, the better. This temple is perilous." With that, Li Huowang propelled himself forward with all his might towards the main hall. His sudden sprint instantly drew the attention of the other monks, who turned to look, yet he paid them no heed as he dashed away. Li Huowang's heart raced furiously, and his mind was in a heightened state of tension, constantly scanning the surroundings for the possible reappearance of that old wretch, Xian Hui. 10 paces, 5 paces, 1 pace. As Li Huowang burst forth from the side door, the atmosphere erupted around him. Footsteps, voices, and the rhythmic beating of wooden fish instantly flooded his ears. Standing at the epicenter of the cacophony, Li Huowang found himself momentarily stunned, as the naturally expressive faces surrounding him seemed to convey a silent message. Gasping for breath, a sudden realization struck him, and he turned to glance back at the side door he had just exited. It was completely empty. There were no pursuers in sight. In the distance, neither the welcoming monks nor the fortune-telling monks cast even a fleeting glance in his direction. To Li Huowang, everything appeared perfectly ordinary, so ordinary that it felt somewhat surreal. Could it be? Were those truly mere figments of my imagination? Were those repulsive entities merely conjured by my mind? However, he swiftly dismissed this absurd notion, shaking his head vigorously before striding purposefully towards the exit of the temple. Such matters cannot be gambled with. Even the slightest possibility was too great a risk. The process of leaving the temple was remarkably effortless, as smooth as his entrance had been. Li Huowang arrived at the inn with remarkable haste. Upon his arrival, the familiar faces of the herbalists, whom he had not seen for several days, greeted him with an unusual warmth, eagerly rushing towards him. There was no time for pleasantries. He quickly gathered his belongings. "We must leave this place at once," he urged. "I shall inform Master L," came a voice, but Li interrupted. "No time to wait for them. We leave now. Hurry, hurry. Brother, where are we going?" Ling Yu inquired, her face etched with confusion. "To exit the borders." Chapter 49. Heart and mind. The sound of the donkey's hooves clattering upon the hard road echoed crisply in the air. The others, visibly anxious, kept pace with the donkey cart, glancing back intermittently as if fearful of an unseen pursuer. "Brotherly, why the urgency to leave?" Guo asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "If Zhengde Temple has thrived in this bustling market for so long, and it remains so lively, what compels us to depart?" Li Huowang's countenance darkened ominously. In response to his rhetorical question, the dark-furred Xiaoman spoke up. "The very fact that Zhengde Temple can coexist with the imperial palace in the same city, enduring in peace for so long, speaks volumes. Whether the rulers of Xijing are complicit or infiltrated, we cannot place our trust in the local authorities. Li Huowang nodded slightly. It is conceivable that an ordinary person like him could be deceived. But to suggest that the entirety of the ruling class in such a vast nation has been misled is utterly implausible. He firmly believes there must be some undisclosed transactions at play. Regardless, they had lingered in this place long enough, having entrusted their final words to Zhao Wu. And their next course of action was indeed to depart. A map, which had proved elusive in other regions, was finally procured in the city of Xijing, albeit still in a rather rudimentary state, and was now spread out upon the donkey cart by Li Huowang. Li Huowang's fingertips glided slowly across the map, delineating the route for their impending journey. It would traverse the realms of Sima, later Shu, and Xia, ultimately leading to the ancestral home of Bai Ling Miao in the Liang Kingdom. When we arrive, you need not fear the monks there. They are quite benevolent, Bai Ling Miao assured him. Upon hearing her words, Li Huowang glanced up at her momentarily before returning his gaze to the map. To be candid, he found it difficult to trust anyone at that moment. He could not discern whether the monks Bai Ling Miao mentioned were genuinely kind-hearted or merely an illusion. As mere mortals, they felt exceedingly powerless when faced with the inscrutable nature of their counterparts. Thus, they continued their journey, walking until twilight approached, only stopping to rest when fatigue rendered them unable to proceed further. Li Huowang gazed at the flickering campfire before him, a sense of urgency gnawing at his heart. The pace was simply too slow. To be candid, he was not lacking in silver. If necessary, he could part with the jade pendant, which would surely suffice for a horse for each person. However, the predicament lay in the fact that none among them possessed the skill to ride. This method of travel was untenable. They could not take the main road, as it was far too easy to be pursued. After their meal, they would need to venture into the forest. Brotherly, here rest your noodles. We must press on, and I've added plenty of lard to stave off hunger. A steaming bowl of noodles, adorned with bits of minced meat, was placed before Li Huowang, quietly observing him as he devoured the noodles. Bai Ling Miao rested her head on her knees and remarked, "Since the monks at Zhengde Temple are not virtuous, what will you do, brotherly? Must you seek out the monks? What about the nuns?" After swallowing a mouthful of noodles, Li Huowang gently blew on his bowl before savoring a hearty sip of broth. "It's nothing, just a minor inconvenience. Compared to those monks pursuing us, these matters hardly qualify as troubles. Since the monks have deceived us, every word they previously uttered must now be called into question. Perhaps they are incapable of resolving the issue of Danyangzi, or perhaps Danyangzi is not as they have claimed. The existence of Danyangzi, whether it is plausible or not, can be addressed at a later time. Is the portion insufficient? If so, I can serve you more. There is plenty left in the pot." Li Huowang shook his head, handed the bowl to Bai Ling Miao, and stood up to walk over to the fool, tiptoeing to pat the top of his bald head. "Come on, stop eating and join me in the woods to water the plants." In the small grove, Li Huowang stood side by side with the big fool, fertilizing the little trees before them. After glancing back at the bonfire, he quietly instructed him on something. As night fell, the Zhengde Temple began to close its doors. One by one, the monks commenced their evening prayers, and the temple resonated with the rhythmic chanting of scriptures. Jian Dun walked leisurely through the temple, turning the prayer beads in his right hand while his left hand was clenched in a fist. Soon, he arrived at the 5 Buddha Hall and noticed the abbot, who was intently threading prayer beads. "Abbot, I just went to check and found that benefactor Xianxia has departed." The abbot, seated cross-legged on the meditation cushion, lifted a prayer bead from the water to inspect it. After a moment, he placed the bead on the ground and picked up a baby from a nearby cradle. "Alas, poor thing, had we not discovered you in time, you would have been drowned by your father." He gently cooed to the infant girl. "Abbot, benefactor Xianxia has left. I'm not deaf yet. No need to shout so loudly. Be mindful not to disturb the child." With that, the sound of wooden fish began to echo around the hall, imbuing the 5 Buddha Hall with a solemn atmosphere. The abbot carefully placed the child on the ground and, with the utmost delicacy, wrapped the freshly made prayer beads around her, accompanied by the rhythmic wooden fish. He began to chant softly, not scriptures, but something else entirely. "The moon hides the jade rabbit, the sun conceals the crow, the tortoise and snake entwine." As the incantation resonated, the prayer beads around the infant's body seemed to come alive, tightening around her. Feeling the pain, the child instinctively struggled and began to wail, though her cries could not overpower the persistent sound of the wooden fish. Entwined together, life is steadfast, yet one can sow golden lotuses in the fire. The beads gradually sank into her flesh. Any ordinary child would have succumbed at that moment, yet she continued to cry with vigor. The abbot formed a lotus seal with his hands and pointed forcefully at the bloodied child. Her cries gradually transformed into laughter, growing louder until even the 5 colossal Buddhas in the hall seemed to smile. Gathered in a cluster, the 5 elements reversed, with the completion of merit. One becomes a Buddha or an immortal. As the sound of the wooden fish softened, the abbot, his heart aching, gently lifted the child's head with both hands. The observant Jian Dun quickly stepped forward, presenting a prepared vase to Xianxia. Like a gardener planting seeds, Xianxia placed the laughing infant into the vase filled with crimson water, thus creating a new vase maiden. After completing this task, the seated Xianxia resumed threading the prayer beads. Yes, disciple obeys. Be cautious, although that lad is oblivious to everything. His potential should not be underestimated. As for Dan Yangzi, this rogue, his fortune is indeed remarkable. One wonders where he discovered such a rare heart essence. Chapter 50. The Buddha under the cover of night. Within a dense thicket, Huowang lay wrapped in a blanket, silently on guard. The night was particularly cold without a campfire, especially for March. Yet, he dared not kindle a flame, lest the flicker attract the monk's pursuit. By the faint light of the moon, Huowang retrieved the Dao bell from his bosom. The potent elixirs bestowed by Dan Yangzi had nearly been consumed, leaving him with this as his sole asset. However, recalling the ease with which the abbot wielded such power ignited a fierce sense of resentment within him. The adversary sought to eliminate him, yet he found himself relegated to a position of flight. This feeling was exceedingly intolerable. In this chaotic and bizarre world, strength reigns supreme. To establish oneself here, one must attain sufficient power. If someone like Dan Yangzi could grow so formidable, why could he not? Regardless of how absurd the cultivation methods in this world might be, he must seize them, for self-preservation and to protect those dear to him. If he cannot plead for what he desires, he shall resort to thievery. If theft fails, he shall resort to force. If that too fails, he will employ cunning strategies. Huowang's expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he paused. A look of confusion crossing his face as he touched the back of his neck, seemingly in deep contemplation. Namo Hello Dan Na Duo La Yi. The serene stillness of the forest was shattered by an ethereal chant. Almost instinctively, Huowang sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings with urgency. Yet, the darkness enveloped him, revealing nothing. Even the simple traps he had set lay dormant. Namo Aliyi Palu Jia Di Shua Bo La Yi. The haunting chant echoed once more from the shadows, this time closer. Quickly, everyone, rise, flee, scatter, do not concern yourselves with the donkey cart. Fool, follow my prior instructions. At Huowang's urging, Bai Ling Miao instinctively began to follow him, only to be hoisted onto the shoulder of the fool, who charged eastward. Amidst the darkness, Huowang sprinted, the chant ever pursuing him, and soon he began to detect the fragrant incense of the temple wafting through the air. Suddenly, he halted, his pupils constricting as he gazed at the pitch-black path ahead, where numerous tiny red dots quivered faintly. Pu tua yi pu tua yi mi di li yi na la jin shi. The chanting grew increasingly pronounced. At last, the form within the darkness began to materialize. It was a Buddha, colossal and towering, yet with exceedingly slender legs supporting a rotund figure. The red dots Huowang had observed earlier in the shadows were, in fact, bundles of incense embedded in the Buddha's flesh, trembling as the immense body swayed. There exists not merely one Buddha, but a total of 7, standing in a row, swaying their bodies as they approach Huowang. They tread with a simple, repetitive gait, oscillating from side to side, resembling humans in a manner both familiar and uncanny, their expressions a blend of smiles and frowns, anger and mirth. When fully illuminated by the moonlight, Huowang discerned the visage of the foremost Buddha, a countenance he recognized, the face of Jundan. Amitabha, spoke the Buddha, O benefactor. Your heart is restless. Huowang gazed upward at the towering figure of the flesh Buddhas, standing no less than 4 meters tall. At last, you cease your masquerade. Do you? You wretched beings who worship monstrosities. With that, he brought his hands together with fervent intensity, and the sound of flesh tearing echoed as a multitude of skinless hands emerged, swaying ominously from behind him. In an instant, the 7 Buddhas transformed into 7 terrifying and grotesque manifestations of a blood-soaked 1,000-handed Buddha, akin to a peacock unfurling its plumage. With a vigorous shake of the Dao bell in his hand, the environment around Huowang began to warp. The outlines of the surrounding branches twisted rapidly, forming the silhouette of Yuleoi. Yet, amidst the clamor of the bell, the chaos surrounding did not perturb the Buddhas, who remained steadfast like immovable boulders. As Huowang scooped up the earth and stuffed it into his mouth, Yuleoi, trailing a phantom, soared toward the Buddhas. Ha! A colossal Buddha hand came crashing down, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. However, The intangible Yulei disregarded the assault entirely, slipping through the back of the hand and lunging toward the great visage of the Buddha. Upon fully penetrating the head of one Buddha, that towering figure began to sway, its massive hands flailing as if to swat away a fly. Yet, this proved futile. Moments later, the immense Buddha collapsed heavily to the ground, its facial features beginning to dissolve, while its body, which should have remained unaffected, contorted alongside the surrounding illusions. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 6 Buddhas swiftly arranged themselves back to back. Then, akin to stone pillars, they slammed forcefully into the earth, their hands clasped together as they commenced reciting an obscure and incomprehensible sutra, Tathagata, Adharma, Samatha, Bodhi. At the moment the chanting resonated, Li Huowang immediately discerned something amiss with Yulei, as the lines constituting its form began to writhe uncontrollably. Li Huowang, witnessing the unfolding situation, fervently shook the Dao bell in his grasp. Thud, thud. Upon hearing Li Huowang express his willingness to sacrifice more of his lifespan, Old Master Yu struggled to maintain his corporeal form and lunged towards one of the Buddhas. With a resonant tremor, yet another Buddha collapsed to the ground. This was the utmost limit of Old Master Yu's capabilities. Amidst the resounding chants, Old Master Yu descended from the air to the earth. Observing that Old Master Yu had ceased to be of use, Li Huowang halted the ringing of the bell. However, as the surroundings returned to normalcy, the fallen figure of Old Master Yu did not dissipate. The intricate lines upon his form began to shed their original hue, transforming into a fleshy pink color. The once formless entity was astonishingly endowed with a corporeal presence by the resonant chants of the Buddhas. Now manifest in physical form, Old Master Yu resembled a massive, knotted worm, sluggishly writhing upon the ground. A colossal hand, marked with the symbol of the swastika, descended with great force. In an instant, Old Master Yu's physical body was reduced to a mere puddle of mire. Chapter 51. Dialectics. Li Huowang tilted his head to gaze upon the Buddha. Yet the moonlight obscured his view of the magnificent faces of these colossal figures. All he could perceive were their enormous, shadowy heads and hands that writhed like tentacles behind them, along with the peculiar scent that mingled the metallic tang of blood with the fragrant aroma of incense. Li Huowang took a few steps back, glancing around and realizing he was truly alone. He shook his head at the Buddha before him, resolute in his decision to refrain from engaging. Determined, Li Huowang's hand reached behind him, grasping the hilt of his sword. With a creaking sound, the colossal Buddha bent forward, obscuring the moonlight above him, and an immense pressure enveloped him. Li Huowang could sense the presence of the Buddha's lantern-like eyes gazing upon him in the darkness. Amitabha, benefactor. It would be best for you to leave. This is for your own good. He was met with an unexpectedly calm and persuasive tone from Jian Dan. If you truly have my best interests at heart, why not allow me to depart? Is it not the essence of a monk to embody compassion? What harm is there in letting me go? It is precisely because we harbor compassion that we cannot permit you to leave, benefactor. Just as he spoke these words, a stone flew through the air, striking the Buddha's head with a crisp clang. Li Huowang and Jian Dan simultaneously turned their gazes toward that direction, where they beheld Bai Ling Miao and others holding luminous stones in the distance. Senior Brother Li, run quickly. More stones were hurled toward them, striking the Buddha's form before falling powerless to the ground. With a thunderous roar, Jian Dan's towering figure soared into the air, only to descend like a colossal boulder, crushing several trees beneath him as he landed heavily behind Bai Ling Miao and her companions. Seeing the frail Bai Ling Miao standing beside the Buddha, barely reaching his abdomen, Li Huowang's expression contorted into one of rage as he shouted, "Stop this at once!" With an explosive sound. It seemed that both the Buddha beside Li Huowang and the one in the distance instinctively took a step back. Xianxia, we harbor no ill intentions. Please remain calm. There was an unexpected hint of tension in Jian Dan's voice, as if he wished to avoid provoking Li Huowang further. This seemed to take everyone by surprise. Li Huowang's words were heeded without question. Were they anxious? What reason would an ordinary person like me have to evoke such concern? Monastics do not take lives. I merely seek to bring them to tranquility, Jian Dan stated, effortlessly snapping nearby tree trunks to fashion a rudimentary wooden prison, ensnaring everyone within. Additionally, Xianxia is a person of understanding and etiquette. I believe I can persuade him. As Li Huowang recalled the unsettling events at Zhengde Temple, he discerned a striking inconsistency. Despite the immense power possessed by both the abbot and Jian Dan before him, they chose not to resort to violence against him. Instead, they seemed intent on ensnaring him through emotional manipulation. Why complicate matters that could be resolved with force? Is there something about me that warrants their concern? Puzzled, Li Huowang spread his arms, examining his unremarkable palms. Aside from being a lunatic, what attribute of mind could possibly capture their attention? Deep in thought, he disregarded Jian Dun's words entirely. He needed to discern what they feared. This might be his only slender chance of escape. If I were threatened with violence to the point of death, what consequences would ensue? The myriad experiences of this world flashed through Li Huowang's mind, ultimately settling on the moment when the god of joy was dragged into darkness, a time that represented true life and death, yet resolved in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Li Huowang's pupils instantly constricted to their smallest size. Dan Yangzi, they dare not act against me because, should I find myself in a perilous situation, Dan Yangzi, whatever he has become, will undoubtedly manifest. Dan Yangzi is, in fact, safeguarding me. Although he was the one who dealt the fatal blow, from his perspective, I, his devoted disciple, have not committed any transgressions against him. Rather, I have even assisted him in attaining transcendence. The monks of Zhengde Temple have evidently discerned this truth long ago. Yet they have chosen to obscure it from me, laboring instead to deceive me, hoping to employ the great almsgiving to eliminate Dan Yangzi once and for all. Should they succeed in vanquishing Dan Yangzi, then I and my companions would truly become mere prey upon the chopping block of the monks. The very thought of the deeds the monks of Zhengde Temple might undertake sent a chill down Li Huowang's spine. Regaining his composure, Li Huowang once again gazed up at the resolute Jian Dun, this time with a slight smile gracing his lips. Are you all fearful of Dan Yangzi? If he has indeed attained Buddhahood, what is there for you, as monks, to fear? Jian Dun's expression stiffened. Xianxia, I know not what you speak of. A monk does not utter falsehoods. I can swear by the Buddha that the great almsgiving is solely intended to eliminate Dan Yangzi and will not inflict any harm upon you. This statement only served to reinforce Li Huowang's suspicions. In this world, there are no benevolent souls willing to divulge the entire truth, to uncover anything of greater worth. One must gather information independently and make one's own judgments. I suddenly realized that having Dan Yangzi by my side is rather advantageous. After all, he is my master. To simply dispose of him would be an unbearable act. With all these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Li Huowang felt a sense of calm wash over him. Amitba, this simply cannot be allowed to happen. Dan Yangzi is not only of concern to you alone, but to all living beings across the world. Li Huowang gazed upwards at the formidable Jian Dun, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Why not speak directly to my master? He suggested. What? With a swift motion, Li Huowang gripped the hilt firmly and drew forth the sword, sharp enough to slice through iron. Jian Dun observed this spectacle, a gentle smile illuminating his face. To think you would attempt to breach a monk's Buddha body with such a weapon, Xianxia, you were truly misguided. Did you not hear what I just said? I meant for you to converse with Dan Yangzi face to face. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Li Huowang pressed the blade against his throat, drawing it across with force. The skin parted effortlessly, and warm blood gushed forth, instantly staining his Taoist robe a vivid crimson. As consciousness began to wane, Li Huowang pressed his hand to his neck and murmured, Did you hear that? It seems thunder has struck. Thunder? The 5 towering Buddhas, including Jian Dun, lifted their gazes in unison, only to find the crescent moon that had once graced the sky now vanished. The heavens were engulfed in a shroud of dark clouds, roiling ominously, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds that bore an uncanny resemblance to thunder, though it was unmistakably something else entirely. Coughing and struggling for breath, Li Huowang staggered and fell to the ground. As he lay there, looking up at the sky, he finally beheld his master once more amidst the swirling darkness. He appeared as grotesque as before, his skin marred by black feathers, bloodied and torn, and where a head should have been, a fissure had formed, revealing 3 faces, each representing a different age. In addition to his natural organs, his swollen body housed other entirely non-human appendages. A nightmarish figure, dark and glistening, with pus-like eyes and protruding, filthy innards, entwined with grotesque tentacles, was enveloped in a floating, ethereal white shroud. Moreover, these repulsive forms were not static. They transformed incessantly into even more horrifying manifestations. Before long, Li Huowang felt his vision blur, his eyes beginning to redden, veins standing out on his forehead as his head swelled to an alarming size. No, I cannot look any longer weak to the core. He averted his gaze, feeling slightly better, though not by much, as the unrelenting flow of blood threatened to claim him. With trembling hands, he retrieved a few hemostatic pills from his waist and swallowed them hastily. The flow of blood within him began to slow, the loss visibly diminishing. Yet, this was insufficient. He then produced some foundational elixirs he had refined within Qing Feng and consumed them. The sudden, sharp sound of flesh tearing drew Li Huowang's attention upward. He beheld his master had already commenced his actions. At that moment, the grotesque Danyangzi lay sprawled upon the massive Buddha's head, akin to a lizard, effortlessly tearing down a plump ear with his 3 gaping mouths. Following a furious roar, the hands, resembling skin-covered claws, swiftly arched towards Danyangzi. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the various deformed and bizarre organs upon Danyangzi's body suddenly expanded, violently ripping all fleshly hands apart. Subsequently, with a powerful tug at the edges of the wounds using his 3 large mouths, he created a gaping maw that spurted blood profusely. And then each of the heads leaned inward. The Buddha let out a despairing scream as the colossal hands frantically clawed at its own skin, desperately attempting to extricate something from within, but this was destined to be futile. Its once plump form began to cave in and wither. In mere moments, blood gushed from its 7 orifices, and it fell heavily, as its once ample belly blossomed like a flower. When the blood-soaked Danyangzi appeared before the other Buddhas, the grave expression on Jianduan's face betrayed no bravado. He promptly produced a scripture made of human skin. As he sat cross-legged and recited the 6-character mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the blood-red verses inscribed in the scripture swiftly vanished, reappearing upon Danyangzi's form. The organs enveloped by the verses began to tremble uncontrollably and started to proliferate. Yet, shortly thereafter, they rapidly began to shrink, accelerating in their withering until Danyangzi completely vanished from sight. Jiandun, drenched in cold sweat, exhaled a sigh of relief at this sight, thankful for his contingency plans. Otherwise, he would have been in grave peril. He then began to recite the mantra in reverse, causing the human skin scripture to re-emerge with its verses. Just as he was about to close the book, it suddenly exploded, scattering the verses everywhere, and to everyone's astonishment, the terrifying Danyangzi emerged from within. In this unexpected turn of events, as Jiandun instinctively gaped in shock, Danyangzi's 3 heads plunged into his throat like drill bits. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as Jianduan's neck swelled to the width of his head, and this was merely the beginning, accompanied by excruciating pain. The despairing Jiandun heard a crunching sound from within, as something feasted upon him. No. With a cry of unwillingness, Danyangzi burst forth from his chest, and with a simultaneous tug from all 3 mouths, they swiftly devoured his pulsating heart. The remaining 3 Buddhas attempted to resist, yet this was destined to be in vain. Within moments, the sounds of breaking bones and rending flesh replaced all hope. Half a stick of incense later, the 7 Buddhas were still absent, and the ground lay strewn with steaming pools of blood. As Li Huowang gazed at the sanguine Danyangzi, the latter turned, revealing a chillingly meaningful smile across his 3 distinctly aged faces. The child. With a soft sound, Danyangzi's form dissipated like mist. As time gradually passed, the moonlight re-emerged, casting a silvery veil over all in the forest path, allowing everything to settle into serene stillness. Li Huowang clutched his neck, struggling to sit up. He gazed at the others still ensnared by the tree trunks, who were now nearly paralyzed with fear, huddled together like frightened rabbits. Li Huowang seemed to perceive their thoughts and hurriedly explained in a feeble voice, "Do not be afraid. None of you should fear. Danyangzi has indeed perished. He will no longer regard you as mere bait." However, his words failed to alleviate the terror etched upon their faces, and the young acolytes were already reduced to tears. Ultimately, it was Bai Lingniao, the one closest to him, who spoke, her visage growing even paler. "Senior brotherly, what is Danyangzi? We cannot see him." Li Huowang struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Can you not see the Danyangzi who just slaughtered those Buddhas? Is he invisible to your eyes?" In that moment, a plethora of conjectures flooded Li Huowang's mind. Just then, the timid Guo, huddled behind the tall figure, trembled violently. He dared not meet Li Huowang's gaze and could only shut his eyes, his voice laced with a whimper as he shouted, "Brotherly, what Danyangzi are you talking about? It was clearly you who did it." "What?" Li Huowang, suppressing the pain, reached up to touch his face, only to discover that it was completely covered in blood where it should have been clean. Continuing to probe, he felt the long gash on either side of his mouth, as if he had just opened his jaws wide. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What mattered most now was the overwhelming sensation of fullness he experienced, an unshakable, profound fullness. Chapter 53. Contemplation. The wheels of the donkey cart creaked incessantly, the bearings emitting a harsh, grating sound. "Guo, pour a little sesame oil on the wheels," Li Huowang, reclining in the cart, said with great effort. His neck recently stitched by Bai Lingniao with a delicate embroidery needle and covered with medicinal ointment, rendering him incapable of sitting up. Before long, the creaking subsided significantly. Li Huowang stared blankly at the sky, lost in thoughts of the events that transpired a few nights ago. The troubles at Jingde Temple had been resolved, yet his own troubles had only just begun. In his perspective, it was the Dan Yangzi after his ascension who had slain the Buddhas. However, to others, it was the terrifyingly fierce version of himself that lunged forth, burrowing into the Buddha's bodies and devouring them alive. A world cannot harbor two viewpoints thus. One of their perceptions must be false. Li Huowang turned his head to the side, whereby Ling Miao, whose eyes were tightly bound by cloth, grasped his hand with an unwavering grip. To be candid, due to his illness, even Li Huowang found it difficult to trust himself. Coupled with his swollen abdomen and the blood smeared across his face, all evidence pointed to him as the perpetrator, not Dan Yangzi. Could it be that Dan Yangzi has truly perished? Was everything merely a figment of my imagination? The moment this thought emerged, Li Huowang swiftly dismissed it. It was inconceivable that my ailment alone could vanquish those formidable Buddhas. Ultimately, it was still Dan Yangzi, regardless of what he had become. The crucial fact remained that he was still present, still watching me. Li Huowang was utterly convinced of this. However, I had previously believed that it was the immortal Dan Yangzi who had descended to assist me. It now appeared that he was merely inhabiting my body to act. My earlier assumption that Dan Yangzi was safeguarding me had been validated, yet based on my understanding of him, such a person would never extend help purely out of goodwill. His assistance must surely stem from ulterior motives, reflecting on the peculiar sensations he felt that night. A conjecture began to form in Li Huowang's mind as he gently scratched the soft palm. Tell me, has my temper changed since leaving Qifeng Temple? It hasn't, has it? Why would Brotherly ask such a question? Li Huowang gently traced his fingers across her hand, uttering no explanation, yet silently contemplating. Why inquire so? It is because I am apprehensive that Dan Yangzi harbors no noble intentions. Although others remained silent, Li Huowang sensed a shift in his interactions with the world. Could it be that the old scoundrel Dan Yangzi seeks to resurrect himself through my corporeal form? Is his protection of me merely a means of safeguarding his own existence? This chilling hypothesis detonated in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was merely conjecture. Dan Yangzi would certainly need to be dealt with, but identifying the target was one matter, while the method was another. Li Huowang felt utterly perplexed. The world around him was not as straightforward as a game, where paths were clearly marked. Everything remained foreign and required personal exploration. Having endured the tumult at Jingde Temple, he was reluctant to engage with any other factions in this place. For even the most benevolent of monasteries had revealed themselves to be terrifying. Who could fathom what horrors lurked elsewhere? Yet, upon reflection, Li Huowang realized that if he wished to survive in this wretched locale, he could not avoid them. As he pondered these matters, the donkey cart gradually came to a halt, accompanied by the soothing sound of flowing water. Brotherly, I shall wash your garments, Bai Ling Yu declared, gently withdrawing her hand and retrieving the blood-stained clothes from the cart, making her way to the nearby brook. The others, too, were not idle, instinctively venturing into the woods to gather firewood, preparing to cook. Currently, Li Huowang could not rise. He could only discern the happenings around him through sound. Before long, the enticing aroma of cooked food wafted toward him, causing his stomach to rumble as his injured body yearned for sustenance. Brother, I shall feed you, he heard someone say, feeling himself being propped up against a warm, furry embrace. Li Huowang had come to know the name of the woman, whose body was covered in dark hair. Resembling that of a gorilla, she was called Chun Xiaoman. This name was quite straightforward, as she was born on the day of Xiaoman. In rural traditions, names for girls are often chosen with such casualness. Xiaoman, using a wooden spoon she had carved, brought a bowl of horsemeat soup to Li Huowang's lips. One person silently fed while the other quietly ate. Ever since the incident, Li Huowang had sensed that others seemed to fear him even more. Li Huowang could comprehend their fears. After all, who would not feel trepidation in the presence of a man-eating monster? Gently, Xiaoman laid Li Huowang down, using the celestial tome as a pillow beneath his head. With the sun beating down on the donkey's back, she hurried off to eat, lest the meal grow cold. Bai Ling Miao, softly responding with an lowered herself to examine Li Huowang's wounds before making her way towards the campfire. The familiar sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, announcing the arrival of figures before they could even be seen. Oh dear, little Taoist. So you are here. I thought I would never see you again. Upon the appearance of the wrinkled face of Zhuang Yuan, Li Huowang realized that the elf family had arrived. Oh, what brings you here? He inquired, noting the grim state of Li Huowang. Nothing much, just encountered some minor troubles on the road. Do you have something to discuss? Little Taoist. Why did you leave without a word? Weren't we supposed to travel together? Thankfully, you mentioned your intention to leave. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to find you. Zhuang Yuan said with a forced smile. It was a rare opportunity to find a free escort, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Apologies, Master L. I am injured and would rather not engage in pleasantries. Please, make yourself comfortable. Do rest well, Zhuang Yuan replied, refraining from further inquiries. After years of traversing the land, he understood well that the more one knew, the greater the peril. As the sun began to set, neither group showed signs of departure. A small river nearby provided ample opportunity for washing and gathering water. Unable to sleep, Huowang gazed at the stars above, reflecting on the day's events. Suddenly, he felt movement on his right side. Before he could react, a delicate, trembling figure nestled silently in his embrace. Recognizing the familiar fragrance, Huowang extended his right hand to gently pat her back, murmuring, "It's all right. Leave everything to me." With a resounding thud, a hefty wooden stick crashed to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Almost immediately, the heavy stick was lifted again and brought down with force. Supported by Ling Miao, Huowang watched the fool swinging the wooden pole. "Put your back into it. Smash it harder," Huowang encouraged from the side. By the campfire, Zhuang Yuan approached with a pair of coarse-grained buns, a smile plastered across his face. "Little Taoist, what on earth are you doing? The commotion is quite loud." With each strike of the stick, the surrounding woods and underbrush were thrown into disarray. "Oh, it's nothing much. Such a large fellow here should not merely be used for carrying burdens. It would be a waste. Let us have him practice." Huowang's gaze shifted back to the bare-chested fool before him, glistening with sweat. Despite the evident limitations of this individual's intellect, his physique was undeniably impressive. Observing the man's broad shoulders and sturdy frame, Huowang mused to himself that such a formidable presence, while perhaps lacking in finesse, should suffice to confront ordinary robbers. This was Huowang's intention, to enhance the capabilities of those around him. Relying solely on the detrimental methods of the old Master Yu and Dan Yangzi was inadequate. Even without a profound understanding of the esoteric arts of this world, he recognized the merit of the most primal approaches, regardless of their barbarity. Possessing strength was certainly preferable to its absence. Not only would this individual assist in future confrontations, but he could also serve as a guardian in moments of vulnerability. "That's enough. 100 repetitions are done. You may rest now." Upon hearing these words, the bald fool tossed aside the wooden stick, panting heavily as he strode towards the campfire. Without pausing for respite, he unceremoniously seized his oversized bowl and began devouring the noodles with enthusiasm. In no time, he had consumed a pound of noodles. However, the recently exerted giant was still evidently famished. Approaching the large cauldron once more, he resumed ladling noodles into his bowl. Watching him consume yet another pound, Huowang felt a pang of reflection. Indeed, it was true that the impoverished were often scholarly while the robust thrived in martial prowess. Fortunately, he still had a bit of silver to spare, or else he might have been financially depleted by this voracious companion. At that moment, Huowang suddenly had a thought and raised his hand to take out his bell. He pondered whether this object was still functional. In this bizarre world, the existence of such an item could be of great significance. "Come, assist me to the nearby forest," he instructed by Ling Miao. After distancing themselves sufficiently to no longer hear the sounds from the campfire, Huowang finally came to a halt. "You may relieve yourself. I shall avert my gaze." Once he was alone among the trees, leaning against a white birch, Huowang pressed his hand to his forehead and began to shake the bell. As expected, everything around him started to distort, yet the lines danced chaotically without forming the figure of the wandering elder. Huowang, filled with a sense of reluctance, shook vigorously. Could it be that this object was truly rendered useless? As this thought arose, the twisting lines around him coalesced, merging into a new entity, the old Master Yu. However, in response to Huowang's perplexed inquiries, the old Master Yu communicated in its peculiar tongue, devoid of any emotional inflection, as if it had not been previously struck down by the Buddha's hand. Battling dizziness, Huowang rapidly engaged in conversation with the old Master Yu, uncovering some unexpected revelations. Firstly, the old Master Yu possessed a name. However, it was one that could not be articulated by human lips. It was unclear what experiences those who first encountered it had endured, leading them to bestow such a title upon it. Secondly, the old Master Yu did not comprehend the notion of death, or perhaps it was accurate to say that it was not a living entity at all. Beyond the absence of a concept of death, it also lacked the notion of quantity. No concept of quantity? As a realization struck him, Huowang shook his head vigorously, exacerbating his already profound dizziness. Everything around him appeared to blur into double images, including the old Master Yu. Gazing at the dual remnants of the old Master Yu before him, Huowang seemed to grasp something essential and intensified his shaking. The more he shook his head, the more manifestations of the old Master Yu materialized, until Huowang, utterly disoriented, beheld nearly 20 or 30 of them. Finally succumbing to his nausea, Huowang bent over and violently retched. As the ringing subsided, the surroundings returned to normal, and the manifestations of the old Master Yu swiftly vanished. After expelling his recently consumed lunch, Huowang began to vomit clear water, continuing until he could produce no more, nearly retching bile before he finally ceased. Propping himself up, Huowang wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and took deep breaths, holding the Dao bell before his eyes. If only I had known this earlier. Perhaps I wouldn't have resorted to self-harm to summon Danyangzi. After some contemplation, Huowang stored the Dao bell away. However, summoning the old Master Yu required sacrificing one's lifespan. To call upon it once would cost 3 months. With so many manifestations, the toll might well amount to 10 years of life for a single invocation. As he approached the roadside, he noticed his companions encircled with a group led by the scholar L, all in animated discussion. Everyone, take a look. These are exquisite items. If anything within is defective or inferior, may I, Zhu Dishi, meet a wretched fate. May the sins of my ancestors haunt me. Huowang approached and discovered that it was merely a peddler with a mule-drawn cart, fervently marketing his wares to others. Bai Lingmiao stood beside the cart, hesitating as she clutched a few spools of thread. In such tumultuous times, how could one dare to sell goods? Was he not afraid of being robbed by bandits? In response to Huowang's inquiry, the young man with a prominent, hairy mole at the corner of his mouth chuckled softly, offering no explanation. Master, do you need vermilion? I have plenty. At that moment, the onlooker Lu Zhuangyuan leaned closer and whispered disdainfully into Huowang's ear. How could bandits possibly rob him? This kind of peddler is of the same ilk as those ruthless bandits. The bandits take by force, while he merely collects and sells. Master, if you don't want vermilion, perhaps you'd like to peruse my other goods? I have a wide selection. Yu Dishi, unfazed by the gazes of others, continued to passionately conduct his business. Huowang pondered for a moment before inquiring, are all the items intact? Are there any tools for murder among them? Upon hearing this, the others in the vicinity turned their gazes in unison towards him. Zhu Dishi, brimming with excitement, clapped his hands and began rummaging through his mule-drawn cart. Yes, indeed. Chapter 55, Healing. Come, take a look. Are these items satisfactory to you, Taoist? Zhu Dishi gestured towards the assortment laid out on the ground. Before Huowang lay a haphazard array of items, predominantly rusted blades and swords, accompanied by a collection of bottles and jars. What is all this? It's nothing but rusted scrap metal, Guo remarked as he crouched down, beginning to haggle over the goods. Do not be deceived by the rust. These tools can still serve their purpose. If there were indeed any divine weapons, they would not be destined for my possession. Wouldn't you agree? Huowang did not pay attention to the swords and blades, but rather focused his gaze on the various jars and bottles. He squatted down, inspecting each one carefully, only to discover that none bore any inscriptions. This discerning Taoist master could instantly recognize valuable items. Zhu Dishi, who was crouched beside him, instinctively recoiled a couple of steps from the foul stench of blood emanating from Huowang's garments. Yet, he was undeterred and became even more eager to please. Esteemed Taoist, what you hold in your hand is indeed a treasure. This elixir is called half-step down. A mere drop in water will cause anyone to stumble and fall. It is quite affordable, priced at merely 3 taels of silver per bottle. Ah, you have an eye for quality. This bottle too is a gem. It contains crane's head red. Just a speck the size of a fingernail can send a person straight to the underworld. 1 bottle costs 5 taels. Indeed, this is even more precious, unyielding golden spear. Just 1 pill ensures that 2 women can endure an entire night. This is a product guaranteed by Lord Lu, heir of Wolfhead Mountain. If you desire it, you must act quickly, but it will require an additional payment. Huowang stood up with a hint of impatience, exclaiming, how is it that everything you speak of is a treasure? Very well, I shall take the first 2 items. Dogwa, retrieve the money from the car. Dao Yu exuded an air of grandeur. Zhu Dishi's laughter was so abundant that his eyes were nearly concealed. Are you truly not interested in the golden spear? How about I offer you a favorable price? While the youth may find it unnecessary now, one can never be certain that it will remain so in their later years. Such fine goods are never excessive, especially those that can ensure the continuation of one's lineage. Huowang, disinterested in him, turned to the others and said, Choose a suitable weapon. Having one is certainly better than having none. Upon hearing this, all the eager men, except for the two women, Bai Ling Miao and Xiaoman, stepped forward. Li Huowang tucked the 2 bottles of medicine into his bosom and turned to the onlooking Lu Zhuang Yuan, saying, Master Lu, won't you procure something for self-defense? Lu Zhuang Yuan hastily shook his head. I don't carry anything. If I were to be pursued by bandits, I would only lose my money. Yet, if I were armed and unable to defend myself, it could cost me my life. As the crowd began to disperse, Gowa and his companions had each armed themselves with a weapon, regardless of their proficiency, their mere appearance now exuding a significantly greater aura of intimidation. While they excitedly brandished their blades at one another, Bai Ling Miao, clutching a thimble and some thread, approached them with a worried expression. She picked up a red thread and began to stitch the rips in Li Huowang's robe. Brotherly, these assorted items have consumed a substantial portion of our funds. We are left with merely 5 taels of silver now. For those who travel constantly, such defensive tools are essential. It seemed that with both a talisman bell and the capability to blood sacrifice for summoning Dan Yangzi, Li Huowang had no need for these mundane objects. However, truth be told, he harbored doubts about his own capabilities. He was genuinely apprehensive that one day, the stabilizing influence of the black Tai Sui might falter, plunging him once again into an inescapable illusion. If that were to occur, without anyone nearby for protection, he would be akin to a lamb at the mercy of slaughter. Brotherly, these swords and blades are only effective against bandits. If we could learn the divine abilities of Dan Yangzi from before, we would have nothing to fear, Guo remarked, shouldering his sword as he approached. Do you wish to learn? Would others be willing to teach? Li Huowang pondered, sensing a foreboding intuition. The other forces in this world might not be significantly better than Dan Yangzi. Guo chuckled, nudging a nearby one-armed man with his elbow and gesturing towards a nearby stream. Come, let us find a rough stone in the water to sharpen our blades. At that moment, a towering fool stepped forward, blocking Li Huowang's shadow like a wall. I spare me your words. You cannot wield a sword or knife. Best to practice with your club, as that would maximize your strength. After saying this, Li Huowang reclined once more. Thus concluded this brief interlude, and the 2 groups resumed their journey. Days passed, and aside from occasionally passing through small villages where the Lu family troupe would perform, they spent most of their time on the road. Li Huowang's neck gradually healed over time. Standing beside a water tank, he tilted his chin upward, gazing at his reflection on the surface of the water. Observing the scar on his neck, it appeared satisfactory. When he lowered his head, it became less conspicuous. Li Huowang turned his gaze towards Bai Ling Miao, gently rubbing her pristine head with his hand. Why the long face? Has something unhappy happened recently? Brotherly, we have just replenished our supplies, and now we are left with merely 1 or 2 silver and 345 copper coins. Bai Ling Miao counted on her fingers. Is it really so soon? That seems unlikely, Li Huowang remarked as he exited the temporary farmhouse, making his way toward the stage of the elf family troupe. It could have lasted longer, but with everyone practicing their swords and spears, they have grown weary and consumed more. That fool, since he picked up that wooden stick, eats 2 pounds of flour in a single meal. That's 4 pounds a day with 2 meals. Yet at ISNT merely a firewood stick. It must be practiced. Not to mention, both chopping and thrusting techniques must be learned. Even simple chopping, when practiced daily rather than just memorized, makes a significant difference. When facing an enemy, applying poison to their blade poses a considerable threat as well. At that moment, Li Huowang observed others in the distance assisting with the dismantling of the stage for the elf family troupe. However, at this rate, we can only last another month before hunger sets in. The lack of funds is indeed a pressing issue. Li Huowang stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the elf family troupe. They must have amassed quite a fortune along their journey, hadn't they? Wouldn't the resolution to their predicament lie in seizing it all? As this notion crossed his mind, Li Huowang was momentarily taken aback, questioning why such thoughts had surfaced. Despite L. Zhuangyuan's shrewdness, he was a man of integrity. How could he entertain the idea of robbing him? Li Huowang's previously pleasant mood was suddenly veiled by a shadow. Chapter 56, Beyond the Pass. Brotherly, what troubles you? Upon noticing the unusual expression on Li Huowang's face, Ling Miao instinctively grasped his hand tighter. Li Huowang smiled and shook his head, dismissing any concerns. As he thought about soon emerging from confinement, a sense of unease regarding the outside world crept in. Let us proceed together to assist the L family in dismantling their platform. Once we have completed the task, we shall depart swiftly. Li Huowang spoke these words. Yet his gaze was imbued with a chilling coldness, as he felt his temperament increasingly mirroring that of Dan Yangzi. This transformation sent a shiver down his spine. And when he recalled how others perceived Danyangzi as himself, the initial conjecture morphed from mere speculation into an unsettling reality. If it were merely a matter of personality, it might have been bearable. However, Li Huowang harbored a deeper fear that, as time progressed, he would irrevocably become Danyangzi himself. Should this transpire, the previous events would make sense. Danyangzi was not safeguarding him, but rather ensuring his own preservation. The mere thought of such a possibility stirred a growing agitation within Li Huowang's heart. In this world, if there was one individual he loathed above all, it was undoubtedly the old madman Danyangzi. He was resolute in his desire not to become Danyangzi. If it were to come to that, he would prefer death over such a fate. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. Prior to any irrevocable actions, there remained a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. However, after he had slain the 7 Buddhas, he believed that upon their first sight of him, those monks would likely seek immediate retribution. These monks were not the pious vegetarian clerics one might imagine. They were capable of any deed. Fortunately, based on the prior abbot's account, aside from the Xianxia temple, other sects existed, and he could only devise a plan drawing upon them. What Xianxia temple could accomplish, so too could the other sections. Li Huowang approached the donkey cart and meticulously examined the map before him. He had previously resolved to avoid contact with those individuals due to the ominous beginnings associated with Xianxia temple. However, the current circumstances left him no choice. Since Xianxia temple had devised a means to eliminate Danyangzi, it was evident that other sects could employ similar tactics, although the nature of their desires remained unclear. Their actions unmistakably revealed their covetous intentions. Was it the celestial manuscript left behind by Danyangzi that they sought? Li Huowang pondered silently. If he wished to avoid meeting the same fate as Danyangzi, he would have to devise a strategy to contend with them. If necessary, he could present that manuscript as a bargaining chip for exchange. With a sense of trepidation, Li Huowang and his companions eventually arrived at the town of Guankou. This modest settlement bustled with merchants and individuals adorned in various styles, all engaged in trade as they passed through the checkpoint. Glancing towards the distant gate, Li Huowang turned to the side and addressed Lu Zhuangyuan, saying, "It seems we must part ways here." Lu Zhuangyuan reciprocated with a heartfelt gesture, expressing, "Little Taoist, your efforts have been invaluable. If it weren't for your presence, we would have endured far greater hardships along the way." They were destined to return home and repeat the cycle, a fate inherent to their small theatrical troupe. To escape this life of wandering and hardship, their only option lay in acquiring a theater to settle down permanently. Safe travels, Lu Zhuangyuan continued. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I wish you swift success. Here, take these homemade salted duck eggs for the journey. He placed a jar of the delicacies onto the cart with a reluctant expression. May your words bring good fortune. If the opportunity arises in the future, we shall witness the performances of the Lu family troupe once more. Truth be told, after watching these shows, I have become quite enamored. After exchanging farewells, the donkey cart, laden with replenished provisions, gradually approached the checkpoint. As they watched the departing figures, Lu Zhuangyuan took a puff from his pipe, playfully tapping the head of his young son, who wore a reluctant expression. "Father, what nonsense are you speaking? I did not, truly." The boy protested in a flustered denial as the horse turned towards the bustling street. "Father, how could a miser like you part with a jar of salted duck eggs?" inquired Lu Jiren, cradling his daughter. "What folly is this? Do not presume your father to be stingy. Remember, one must be frugal when needed, yet generous when the time calls for it. This little Taoist is no ordinary person. Cultivating a good relationship with him would establish a valuable connection for our Lu family." After winding through various paths, they finally exited the checkpoint. Although the dirt roads remained flanked by trees, Li Huowang sensed a change in the atmosphere. They were not the only group traversing the road. Several other carts and individuals bearing burdens were present. Distinguishing their identities was straightforward. The style of their clothing revealed that those within the gate wore garments with left-side closures, while those outside sported right-side closures. Li Huowang pondered for a moment and opened the jar belonging to Scholar L, only to discover it brimming with salted duck eggs. Beside him, Guo leaned in, astonished, and remarked, "In this day and age, duck eggs hold considerable value, and so does salt. Scholar L, this old fellow, is indeed quite generous to part with such treasures." Li Huowang sealed the jar, his perception of the elderly man having shifted considerably. All present exchanged glances, and the petite figure shrouded in dark fur, Xiaoman, raised her right hand, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "My home is in Siki." Xiaoman, perhaps, by Ling Miao, with a troubled expression, was about to offer some persuasion, but was abruptly interrupted by Li Huowang. "Very well, You should be quite familiar with this area. Please tell us. What kind of place is Siki? Are there any major sects akin to the Jingde Temple? Xiao Man, her face obscured by a black hat, took a deep breath. I am not certain. Although I have resided here for over a decade, I have never ventured beyond the village. The only time I witnessed a shamanic ritual was when I was 9 years old, at the village entrance. Shamanic rituals. The mere mention of the divine sent a shiver down Li Huowang's spine, as the specter of the joyous deity loomed ominously in his mind. Is there a communal space for these shamans? No. I have heard that shamans live in their own homes, venerating the celestial beings within their dwellings. Celestial beings? Do they have names? Various strange entities flitted through Li Huowang's thoughts. The 5 celestial beings of red, yellow, white, willow, and sorrow, Xiaoman recalled. I've only heard of these 5 distinct celestial beings, but I am unaware of their individual identities. Chapter 57. Shamanic Rituals. I cannot elucidate the significance of the 5 celestial beings of red, yellow, white, willow, and sorrow. For it was merely a passing remark from an elder in the village that I committed to memory. The encounter I had with them occurred when someone in the village was afflicted by a malevolent force, lying on the ground and barking like a dog. Coincidentally, the shaman happened to be passing by the village and came to investigate. What transpired afterward remains unclear to me, but I distinctly recall that the afflicted individual was restored to health the following day and returned to the fields to work. Li Huowang listened attentively as Xiao Man recounted fragmented tales about the ritual of jumping the gods, his mind quietly calculating. So, it seems that jumping the gods is akin to the tasks performed by Taoist priests in Siki? Exorcising evil spirits and averting disasters. Could it be that their abilities are derived from figures like Yuleoi? Since the shaman must frequently interact with others, he ought to be more agreeable than the monks at Jingde Temple, right? His concern now is not that these so-called shamans might be overly powerful, but rather that their strength may be insufficient to deal with Dan Angzi. After all, one cannot contend with a multitude alone. Raising his gaze to the sky, Li Huowang noticed that the sun had gradually shifted westward, signaling that it was time to rest. He did not merely sit idle. Instead, he drew forth the sword from behind him and began to dig a pit in the ground. The blade was exceptionally sharp, and soon enough, a small hole the size of a head was excavated. The fool beside him, having already prepared, lifted the black pot from the donkey cart and placed it atop the pit. All that remained was to create 2 openings on either side, one for kindling and the other for smoke, thus completing a modest earthen stove. In comparison to rice, noodles are far more practical. They are easy to store and convenient to cook. As he awaited the water in the pot to boil, he placed several bundles of longevity noodles, purchased at the small market in Guankou, into the steamy water. Some dandelions gathered from the roadside served as vegetables, while each person received a salted duck egg for protein. With a generous bowl of noodles for everyone, dinner was thus prepared. Li Huowang broke open the salted duck egg floating in the noodle soup with his chopsticks. The sizzling, oily yolk instantly transformed the broth, creating a shimmering layer of golden oil that was utterly appetizing. He delicately retrieved the tender dandelion stems with his chopsticks and slowly chewed them, savoring their slightly bitter flavor. Reminiscent of spinach. He had previously been unaware that dandelions were edible, but having observed the old monk relish them so joyfully, he recognized them as a type of wild vegetable. Blowing away the steam, Li Huowang took a hearty sip of the soup, feeling a warm comfort enveloping his stomach. The sight of the wild vegetable reminded him of the old monk at Jingde Temple. He wondered how the monk was faring. So naive and oblivious to the world around him, he must be thriving in such an environment. I won't eat the yolk, murmured by Ling Miao softly, as she placed the oily duck egg yolk into Li Huowang's bowl. Li Huowang silently nodded, using his chopsticks to lift the noodles and slurp a hearty mouthful. I have a Dao bell in my arms. Do you remember? The one I brought from Qifeng Temple. Yes. I shall now impart its usage to you. In the event that I encounter any misfortune, remember to take it out for your salvation. Very well. First, you must shake it vigorously. At this moment, you will feel an overwhelming dizziness, but endure it. Then, swiftly grab a handful of earth and place it in your mouth. The sky gradually darkened, and Li Huowang's bowl was empty. His words concluded. Bai Lingmiu collected the bowl and chopsticks from Li Huowang's hands and proceeded towards the small river in the woods. Li Huowang gazed at her slender silhouette, which unknowingly transformed into that of a young girl clad in a crimson high school uniform. It was the figure of Yang Na. As the night deepened, Li Huowang continued to keep vigil through the latter half of the night. His sleep had not been restful of late, or rather, he had never truly known the comfort of slumber. Li Huowang prodded the flickering campfire with his sword and added a piece of firewood, shaking it slightly. He took advantage of the firelight to inspect his weapon. This sword, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, felt somewhat underutilized in his hands. It was either employed as a shovel for digging or as a poker for stoking the flames, resulting in a blade now tarnished and unsightly. The only time it had drawn blood was when he had used it to wipe his own neck. A soft sound emanated from behind the sand, causing Li Huowang to spring to his feet, seizing a burning stick from the fire and hurling it forward. The bright flames illuminated a shadow that flitted past, ultimately landing before a pair of embroidered shoes. The shoes were an alarming shade of red, almost unsettling. Who goes there? Step forward. Li Huowang's booming voice stirred the others from their slumber, their groggy heads lifting in alarm. Upon seeing the pair of embroidered shoes in the distance, they were jolted fully awake, the sound of swords being drawn echoing in the air. Ha ha ha, do not be alarmed. It is merely a misunderstanding. A genial voice emerged as a man, his hair graying and appearing to be in his 50s, stepped out from the inky darkness of the forest. Dressed simply, his patched clothing suggested a life of modest means. Apart from a small bundle on his back, he carried a dirty old drum adorned with colorful ribbons at his waist. Standing before the armed group, he explained, I was merely traveling at night, and upon seeing the light ahead, I came to take a look, not expecting to encounter you all. Noticing Li Huowang's gaze fixated on the pair of red embroidered shoes, he continued, no need for concern, that is my wife. Who is shy? Come here, dear. As his words faded, the pair of shoes leisurely stepped out from the shadows, revealing a woman whose face was obscured by a red veil. Her vividly colored garments, a striking shade of red and purple, were similarly adorned with various colorful fabrics, resembling the drum at her husband's side. Standing motionless in the dead of night, her presence sent an unsettling chill down the spine. Is this truly your wife? Li Huowang, still wielding his sword, sought confirmation. Given the unusual circumstances of her presence at such an hour, one could easily believe she was an undead specter. At that moment, Xiaoman hurriedly leaned closer and whispered, Li Shixiang, he is indeed a shaman. This revelation heightened Li Huowang's vigilance to its peak. Yes, indeed, we are shamans. I am the great shaman, and my wife is the second. Before Li Huowang could interject, the man shouted, invoke the spirits. His powerful call reverberated through the dark forest, echoing far and wide. Chapter 58. Li Ji Ding Ding Ding. The jarring sound of bells abruptly interrupted the invocation, causing all present to wince and cover their ears in pain. As the ringing gradually subsided, Li Huowang found his sword poised against the man's neck. Haha, good sir. What is the meaning of this? A sharp longsword pressed against his neck, yet the man remained unperturbed. You inquire about my intentions? I could just as easily ask you the same. What deity do you invoke? The soot-blackened blade exerted a slight pressure, leaving a thin line of blood in its wake. Regardless of the deity he summoned, it was undoubtedly no benevolent spirit. Having lingered in this desolate place for so long, he had yet to encounter anything good. Realizing he was misjudged, the man chuckled softly. You must not be from around here, are you? I have not invoked any deity, nor have I even struck a drum to summon one. I merely seek to demonstrate that I am indeed a shaman. At that moment, a petite figure approached, whispering, indeed. A shaman typically requires a drum. My friend, the wary Taoist interjected, it is ill-advised to jest at such an hour. Misunderstandings can arise. You may leave now. The man scrutinized the vigilant Taoist before awkwardly nodding and turning to depart. Very well, I am Li Ji. Until we meet again, he declared, before taking the veiled woman and disappearing into the inky darkness of the forest path. One must always be cautious. A sudden encounter with such an individual in the dead of night could harbor ulterior motives. Amidst murmurs of agreement, the herbalists clutched their weapons, gathering closely around the campfire. Li Huowang seized a piece of drywood and tossed it into the flames, the fierce glow illuminating the anxious expressions on their faces. The lengthy night dragged on in a seemingly endless wait. Aside from the weariness etched on their faces, nothing transpired. We shall rest this morning and then continue our journey. Dogwa will keep watch, Li Huowang announced before slowly closing his eyes. What? This news jolted Li Huowang awake. Turning his head, he spotted Li Ji from the previous night, grinning with his veiled wife standing nearby. Last night, I pondered for half the night and came to a realization. I frightened you, did I not? My sincerest apologies. I have come to offer my apologies. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow on Li Ji's slightly darkened face, accentuating the noticeable mole upon it. If one were to remove the drum from his waist, he would resemble a farmer who toils in the fields year-round. Under the bright sun, he appeared far more reassuring than he had the previous night, regardless of his intentions. Now that a shaman stood before him, it would be remiss not to extract some information from him. I just heard this young lady mention that you share the surname Li. What a coincidence. I also bear the name Li. Perhaps we are distant relatives from 5 centuries past. With a warm smile, Li Ji stepped closer, addressing Li Huowang. Where might you be headed, brother Li? Ah, my kin. The venerable Heisantai Nai is soon to celebrate a grand birthday, and I am on my way to extend my best wishes. And where do you intend to journey, esteemed shaman? With such a considerable entourage accompanying him, Li Ji's gaze flickered as he observed the blood-stained Taoist robe of Li Huowang. Unwashed and still marked by remnants of conflict. How far they had traversed. The journey must have been arduous for the Taoist. After a brief exchange, the tension between the two parties noticeably eased, allowing for a more amicable atmosphere, devoid of the previous hostility. The wheels of the donkey cart began to turn, moving forward alongside a pair of red embroidered shoes. Not far ahead lay the Half-Moon Gorge, where a settlement awaited. There, the Taoist could rest and recuperate for a few days. It would take at least another 15 days of travel to find a suitable place to stay, as one is well aware that the borderlands are often desolate and sparsely populated. Li Ji, resembling an old friend, enthusiastically offered guidance to Li Huowang. Thank you. May I inquire, brother Li Ji, as you are a practitioner of the Tao, which celestial being does your family revere? Upon hearing Li Huowang's direct inquiry, the woman beneath the red veil slightly lifted her head in curiosity. Aha, I am but a disciple of the Bei family. Since you have asked, I shall not be coy. May I inquire which mountain and gate you represent, esteemed Taoist? Xishan Donghua sect, Qingfeng Temple, Xianxia. Li Huowang promptly recited the familiar phrases once spoken by Dan Yangzi. He was uncertain of the specifics of the Xishan Donghua sect, yet he believed that presenting himself in this manner would lend an air of legitimacy, allowing others to perceive him as a man of true lineage rather than a charlatan. Li Ji shook his head with a light chuckle, admitting he had never heard of it. Yet, in a world as vast as this, it is only natural that not everyone is acquainted with every facet. Li Ji is remarkably loquacious, particularly with a perpetual smile gracing his face, which elevates the spirits of those fortunate enough to be in his company. As we strolled along, we eventually arrived at lunchtime, where once again, we set about preparing a pot of noodles over a fire, the river beside us widening conveniently. Li Ji did not take any food from his small parcel. Instead, he squatted by the roadside with a cheerful smile, observing the group of Li Huowang, making them feel quite uneasy. Brother Li Ji, would you care for some? Oh, absolutely. I happen to have not eaten all day yesterday. Li Ji eagerly dashed over, ready to scoop up some noodles. With a clatter, one bowl after another was filled, causing Bai Ling Miao to furrow her brow in concern. Brotherly, that's nearing 3 kilograms. How can this person eat so much? Has he been ingratiating himself with us all this time merely for this meal? Everyone watched in astonishment as the last noodle in the pot was lifted away by Li Ji, who showed no sign of embarrassment, continuing to slurp contentedly beneath the tree. Li Huowang approached him, mimicking Li Ji's demeanor, and crouched down as well. Is the portion sufficient? Should we add a bit more? Oh dear, that would be rather embarrassing. However, I must confess I am not fully satisfied, Li Ji responded, savoring a generous sip of the noodle broth. Add 2 more pounds of noodles. Li Huowang called out towards the iron pot. Why is it only you eating? Where's your wife? Isn't she hungry? His gaze shifted to the woman veiled in red, and he noticed her nails, somewhat discolored and strikingly long. I am the deity, she is but a lesser spirit. My sustenance is all that is required, Li Ji proclaimed with an air of certainty. Oh, and why is that? The sound of slurping noodles ceased as Li Ji raised his right hand, holding chopsticks, and wiped his mouth with his elbow, turning his head with a cheerful smile. Hee, are you asking so much because you wish to take part? Chapter 59. The disciple of the deity. Even if one desires to participate, it is not so simple. The disciples of the deities are chosen by the celestial beings themselves. One must possess the fortuitous opportunity to enter this realm. Li Ji began to elucidate. Oh, if it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate a more detailed explanation. Having engaged in conversation with this individual for so long, it was precisely to gain a deeper understanding of such matters. The more one comprehends this unfamiliar world, the greater the sense of security it provides. Li Ji waved his chopsticks in the air, yearning for a spiritual encounter. He fancied that one must be gravely ill, perhaps on the brink of death, to summon luck, at which point the celestial beings might grant him a prophetic dream. They would heal him, and in return, he would become their disciple. What do these celestial beings look like? just as he was about to scoop noodles from his bowl with his chopsticks. He realized it was empty, prompting him to eagerly stride towards the pot once more. Is this what humanity has come to? Li Huowang pondered, reflecting on the implication that these celestial beings could engage in communication and trade, akin to the enigmatic Master Yu. It appeared that the people here were actively or passively interacting with such entities, from men and women to beasts, and ultimately to the great Buddha. The monk's cultivation methods seemed to follow a progressive path, considering the powers of the 7 Buddhas he had encountered earlier, who could bestow flesh upon Master Yu while also sprouting countless hands. It is not difficult to deduce that the monks of Zhangde Temple likely attained their flesh-related abilities through similar cultivation practices. Engaging in transactions and interactions with various entities might be the source of their diverse powers, perhaps explaining the origins of their distinct sections. Li Huowang began to gain a rudimentary understanding of the world. As he crouched down to eat, he lamented incessantly about his grievances. Let me tell you, being a disciple of the spirit medium is no enviable task. If you can avoid it, do so. There is an abundance of troublesome matters, not to mention the tribulations and calamities, and the pay is hardly substantial. After listening to his incessant complaints for quite some time, Li Huowang could not help but interject, then what can you, as a disciple, summon the spirits for? Are they truly that formidable? Can they accomplish anything? Well, each spirit has its own abilities. If you encounter a troublesome situation that your own spirit cannot resolve, you may also seek assistance from other spirits, came the response. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's expression grew serious. What if someone is afflicted by certain entities? Can they help with that too? What entities are you referring to? That would be a case of being possessed, and of course, they can handle it. Are you certain? That is no trivial matter. Li Huowang thought of Dan Yangzi, scrutinizing the individual before him. The man seemed somewhat unreliable. Hey, why not give it a try? It's only 50 copper coins. Do you think I would abscond with your money? 50 copper coins. This is your fee? The cost seems far below what I had anticipated. What is mine, and what belongs to the spirit is separate. We shall tally them apart. Li Shi chewed and swallowed the noodles, letting out a satisfied burp. My team money is 50 copper coins. No haggling. This has been the tradition for over 300 years, unchanged. Of course, it must be new coins. Do not present me with clipped or damaged currency. As for the spirit's compensation, I will negotiate that with them myself. No, you cannot negotiate. You must allow the spirit to choose freely. Whatever they select is what they take. In most cases, spirits do not desire material wealth. They choose what they will, yet require no payment? An unease crept into Li Huowang's heart. If a transaction were truly to occur, what would these spirits take? In the past, what have spirits taken from others? If you ask me, who am I to answer? Li Ji cradled his bowl, licking it meticulously. Anyone who has had something taken by a spirit must not speak of it. It is a taboo, and to do so would invite misfortune. Aren't you the medium? You don't know? To put it plainly, I am merely a laborer for the spirits. My duty is to summon them. I concern myself with nothing else. For this meager sum, I have no interest in those trifling matters. Compared to the monks of Zhangde Temple and Danyangzi, Li Ji appeared to possess a carefree detachment. So, do you wish to give it a try? Who has been possessed? Sated and content, Li Ji picked his teeth with chopsticks while glancing towards others in the distance. The principal subject was right before them, yet Li Huowang remained undeterred, patiently inquiring, Brother Li Ji, having traveled far and wide, you must have dealt with numerous matters. Do you know the origin of the affliction you mentioned? Li Ji shook his head with a hint of impatience. I can hardly be bothered to remember such trivial matters. Running errands for a mere 50 coppers hardly covers a meal. What is the point of toiling so hard? If they were to allow me to raise the price to 500 coppers per trip, I would certainly remember every detail. Yet, they do not permit any increase in price, nor do they allow me to pursue other avenues of work. This situation is truly exasperating. By the way, my friend, I assume that conducting rituals as a Taoist must be quite lucrative, right? How much can one earn from a single ceremony? Li Huowang glanced once more at the motionless woman adorned in a red veil behind him. Rising to his feet, he felt sufficiently rested. Shall we continue our journey? He inquired. Certainly. By the way, when shall we partake in dinner? The individual spoke in a remarkably ordinary manner, devoid of any malice. However, the essence of goodness is not always apparent, and Li Huowang's vigilance remained unabated. Li Huowang tilted his head slightly, casting his gaze upon the two individuals on the opposite side of the road. His full attention was fixated on Li Ji and the enigmatic woman beside him, shrouded in a red veil, who remained silent and unresponsive. The more he observed, the more discomforting she appeared, in stark contrast to Li Ji. This woman exuded an unmistakably eerie presence. Each time she lifted her foot to walk, her movements were executed with unnerving precision, resembling not a living being, but rather a marionette manipulated by unseen strings. Even more unsettling was the fact that Li Ji referred to this peculiar entity as his wife. Li Shixiao. Shall we perhaps separate from them? Bai Ling Miao suggested as she approached. Not so fast. Let us wait and see, Li Huowang replied. He felt the need to scrutinize the situation thoroughly. If this individual spoke the truth, then extricating themselves from the clutches of Danyangzi might indeed rely on the celestial beings he mentioned. As the sun gradually sank in the west, a village began to materialize before them, with houses of varying heights scattered about. Look, this is the village I mentioned, Li Ji remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the expanse of dark-tiled rooftops before striding confidently towards it. Follow me, there is an old acquaintance of mine here, and we can stay at his home free of charge. Observing the receding figure of Li Ji, Li Huowang gently waved his hand, signaling 2 donkey carts to follow suit into the village. Upon reaching the earthen path that wound between the houses, Li Huowang and his companions glanced around at the tranquil surroundings. Oddly enough, there was not a soul to be seen, neither in the fields nor in the courtyards. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Ji's head popped around a corner, his aged face brimming with excitement. Hey, come over here. There is something lively happening, he called out. It seems like the elder is having a lively time. His face is all scratched up. It's quite the spectacle. Li Shixiao. Let us not intrude on their affairs. That is a matter for others, Bai Ling Miao urged. Li Huowang cast a puzzled glance at her before striding purposefully towards Li Ji. As he rounded the corner, a sudden clarity emerged before him. He beheld a throng of villagers, clad in rustic attire, encircling the entrance of a household in tightly knit layers. Li Ji stood at the periphery of the crowd, straining on tiptoe while resting a hand on another's shoulder. Peering intently into the gathering, it became evident that the entire village had gathered to witness the spectacle. What is climbing ash? Li Huowang inquired as he approached Li Ji. Is there another term for a father-in-law eloping with his daughter-in-law in your region? Where are you from? Li Ji regarded Li Huowang with a look of incredulity, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon hearing the explanation, Li Huowang's expression shifted to one of bemusement. No wonder Bai Ling Miao had exhibited such a reaction earlier. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream erupted from the heart of the crowd, causing the onlookers to recoil in unison, creating a substantial gap. Seizing the opportunity, Li Huowang glimpsed a rather peculiar scene unfolding within. Oh no, this seems more serious than mere climbing ash. It appears someone has been injured, Li Ji lamented, clapping his hands in frustration as he pushed his way through the throng. Excuse me, please, I'm a shaman. Kindly make way. Ouch, who stepped on my foot? Witnessing this unfolding drama, Li Huowang, who had initially intended to turn away, found himself rooted in place. Was Li Ji planning to commence an exorcism in his own manner? After finally squeezing into the crowd, Li Ji glanced around and waved at Li Huowang, beckoning him urgently. Come here, quickly. Why are you standing so far back? Li Huowang contemplated for a moment and then squeezed his way into the crowd. This fellow appeared somewhat eccentric, providing an opportune moment to assess his capabilities. Should he merely be a petty troublemaker, there would be no need for him to assist in resolving his own dilemmas, lest Danyangzi consume him as one would a Buddha. Upon reaching the center of the gathering, he discerned with greater clarity that the woman atop the 8 immortals table exhibited decidedly bizarre behavior. Her exquisite phoenix eyes were devoid of any pupils, and it seemed she possessed 5 layers of eyelids. Flanking her were 2 individuals, one older and one younger, their faces marred, evidently resembling victims of some misfortune. Master, what do you make of this situation? Shall you take charge, or shall I? Li Ji inquired once more, lowering his voice to a whisper. Why don't we confront her together? Once it's over, you can demand a larger sum, and we can split it evenly, thus preserving the sanctity of the ritual. Upon hearing Li Huowang's explanation, Li Ji's expression turned to one of incredulity. Are you jesting? You can't even exorcise malevolent spirits. Surely you must be a charlatan posing as a Taoist priest. Hurry. Look at how this woman is on the verge of contorting her bones. Li Huowang pointed towards the woman on the 8 immortals table. It appeared that the common folk were not as distant from such occurrences as he had imagined. They simply employed the notion of malevolent interference to explain their predicaments. He mused silently. What if Li Ji happened to be absent today? What would they do then? As he gazed at the antiquated farming tools within the room, the bare feet coated in yellow mud, and the faces of the old and young etched with suffering, the answer to this predicament was both straightforward and harrowing. Such matters likely resembled the afflictions that plague the impoverished. Minor ailments are endured, while major ones are born until one can bear no more and succumbs. A cough suddenly broke the murmuring discussions of the crowd, bringing about an immediate hush. With a gentle tap of a stick against the old drum at his waist, Li Ji sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. "Come forth, spirits!" The commanding voice rang out, resonant and high-pitched, silencing all surrounding sounds. Li Huowang turned his gaze towards the outside, where the crimson glow in the sky was gradually fading, heralding the imminent arrival of a tranquil night. The sun set behind the western mountains, casting darkness upon the heavens. The dragon returns to the vast sea, while the tiger retreats to the mountains. The dragon can summon the rain, yet the tiger must find rest in the hills. Ah, alas! Beneath the 7-star glazed tiles, and upon the 8-edged purple gold bricks, he stands firm, with feet upon the earth and head towards the heavens. With resolute strides, he advances in a rhythmic manner, establishing a stable stance by the encampment. Incense is burned and drums are beaten to summon the ancient sage. Ah, Li Ji, while drumming, took out several incense sticks to light and placed them around the woman seated at the octagonal table. The white smoke rising from the tips of the incense did not dissipate. Instead, it gracefully swirled around the room. Before long, the interior began to take on a hazy atmosphere. Li Huowang felt a peculiar twitch at the corner of his eye, and an inexplicable agitation began to settle within him. Casting a glance at the surroundings, which appeared entirely normal, he furrowed his brow and gently pinched the nape of his neck, taking a couple of steps back. Suddenly, the woman beneath the red veil stirred for the first time, letting out a hiccup accompanied by a rustling sound emanating from beneath the fabric. The onlookers surrounding them were evidently startled, retreating further than before, with some timid souls hastily making their way home before nightfall. "Oh, dear spirits, I know you are coming. Please, do not create a ruckus. While your presence is imposing, the air is thick with foreboding. A little power is fine, but in a cramped space, it can become unbearable. Should one encounter a noble soul, it can be manageable. However, facing a petty person can lead to verbal conflict." Chapter 61. The two deities within the modest dwelling. The relentless beating of the drum echoed, accompanied by Li Ji's incantations. "Assist me, divine guardians." With my head pressed against the roof and feet firmly planted upon the beams, my left hand strikes the drum while my right wields the whip. Ah, cough, ah, cough. Oh, thud, thud, thud. Beside him, Li Huowang observed as the rhythmic chanting caused the red veil atop the two deities to rise, revealing strange, distorted shapes of beastly heads. To call them beastly was perhaps an understatement, for none bore resemblance to ordinary creatures. Each appeared grotesquely mutated, with only a few retaining any semblance of animal form. These forms flickered in and out of visibility beneath the veil, writhing as if in a fluid dance. The scene, shrouded in a hazy white mist, exuded an air of eerie mystique. Li Huowang rubbed his eyes vigorously and realized that the two deities were now moving in rhythm. Following Li Ji as they approached the 8 immortals table shrouded in a veil of white smoke. With a rhythmic chant, they began to dance around, encircling the woman seated at the table. Amidst the hazy mist, the woman began to clutch her throat in apparent agony. "Get away. Leave me be." Her voice quivered with distress. "Summon the mighty Huang Tianba, Huang Tianqing, Huang Tianhe, and Huang Tianhong, along with the great Bama, Erling Tong, and the quick-witted Liao Gu." As these words escaped his lips, an inexplicable sense of agitation stirred within Li Huowang. He began to hear a plethora of strange sounds surrounding him, yet when he focused, those noises vanished into silence, regardless of what the old immortal Li Ji mentioned was. It was certain that it differed from any he had previously encountered. It appeared that he could summon more than one kind of deity. Just how many could he possibly call upon? While he pondered this, the drumming gradually softened. With a furrowed brow, Li Huowang waved his hand to disperse the white smoke and strode towards the table. However, as he drew near, a shadow erupted from the mist, launching itself towards his face. Clang! The sword, sharp as iron, met a sudden resistance as it was caught between two rows of blood-stained teeth. The naked woman, endowed with astonishing strength, clawed desperately at Li Huowang's eyes. Her bloodshot orbs bulged grotesquely, threatening to dislodge from her face, her expression twisted with malice and murderous intent. "Li Ji, what on earth is happening?" Li Huowang shouted into the swirling smoke. The chant of old immortal resounded once more, and a vibrant red veil whirled through the mist, draping over the woman's face. She thrashed about in a futile struggle, but the beastly visage on the veil writhed as it delved toward her mouth. With a sudden whoosh, she was yanked into the white smoke by some unseen force, where Li Ji's incantations echoed continuously. "Oh, old immortal, Away from the ancient caves and mountains, gather a handful of yellow sand to cover the cave's entrance. In overcast skies, let the clouds move. On sunny days, let the winds whirl, come and go without a trace of smoke. As the shaken Li Huowang cautiously entered the mist, sword in hand, he discovered that the once manic woman now lay limp on the table, her face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Beside her, Li Ji continued to circle around with his trembling, hiccuping wife, chanting endlessly. Upon completing the final line of his song, Li Ji struck the center of the drum 3 times with his whip. As the drum fell silent, the surrounding white smoke began to dissipate, and the peculiar agitation within Li Huowang gradually faded away. Is everything all right? I momentarily lost my train of thought, yet I was acutely aware of your presence outside. This fellow cannot escape. Li Ji still bore that expression of indifference, as if nothing mattered. Lost in thought. In such circumstances, you still dare to be distracted? Li Huowang found it quite incomprehensible to grasp this individual's rationale. Nearly 50 copper coins. How much does a bowl of noodles cost in the city nowadays? The malevolent spirit has departed, and yet life continues. What more could one desire? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon those who established the rules. What sort of misguided regulations were set? Should those who practice sorcery be condemned to poverty? Li Huowang suppressed the urge to roll his eyes as he approached the 8 immortals table, carefully observing the woman before him. She appeared to be deeply traumatized. Her vacant eyes filled with terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. After glancing around for a while, Li Huowang found no evidence of the celestial being that Li Ji had mentioned taking anything from her. There were no monetary demands, and she lacked for nothing physically. Could it be that the so-called celestial being sought some form of spiritual recompense? Li Huowang pondered this in silence. At that moment, the distressed family burst into the room. Upon seeing their loved one restored to normalcy, they immediately embraced one another, overwhelmed with tears and laughter. Just then, Li Ji approached them, saying, "This young woman has just encountered a malevolent force, leaving her in a weakened state. Furthermore, your family's feng shui is not favorable, and I fear more troubles may arise in the future. Perhaps you should consider inviting a protective deity into your home." A protective deity? Li Huowang's attention was instantly captivated. All right. We shall heed the words of the wise. The elderly individuals, who had been rendered helpless by fear, dared not refuse any longer. Li Ji reached into his package and retrieved a small clay figurine. He then took out some red threads and began to wrap them around the figurine, murmuring incantations as he worked. Once he had finished the wrapping, Li Ji fetched a ladder and placed the figurine on a beam. Every year on the first day of the Lunar New Year, a grand offering is made, and incense is burned on the 15th day of each month. Do you understand? Now, the tea money for the soldiers, along with the guardian spirit's fee, amounts to a total of 100 copper coins. Take the money. Ignoring Li Ji's demand for payment, Li Huowang approached the ladder and scrutinized the guardian spirit perched on the beam. The clay figurine was about the width of a hand, seemingly crafted in a haphazard manner. Yet, its eyes were remarkably lifelike, and gazing into them, Li Huowang felt as if he were truly locking eyes with a living being. Don't look. A faint, delicate voice emerged from behind. The two were so close that Li Huowang's gentle exhalation caused the red veil to sway slightly. At that moment, a torrent of thoughts raced through Li Huowang's mind. Was this figure truly alive? Why did she urge me not to look? Li Huowang cast a glance at Li Ji, who was preoccupied with counting coins, and lowered his voice to a whisper, inquiring if there was something he wished to convey. Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, the pale hands adorned with long nails gently grasped the edge of the red veil and slowly lifted it. Li, clutching the bell tightly, found himself swallowing hard, a sense of unease washing over him. The goose had departed, seeking refuge at a fellow villager's home for a place to rest. With the red veil secured once more, the two deities swiftly turned and followed. Chapter 62. Nocturnal conversations. Perplexed, he glanced around, realizing he stood upon a wooden bridge, enveloped in an abyss of darkness, with nothing visible in any direction. Li Huowang took a deep breath, lifted his foot, and continued forward, the wooden bridge beneath him creaking ominously. After an indeterminate amount of time, he sensed movement in the distance. A jolt ran through his body as he sprinted towards the source. However, as he drew closer and finally discerned the nature of the object, his body abruptly halted in shock. It was the guardian spirit of Li Ji. The previously palm-sized clay figure had now transformed into a form 3 times larger than Li Huowang himself, accompanied by the sound of stones grinding against one another. It slowly turned its head to gaze at Li Huowang, its pupils devoid of any black, an unsettling white that was utterly terrifying. This was not merely a wooden bridge. I am standing upon the beams of someone else's house. Li Huowang quickly realized. With a creaking sound, the multiple red cords adorning the guardian spirit snapped, and a multitude of clay hands emerged from within, each one reaching towards Li Huowang while shedding dust incessantly. As Li Huowang turned to retreat, a colossal red veil suddenly descended upon him, enveloping his entire being. Do not be deceived. A voice, ethereal and delicate, resonated. Startled awake, drenched in cold sweat, Li Huowang swiftly surveyed his surroundings, only to realize there was no guardian spirit nor any red veil. It had merely been a vivid dream. Casting a glance at the sleeping Bai Ling Miao beside him, he tugged the blanket to cover her shoulders before rising from the bed and opening the window to gaze outside. The moon still hung in the sky, indicating that he had not slept for long. The deity beneath the red veil had seemingly intended to convey something to him, yet was inadvertently interrupted by Li Ji. What was it that she wished to communicate? Why could I not behold the guardian spirit? With furrowed brows, Li Huowang pondered these questions. This deity had remained silent, abstaining from food and drink, in stark contrast to the affable Li Ji, who appeared extraordinarily enigmatic. The sudden emergence of her voice surely bore significant meaning. What matter could she possibly have that required clandestine communication, one that Li Ji must not discover? Did Li Ji harbor ill intentions towards me? Initially intending to consult Li Ji about summoning a shaman. The unexpected turn of events left Li Huowang in a state of hesitation. After all, they were not particularly close. He considered seeking out another shaman. Yet he questioned the trustworthiness of any alternative. If he were to pursue this path, it would be prudent to choose someone with whom he was more familiar. Li Huowang cast another glance at the inky sky before turning to don his crimson robe and step outside. The modest dwellings of Li Ji's fellow villagers were not far apart, and Li Ji resided nearby. Within the shadowy confines of the house, Li Huowang walked silently, making his way toward Li Ji's abode. The creaking door, adorned with the inverted character for fortune, slowly swung open, allowing a small, luminescent stone to gently bounce inside. The dim glow illuminated the interior, revealing the formidable deity, Li Ji, sprawled across the bed, snoring heartily, while the second deity, shrouded in a red veil, stood rigidly by the bedside like a garment. Upon hearing the commotion, the silent second deity turned her veil toward Li Huowang, seemingly awaiting something. To behold this scene at such a late hour was, to be frank, quite unsettling. Should I truly venture out to be alone with this entity? A moment of hesitation gripped Li Huowang. However, recalling her words, he ultimately steeled his resolve and beckoned gently with his hand. Remarkably, the second deity began to move, gliding toward the door like a wraith. As she advanced, Li Huowang retreated, one entering and the other exiting, until they finally halted outside the courtyard. The hazy moonlight of the half-moon cast a soothing glow, alleviating Li Huowang's heightened anxiety. The red-veiled second deity approached him once more, drawing near enough that his words caused the veil to tremble slightly. What were you intending to say yesterday? Long, ebony nails slowly lifted, and before Li Huowang's astonished gaze, she delicately sliced her fingertip with the other hand. Immediately, she began to inscribe words upon her red veil with the dark crimson blood that flowed forth. When heart, you are heart, element, immortal. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed, shattering the silence. As the black blood on the veil was rapidly absorbed, Li Huowang had just taken 2 steps back when he saw the gloomy-faced Li Ji walking barefoot with a rapid patter toward Ershin, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. What do you think you're doing? She is my wife. Li Huowang listened intently to the commotion emanating from the adjacent room. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. I have done nothing but harbor a mere curiosity about my sister-in-law's visage. With a vigilant expression, Li Ji scrutinized Li Huowang from head to toe. As if to assert his claim, he lifted a corner of the red veil and leaned in, bestowing a flurry of kisses. As the veil swayed, illuminated by the moonlight, Li Huowang discerned something vaguely. It appeared to be scales. Remember this. She is my wife. If you remain a bachelor, can you blame anyone but yourself? Who told you to become a Taoist? If you have the ability, renounce your vows. Without allowing Li Huowang a chance to respond, he grasped the pale hand of the second deity, adorned with long, dark nails, and turned to enter the room. Scales and the yellow-green viscous substance flashed repeatedly in his mind. What on earth are these deities? What has transpired? Li Huowang said nothing, extinguishing the rekindled oil lamp. It's nothing, just sleep. Be cautious. Am I heart-simple immortal? Lying in bed, Li Huowang began to ponder the cryptic words of the 2 deities. What was heart-simple immortal? What was it that she urged caution about? The next day, upon awakening and entering the main hall, Li Huowang found Li Ji sipping kanji with his right hand. He firmly grasped the two deities, who were conversing with his fellow townsmen. "Thank you for looking out for me, my good fellow. How about this? Allow me to hire a guardian spirit for you, and I shall offer you a favorable price, 30 copper coins. How does that sound?" Li Ji chose to remain silent upon noticing Li Huowang, whose demeanor had shifted from its previous amiability. In Chapter 63, The Red Veil. Perceiving the unease in Li Ji's expression, Li Huowang approached him directly and said, "Brother Li Ji, I can clarify the events of last night." Li Ji raised his hand, interrupting Li Huowang's attempt to continue speaking. With a hint of impatience, he remarked, "What is there to explain? I haven't wronged you in any way. It is simply this way." Having said that, he stood up, took his wife's hand, and turned to leave the room. Li Huowang gazed at the receding figures of the two individuals, enveloped in silence. The mention of the title Heart-Simple Immortal by the second deity resonated as a peculiar appellation, and her admonition to refrain from observing the guardian immortal suggested she possessed knowledge about me that I must extract from her. The hard-won lead was not something Li Huowang wished to sever so easily. "It's nothing, merely a personal matter. You all should proceed to breakfast. It's a rare opportunity to have a bed to sleep in. These days should be dedicated to rest. Once we depart from this village, we may find ourselves lying by the roadside." In the following days, Li Huowang refrained from seeking out Li Ji, showing no interest in his activities. He understood that the other party was likely still irritable. Inquiring about matters concerning the second deity at this juncture could prove troublesome. It was wise to let the matter unfold gradually. Li Huowang pondered over this, yet during the waiting period, a minor inconvenience presented itself. Bai Lingmiao had fallen ill. This predicament was significant yet trivial, significant in this desolate location where even a minor ailment could easily become fatal if neglected, and trivial because, with the medicinal pills refined at Qifeng Temple, he could barely qualify as a village doctor, while he might be incapable of curing more serious ailments. This slight illness was certainly manageable. Li Huowang gently rested the feverish head of Bai Lingmiao upon his chest, carefully placing a red pill into her mouth. "Brotherly, am I going to die? I do not wish to perish." The frail Bai Lingmiao clutched the sleeve of Li Huowang's garment tightly. "Do not entertain such thoughts. It is merely a slight cold. You have already taken the medicine. Just sleep well, let yourself sweat it out, and you will recover." Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted their conversation. As Li Huowang looked up, he saw Li Ji standing at the door with his wife. "How is it? I heard from a fellow villager that your sister is unwell. Do you need assistance?" "No, thank you," Li Huowang replied, gently tucking the blanket around Bai Lingmiao before turning towards Li Ji. "No need for pleasantries. You treated me to noodles before, so I must return the favor. The Bai family's old sage is exceptional at healing. As long as you do not have any ill intentions towards my wife, we shall remain friends. And I am more than willing to help." Li Ji spoke in a casual tone, as if that incident had simply faded away. It was merely a slight chill. There was no need to summon your deity, and besides, we could not afford the tea money they demanded. Li Ji was momentarily taken aback. But then he burst into laughter. "Indeed, that was the case. I suppose I have caused a bit of trouble. The old immortal should not be summoned recklessly. However, O Master Li, you are neither adept at exorcising malevolence nor at healing ailments. You truly excel as a Taoist priest." Li Huowang scrutinized the man before him, noting the effortlessly genuine smile adorning his face. "I have already begun the treatment. The medicinal elixir has been ingested, and we must await its efficacy," he stated. Meanwhile, with a stern countenance, Li Ji stood by, shaking his head incessantly. "This is unacceptable. I have encountered other priests who possess remarkable skills. They merely inscribe a talisman, burn it to ashes, and mix it with water. Regardless of the ailment, the patient recovers in an instant." Li Huowang smiled gently, savoring the relaxed atmosphere. He felt that this was indeed a splendid moment. "Brother Li Ji, may we have a conversation? Regarding your wife, she appears to be quite extraordinary, does she not? Are the other practitioners of the divine arts similar in nature?" The smile on Li Ji's face froze. "Ah, Li Jinren, once you speak openly, it loses its charm. As a practitioner of the Tao, you surely must have some secrets you want to fully divulge to me, correct? May I inquire where you found this ragtag group of misfits? Surely, you cannot disclose that?" After speaking, the smiling Li Ji gently patted Li Huowang's crimson robe, then turned to leave with his wife. It was evident that despite appearing garrulous and often complaining about the celestial beings behind closed doors, Li Ji was merely feigning indifference. That night, in the stillness of the third watch, he was startled awake by a persistent tapping at the window. The wooden window creaked open silently, revealing a pair of blood-red embroidered shoes suspended above, swaying gently. Li Huowang recognized the pair of shoes. They belonged to the deity. She had come to seek him out. Li Huowang pondered for a moment, then spoke in a hushed tone to the pair of embroidered shoes. I shall head to the grove at the village's edge immediately. Shortly thereafter, guided by the dim moonlight, Li Huowang ventured into the dark, shadowy woods, where he soon encountered the motionless figure of the second deity beneath a tree. Li Huowang glanced around cautiously, and upon finding no trace of Li Ji, leaned back. Ershin, do you have something to tell me? Ershin once again raised her bloodied finger and resumed inscribing characters upon her crimson veil. The distance was too great for Li Huowang to discern clearly, prompting him to instinctively move closer to the red veil. You must be careful, she had written halfway when, without warning, Ershin suddenly raised both hands. Her black nails extended and plunged them brutally into Li Huowang's neck. With a resounding thud, his muscles tensed instantaneously, and he seized the red veil before him, lifting his right foot to deliver a fierce kick to her abdomen, though he had temporarily evaded danger. For gaping wounds were already visible on either side of his neck. Trembling, he fished out several hemostatic pills and hastily shoved them into his mouth. Directing his gaze toward the vividly adorned Ershin before him, Li Huowang could hardly fathom that the two deities, who had seemingly been poised to offer him a warning, had suddenly turned against him. Yet, when he beheld the visage of the individual before him, he was momentarily struck dumb. Despite the grotesque features that marred the person's face, adorned with serpentine scales, spiny hedgehog quills, and fox-like ears, he could still discern the remnants of humanity that unmistakably revealed this figure to be Li Ji. No. It was more accurate to say that it resembled a feminine Li Ji, her dwindling human skin painted with powder. The other half of her mouth was a gaping beastly maw with prominent fangs, yet the cherry-red lips on one side were deliberately accentuated with rouge. As Li Huowang recognized her true form, Li Ji covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a laugh that was sharply reminiscent of a fox. After probing for a while, it became clear that your heart's essence was merely a fade. You were fortunate not to have been claimed by another. The voice echoed with a duality. One resonated in front of him, while the other reverberated through the darkened woods surrounding them. Thud, thud, thud. A prolonged and rhythmic drumming emanated from the forest. Summon the spirits. Chapter 64. The drum of summoning with Li Ji's distinctive booming voice echoing from deep within the woods, the strangely formed deities began to tremble in synchronized response. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, households shut their doors, while magpies and crows flocked to the great trees, and sparrows scuttled beneath the eaves as the path shortened. Li Ji's invocation of the deities came to an abrupt and unexpected halt, leaving the two gods utterly taken aback. He raised his head in astonishment, casting a glance at Li Huowang before him, whose lips curled into a sly smile. You have come to test me deliberately. How then? Could I not be testing you in return? I have already been deceived by the monks once. Having learned from that misstep, I must remain vigilant against any further treachery. As soon as Li Huowang's voice faded, the sound of scattered footsteps echoed through the woods. Those were Dog Hua and the others. This group, armed with weapons, shoved the bloody Li Ji forward, while the old drum that Li Ji used for his shamanic rituals was firmly grasped by the small, dark-haired man. Li Huowang reached out and took the old drum from Shaman's hands, and before Li Ji, he cast it to the ground and drove his sword down with a swift motion. With a sharp hiss, the taut drumhead was effortlessly pierced. It appears that this object is of utmost significance to you, regardless of which celestial being you invoke. Without it, they are unlikely to arrive, are they? Through these days of interaction, Li Huowang discerned that no matter how formidable the celestial practitioners may be, the mediums they employ remain mere mortals. As long as one can exert control over them, everything becomes manageable. Observing the glinting blades surrounding him, Li Ji, having endured a blow, exhibited no signs of fear or hatred on his face. Instead, a faint, resigned smile appeared, as if to say that he was not in a position to dictate the course of events. With a resounding clang, the sharp, jet-black blade was pressed against Li Ji's throat. Do you still wish to deceive? Command the two deities to relinquish their resistance. Li Huowang's gaze was fixed intently on the distant, disfigured figure of the second god. Li Ji was ensnared, and that ambiguous creature in the distance remained a troublesome concern. He chuckled softly. What makes you think my wife will necessarily heed my words? After Li Ji spoke, he observed in the distance as the two deities unleashed a ferocious roar. Then, like wild beasts, they charged into the forest on all fours. Remarkably, The two deities fled, leaving Li Ji alone in this desolate place. Do you think that by uttering such words, I would suddenly be filled with compassion and spare you? Li Huowang's blade edged forward slightly. That is not the case. In the face of imminent death, Li Ji remained remarkably composed, gazing at the captive before him. Li Huowang pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. What is Zins? Why do you refer to me as Zins? This was his greatest concern. There must be a reason behind their actions towards him, and this Zins had already surfaced twice. Li Ji let out a helpless sigh. Realizing that you truly know nothing at all. I was previously misled by your blood-stained attire. What is the essence of the heart? Li Huowang gritted his teeth and asked, each word enunciated with intensity as the blade drew forth a line of blood. Li Ji gazed upon Li Huowang before him and chuckled softly. Hee, your mind may be swift, yet you are unlikely to rival the old immortal. In the next moment, Li Ji's eyes began to redden and elongate, as spines akin to those of a hedgehog emerged from the corners of his eyes. His nose twisted and extended forward, and his entire visage began to contort into the peculiar appearance reminiscent of the recently encountered deity. Li Huowang pressed down with one hand, and the sharp blade of the sword moved toward Li Ji's neck. However, beneath the torn flesh lay not blood vessels, but a row of densely packed, hard serpent scales. Kill him! With a shout from Li Huowang, a powerful gust of wind heralded the arrival of a massive wooden club, which came crashing down upon Li Ji's head. Flesh and blood splattered as Li Ji, who had only just begun to transform, was instantaneously struck down, collapsing to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. In the darkness of the forest, the urgent sound of drums resonated, drawing everyone's gaze. Startled, Li Huowang instinctively looked down at the broken drum on the ground. Drum sounds? How could there still be drum sounds? Li Ji's drum had surely been destroyed by me. As the drum beats accompanied the call of the divine, a figure staggered out from the woods. Was it the deity, or perhaps Li Ji? As the peculiar growths appeared on Li Ji's face, the features of the departing deity vanished entirely. The two had effortlessly exchanged their identities. Li Ji had become the deity, and the deity had assumed Li Ji's form. Thud. 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 The abrupt drumbeats sounded from beneath Li Ji, and when the others looked down, they collectively gasped. There stood a man with his garments ajar, one hand tearing at the flesh of his abdomen, while the other wielded a drumstick, beating away. In the absence of a drum, Li Ji had resorted to using his own skin as a drum. Thud, thud, thud. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. Households closed their doors tightly, while magpies and crows flocked to the tall trees. Sparrows scurried under eaves, and the small houses grew desolate. With 9 out of 10 homes locked tight, only one remained unbarred, where incense was burned and drums were beaten as the divine was summoned. As the last words faded, the fallen deity sprang to his feet, even as his head appeared largely deflated. With a series of piercing sounds, all weapons, including the long sword in Li Huowang's hand, were instantly thrust into the deity's body. Li Huowang was utterly convinced that his sword had pierced the heart of his adversary, yet the two deities remained standing resolutely before him. First, he summoned the red, then the yellow, with the clear wind and mist bringing forth the sad monarch, the red family as the commander, the yellow family as the vanguard. The clear wind and mist as the steadfast, and the sad monarch as the hall's occupant. A tremendous force surged from the two deities, and with a swift twist of their bodies, all those wielding weapons in the vicinity instantly let go. This cannot be allowed. The drumming of Li Ji must cease. He is the linchpin. Li Huowang swiftly retrieved the brass bell, which instantly appeared in his grasp. The sound of ringing and the deep thuds intertwined throughout the forest. Various lines rapidly coalesced into the figure of Old Master Yu, and as Li Huowang shook his dizzy head, Old Master Yu promptly split into 4, charging towards Li Ji. Ignoring the continuous flow of blood from his flayed body, Li Ji's forehead veins throbbed visibly as his lips quivered, and his speech accelerated to twice its usual pace. The banquet was set. A feast of delightful food and drink awaited. The provisions for the soldiers were prepared with care, calling for succulent beef and lamb, as well as lean chicken, duck, and goose. The old immortal must indulge in that which he has forgotten, and the soldiers must devise a plan to provide it. Li Huowang felt a sharp pain in his neck, and before he knew it, the two divine beings had arrived behind him, their mouths filled with sharp teeth sinking viciously into the flesh of his shoulder. Chapter 65. I command you to strike. A thunderous roar erupted as a hefty wooden club swung towards him, narrowly grazing Li Huowang's face before crashing forcefully onto the head of one of the divine beings. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, the creature was sent flying, yet a substantial chunk of Li Huowang's shoulder was torn away along with it. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. However, He could not afford to dwell on it. He hastily retrieved 2 vials and handed them to the eager Dogwa, who was attempting to assist him. One contained poison, and the other a sleeping draught, both to be applied to the blade. "You must help me restrain this creature," he urged. "I cannot fend off attacks from both sides. We must divide our focus." Watching in disbelief as the divine being, with half its skull obliterated, still struggled to rise, Dogwa hesitated, clearly wavering. "Brotherly, are you certain this will be effective against the thing?" At that moment, Xiaomin, without uttering a word, snatched the 2 vials from Dogwa's hands, gritting her teeth in determination. With a fierce resolve, she charged forward, weapon in hand, regardless of its effectiveness. "We must act without delay." Li Huowang understood that this was somewhat forced, yet he could not afford to dwell on such matters. If he did not eliminate Li Ji, the heavenly beings would only multiply their requests. In the distance, the 3 wandering gentlemen circled around Li Ji, and each time they attempted to draw nearer, some unseen force impeded their approach. Upon seeing Li Huowang approaching, Li Ji clutched his belly and continued to sing with fervor. "When the old immortal arrives, do not forget to bring the 3 treasures, the celestial lock, the binding rope, and the soul-capturing bottle. Cast the 3 treasures upon the disciple. If the grip is not secure, kick with your feet. If the bindings are loose, stamp with your soles." After Li Ji finished singing, he raised the short whip he used to strike the drum and swung it fiercely towards Li Huowang. Although nothing materialized, Lord Yu clearly sensed something amiss. Moments later, accompanied by a sharp crack, the figure of Lord Yu, composed of various lines, erupted into a dazzling dispersion. Once again, Li Ji made a forceful sweep toward this direction. Had he struck true, he would have met the same grim fate as Lord Yu. In this moment of utmost peril, Li Huowang swiftly reached behind him, shielding himself with the ancient tome held before him. With a resounding clang, he felt a jolt in his hand. He had successfully defended himself. This tome was indeed remarkably resilient. Thus, with one hand raised in defense and the other shaking a bell, he gritted his teeth and advanced rapidly toward Li Ji. As he abruptly shook his head, the number of lords Yu surrounding him instantaneously doubled. "Envelop him," Li Huowang commanded, and the multiplied lords Yu commenced their assault on Li Ji from all directions. Li Ji was struggling desperately, but Li Huowang was not in a better position. Due to the overwhelming presence of the spirit elder, he was experiencing an intense wave of nausea, instinctively wanting to vomit. It had now become a contest of endurance. Amidst the chaos, Li Huowang suddenly realized that in his current state, he could perceive the celestial beings obstructing the spirit elder. These ethereal entities, resembling wisps of white smoke, were bizarrely diverse, some humanoid, some beast-like, and others a blend of both, their forms constantly shifting with the passage of time. Every element constituting their bodies quivered in resonance with the rhythm of Li Ji's drumming. They resembled a book, and the moment Li Huowang glimpsed their appearance, comprehension dawned upon him. There were countless celestial beings, omnipresent like a legion of ephemeral, invisible entities. To interact with the tangible world, they required a specific melody to manifest. The drumbeats served as the catalyst for their emergence. As he drew nearer, the sound of bells gradually began to overpower the drumbeats, and the defenses on the spirit elder's side began to falter. Sensing impending doom, Li Ji's expression hardened, his mouth opened, and the corners of his lips were instantaneously torn apart. A blood-red tongue, akin to a serpent's forked tongue, emerged from within. His voice transformed into a mournful lament. "Smoke and clouds." Upon uttering these words, a tempest erupted around them, and the drumbeats once again eclipsed the sound of the bells. A faint whisper, reminiscent of a woman's voice, resonated in Li Huowang's ears, causing everything before his eyes to warp rapidly. Gradually, the sounds of wind, drums, and bells were supplanted by a cacophony of other noises, conversations, the whirring of a Rubik's Cube, the tapping of dress shoes, and the notifications of mobile phones. This is all an illusion, all a mere figment of the imagination. Li Huowang suddenly looked up and scanned his surroundings, instantly spotting old Lu being supported by his daughter as they made their way out of the courtyard. The distance between them was precisely the same as that he had just shared with Li Ji. "Huowang, what is the matter?" Li Huowang suddenly sneered with a grim expression. This fellow thought he could deceive him with illusions, but he was sorely mistaken. Illusions held no power over him. Shaking off the supporting hand, he stepped firmly onto the garden steps and charged towards the distant figure of old Lu. The voices of conversation gradually reached Li Huowang's ears. "Doctor, thank you so much. Without you, my father would not have recovered so swiftly." With a resounding thud, Li Huowang landed a solid punch on old Lu's jaw, sending a mix of false teeth and blood spiraling through the air. In the next moment, the illusion faded quickly, revealing Li Ji before him, his head tilted back, blood streaming from his nose. The surrounding celestial beings attempted to intervene, but they were thwarted by the 6 elder guardians. I told you to strike. With a sharp sound, a long sword was drawn and thrust with great force. The razor-sharp tip severed Li Ji's fingers and pierced through the flesh that had been lifted, driving deep into the center of his abdomen. This strike silenced the drums and bells, and the celestial guardians gradually dissipated, leaving an eerie stillness in the air. Li Ji stared in shock at his profusely bleeding abdomen. After taking 2 slow steps back, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Li Huowang glanced at the dying Li Ji, then turned his head to look behind him, only to find that Ershin, who had been entangled with others in the distance, had also fallen apart. He chuckled softly. Apologies, Li Jinren. Chapter 66. The good man hearing a sound behind him, Li Huowang pressed his hand against his searing shoulder and looked back at the fallen Li Ji. Is he apologizing to me? Even on the brink of death, he still puts on a facade. Could it be that the one who sought to kill me was not someone else? Li Ji's face, gradually paling, revealed a faint bitter smile. I have no choice. I truly have no choice. They forced my hand. You can flee, but I cannot escape. Ever since that fateful day, I have been unable to run away. Dark red blood slowly seeped from Li Ji's body, staining the earth beneath him. His time was running short. Li Huowang stood there with a complex expression, gazing at Li Ji, whose words were shrouded in uncertainty. In truth, this was not entirely unfavorable. At last, his mind was free from other distractions. As Li Ji remarked with a sense of reflection, was everything that transpired a result of the celestial beings compelling you to act? Li Huowang inquired once more. If you choose not to believe, there is little I can do. From the moment I became involved, I became a puppet in their hands. I have resisted, but it proved utterly futile. Mere mortals cannot contend with the celestial. Li Huowang, indifferent to discerning the truth behind the words spoken by the crowd, strode forward and grasped the hilt of the sword, intent on drawing it forth. However, upon exerting force, he found himself unable to budge it, discovering that Li Ji, with the hand that had lost a finger, was gripping the blade tightly. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Ji's mouth as he offered a faint, mocking smile. Li Jinren, he said, next time you encounter someone like me, do remember to keep your wits about you. Your gentle heart is, after all, a delicacy in the eyes of others. One cannot be certain of their intentions. Upon hearing these words, Li Huowang felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He had not anticipated receiving any information from Li Ji, yet the latter had spoken unbidden. Observing the dying man before him, Li Huowang intentionally softened his tone. What is this gentle heart you speak of? The gentle heart, Li Ji explained, is the essence that transforms from the primordial state into form, possessing substance yet not fully materialized. This is what is referred to as the gentle heart. It is the beginning of substance, not yet formed into a body. What? Li Huowang clearly struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the words being uttered. Li Huowang raised his hand, his face a portrait of astonishment. Reflecting upon the scheming monks of Xianxia Temple, it became evident that Li Ji had not deceived him. In this world, am I truly a rare entity? Yet, aside from my mental afflictions, I appear no different from the ordinary populace. What, then, does the essence of the heart truly signify? Soon after, he was reminded of his deceased master, Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang realized that there had been signs from the very beginning. His inexpensive master did not choose the medicinal catalyst haphazardly. Given that others practiced in ways as peculiar as that of Dan Yangzi, it was likely that they too required a catalyst akin to his own. At that moment, Li Ji's voice began to fade gradually, and his pupils started to lose their focus. Masterly, could you assist me with a small favor? Li Huowang cast his gaze once more upon the dying Li Ji. Speak, he urged. In his final moments, Li Ji, with a habitual smile, allowed blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. In his next life, he mused, he would not mind being reborn as a beast. He simply could not endure the trials of the shamanic path again. It was far too stifling and exhausting, a life even less dignified than that of a brothel's keeper. Masterly, he implored, remember, in all your future endeavors, whatever you do, never become a shaman. It is a burden no mortal should bear. It is truly too painful and too constricting. 2 streams of tears cascaded down the corners of his eyes. Li Huowang gazed at the individual before him with a complex expression as a myriad of memories flooded his mind. He might consider himself a benevolent soul, yet his actions, whether taken or omitted, were not dictated by his own volition. He was merely a pitiable pawn, ensnared by the machinations of those celestial beings. This harsh world revealed to him that the ability to wield such extraordinary powers did not necessarily belong to those exalted practitioners like Xinhui Danyangzi, but could also indicate subjugation to that very force. I am grateful for your guidance. It holds great significance for me, Brother Li Ji. At that moment, Li Ji, clinging to the last vestiges of his strength, drew a deep breath and, with his remaining energy, uttered, "Moreover, that day you inquired about exorcising evil spirits. There must be a matter at hand, is there not? Remember to head south. Seek out a group of nuns clad in black garments. They might barely be considered benevolent and should be able to assist you." Li Huowang could hardly have anticipated such an unexpected windfall, one that pertained to the Dan Yangzi within himself. He hastily inquired, "Nuns? What are the names of these sects? Are they adept at exorcising malevolent spirits?" Observing Li Ji, whose eyes remained stubbornly unclosed, a tumult of emotions stirred within Li Huowang. Had he not been a shaman, perhaps the two could have forged a commendable friendship. Guwa Xiaoman and the others had been ensnared in a protracted struggle with the two deities, appearing quite beleaguered, each bearing their share of minor injuries, though fortunately, they were all superficial wounds. Li Huowang let out a deep sigh. He reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword embedded in Li Ji's abdomen, withdrawing it before sheathing it behind him. "Let us find a suitable place to bury them both, lest they fall prey to the wolves and jackals." "Why, master? He is a vile man, a murderer and a thief," Dogwa questioned, his confusion evident. Li Huowang offered no explanation. Instead, he reached out and gently closed Li Ji's eyes. Li Huowang did not leave a monument for Li Ji. Being a solitary figure, he would have no one to pay respects, and leaving one would only invite trouble. As he reached the entrance, by the well, he unexpectedly spotted a frail silhouette. Bai Lingmiao, who had previously been bedridden and weak, was now bending down to fetch water. "Senior Brotherly, where have you been? How did you get injured? Is everything all right?" Bai Lingmiao inquired with concern. With a furrowed brow, Li Huowang approached and discarded her bucket. "You have a fever. Why are you fetching water? Hurry inside and rest." "I'm fine. I've recovered. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself." When Li Huowang pressed his hand against her forehead and confirmed that her fever had indeed subsided, he expressed his surprise, saying, "The elixirs I concocted don't possess such potent effects. Are you truly all right?" Bai Lingmiao's expression stiffened momentarily before she broke into a smile. "I'm perfectly fine. How could I possibly have any issues? My illness has passed. Isn't that a good thing?" Chapter 67. The package. Although they had encountered peril, the rewards were significant. Firstly, Li Huowang comprehended the underlying motives of the monks at Jingde Temple. The essence of the heart is the beginning of form, with substance yet unformed. This is known as the essence of the heart. The essence of the heart is the beginning of substance, yet unformed. These were the words spoken by Li Ji before his demise, revealing that in the eyes of those in this world, he was an exceedingly rare embodiment of heart essence. Li Huowang possessed only a rudimentary understanding of classical texts, yet he managed to glean a vague comprehension from his hazy memories acquired during his school days. According to this interpretation, the term Tai Shi represents a primordial substance from which all material existence emerges, whereas Xin Su signifies that which existed prior to the birth of Tai Shi. However, this translation only served to deepen Li Huowang's confusion. How could he, a tangible and corporeal individual, be regarded as the essence of matter yet to take form? Such a notion felt utterly disjointed. Concepts that seemed esoteric and arcane appeared to bear no relevance to a living being. How could something that had yet to materialize still be considered a living entity capable of thought and movement? This dilemma left Li Huowang perplexed, regardless of his contemplation. The actions of figures such as Dan Yangzi, Xinhui Fazhang, and Li Ji conveyed to him the mindset of the practitioners in this world. No matter the true nature of Xin Su, he mused, "I am akin to the flesh of the Tang monk, coveted by all." As he walked along the path, Li Huowang reflected on his own predicament with self-deprecation. Having lost all trust in the people of this world, he regarded every utterance as potentially deceptive, suspecting that each individual might harbor ulterior motives. This bred a profound skepticism, as every encounter seemed laden with intention. Yet, life must persist, and troubles must be faced one bite at a time. At the very least, Li Huowang was certain that Li Ji had not deceived him. After all, when one is nearing death, their words often carry a certain truth. "Hey, wait for me. Where are you going?" "What about my fellow villager who performs the shamanic rites? The couple who were with you?" gasped the breathless individual. Li Huowang, of course, could not confess to having taken a life. He had matters to attend to, and thus departed with his wife. The individual, harboring no suspicion of Li Huowang, pressed a heavy parcel into his embrace. "Oh, in that case, this is a package from his residence, one he forgot to take before leaving. Kindly deliver it to him. Thank you." Li Huowang recalled the hue of the parcel. It was the very same one that Li Ji had carried on their initial encounter. Without allowing Li Huowang a moment to respond, the man turned and departed after delivering the package. As he traversed the uneven dirt path once more, a complex expression adorned Li Huowang's face as he gazed at the parcel in his arms. This item could undoubtedly not be returned to Li Ji, for he was deceased. At that moment, an unexpected thought surged forth in Li Huowang's mind. Might I uncover something of value within Li Ji's belongings? Resolute in his decision, he unwrapped the cloth parcel without hesitation. However, nothing particularly striking lay within. The contents appeared antiquated. First, he discovered a pale, weathered drum skin, seemingly intended for shamanistic rituals. Li Huowang picked it up and tossed it to the roadside. His impression of the shamanic rituals was decidedly unfavorable, and the sight of such an object filled him with a sense of foreboding. "Oh, don't throw it away. Such fine leather. Who knows what it might become in the future?" Bai Lingmiu exclaimed, cradling it in her hands. "We are completely out of money now. Every little bit we can save counts." She carefully placed it on the donkey cart, as Li Huowang shook his head and continued rummaging through the bundle. Next, he unearthed a handful of copper coins. The coins, glimmering with a mix of old and new luster, suggested that Li Ji had been saving them for quite some time. He lifted them, weighing them in his palm, and let out a soft sigh. It was unclear what Li Ji intended to do with the money, but one thing was certain. He had exerted considerable effort to accumulate it. "Let us use this to buy some grain," Li Huowang said, tossing the coins into Bai Lingmiao's embrace. Upon seeing the copper coins, Bai Lingmiao's face lit up, only to quickly return to a frown. "Senior brother, we must find a way to earn a living. These coins won't last long." "Earning a living? What do you have in mind? Are you planning to sing like Xuanzhuang and the others?" Li Huowang inquired, still sifting through the package. Bai Lingmiao immediately shook her head vigorously. "If my father finds out I'm singing, he would be furious. I meant something more respectable." Li Huowang extended his hand, retrieving a circular jade pendant threaded through a string, and placed it gently into her palm. "Do not fret about finances. Simply find a prosperous place to sell this, and you shall have everything you desire. I have more," he added, as Guo produced a stack of red envelopes from his bosom and offered them forth. Li Huowang inadvertently cast a glance at him. Could these be the red envelopes that Deng Yangzi distributed to those deceased disciples? "When did you pilfer them?" "I took them when I left Qingfeng Temple. I noticed no one was claiming them, so I seized the opportunity." The voice of Guo was laced with cunning and pride. At that moment, Li Huowang's hand paused as he felt something round and plump within the package. Upon extracting it, he was surprised to find it was a gourd the size of 2 palms. It resembled a gourd typically used for holding elixirs. Do shamans also concoct potions? Li Huowang pondered as he examined the object. He lifted the gourd and shook it gently, but nothing spilled out. Just as Li Huowang closed one eye and leaned closer to the gourd's mouth, eager to discern its contents, the upper half of the gourd unexpectedly split open. In an instant, the small gourd's mouth revealed a row of sharp, backward-curving white teeth that lunged fiercely toward Li Huowang's face. With a sharp snap, he barely managed to retreat in time. Had he been a moment slower, half of his visage would have been torn away. Li Huowang, still shaken, gazed at the gourd in his hand, which had returned to its original state. This object was indeed a living entity. Li Ji had utilized it to contain something, suggesting that whatever was inside must be extraordinarily precious. What could possibly be contained within? As if responding to his thoughts, the bell at Li Huowang's waist trembled slightly. "Please wait a moment," he said, a sudden inspiration striking him as he turned to venture into the depths of the forest. Within the dense thicket, the sound of the bell echoed, and soon Yu Leoi was summoned forth. "What lies within this gourd?" Li Huowang inquired, holding it aloft as he addressed Yu Leoi before him. Li Huowang gazed incredulously at the gourd in his hand. "What? Are you truly certain that it contains one's lifespan?" Chapter 68, Celebrations. The concept of lifespan, a conundrum that has perplexed many, now held its answer within Li Huowang's grasp. Setting aside the question of how such a notion could materialize in this bizarre and fantastical world, after enduring so much, Li Huowang had long since ceased to ponder these trivial matters. What he ought to contemplate now is the significance of this object to himself. Following the guidance of the venerable old Yu, Li Huowang raised the gourd high, directing it towards the sun in the sky. Before long, the mouth of the gourd opened, splitting apart like petals. 6 round, plump orbs, faintly adorned with the golden character for longevity, rolled gently within the viscous green liquid. Li Huowang cautiously reached into the water and retrieved a singular object. He gripped it firmly between his fingers. According to the Elder Yu's explanation, the essence of life. Once in contact with any of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, would dissipate. If it were to fall to the ground, it would be lost forever. This particular piece symbolized the lifespan of an ordinary person for an entire year, yet it was immensely precious. When exposed to sunlight, these solidified fragments of life began to gradually disintegrate, releasing a tremulous yellow mist that sent shivers down one's spine. As Li Huowang gently pressed down, the object melted into his hand. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he had effectively gained an additional year of life. If I were to continuously consume this substance, would I not be able to attain eternal life? Li Huowang swiftly dismissed this impractical notion. Reflecting on the words previously spoken by Li Ji, it is not difficult to deduce that these lifespans are merely the trifling expenses sought by the celestial beings. In order to accumulate this fleeting lifespan, Li Ji has undoubtedly participated in countless grand performances. Were it truly so effortless, he would not have aged to such an extent. The sole purpose of this accumulated lifespan, it seems, is merely to sustain the insatiable appetite of the old Master Yu. Li Huowang contemplated drawing out the remaining 5 orbs for immediate absorption. Yet, as his fingers brushed against these spheres of longevity, he abruptly hesitated. Could these objects serve as currency in this realm? The adage claims that an inch of time is worth an inch of gold. Yet gold cannot purchase an inch of time. But what if gold could indeed buy time? Regardless of whether it is in the possession of mortals or practitioners. The value of this item is undoubtedly immense. To simply absorb it would be a grievous waste. It must be utilized judiciously. He grasped the gourd and turned towards the cart, securing it to his waist with a length of rope as he continued to rummage through his belongings. However, Li Huowang found nothing of tangible worth. A somewhat tattered garment, 2 half-finished shoe soles, a thimble with loose threads, and several clay figures of household deities constituted the entirety of what Li Ji owned, his entire fortune. This realization evoked a sense of melancholy in Li Huowang. The powers of the immortals had not bestowed a better life upon Li Ji. Rather, they had rendered his existence even more austere than that of an ordinary person. While it would be effortless to utilize the abilities of the immortals to procure wealth for Li Ji, the immortals themselves might not have such intentions. They merely sought an obedient servant to collect the essence of life, indifferent to the tribulations faced by their subservient. Li Ji is undoubtedly correct. Performing such spiritual rituals is not a task suited for humans. Masterly, could you possibly grant me this? Inquired a young acolyte, his face streaked with tears and snot, his eyes fixated intently upon the clay sculptures. Ultimately, despite their resilience and laborious nature, they remain mere children, and every child possesses an inherent inclination towards playfulness. Li Huowang shook his head and placed the humanoid clay sculptures by the roadside. These items were unclean. The sound of the donkey cart's wheels echoed continuously, rolling forward. After traversing the muddy dirt path for over 10 days, they finally beheld a town of moderate size. Even though a light drizzle fell from the sky, it did not deter the joy that illuminated their weary faces. At last, they could rest upon a bed. This journey had truly been exhausting. A one-armed man among the crowd lamented. He was not entirely without an arm. One was fully formed, while the other was no larger than that of an infant. Li Huowang averted his gaze from the map in his hands, suggesting we rest for 2 days until the rain ceased before we resume our journey. The wheels of the donkey cart began to roll towards the town's entrance. As Li Huowang and his companions entered the town, they observed a multitude of horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, and unicycles hastily departing. Those with vehicles were a minority. The majority were on foot, clad in raincoats. These individuals carried bamboo baskets filled with yellow paper and small bowls of meat and fish, their faces etched with melancholy as they made their way out. What transpired? Has something happened in the town? Li Huowang instinctively inquired. Brotherly, today is Qing Ming. They are heading to pay respects at the graves, came the reply. Has it truly arrived so swiftly? Li Huowang murmured to himself. Upon entering the town, they noticed several stalls set up along the roadside, selling offerings of yellow paper, gold ingots, paper figures, and paper oxen, all bustling with business. Li Huowang did not wish to betray his promise to Li Ji. Yet, clutching the paper money and ceremonial candles, he found himself momentarily frozen, pondering how to properly burn offerings for the deceased Li Ji. Leave this to me. I am experienced in this matter, Dogwa boasted, puffing out his thin chest. Soon, they arrived at the town's crossroads, where numerous people were also burning paper money for their distant relatives. Dogwa produced his knife and drew a circle in the ground, leaving an opening that pointed in the direction where Li Ji was buried. The yellow paper was ignited within the white circle, gradually turning to ashes. Dogwa, assisting nearby, called out loudly as he burned, "This is for Li Ji. The next is for his wife. Whoever dares to snatch it is a wretched spawn of a dog. In the next life, they shall surely be reborn as beasts." Does shouting like that truly help? Li Huowang asked, as he tossed the gold ingot into the flames. Of course it helps. My uncle taught me that if we shout like this, the wandering souls will not dare to claim our offerings, Dogwa replied with unwavering confidence. Li Huowang gazed at the wisps of azure smoke ascending before him for a prolonged moment before he slowly resumed speaking. Do you believe that one truly transforms into a ghost after death? Brotherly, interjected another, what nonsensical words are these? If a person does not become a ghost upon death, then what do they become? Perhaps, in the end, a person simply ceases to exist, leaving behind nothing, for humanity is but fragile and insignificant. Li Huowang has encountered many peculiar phenomena in this world, yet he has never laid eyes upon a ghost. His statement instantly rendered those around him uneasy, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Dogwa wrapped his arms around himself, attempting to soothe the goosebumps that prickled his skin. What makes you so certain? Have you seen one with your own eyes? Because my second aunt told me so. She has lived for 94 years and understands everything. Chapter 69, Dining as the flames consumed the yellow paper. It gradually transformed into black ash, rising gracefully with the warm air. Li Huowang's expression was intricate as he gazed upon the scene before him. Li Ji, I have burned the joss paper you desired. May it reach you, he thought. At that moment, he began to grasp the sentiments of those who cling to superstition. Casting the final stack of yellow paper into the flames, Li Huowang rose and brushed off the ash from his garments. Let us proceed to the inn in town for some respite. Everyone is drenched. Just as he was about to depart, Bai Ling Miao's words made him turn. Brotherly, Xiaoman has gone missing. Li Huowang observed the crowd for a while, but he did not spot the woman afflicted with hirsutism. It dawned on me. She had mentioned that her home was somewhere nearby. How about it, brotherly? Shall we search for her? Perhaps we might catch her. The bashful Goa chuckled awkwardly, reaching beneath his hat to scratch his greasy hair. Li Huowang cast a glance at him and stepped towards the direction of a sign hanging from the inn. He intended to find a place to settle down. This vicinity was the hometown of Xiaoman, and she would undoubtedly be familiar with it. After she finished her business, she would come to find us. This statement rendered Bai Ling Miao, who seemed on the verge of saying something, silent. She clutched the hem of her garment with both hands and quietly followed behind. The sky was overcast, drizzling lightly. She did not need a cloth to cover her eyes, for her pink pupils were filled with sorrow. The dry guest rooms were soon prepared, and some washed their hair while others took baths. Once everything was ready, they gathered in the lobby for a meal. With little money left in his pocket, the dishes on the table were rather mediocre, mostly vegetarian, with the only substantial meat dish being bitter melon stir-fried with eggs, alongside pork crackling sautéed with chili. However, everyone relished the meal, for the pork fat in the dishes was plentiful, fragrant, and quite filling. Oh, scholar, did you know? I heard that there might be war at the border again. Don't speak nonsense. What do you know? What qualifications does a mere little waiter have to discuss state affairs? Li Huowang, who was eating calmly, perked up his ears. To the east lay the territory within the pass. He had few acquaintances there, and his only concern was the people from the L family troop. However, thinking of the astute L Wang Yuan, he felt reassured. That old man was quite shrewd and should be fine, shaking his head while eating. Li Huowang reflected on how chaotic this place had become, plagued by malevolent spirits and robbers. It was bewildering that those in power were not preoccupied with managing the livelihood of the people, yet still found time to wage war. The eager little waiter was about to continue speaking when his eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurried towards the entrance of the inn. Oh, this young lady. Please, come in. Are you looking for a place to rest or to stay? Hearing the commotion, Li Huowang and the others turned their heads simultaneously and beheld a woman entering, wielding a short knife and adorned with a black gauze hat. Few in the entire town dressed in such a manner, and upon seeing the back of her hand covered in dark hair, Li Huowang easily deduced her identity. Waiter, bring a set of chopsticks and let the cook prepare 2 more hearty dishes. Certainly, I'll get right on it. Li Huowang nudged the fool beside him with his elbow. The simpleton, understanding the cue, eagerly seized a few mouthfuls of food before taking his bowl and squatting down to eat. Xiaoman approached Li Huowang and took a seat beside him. As she removed her black veil, her face was revealed, with her dark hair dampened by tears. After taking a deep breath, Li Huowang ravenously devoured a few mouthfuls of rice. From Xiaoman, he caught a faint whiff of blood. The chopsticks and bowl are here. Oh my. Waving away the startled waiter with his hand, Li Huowang placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of Xiaoman, urging her to eat. The table was enveloped in silence. Save for the sound of chopsticks clinking against the bowl and the rhythmic chewing and swallowing, no one uttered a word. He is a scoundrel. I despise him. I yearn to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. Xiaoman seethed, forcing the words through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao, seated nearby, leaned in with a look of sympathy, gently wrapping her porcelain-like hands around her. My mother advised me that no matter what, he is still my father. That slaying one's own kin invites divine retribution. Yet, I would rather face such wrath than spare him. Spoon in hand, Li Huowang ladled several spoonfuls of vegetable and tofu soup into his empty bowl, and as he tilted it towards his lips, he remarked softly, as if in conversation, "The heavens in this place are blind." The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly subdued, with others sitting quietly, their gazes fixed upon Xiaoman, their eyes reflecting a blend of anger and sorrow. They were all but pawns, able to empathize with Xiaoman's plight, until they returned home. No one could be certain whether they had been betrayed by their own families. As the fury faded from Xiaoman's eyes, replaced by deep confusion, she thought, "My home is gone, dismantled by my own hands. I do not know where to turn next. Stir-fried donkey meat, braised river fish. Please enjoy your meal." The waiter, having placed the two dishes down, fled as if escaping for his life. Li Huowang picked up the empty bowl from Xiaoman and filled it to the brim with steaming white rice, pushing it in front of her. "Eat," he commanded. After uttering these words, he extracted a fishbone from the braised fish with his chopsticks, using it as a toothpick while making his way to the guest rooms on the second floor. Observing this scene, the others gradually dispersed, leaving the grand hall with only Bai Ling Miao accompanying Xiaoman. Tears cascaded down Xiaoman's face, dripping onto the rice below. Trembling, she grasped the chopsticks, lifted the bowl, and began to eat the rice mingled with her own tears. The more she consumed, the more tears flowed, until she could no longer contain herself and burst into loud sobs while still holding the bowl. Chapter 70. The lake as the rotten seed split the jade piece. 3 tails? 3 tails. This was unacceptable. Infuriated, Li Huowang seized the jade pendant and strode towards the pawnshop's exit. In the real world, this jade pendant was worth 400,000, yet here it was valued at merely 3 taels. This pawnshop was indeed unscrupulous. Upon exiting, Li Huowang turned to glance back at the pawnshop sign. Such a heartless establishment must have swindled a considerable sum. Perhaps he should return at night and rob them? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he was jolted by a sudden realization. Clenching his fist, he delivered a forceful blow to his own face, then, in a fit of agitation, marched towards the inn. Li Huowang's fingers glided slowly towards the south. Before his demise, Li Ji had mentioned a group of cloistered nuns clad in black residing in that direction, who might possess the means to resolve the affliction of Dan Yangzi that plagued him. Presently, Dan Yangzi was exerting an incessant influence over him. It was imperative to devise a method to eliminate this burden swiftly, for it transcended all else in importance, even overshadowing the ominous presence of He Taisui. Li Ji remarked that those nuns could barely be considered good people, a sentiment that Li Huowang found hard to believe. After all that had transpired, he now held skepticism towards everyone. To engage those nuns in dealing with Dan Yangzi, he realized that he must offer them irresistible benefits, all while ensuring his own safety. Li Huowang's gaze fell upon the bed's edge, resting beside the longevity gourd, the heavenly book, a reflection of all the stakes he could presently muster. Yet, that was a matter for later. For now, the utmost priority was to locate the nun that Li Ji had mentioned. "Brotherly, did you summon me?" Little man approached. Breathless, aside from a slight redness at the corners of her eyes, her emotional demeanor remained unaltered. "Where have you just been?" Li Huowang inquired. "Such tasks can be handled by others. You should find a place to hide for a while to avoid trouble with the town's constables," Li Huowang advised her. Little man's gaze flickered momentarily before she calmly shook her head. "It's fine." She then added, "My mother did not report to the authorities." "Oh, in that case, come and help me examine this map. As a local, you must be acquainted with the area, right?" Little man stepped closer, observing the locations Li Huowang was indicating on the map. "Do you know of any nunneries in this vicinity? Specifically, those clad in black robes?" "A nunnery? Dressed in black?" Little man pondered briefly before directing her fluffy finger towards a mountain in the southwest. "That should be Henghua Mountain. I've heard that Master Sun from the town has visited there to pay respects to the Golden Body Bodhisattva." "The Golden Body Bodhisattva? What do you know about this nunnery?" Li Huowang endeavored to gather as much information about the place as possible. I don't know much. Our family is poor and cannot afford to travel far to burn incense and worship. I've only heard that the place has a thriving incense trade. Li Huowang inwardly shook his head. This information was akin to saying nothing at all. The Zhengde Temple was equally prosperous. Is there anything remarkable about this nunnery? For instance, Zhengde Temple is reputed for its efficacy in granting offspring. Little man contemplated for a long while before finally responding. I've only heard that the nuns there are quite plump. Very plump? Is that really a distinguishing feature? Li Huowang mused, tapping his finger on the map. Let us embark. We shall investigate this place. Li Ji's meager funds were exchanged for provisions, including dried food and fine rice noodles, along with a large jar of lard. Li Huowang and his companions set forth towards their next destination. They were not alone. Numerous travelers accompanied them on their journey. From their snippets of conversation, Li Huowang discerned that these individuals were apprehensive about impending conflict, feeling unsafe in their border dwelling, and thus seeking refuge in the interior. As they proceeded, stopping intermittently, the throng gradually thinned with each fork in the road. Just as Li Huowang feared that only his party would remain, a vast expanse of water obstructed their path. A gentle breeze rippled across the water's surface, causing Li Huowang's robe to sway slightly. Is this the sea that my great-uncle spoke of? Exclaimed Guo in astonishment. The expansive water stretched out before them like a mirror reflecting the heavens, with no discernible end in sight. Li Huowang glanced at the map once more. No, this is not the sea. It is merely a vast lake, indeed a remarkably large one. The region of Siki is already abundant in water, so such a grand lake is hardly surprising. Senior brother, why does the water of this lake appear somewhat dark? The hue of the lake is quite deep, and even standing at its edge, the bottom remains unseen, evoking a sense of trepidation. Li Huowang folded the map and observed the crowd gathered by the water's edge. He decided to wait and see how they would proceed. As a small black dot appeared in the distance, the heads of those on the shore began to stir. It was a wooden boat, and the locals were preparing to cross the lake. The vessel appeared quite old, yet it was sizable. Come on, everyone, board the boat. 71 per person. A boatman shouted from the deck, calling out to the others on the shore. 71. It was only 46 last year. Someone on the boat protested regarding the fare. However, the barefooted boatman showed no leniency, glaring fiercely at the dissenter. I'm merely asking if you're getting on or not. If you're so capable, swim across yourself. Seeing the man reluctantly pay and back down, the triumphant boatman spat towards the lake. Even if a quarrel is brewing, what of it? I've decided to raise the price now. Get on the boat. Li Huowang stepped forward. In this unfamiliar territory, he wasn't overly concerned about the cost. Rather, he feared any ulterior motives from others. The boat, carrying dozens of passengers, began to glide slowly toward the heart of the lake. Those unaccustomed to boat travel often succumb to seasickness, yet Li Huowang felt at ease. He turned to the boatman and inquired, Master, how long until we reach the opposite shore? We'll arrive in 2 hours, rest assured. We'll definitely make it before nightfall, the boatman replied with a chuckle. Li Huowang nodded cautiously, his gaze fixed on the gaping maw of the lake before him. The inky waters appeared suffocating, as if some malevolent creature lurked within, ready to emerge. Surely, there could be nothing man-eating in this lake? After enduring so much, Li Huowang felt as though he were a startled bird. What you say is mere fabrication. Those are tales spun by idlers. I have resided on this lake for nearly 2 decades, and look at me, I am alive and well. Fear not, I guarantee results for your money. Upon hearing these words, Li Huowang's heart found a modicum of solace. As the boat glided forward, the sun inched westward in the sky. When the clouds were painted crimson by the setting sun, the vessel slowly entered a vast expanse of reeds. We must be nearing our destination, Li Huowang mused as he surveyed the surrounding reeds. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a loud splash erupted from behind. Good heavens! They've been devoured by something in the water. A panicked cry pierced the air, sending waves of fear through the passengers aboard the boat. Sit down. Do you wish to capsize the vessel? Li Huowang's authoritative shout calmed the crowd somewhat. He turned to his companions, who among you knows how to navigate this boat? Yet, the response was a chorus of shaking heads. While Li Huowang pondered his next course of action, the reeds surrounding them began to stir. Several small wooden boats, manned by armed men, women, and even children, encircled the larger vessel. Among them, Li Huowang spotted the captain from earlier, brandishing a small dagger with a grin. Young lad, he chuckled. Do you prefer rolling noodles or wonton noodles? Chapter 71. Water Bandits. The term water bandits revealed the true identity of those in the small boats to Li Huowang. This was nothing less than a trap, a scheme designed to ensnare all and rob them collectively. Ah, this place certainly boasts a rustic charm, Li Huowang murmured to himself. He noticed that the water bandits were not merely young men. Elderly individuals, women, and even children were present, suggesting a long-standing family enterprise. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, embedding itself in the side of the boat, inciting further panic among the passengers. Listen, good people. Simply toss your belongings and any gold or silver over to us, and we, the noble bandits of Hengshan, shall not harm a single hair on your heads. However, should we discover that you have concealed even a single coin, well, then you shall have to choose between rolling noodles and wonton noodles. The captain's threatening tone reignited chaos among the frightened crowd. Many began hurling their luggage and possessions into the water. Encountering highwaymen on land might allow for escape, but now, adrift in the open water, surrender seemed the only option. Even a desperate plunge into the depths could not outmatch those who were adept in the aquatic realm. Li Huowang gazed at the small boat gliding across the lake and stepped forward, addressing the captain aboard. My friend, kindly return the vessel to the shore, and I shall pretend that nothing has transpired. With a slight furrow of his brow, the captain scrutinized Li Huowang for a moment before responding with a hint of disdain. What are you blathering about? Speak plainly, just get us to land. Li Huowang's tone grew somewhat irritable. Hey, look at this clueless brat. Perhaps he hasn't even sprouted hair yet. Laughter erupted from the bandits. Youngster, do you think being a Taoist makes you special? I've dispatched plenty like you before. The captain boasted, this lake is our territory, claimed by the dragon. Even a tiger must bow before me. Even if the king of heaven himself arrived, he'd have to pay a toll. The captain's men cheered loudly, clapping and whistling, as many began to divide their spoils in advance. Father, I want to take that fair-haired girl as my bride. She is truly stunning. No way, she is just a plaything. I don't want my grandson to end up looking like her. Then I'll let you have your fun first, and when you tire of her, she is mine. Haha, good son, so very filial. Suddenly, the jarring sound of bells rippled across the water. Li Huowang, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, poured a handful of soil into his mouth. With a swift incantation, the spirit of the water master took form and surged towards the bandits on the small boat. Faced with this mysterious apparition, the panicked bandits instinctively retaliated with arrows and blades, but it was evident that their efforts were futile. Any flesh pierced by the water master would stiffen instantly, plummeting into the depths. Before long, a dozen corpses bobbed to the surface. The bandits, evidently unprepared for such a formidable adversary, began to scream and leap into the water in a frantic bid for survival. Brotherly, the boat is leaking. There are water ghosts drilling holes in the bottom. As Li Huowang directed his gaze, the water master swiftly dove beneath the surface, soon emerging with several lifeless bodies of the bandits, their upper halves bare. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the remaining bandits fled in disarray, leaving behind only the abandoned boat and the drifting corpses. Although the people had escaped, the ordeal was far from over. Quickly, bail out the water. Use your clothes to plug the holes. Li Huowang urged the others to enact self-rescue. This was the heart of the Great Lake. If the boat sank, even the water master could not save their lives. After a flurry of activity, the holes were finally sealed. Yet, before Li Huowang could catch his breath, Bai Ling Miao tugged at his sleeve, pointing toward the distant reeds. Beneath the crimson hues of the setting sun, small boats emerged one after another, their occupants' eyes reddened, fixated intently on the dozens of lifeless bodies floating upon the water's surface. Oh, esteemed elder, these are the lives of several members of the Yuan family. Had you merely called out a name earlier, we mere simpletons would not have dared to intervene. Or do you, today, seek to quell some inner turmoil by witnessing bloodshed? Li Huowang, weary of his meaningless chatter, turned to others behind him, inquiring who among them possessed better swimming skills to retrieve the bamboo pole propped up in the distance. The boat needed to set sail. Remaining stationary in the water was untenable, especially as the sky darkened. The old man's voice resonated with profound indignation. Given the current circumstances, further discussion was futile. Our lives may be deemed worthless. Yet any individual who believes they can escape after slaughtering so many of the Yuan family will find it far from effortless. The old man's peculiar remarks from afar captured Li Huowang's attention, but the distance and dimming light hindered his ability to see clearly. Who has keen eyesight? Please assist me in discerning their intentions. Li Huowang remained vigilant, aware that caution was paramount in this desolate place. At that moment, the one-armed man beside him squinted into the distance, alternating between narrowing his eyes and opening them. After a prolonged gaze, he finally spoke. It appears they are bowing down, seemingly engaged in some form of worship. The hierarchy seems significant, as they are utilizing pigs, cattle, and sheep. Oh my goodness. That old man just tossed 2 infants into the water. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's heart tightened, prompting him to vigorously shake the Dao bell in his hand. The swiftly formed apparition of Yuleoi soared toward the scene with remarkable speed, but just as it reached the midpoint, it abruptly turned back. Something lurked beneath the water. With a thunderous roar, the entire vessel was violently lifted into the air by an immense force, only to be forcefully slammed back onto the surface of the lake. The already dilapidated ship could not withstand such torment and promptly disintegrated into countless fragments. Li Huowang tumbled into the frigid waters of the lake. The icy embrace sending a shiver coursing through him as he abruptly opened his eyes. Beneath the murky depths, obscured shapes writhed in the dark, chaotic silt. Suddenly, 7 grotesque eyes, glimmering with an eerie luminescence, snapped open and fixed their gaze upon Li Huowang. Chapter 72, Longmen Village. What is this entity? As he beheld those eyes, Li Huowang experienced an uncanny sensation. His thoughts began to slow, and the world around him morphed into something surreal. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he was not submerged in water, but rather suspended in midair. The sediment at the lake's bottom began to stir, the disturbed water rapidly rising, accompanied by the 7 bizarre, writhing eyes. When the silk completely enveloped Li Huowang's body, he beheld a grotesque maw, larger than any mountain. Its putrid form adorned with a mass of barbed black tendrils extending from the depths of its throat. No, I cannot allow this. With every ounce of strength, Li Huowang drew forth the sword from his back. Just as he stood to plunge it into his own neck, the tendrils ensnared him, viciously thrusting their sharp barbs into his flesh and pulling him abruptly into the cavernous maw. Observing the swirling muck and the struggling figures in the water, Yuan, standing on a small boat, cast a nervous glance at the elderly man he supported. Sensing the anger in the elder's voice, Yuan felt a surge of panic. Yet, he could do nothing but press 2 fingers to his lips and emit a retreat whistle. The small boat swiftly pivoted, weaving through the dense reeds. The entire reed marsh was vast, resembling a natural labyrinth. However, the Yuan family, having been born and raised here, possessed an intimate familiarity with its intricacies. After meandering for a while, the small boats finally arrived at a small island crafted from reeds. This was their home. The entire isle, along with the little village upon it, was woven from reeds. To outsiders, the sight appeared spectacular, yet to Yuan, it had long since lost its allure. He had more pressing concerns. Watching his great-grandfather, leaning on a cane, disembark without a word toward the village, Yuan clenched his teeth and swiftly followed. The other members of the Yuan family, witnessing this scene, silently trailed behind, and the atmosphere within the water village grew increasingly oppressive. The village appeared small from the outside, but its interior was surprisingly spacious, even accommodating pigs and ducks. Ultimately, Yuan accompanied his great-grandfather into a grand hall framed by massive fish bones and woven from reeds. Candles flickered and incense wafted through the air. At the center of the hall hung a vivid ink painting of a carp leaping over the dragon gate, beneath which lay 5 pairs of ancestral tablets. This was the ancestral hall of the Yuan family. Kneel before the river god and our ancestors. With a grave expression, Yuan's knees buckled, and he immediately fell to the ground, bowing deeply 3 times before the ancestral tablet. In that moment, he was no longer the imperious captain aboard the ship, but rather a wayward apprentice awaiting punishment for his grave misdeeds. Each bow was forceful, and soon his head was bruised and bleeding, his body marred with darkening contusions. Yet, despite the agony, the resolute Yuan dared not move an inch. He waited until the elder, exhausted from administering punishment, leaned on his cane and gasped for breath. Only then did Yuan turn and bow heavily before the elder. Great-grandfather, I was wrong. What exactly did you do wrong? The elder demanded, glaring at him. I acted impulsively, without ascertaining the true nature of the seedlings. I recklessly disturbed their nest, unaware that it harbored formidable foes. The brothers who perished, those dozens of lives, were none other than the 2 nephews and nieces of the deity. The blame lies entirely with me. Humph. So you are aware. The elder's anger lessened slightly. After a moment, Yuan, his expression contorted with struggle, spoke with a voice filled with reluctant defiance. But I had previously matched the incantation with that Taoist. Yet that scoundrel failed to respond. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the elder's cane jabbed directly into Yuan's left eye, brutally obliterating it. Ah! Yuan cried out in pain, clutching his ruined eye and rolling on the ground in agony. Yet, after a brief moment, He neglected his injuries and tremblingly resumed his kneeling position, bowing deeply to the elder once more. Observing the younger generation before him, the elder sighed with concern. Child, do not presume that having embraced a few seedlings grants you the right to look down upon the world. Our trade may appear to be without cost, but sustaining it in the long run is no simple task. One must be vigilant and swift. I had intended to pass this family on to you. Yet you err and still blame others. Such a disposition leaves me deeply troubled. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Heir's expression turned frantic. He hastily disregarded his pain and exclaimed, Great-grandfather, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. If I misjudge the seedlings again, you may take the other eye as well. And I shall not utter a word of protest. One eye for the lives of dozens? You must be jesting. With a stern wave of his hand, the elder summoned 2 individuals from the onlookers outside, who approached bearing trays filled with peculiar white fish bones. Those who err must face punishment. It is a universal law, and the Yuan family is no exception. If you can endure the trials of the Dragon Gate, this matter shall be forgiven, and the family shall remain in your hands. However, should you falter, I will ensure you are given a grand burial. As Yuan Heir beheld the grotesque bones drawing near his skin, his body trembled involuntarily. Yet the elder's presence extinguished any thought of escape. The twisted, contorted bones slowly grazed his skin, slicing through muscle until they fused with his very bones. Just as Yuan Heir gritted his teeth, preparing to withstand the impending torment, he braced himself for the ordeal ahead. A cry from outside saved him. Great-grandfather, something is terribly wrong. You must come and see. The lake has turned red. When a throng of people arrived at the edge of the island, they were instantly paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a single word. The entire lake, once surrounded by reeds, was now stained a dark crimson, and the air was thick with a foul, fishy odor. In a state of bewilderment, the others instinctively turned to the backbone of their village, their great-grandfather. The elder's expression shifted rapidly before he raised his hand. Light the incense. Before long, the incense and offerings were prepared, and the crowd knelt before the blood-red waters, bowing repeatedly in supplication. As the lake showed no signs of returning to its former hue, the elder decisively turned and approached several women clutching their children. These children were dressed in brand-new garments, their hair adorned with red threads tied into 2 horn-like braids. The elder solemnly picked up a vermilion brush and gently touched the center of the brows of the 2 children, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They erupted into giggles. The elder first caressed their heads, then sighed deeply, unable to bear the sight, and closed his eyes. Go now. Nearby, 2 young men seized the 2 children, barely 3 years old, from the weeping women and made their way toward the lake's edge. Just as they approached the water, holding the children aloft, they suddenly halted. The elder squinted at the dark crimson water, sensing something emerging from its depths. Under the gaze of the crowd, a drenched figure stepped onto the shore, head bowed, with something protruding from his neck. Upon closer inspection, the elder discerned that it was a long sword ensnared by aquatic weeds. Chapter 73. Murder. This is impossible. It cannot be. How could he still be alive? Yuan Heir exclaimed involuntarily, astonished by the sight of the figure emerging from the water. No one had ever escaped the river god, yet this man had done so. He recognized him, the red-robed Taoist responsible for the deaths of dozens of his brethren. Kill him. Quickly, kill him. Don't let him ring the bell. Yuan Heir's voice trembled with anxiety. Despite being outnumbered by hundreds, a primal instinct compelled him to flee. With a whoosh, dozens of arrows glinted menacingly as they were loosed toward the Taoist, yet none found their mark. With a sickening sound, a man's body was brutally dismantled before the eyes of the crowd by Huowang. Initially, the water bandits attempted to surround him, but the increasingly gruesome scene quickly sapped their fervor. This hellish spectacle gradually replaced their anger with fear. At last, they could no longer withstand it, their legs trembling as they turned to flee for their lives. Even the commands of Yuan Heir at this moment could not persuade them to linger for even a second. They were utterly paralyzed by terror, as these individuals completely relinquished their will to resist and turned their backs on Huowang. A blatant massacre unfolded upon the Reed Island. Great-grandfather, please think of a way. Yuan Heir, witnessing his own brother being torn apart before his eyes, was rendered utterly distraught. It was only then that he comprehended the magnitude of the terrifying entity he had provoked. The once imposing elder now appeared flustered. His trembling hands clasped together as he murmured fervently toward the dark red waters beside him. This incantation did not endure for long, for upon witnessing a mass of flesh, the size of a great ship, rising from the depths of the lake, the elder felt darkness encroach upon his vision, causing him to stumble backward. It was the river god, whom their ancestors had venerated for generations, now slain by that figure. Yuan Heir's heart quaked at this sight, without uttering a word. He hoisted his great-grandfather onto his back and sprinted towards the village. Ignoring the cries and wails echoing behind him, Yuan Heir gritted his teeth and fled swiftly. Li Huowang observed from a distance as Dan Yangzi methodically eliminated the water bandits, each life taken deepening the crimson hue before him until, at last, the bloodshed obscured his vision. Initially, Li Huowang had no intention of intervening. However, when he witnessed Dan Yangzi seize another victim, he could no longer contain himself. "No need to kill. Stop. Please," he shouted. In response to Li Huowang's desperate plea, Dan Yangzi, after marking the forehead of the victim with a crimson dot, slowly turned around, revealing a cruel smile upon his blood-soaked face. "Child, on what grounds?" Li Huowang opened his mouth, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet as he turned to gaze upon the pitch-black surface of the lake, memories of his missing companions flooded his mind. In that moment, he realized he could muster no justification for his feelings. The anguish within him threatened to engulf his very being, and he clutched his throbbing head, shouting desperately, "Why? Why is it that they can kill our people, yet I cannot retaliate against them?" Before him stood a plump woman, her face streaked with tears as she cradled the head of a man whose skull was grotesquely misshapen, mourning what appeared to be her husband. "Kill her. If one must kill, let it be without exception. If you must, then take the whole family." A voice erupted in his ear. With a trembling gaze, Li Huowang grasped the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it forth. He then swung it with force, a white arc flashing through the air, silencing the woman's sorrowful cries. In that fleeting moment of action, a peculiar sensation surged from his spine to the back of his head, rendering him lightheaded. This intoxicating feeling dissipated the despair and agony that had plagued his heart. He chuckled, unable to suppress the manic laughter that spread across his face. Gripping his sword tightly, he strode purposefully toward the rushes of the village. Before long, chaos erupted within. As he witnessed various faces being effortlessly torn apart and vibrant lives extinguished, Li Huowang laughed louder and louder, unable to contain his mirth. The sounds of steel-piercing flesh echoed continuously, the dark yellow reeds of the island gradually becoming draped in crimson. As night fell completely, the cries of despair on the island began to wane. Within the ancestral hall of the Yuan family, bloodied and holding his sword aloft, Li Huowang approached a gaunt youth. Silence enveloped the surroundings. This boy was likely the last soul remaining on the island. Faced with the bloodstained figure before him, the youth had succumbed to terror, trembling uncontrollably as he flailed his arms and muttered incoherently. Just as Li Huowang raised his long sword, a familiar voice reached him from behind. When he numbly turned around, he beheld the drenched figure of Bai Ling Miao, standing by the door, clutching a glowing stone and shivering. In that instant, the murderous intent in his heart and the peculiar sensation at the back of his head receded like the tide. "You're not dead?" As he spoke, Li Huowang realized his voice had changed. What should have been a hearty tone emerged as a hoarse whisper. The sword wound on his neck, though fortunate, had grievously affected his vocal cords. "I can swim. There's a pond in front of my village where I've played since childhood." Li Huowang strode forward, unsheathing his sword, and removed the blood-stained robe that clung to him, draping it over the shoulders of Bai Ling Miao. At that moment, it was as if he had awakened from a deep slumber, gazing vacantly at the surrounding scene. Corpses in varying states of decay sprawled about him, regardless of age or gender. All had succumbed to death, all at his own hands. His eyes fell upon the lifeless form of a young girl, clutching her mother, and the stillness of a cradle devoid of life. The guilt and anguish that had previously faded surged back to the forefront of his mind, overwhelming him to the point of near suffocation. Li Huowang slowly bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground, gritting his teeth as he drove it forcefully into his palm. He had never understood why Sister Hu from the mental hospital next door resorted to self-harm. But now he comprehended. Chapter 74, Death, an additional update for the leader, masks, brotherly. "What are you doing?" Upon witnessing Li Huowang inflicting harm upon himself, Bai Ling Miao rushed over, gripping his bleeding left hand with concern. With a pained expression, Li Huowang forcefully pushed her away, his eyes red and filled with hysteria as he shouted, "Why can't you just let me have some peace? Why does this wretched place always have to be plagued by such events?" The dagger, embedded in his palm, was yanked out and plunged back in with renewed ferocity, this time penetrating deeply. Bai Ling Miao, frozen in shock, stood still for a few seconds before lunging forward to wrest the dagger from his grasp, tossing it far away. Immediately, she opened her arms and tightly embraced the man before her. "Huowang, please don't do this. I'm begging you." The moment he heard her voice, Li Huowang fell silent, trembling as he closed his eyes and gradually buried his face into her soft form. Slowly, he regained his composure. He gently released her, turned to Bai Lingmiao, and after taking a deep breath, inquired, "All right, I'm fine now. What about the others? Have you seen anyone else?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lingmiao nodded silently. Her eyes slightly reddened as she took Li Huowang's hand and led him toward the edge of the island. Soon, he spotted the other medicinal practitioners by the shore. Originally, there had been 7 adults and 5 young acolytes, but now only 6 adults and 3 acolytes remained, and even among them, not all were capable of movement. With trembling lips that had turned an icy shade of purple, Bai Lingmiao spoke sorrowfully, "Junior brother's son is a better swimmer than I am. We risked our lives to search the lake for people, but we could only find these few, and the fool also drowned." Li Huowang stood before the crowd, observing the foolish man's face, which was turning a deep shade of purple. Accompanying his pallor were another alchemist and a young Taoist priest. 2 had vanished, and 3 had perished. By the end of this ordeal, 5 out of 12 had effortlessly been lost. Li Huowang was not particularly acquainted with these individuals. Yet, regardless, they were comrades bound by life and death within the Qinfeng Temple. However, now all has come to an abrupt halt, and their lives have become utterly worthless. Li Huowang, his face clouded with gloom, wandered along the riverbank, gazing at the lifeless bodies of those who had perished. The negative emotions that had recently consumed him vanished without a trace. With a sudden motion, he kicked a mangled head away with force. How absurd. He had momentarily lost his senses, feeling guilt for this group of murderers. Li Huowang harbored a fervent desire to resurrect these wretches of humanity, only to exact his vengeance upon each one anew. Their deaths were not only justified, but their entire families deserved the same fate. Just as Li Huowang's emotions began to waver once more, a man from the crowd, who had hitherto remained inconspicuous, approached him. With a voice tinged with remorse, he addressed Li Huowang, saying, "Brotherly, I intended to restrain the fool, but he was simply too heavy for me to hold back." Li Huowang recognized him. He was Sun Baolu, the senior brother with exceptional swimming skills, as described by Bai Lingmiao. Observing the man before him, shivering as if drenched in water, Li Huowang furrowed his brow and spoke, "There is no need to linger here any longer. Let us head to the village and find the kitchen to kindle a fire." Given the dire circumstances, words were futile. There were only a few survivors left, and he could not allow the chill of the wind to claim more lives. A group of individuals slowly carried the lifeless body of a companion, making their way towards the village. The entire reed village was strewn with blood and flesh. Dark crimson blood oozing everywhere, making the ground stick to their feet as they walked. The expressions of the others shifted. It seemed they had questions. Yet Li Huowang had no desire to provide explanations. After navigating through various buildings and turning a corner, Bai Lingmiao was suddenly frightened and darted behind Li Huowang. The once imposing figure of their ancestor from the Yuan family lay with his mouth agape, his head mounted on a bamboo pole, as brimming with unfulfilled resentment. Did I truly do this? When did I take his life? After a period of searching, they finally located the kitchen. The lid of the iron pot on the stove was lifted, and firewood was tossed in, creating a makeshift bonfire. The group gathered around it, seeking to absorb the warmth of the flames to dispel the chill that enveloped their bodies. Li Huowang did not seek warmth by the fire. Instead, he stood in the corner of the kitchen, silently observing the series of pallid faces before him. His gaze eventually settled upon the countenance of the fool, a visage that bore the marks of death. Li Huowang was taken aback to find that even this loyal simpleton had perished. His nature was so innocent that, when compared, even the young Taoist was more mature than he. I should not have consistently referred to you as the fool at the very least. I ought to have given you a proper name, making it easier to inscribe upon your gravestone, Li Huowang murmured as he gazed at the lifeless form. In that very moment, he suddenly witnessed the fool's corpse, now a ghastly shade of purple, abruptly widen its eyes in shock. It's a resurrection. Startled, Li Huowang instinctively stepped back and swiftly drew his sword. As the others, in a flurry of chaos, scrambled for weapons, the dazed fool opened his mouth wide. A foul, black sludge, mingled with lake water, was expelled in great heaves. Once he had purged the contents of his stomach, the fool lay on his side, gasping for breath. And soon after, the color began to return to his face. Li Huowang, disregarding the surroundings, hastened towards the other drowned individuals in an attempt to administer aid. Perhaps, among them, some might still cling to life, having merely succumbed to unconsciousness from inhaling water. Regrettably, however, the instance of a survivor was solitary, after a flurry of efforts. No signs of revival were observed in the other drowned souls. Amidst the concern of those around, the simpleton struggled to articulate, finally managing to utter, I'm hungry. Hungry? Very well. Let us feast on meat. Upon my arrival, I noticed there were pigs here, exclaimed Dogwa, seizing a cleaver from the sideboard and hastily making his way outside. In no time, with a sprinkle of salt from Xiaoman, the aroma of sizzling meat wafted through the air. After a night of toil, it was not solely the simpleton who felt the pangs of hunger. Li Huowang drew forth his long sword, slicing a generous portion of fatty yet meager pork from the pot, devouring it with the zeal one might reserve for fruit. As he savored the pork, his mind drifted towards other matters. In such a vast water bandit stronghold, the bounty to be gleaned extended far beyond mere pork. Chapter 75, The Warehouse. Li Huowang gazed at the bubbling meat in the pot, contemplating his next steps. Regardless of what had transpired before, now that events had unfolded, it was imperative to let go and look ahead. The pressing concern at hand was to discover what he sought in this place and subsequently lead others to safety. Moreover, speed was of the essence. Lingering here was not an option. If there was anything more terrifying than a village filled with corpses, it would be one replete with decaying bodies. Even the dead, though motionless, could still pose a lethal threat. Li Huowang opened his mouth wide, tearing a piece of meat from the tip of his sword, and cast a glance at the others who were ravenously devouring their portions. Have you had your fill? If so, let us get to work. Clad in clothes dried by the fire, the others chewed on the meat in their hands as they followed the sword-wielding Li Huowang out of the kitchen. He did not flounder about like a headless fly in the chaotic reed village. Instead, he made a beeline for the Yuan family ancestral hall, recognizing that this disordered place was far too vast for him to navigate alone without a local guide. Please, do not kill me. The previously frightened half-grown boy, who had soiled himself in terror, was once again pinned against the wall by Li Huowang's sword, his gaunt face contorted with fear. Li Huowang found no desire to engage in idle chatter with the individual before him and inquired bluntly, "Where have your leaders concealed the plundered silver?" "In the storeroom. Our ancestors' storeroom. All the silver we seized is hidden there." The youth divulged the entirety of his knowledge with a rapidity akin to beans spilling from a basket. Before him stood Li Huowang, still bearing the remnants of fresh blood. The metallic scent wafting from him made Yuan Daolong acutely aware of a dampness in his trousers, leaving no room for extraneous thoughts. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and a group, clutching luminescent stones, trailed the boy through the reeds. Under the dim blue-green glow, the gruesome surroundings appeared like a phantasmagoria, causing the timid youth to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and he turned, collapsing beside the lifeless form of a woman, where he succumbed to an anguished cry. Li Huowang approached and leaned down to discern the remaining half of the woman's face. She appeared to be quite young, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with fear and despair. "Who is she to you?" Li Huowang inquired coldly. As if struck by a wave of sorrow, the youth suddenly wept even louder. Upon hearing the piercing cries, Li Huowang's expression transformed into a grimace. He raised his right hand and brought it down with a swift motion. With a sickening sound, the ear of the youth, who had just been crying out in agony, was severed in an instant. "Lead the way." "Did I command you to stop?" Li Huowang's roar was laced with a hint of brutality. Feeling a gentle tug on his sleeve from behind, an irritable Li Huowang abruptly shook it off. "Do you pity him? Do you think he is a lovesick fool? Why not inquire where this woman came from?" With all eyes upon him, the youth, filled with grievance, replied, "She was taken by my father. But the wives of others in the village were also seized. Even my grandmother and mother were taken." Bai Ling Miao's mouth fell agape, her disbelief evident as she glanced at the corpses of the surrounding women. When the youth lifted the long sword, now stained with his own blood, he trembled and hurriedly stood up to continue guiding them. Noticing Bai Ling Miao's fright, Xiaoman approached her, resting a hand with dark hair on her shoulder, leaning closer to offer comfort. "Women from bandit dens are all like this. Do not overthink it." "But why do they go with those men to capture others?" "They were taken as well." Bai Ling Miao felt incredulous, recalling that there had indeed been women among the robbers. In truth, humans and dogs are alike. Both can be trained. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang turned to look at the other herbalists behind him, yet he could not ascertain who had spoken those words. Sighing, they followed the youth through a series of twists and turns until they halted before a house secured with a tiger headlock. Observing that the surroundings had shifted from reed huts to wooden structures, it was evident that this place held a significant status within the village. With a clang, the tiger headlock was split in two amidst a shower of sparks. Kicking the door open, Li Huowang thrust the youth in front of him and charged inside. This was clearly a storeroom, with wooden cabinets neatly aligned, all filled with large wooden chests. As the youth opened one of the chests, the room brightened considerably, revealing heaps of silver coins. Each chest that was opened elicited gasps of astonishment from the others. In addition to the silver, there were numerous gold and silver ornaments, seemingly pilfered from women. Furthermore, a wealth of valuable goods, such as silk, iron ingots, and books, filled the entire room with the spoils accumulated by water bandits over the years. My heavens! I have never seen so much wealth in my life. How many wives could one marry with this? Gazing at the shimmering silver before him, the boy's voice quivered with anticipation, his eyes brimming with insatiable greed. Li Huowang's attention was not captivated by the gold and silver, but rather fixated on several books. As he casually leafed through them, he discovered they were merely a collection of introductory texts and a few Buddhist scriptures. The old man had previously employed the method of summoning water using young boys and girls, which did not seem to stem from any written source. Could it be that this distasteful technique was passed down through oral tradition? Just as Li Huowang continued his search, he suddenly froze upon spotting a book at the very bottom. Li Huowang cradled the book in his hands, his brow furrowed as he intently gazed at the words emblazoned on the cover, deeply engrossed in thought. What are these characters? Brotherly, shall we begin to remove the items from the box now? It seems we cannot carry so much. Bai Lingmiao approached and remarked. Li Huowang presented the scripture in his hands to the white-haired young girl before him. Do you see the characters inscribed in this book? Are you familiar with them? A hint of confusion flickered in Bai Lingmiao's eyes as she replied, I cannot read. Senior Brotherly. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than a stammering voice emerged from behind her, exclaiming, The Huayan Sutra. Li Huowang raised his head and beheld the fool standing there, seemingly dazed. Are you certain that this text is the Huayan Sutra? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Li Huowang's finger slowly traced the character for strict as a profound confusion enveloped his gaze. Is this truly the character for strict? Why is it that I can no longer even recognize this simple character? Chapter 76. Bamboo slips. I can no longer allow Dan Yangzi to emerge. Reflecting on the series of events that transpired following Dan Yangzi's appearance, Li Huowang arrived at this conclusion. Comparing the first encounter with the spirit of joy, to the second with the Buddha, and now to the third, he discerned a distinct pattern. During the first encounter, he could only vaguely hear Dan Yangzi's voice. By the second, he was able to see his visage. Now, in the third instance, Dan Yangzi not only communicated with him, but had begun to manipulate his emotions with murderous intent, rendering him incapable of recognizing even the most ordinary of characters. Regardless of what Dan Yangzi had transformed into, his influence over Li Huowang was increasingly pronounced with each encounter. Dan Yangzi had never harbored benevolent intentions. All his actions were aimed at seizing control of Li Huowang's body, even if he were to be shielded from death by other means. It would not be long before he would be wholly subsumed by Dan Yangzi. Should such a fate come to pass, Li Huowang resolutely refused to accept it. He would rather meet death than become the very person he despised most. A pair of delicate, fair hands extended towards him, gently clasping his right hand, furrowing his brow. Li Huowang looked up into the concerned pink eyes that gazed back at him, and he subtly shook his head, offering no explanation. Li Huowang picked up the Huayan Sutra and casually opened a page, glancing at its contents. Upon perusing the text of the sutra, he recalled that he had previously heard monks reciting it at Jingde Temple, and indeed, it had been in the hands of various monks. This is merely a widely copied Buddhist scripture, likely available for purchase at any local bookstore. In comparison, treasures of gold and silver hold far greater value. When Li Huowang returned to the pile of valuables, he found Guo and others eagerly dragging the chests filled with treasures forcefully towards the door. However, this task proved quite laborious, for despite their worth, gold and silver remain heavy metals. There was no need to take the silver. It was sufficient to acquire only the gold ornaments. These gold pieces would suffice for our expenses on the journey ahead. As soon as Li Huowang uttered those words, Dawa leapt up in a frenzy. Senior Brotherly, this is silver, gleaming silver. He kicked at the heavy, lifeless chest beside him. Li Huowang replied, Do you have any idea how heavy this silver is? We still need to board the vessel, if we overload it. Do you intend to swim out with the silver on your back? This wealth could sustain us for a lifetime. Do not be overly greedy. We must depart swiftly. Dawa, still filled with reluctance, continued to stuff the silver ingots into his clothes. But surely we can take a little more. Just think of how many wives we could marry with this much silver, or how many cattle we could purchase. Li Huowang, disinclined to engage with him, turned away, taking all the gold with the others. The heavily laden Dogwa hurriedly pursued them, but after only a few steps, he became breathless and exhausted. Noticing the distance between him and the others growing wider, Dogwa, in frustration, stamped his foot and hastily discarded some silver ingots before hastening to catch up. Huowang emerged from the storeroom, initially intending to lead his companions outside the village. However, after a moment of contemplation, he redirected his steps towards the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, when he reappeared, the gold he once held had been exchanged for two lifeless children, their complexions a ghastly shade of purple. Let us retrieve some jars from within the village. Once we venture out, we shall incinerate them and preserve their ashes. Though we cannot return the living, we can at least grant the departed the solace of returning to their roots. Indeed, brotherly, the others responded, preparing to seek out the jars. Yet, just as they were about to set forth, a streak of crimson light surged past them, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Everyone, take cover. Instinctively, Huowang tensed and leaped backward. He witnessed a flash of red slicing through the air, effortlessly cleaving the two lifeless children in half. Huowang was drenched in cold sweat. Were it not for the two drowned Taoist priests blocking his path, he feared he might have been cleaved in twain. Seeking refuge behind a cover, he thought of the living still within the village. Cautiously, with a bell in one hand and a sword in the other, Huowang peeked from behind a large vat, only to discover scattered, bloodied white fragments on the ground ahead. What had just attacked us? This question soon found its answer as heavy footsteps echoed, and a figure emerged from the shadows. A phosphorescent stone was tossed at his feet by Xiaoman, illuminating his face. They recognized this man. He was the former captain of the boat. How could he still be alive? This thought raced through the minds of all present, including Huowang. With blood streaming from his mouth, Yuan Air cradled a peculiar, crimson-tinged bamboo scroll in his right hand and gripped a pair of black iron pincers in the other. Observing his bloodied visage, Huowang quickly realized what those white fragments were. Come out, you little bull-nosed creature. So, you two have your moments of weakness. Yuan Air, his eyes bloodshot, plunged the pincers into his mouth and yanked at his front tooth with force. As he murmured something toward the red bamboo scroll with his bleeding lips, the tooth was swiftly enveloped in crimson, shooting forth like a meteor into a nearby dwelling. The anguished scream of Xiaoman from within tightened Huowang's heart. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out as two specters soared toward Yuan Air, skimming the ground. Bah! Yuan Air spat a mouthful of blood onto the earth, then raised the pincers once more. This time, however, he did not aim for his teeth, but directed them toward his lone remaining eye. With a sharp crack, the eyeball was crushed, and an otherworldly light enveloped the surroundings, rendering the two specters motionless as if ensnared by an unseen force. You have slain my entire family. I shall avenge them by taking yours as well. Let us all perish together. After this thunderous declaration, Yuan Air drew a small knife from his waist and plunged it into his throat. Despite the agony that convulsed his body, he relentlessly scraped at his flesh. The bells chimed again as dozens of specters converged from all directions, lunging toward Yuan Air. With a tearing sound, his trachea, vocal cords, and tongue were brutally extracted in one violent motion. The bloodied bamboo scroll was laid upon the ground, and as Yuan Air placed his severed remnants upon it, all the specters vanished in an instant. When his flesh began to spin upon the scroll, this lifeless object awakened. Utilizing Yuan Air's tongue and vocal cords, the scroll began to speak. The moment the bizarre, duck-like voice emerged, the very fabric of reality shifted. One tongue, a wheel. One glance, a myriad. The wondrous realms, beyond words to describe. The heavens, so divine and mysterious, must not be etched in mere breath. Our Lord is supreme. Who dares to be alarmed? Chapter 77, The Serpent. One tongue, a wheel. One glance, a myriad. The wondrous realms, beyond words to describe. The heavens, so divine and mysterious, must not be etched in mere breath. Our Lord is supreme. Who dares to be alarmed? When the wooden bamboo slips articulated these words through the human tongue, the surroundings began to distort, and simultaneously, the sensory perceptions of all individuals on the island underwent a transformation. Vision, taste, smell, and hearing gradually converged, culminating in a novel perception beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Through this extraordinarily unique sensory ability, Huowang and his companions transcended the boundaries of human perception. They glimpsed into the profound depths of the sky, where within an unfathomable expanse of darkness, countless deeper realms of blackness rotated with the sun, revealing something in motion. Huowang sensed a fleeting gaze emanating from that entity. Tasting the terrifying aura that instigated an uncontrollable shiver within him, he also perceived the strange melody brought forth by the subtle movements of that being. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Li Huowang felt that it was so far away from him, yet its melody was so captivating and distinct. Li Huowang is unable to find a counterpart in reality that corresponds to this melody. The only thing that bears a semblance to it is the thunder that precedes the arrival of the auspicious deity. Yet, this phenomenon is vastly more powerful, rendering the feeble auspicious deity almost insignificant in comparison, akin to the disparity between a grain of sand and a towering mountain. Li Huowang made this judgment with little hesitation, even though he could not fully comprehend what it was that he perceived. Did suicide bring forth Danyangzi? No. In its presence, Danyangzi was utterly insignificant. The disparity between the two was immense. Li Huowang despaired as he realized this truth. In the presence of that entity, mortals had no chance of resistance. Just as Li Huowang had succumbed to utter hopelessness, resigned to await his demise, he felt his contorted features inexplicably return to normal. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, his expression hardened, and he decisively brandished his sword, rushing towards the barely conscious Yuan heir outside. At that moment, Yuan heir, blinded and gasping for breath, merely turned his head. With a swift and forceful swing of the sword, Li Huowang's strike severed the head from its body. Breathless, Li Huowang stood there, sword in hand, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, still shaken. It seemed as though everything had vanished, as if all that had occurred was but an illusion. Yet Li Huowang knew that it was no mere figment of the imagination. The entity truly existed. Li Huowang attempted to reconstruct the sensations he had previously perceived, yet he was astounded to discover that he could no longer recall what those feelings were like. Relying solely on his current senses, he found himself incapable of comprehending the essence of what he had once encountered. Although the danger had passed, an eerie silence enveloped the island. Everyone remained frozen in place, their eyes betraying profound fear. What Li Huowang saw, they too had witnessed. Each face was ashen, their bodies trembling involuntarily as they felt an icy chill emanating from deep within. Was this truly the end? Yuan heir had exerted every effort, intending merely to frighten them. Observing the others around him, all seemingly unscathed, a flicker of doubt arose within Li Huowang. The current sense of safety instead instilled an inexplicable unease in him. Li Huowang took a deep breath and, with his blood-stained longsword, pried open the curled crimson bamboo scroll, only to discover that the flesh and organs within had withered and turned black. Li Huowang knelt down, his gaze fixed warily upon the contents inscribed on the crimson bamboo slip. The minuscule black characters etched upon the red surface were exceedingly peculiar. He had never encountered such script before, yet, to his astonishment, he found himself able to decipher the text as he concentrated intently. White pill, precious stew. Swallow its belly, pry its bones. This was an exceedingly malevolent scroll, detailing how to exchange one's utmost agony and flesh with a certain entity for something in return. Among the less severe methods was the gruesome instruction on how to insert a bamboo splinter beneath one's fingernail and pry it upwards, entirely dislodging the nail. The next level of torment involved chewing a substantial portion of rusted iron filings and forcefully swallowing them. Ultimately, the scroll instructed its reader on the sacrificial offering of one's own kin to consummate a transaction with some being. The methods grew increasingly sanguinary and horrific, nearly surpassing Li Huowang's capacity for endurance. After having absorbed half of the content, he could no longer suppress the urge to vomit, expelling the pork he had previously consumed. With a pale visage and a stomach churning with nausea, he gritted his teeth and persevered in his examination. He felt an overwhelming unease until he could ascertain what Yuan heir had been doing. The possibility of a curse loomed large, and that would spell considerable trouble. Persisting through his revulsion, he continued to sift through the text, ultimately uncovering the means by which Yuan heir sought to invoke. No, Yuan heir did not intend to frighten us. Rather, he had aimed to summon something, yet he had failed. Xia was the name of this entity, the very source of all the torment inscribed upon the bamboo slip. Yuan heir's failure stemmed from his inability to pay the price for summoning it. According to the scroll, although his body was in excruciating pain, his inner torment was insufficient. Even the recent loss of his entire family did not suffice to summon Xia. One must endure extreme suffering, both corporeal and spiritual. Li Huowang turned his head once more, casting another glance at Yuan heir's featureless, mouthless head. It seemed he had only just discovered the usage of this bamboo slip, and his proficiency was lacking. However, this was entirely understandable. The various methods inscribed upon the slip, once employed, would lead one perilously close to death, making it virtually impossible to become adept in their application. Although the present moment felt secure, Li Huowang's heart remained restless. He found himself indifferent to the source of this repugnant bamboo slip, acquired by the water bandits. What truly occupied his thoughts was the identity of its author. Could there exist a sect akin to Zhang de Temple? Yet, rather than practicing the fleshly arts like the monks, they might engage in extreme suffering. However, if one were to follow the instructions inscribed therein, it was likely that few would survive. Unless, perhaps, their sect possessed some means to endure such grievous trials without succumbing to death. Li Huowang gazed at the bamboo slip in his hand, lost in a flurry of conjectures. In this moment, he realized that his prior notions of this place, even the most shadowy of speculations, had been excessively optimistic. The reality here was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. He had already come to understand the existence of celestial beings and auspicious spirits. Yet today, as revelations had truly opened his eyes, some entities were far more terrifying than them. Bahu, Li Huowang murmured to himself, frozen in place. Chapter 78. Aftermath. By the shores of Reed Island, Li Huowang stood holding the blood-soaked bamboo slip. The pallor on the faces of those nearby was evident as they huddled together, gazing at him. They had yet to recover from the recent tumult. Li Huowang's expression was tinged with hesitation. If he were to cast the sinister bamboo scroll, emanating a light so repugnant it could induce nausea, into the depths of the lake, it would be swallowed by the mire, never to see the light of day again. This appeared to be a most prudent decision. Regardless of the author of this scroll, the formidable power of the Ba Xie was not easily wielded. Its existence in the world would only bring forth endless suffering to others. Li Huowang stood in contemplation for a prolonged period, ultimately choosing to reinsert the blood-stained bamboo scroll into his bosom. The contents within were undeniably gruesome, yet they proved exceedingly effective. Even an ordinary water bandit like Yuan Er could wield such methods, rendering them all the more accessible to him. This knowledge, though sinister, served as a precaution. In dire circumstances, it might indeed become indispensable. If he wished to avoid a complete transformation into Dan Yangzi, he must seek an alternative when faced with peril. Even if the cost of such an alternative were exorbitantly high, Li Huowang turned his head back to gaze at the others behind him. Bring the boat over and prepare the corpses in gold. We must depart from this wretched place. The troublesome matter had been resolved in an unexpected manner, and he saw no reason to linger in this place rife with death. The small skiff used by the water bandits was pushed ashore by Sun Balu of the Good Water, while others boarded with their companions' remains in the gold ornaments. On board. Row the oars. Take us to the other side of this great lake, Li Huowang threatened, his eyes fixed menacingly on the youth before him. I will take you out. Will you spare my life? The trembling boy asked, fear evident in his voice. Upon seeing Li Huowang reach for the hilt of his sword, the boy hastily scrambled onto the boat. As the boy began to row, the small skiff turned toward the depths of the reeds, with the others clumsily following suit. The entire dense reed marsh was eerily quiet. Save for the sound of oars slicing through the water, no one dared to utter a word. The events that had transpired on the island left everyone shaken, their faces pale. Esteemed one, my name is Yuanfu, the boy suddenly spoke as he rowed. Esteemed one, I know that killing and plundering on the water is wrong. I never went with my father when he set traps. The anxious youth attempted to justify himself, his face betraying his tension. I actually wish to take the imperial examination and become a high official. I am weary of this place, so familiar it has become. Where are you headed, esteemed one? I could guide you. This remark finally captured Li Huowang's attention, and he lowered his gaze to the rowing boy. What do you know about the nunnery on Hanghua Mountain? This was their next destination, and perhaps he could glean some information from this boy. The nuns? I know about them. Once, while working with my second brother, we encountered them. We had gathered all the necessary details about the shipment, but at the last moment, my brother said we would not proceed with the deal. He told me it was our ancestors' wish, the dark-clad nun, the bald-headed bird-keeper, and the drummer deity. This is known as the three no-takes. What do those nuns look like? Is there anything peculiar about them? They're quite plump. Indeed, one can outweigh three of me. They're lazy. If they can sit, they certainly won't stand, and if they can lie down, they won't sit. Moreover, they are rather foul-smelling and dirty. Once, a nun removed her shoes, and even from across the boat, I could smell her. Esteemed one, are you seeking those nuns? I can lead the way. The descriptors of plump, lazy, and dirty seemed at odds with the Buddhist term for nuns. Li Ji mentioned that they could be considered decent people. Yet did such beings truly exist in this world? After enduring a series of tumultuous events, Li Huowang expressed deep skepticism. After a prolonged meandering through the reeds, the small boat finally emerged before the vast expanse of the lake once more. As the vessel returned to shore, the sky began to brighten, heralding the dawn. Remarkably, they had spent the entire night upon that island, from sunset to sunrise. As the sunlight kissed their faces, the weight of their anxious hearts began to lift. Exhausted from hours of rowing, they collapsed onto the ground, inhaling deeply as they sought respite. Huowang addressed the others, saying, "Do not rest just yet. We must venture into the woods to gather firewood and incinerate these 3 deceased souls. Otherwise, they will soon begin to decay." Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of their 3 drowned companions aboard the vessel, the others struggled to rise, forcing themselves to stagger towards the nearby forest. Huowang obstructed the path of the wounded Xiaoman, who clutched her arm in pain. A significant portion of her right arm had been stripped of skin, exposing the crimson muscle to the open air. "How are you? Are you all right?" he inquired, retrieving a pill from his waist and offering it to her. Xiaoman declined the remedy, assuring him, "It's nothing. Surviving is a stroke of fortune. This minor injury can be treated with some planash later." Having spent these days together, Huowang had come to understand her resolute nature and chose not to press further. Soon, 3 large bonfires were ignited along the riverbank, and Huowang cast the lifeless bodies into the flames one by one. Everyone watched in somber silence as their once vibrant companions were gradually enveloped by the fire. As the sun ascended high in the sky, the flames began to dwindle. Huowang prodded the ashes with the long sword in his hand, breaking some large bones into smaller fragments before placing them together with the bone ash into a ceramic jar. Gazing at the urn before him, a heavy gloom enveloped his heart as the events of the previous night left his mind in turmoil. At that moment, the blindfolded Bai Ling Miao reached out, gently tugging at his garment. Sensing an unsettling shift in emotions, she leaned closer, pressing against his back. "I am perfectly well. No need to comfort me," Huowang said, bending down to place the 3 jars into the embrace of the simple-minded man. Yuanfu, standing by Huowang's side like a sycophant, inquired, "Master, shall we take a break? If not, I can guide you to your sister. I know the way." Huowang, maintaining his composure, flicked the ash from his sword and then, with a swift motion, sheathed. "Take the ashes with us. Let us depart," he declared. Yuanfu's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively covered his bleeding neck with a trembling hand. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to utter something to Huowang's retreating figure, but only a series of coughs escaped him. Ultimately, he staggered a few steps before his body weakened, collapsing to the ground, his gaze gradually losing its luster. Chapter 79, The Market Henceforth. "You shall be known as Gao Zhijian," Huowang addressed the simpleton before him, who was burdened with a wooden staff. I. Huowang extended his hand, pressing his robust finger down upon his chest. "Forget it. Remember this. You shall no longer be called a fool. From this moment onward, your name shall be Gao Zhijian. Do you hear me? You can read, can't you? Break a branch from a tree and inscribe it on the ground repeatedly, writing until you have memorized it completely." The fool, devoid of any agency over his own name, turned away dejectedly and trudged toward the forest. Huowang gazed at his towering silhouette and let out a sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, since he had previously vowed to bestow a name upon him, he felt compelled to honor that promise, considering it a gift for his resurrection. In truth, Huowang had long desired to name the fool, for the repetitive calling of fool was rather unappealing. However, ever since their departure from the Reed Island, he had been unable to conceive a fitting name, which was why it had taken until now to finally do so. As for the name Jian, it reflected Huowang's hopes that he would persist in the face of his dismal existence. Li Shixiao, you must give me a name too. Calling him fool is unpleasant, and Dogwa is hardly any better. With a furrowed brow, Huowang turned to the side, regarding the youth with shifty eyes. "If he lacks sense, do you as well? At your age, can you not come up with a name for yourself?" As he spoke, Huowang made his way toward the campfire, yet Dogwa relentlessly followed in pursuit. "Oh, Li Shixiao, you know how to write. Surely you can name me better than this coward. I am not greedy. Just grant me a name of great renown." "The grander the better," Huowang chuckled. "Ah, if you desire a grand reputation, I shall call you Chow Chow. Do you think you can bear that name?" Dogwa, evidently perplexed by Huowang's intent, clapped his hands in excitement and leapt high. "Excellent. The name Chow Chow is splendid. It sounds festive. From now on, I shall be known as Chow Chow." Before Huowang could utter another word, Dogwa dashed into the throng, exuberantly announcing his new name to the crowd. The others, unaware of the deeper implications behind this moniker, rose to offer their congratulations. Observing this comical scene, Huowang could only shake his head in silence. Gazing up at the sky, which was gradually brightening, Huowang spoke, "Enough dawdling, let us continue onward. We aim to reach the town today. Once we arrive, we shall feast heartily, Have you not had your fill of wild vegetables these past days? His words instantly invigorated everyone, causing them to swallow in anticipation. Previously, their provisions had met an unfortunate fate, falling into the water along with the donkey cart. Though they possessed ample gold, they found themselves in a desolate area, devoid of anyone willing to sell them food. With no provisions, they were left to subsist on wild vegetables like the old monk, and their faces bore the pallor of their meager diet. Moreover, there were times when even the wild greens failed to satiate their hunger. The group, now visibly gaunt from hunger, marched forward with a fervent desire for sustenance. Perhaps spurred by the prospect of food ahead, they traversed the distance in merely 2 hours. At the foot of a towering peak, shrouded in mist, lay a bustling little town. This town was almost excessively lively. As Huowang and his companions squeezed their way in, finding a place to rest became a challenge. He slightly tilted his head to avoid a protruding yoke and quickly lifted his right foot to prevent stepping in the droppings of a chicken on the ground. Huowang ventured into the bustling marketplace, surrounded by the cacophony of hawkers. Could this truly be a place of significance? What accounted for such a throng of people? The narrow stone-paved path was now teeming with vendors and customers alike, engaged in spirited haggling. There were those selling handcrafted bamboo baskets, others offering wild game hunted from the mountains, and some presenting their homegrown vegetables. Chickens, dogs, and even saplings were up for sale. The clamor of conversation among the merchants and buyers resonated like a swarm of 1,000 flies buzzing around him. Huowang nodded in realization, nearly forgetting that the local populace would convene for the grand market on the 1st and 15th of each month. They spontaneously gathered in a designated area to form a bustling marketplace for mutual trade. Observing the lively crowd, an impulse surged within Huowang. He yearned to ring the bell and witness how many wandering elders had arrived at the current gathering. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as he recognized that he was no longer a child and had far more pressing matters to attend to. Huowang gradually lifted his gaze, transcending the throngs of people and the distant edifices, ultimately fixing his sight upon a towering peak. This was Hinghua Mountain, the destination of his journey. Where the nunnery nestled upon its slopes might possess the means to alleviate the encroaching affliction of the Danyangzi that plagued his body. As Huowang was about to proceed, he noticed that others had come to a standstill before a particular stall. The crowd was captivated, their eyes fixated on the items displayed, with drool almost pooling at the corners of their mouths. What could this be? Approaching closer, Huowang tapped on a golden brown round cake, inhaling the fragrant aroma of wheat. Brotherly, this is a guokue, and it is edible. Bai Lingmiao struggled to suppress the urge to swallow, but ultimately she could not restrain herself. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Huowang felt a pang of empathy. After all, these were merely unfortunate souls. Go ahead and buy. We are affluent now. We can purchase anything we desire at this market. He distributed handfuls of golden coins to everyone except Gao Zhijian. Instantly, the group erupted in excitement, their faces flushed with joy and disbelief. Watching the once impoverished individuals rush to the surrounding stalls, they eagerly acquired a myriad of items, some of which they would undoubtedly find useful, while others remained superfluous. Huowang glanced at Gao Zhijian, who was munching on a pot helmet, and remarked, "Come with me. Now that we have the means, it is only fitting to upgrade our carriage." Before long, 2 brand-new carriages appeared beside Huowang. The horses were tall, robust, and remarkably intelligent. With a gentle tug of the reins, they would follow steadily without any disorder. This was in stark contrast to the 2 feeble, obstinate donkeys he had previously owned. As the others who had finished shopping gathered near the carriages, Huowang observed that their clothing and footwear had all been replaced with new items. They were also cradling various delicacies, and even Bai Lingmiao was no exception. Each face radiated joy, a clear indication of their elation. Chapter 80. The young lady don't overindulge. If you order exquisite dishes at the inn later, you won't have room for them. However, Huowang's caution did little to diminish their pace of consumption. It's all right, once I finish this, I'll still have room for a meal. Indeed, indeed. Even if it means bursting, I must eat. Being hungry is truly unbearable. By the way, brotherly, aren't you hungry? Huowang smiled without saying a word, leading the horse forward. Not far ahead lay the inn. Senior brotherly, I have purchased some ready-made garments for you. Would you like to try them on? Huowang shook his head once more, resigning himself to the situation. It seemed he had grown accustomed to wearing the robe. A change of attire within would suffice. Furthermore, you ought to blindfold yourself, lest you suffer further discomfort. 2 horse-drawn carriages jostled through the throngs of people for quite some time, ultimately arriving at the inn's entrance. The exuberant Dogwar raised the golden beans in his hand and boldly ventured inside. Innkeeper, please prepare the finest room for Lord Chow Chow, and bring forth the braised pork. Only the fatty cuts, none of the lean. Serve 4 large bowls. Li Huowang forcefully pushed the door open and stepped inside, surveying the bustling tavern filled with townsfolk dining and conversing. Addressing the approaching waiter, he declared, "No need for a private room. I prefer the lively atmosphere of the main hall." His companion, brotherly, interjected, "With our newfound wealth, why dine here amidst the noise?" A sharp glare from Li Huowang silenced him, causing the boisterous dogwa to wilt like a frostbitten eggplant. As they settled at a wooden table, the sounds of conversation began to flood Li Huowang's ears. "Ah, Baowen's mother, to be cautious of hidden schemes. Your mother-in-law truly speaks thus behind your back." Laughter erupted. "Ah, Brother Ziki, my apologies. My wife has been quite chatty, so I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Look, that Taoist seems rather peculiar. His robe is red." Despite awaiting the arrival of dishes, Li Huowang found himself devoid of the information he sought. By his reckoning, the proximity of the nunnery to the town ought to have left some impression on the locals. Yet, their reaction suggested that the nunnery's presence was scarcely acknowledged. Nevertheless, Li Huowang was undeterred. He had other methods at his disposal. The 2 dragons play with the pearl, the sun rises, and the fish leaps over the dragon gate. "Aha! Dishes are ready. Esteemed guests, please enjoy." As the waiter finished announcing the dishes and turned to leave, Li Huowang seized him. "Ah, good sir. You seem quite busy here at the inn. Might you know about Hunghua Mountain?" "Indeed. There is a nunnery atop the mountain, reputed to have a flourishing incense offering. The deities there are said to be quite effective," replied the waiter, though a hint of confusion crossed his face. "Flourishing? I doubt it. The incense offerings at Ansai Nunnery pale in comparison to those of the land god. My neighbor mentioned the high offerings." Shaman awkwardly set down his chopsticks. "Ah, your neighbor must be exaggerating. The deities at Ansai Nunnery are covered in dust. If there were offerings, it would be a ghostly affair. Trust my words, good sir. My second sister's nephew speaks of a widow in his village who became a nun at Ansai Nunnery." At this revelation, Li Huowang's interest piqued. "Oh, what prompted her to become a nun? Are there specific requirements for such a path?" The waiter glanced around, his expression hesitant. As Li Huowang pressed a gold token into his hand, the waiter leaned in closer, lowering his voice deliberately. "Her husband passed away, her family home is far away, and she was unable to bear a son, thus ostracized by the villagers. With no other options, she turned to the nunnery. Who would choose to be a nun if they had a choice?" From the information gathered thus far, it seemed these nuns were relatively normal, aligning with what Li Ji had mentioned before his demise. "Do you know why those nuns wear black clothing?" Li Huowang produced another gold token. "Greetings. The attire of the ants is not black, but rather a hue of blue. It is perplexing that they seldom bathe or change their garments, resulting in their once blue attire transforming into a shade of black." As this topic was broached, the young attendant's face contorted with disdain. "On that particular day, a few ants descended to sell pigs, and I observed one of them scrubbing her neck. To my astonishment, she produced a ball of black mud the size of a jujube. Upon hearing this, those nearby grimaced and set down their chopsticks. Suddenly, a hand struck the back of the young attendant's head. "The esteemed guests are dining. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to ruin the reputation of my palayan?" The shopkeeper exclaimed. "I assure you, it was the lady who inquired, and I merely responded." As the robust shopkeeper compelled the young attendant to apologize and dragged him away, Li Huowang picked up his chopsticks and resumed his meal. "Li, if you have any inquiries, we are more than willing to assist you," Dogwa remarked, shoving a greasy piece of fatty meat into his mouth. "Enough. What can that mottled face of yours possibly inquire about? Don't frighten anyone. Balu, once you finish your meal, could you kindly go to the town and inquire about the news from the Ansai Temple? Among the medicinal agents, only this man with proficient water skills appears entirely normal." The previously inconspicuous Sun Balu was taken aback, then silently nodded in agreement. Li Huowang cast a glance at him and continued to eat his vegetables. An outward appearance of normalcy does not necessarily imply true normality. This man never sleeps without his clothes, even going to the restroom in secrecy from others, avoiding both men and women alike. Beneath his garments undoubtedly lies the reason he was chosen by Dan Yangzi to serve as a medicinal catalyst. However, Li Huowang had no desire to pry further. He preferred to consider others as he would himself and did not wish to engage in discussions regarding his own mental state. He dispatched Taoist disciples and Balu to inquire about the news from Enkian Temple. Li Huowang was determined to prevent the events at Zhengde Temple from recurring. The townsfolk often spoke of the nuns in derogatory terms, labeling them as dirty, lazy, and overweight. "If I am not down by the next day, you are to leave immediately. Do you understand?" Li Huowang stood before the mountain path, advising the other medicinal gatherers. "Brotherly, shall we accompany you?" One inquired. "Accompany me? Do you wish to become a burden? Do you truly believe this is merely a spring outing?" As Li Huowang uttered those words, he immediately sensed their weight. Yet he offered no explanation. Turning away, he ascended the mountain alone. Observing his receding figure, Bai Lingmiao, biting her lip, felt tears welling in her eyes, as if she wished to convey something. However, she remained silent until he vanished into the mountains. Chapter 81. Xianxia glistening with sweat. Li Huowang leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Li Huowang had been climbing for 2 hours, yet he had not yet arrived. The nunnery was far taller than he had anticipated. He laboriously lifted his head and discovered that the winding dirt path seemed endless, stretching upward without conclusion. Li Huowang gritted his teeth and grasped a nearby vine to continue his ascent. As he climbed, his legs grew increasingly sore, yet at last, he beheld the entrance of the Xianxia monastery. Wiping the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand, he instinctively glanced at the couplets flanking the entrance. To his astonishment, he found the text utterly incomprehensible. It was not that he had forgotten how to read due to his training with Danyangzi. Rather, the characters appeared decidedly peculiar. They were elongated, rhomboid shapes, slanting upward on the right and downward on the left, resembling a form of oracle bone script yet bearing traces of familiar Chinese characters. Were these letters, or something else entirely? Puzzled, Li Huowang approached to touch the strange inscriptions. After scrutinizing them for a considerable time, he lifted his foot and ventured into the monastery. However, upon entering, the words he had prepared in his mind vanished, for the square before him was overgrown with weeds and devoid of any presence, starkly contrasting with the bustling crowds of Zhengde Temple. Casting his gaze around, he proceeded toward the main hall. Although there was no incense burning within, the interior was far from dim, as slanted beams of sunlight infiltrated through the gaps, illuminating everything inside. The statue of the Bodhisattva at the center was coated in dust and draped in cobwebs. Were it not for the lotus-shaped pedestal, Li Huowang might not have recognized it as the Bodhisattva at all. Had he made a mistake? This monastery appeared entirely abandoned. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint snoring sound captured his attention. Following the sound, he approached the rear of the statue, where he discovered a rising and falling mass. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a mass of flesh, but the exposed belly of a plump nun. She lay on the cold ground, mouth agape, snoring loudly, an unpleasant odor wafting towards him. Clad in black, overweight, and unkempt, this individual was undoubtedly the nun of Xianxia Monastery. With a slight furrow in his brow, Li Huowang scrutinized the so-called good person mentioned by Li Ji. Whether she was good or not was uncertain, but in her current state, even a villain would be reluctant to engage with her. "Master," he called out, raising his voice, "Qingfeng Guan Xianyang has urgent matters to discuss." Yet the plump nun showed no signs of waking, her snoring continuing unabated. Was she feigning sleep? Li Huowang stepped forward, raising his voice slightly. "Esteemed master, the Xianyang of Qifeng Temple urgently requests an audience." Yet, there was still no response. The overwhelmingly foul odor, reminiscent of a putrid amalgamation of rotten socks, durian, and sweat, was almost unbearable for him. Before he could devise another strategy, the plump nun shuddered and surprisingly sat up on her own. With her stubby fingers, she scratched at the yellow crust of sleep in her eyes, still not fully awake, as she staggered towards the side door. "Ah, it's time to eat. Time to eat. Esteemed master, the Xianyang of Qifeng Temple urgently requests an audience." This time, Li Huowang was finally acknowledged. The plump nun jumped in shock, her triple-chin visage trembling along with her startled demeanor. "You nearly frightened me to death. How do you walk so silently?" Li Huowang stood at a standstill, his expression laden with turmoil. He no longer pondered whether the individuals around him harbored ulterior motives. Instead, he began to worry if the nuns truly possessed the means to deal with Danyangzi. "Go worship Buddha on your own. Don't impede my meal," the plump nun remarked coldly. Continuing her lumbering stride into the depths of the temple, Li Huowang fell silent, following closely behind her. The entire nunneries were expansive yet dilapidated, with the main hall statues in a state of disrepair, and the secondary hall's figures even more so. Some doors still bore inscriptions, albeit identical to those outside. "Master, what do these characters say?" Li Huowang inquired. "It's Nushi, a script you cannot comprehend. It is exclusively passed down to women." Observing the increasingly alien surroundings, Li Huowang resolutely pressed forward, convinced that everything here was genuine, devoid of the peculiar atmosphere found in hospitals. Whether due to an excess of consuming hinges or a prolonged immersion in illusions, He found little use for other hallucinations. Even when effective, they were easily distinguishable. After a winding journey, Li Huowang followed the stout nun to a mud brick house adorned with a chimney. The sounds emanating from within confirmed the presence of others inside, and the pungent odor wafting from the interior indicated it was filled with nuns. As the plump nun rushed inside with gleaming eyes, Li Huowang, furrowing his brow, took a deep breath, pinched his nose, and braved the overwhelming stench to enter. The moment he stepped inside, the sounds of smacking lips, swallowing, and chewing quickly assaulted his ears. Li Huowang nearly believed he had stumbled into a pigsty. A group of stout nuns clad in black surrounded a large pot, devouring their meal with such fervor that they neglected the use of chopsticks or bowls, opting instead to grasp the food with their hands. Their enjoyment was so profound that even Li Huowang, a living person standing nearby, elicited no reaction from them. As for the nature of their meal, he could only discern it to be a type of oily fried rice interspersed with vegetable leaves. With his face flushed from the overwhelming aroma, he opened his mouth to breathe, feeling the air within the room slightly irritate his throat. This action finally drew the attention of one satiated nun, who, while licking her fingers, offered her spot to Li Huowang. "Would you like some vegetarian rice? 200 copper coins per serving." Upon hearing her demand for money, Li Huowang felt a surge of unexpected joy. "No, however, I do require the assistance of the master." He tossed a golden bean towards her. "Gold?" the plump nun exclaimed, eagerly popping the few gold beans into her mouth, chewing with her yellowed teeth to confirm their authenticity before regurgitating them, mingled with vegetable leaves and saliva, back into her palm. "Are you looking to buy pigs? How many do you need? Speak." "Our monastery's pigs are the plumpest." Observing her approach, Li Huowang instinctively took a step back. "No, I have heard that the masters of the Xianxia monastery possess profound knowledge, and I have come seeking their help to dispel malevolent spirits." "Haha, aren't you a Taoist yourself? Why seek the nuns for help in exorcising evil spirits?" "Ha ha ha ha." The laughter seemed contagious, as other nuns in the room joined in, and even Li Huowang found it difficult to suppress a chuckle. "Ha ha." Chapter 82, Master Jingxin. Li Huowang could no longer suppress his laughter. He suddenly realized that enlisting a nun's assistance as a Taoist priest was indeed a rather comical affair. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembled masters. "Please, do refrain from laughing. My predicament is truly urgent, and failure to resolve it could have dire consequences." With a barely contained chuckle, Li Huowang began recounting the gravity of his situation. "Follow me. Let us seek out the abbess for guidance. Ah, and do remember, there is a toll of 2 golden beans for the path ahead." At that moment, a greasy hand extended before Li Huowang. Li Huowang was not particularly concerned about the nun's demand for money. Matters that could be resolved with currency were hardly troubling. He handed over 2 golden beans and followed the rotund nun as she led him outside. As they approached the door, Li Huowang cast a lingering glance back at the other nuns, feeling a sense of nostalgia for the jovial camaraderie they shared. Even the unpleasant odor in the air seemed less offensive in their lively company. Once back on the narrow path between the houses, Li Huowang addressed the leading nun. "I am Qifeng Guanxianong. May I inquire about your esteemed title?" "Miao Yu," replied the corpulent nun, who was nonchalantly picking her nose. "Cough, what a splendid name." Li Huowang stifled his laughter, finding the name quite incongruous with her appearance. After a brief walk, a row of low thatched cottages came into view, and the plump nun strode directly inside. "Wait here for a moment. I need to relieve myself." "Very well. May Master Miaoyu's nature call be swift and smooth," Li Huowang said with a respectful bow, suppressing his laughter. "Ah, heh," he chuckled to himself, standing beside the thatched cottage, stretching languidly. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and ease in that moment. Li Huowang now finds everything amusing, perceiving his surroundings as a source of great joy. However, just moments ago, his tranquil demeanor transformed into one of extreme distress. His face contorted as he grasped his head with both hands. "No, this cannot continue. Just hold on a little longer, shuh. Please, help me. I beg you." "Silence, shuh. Li Huowang's fervent pleas seemed to bear fruit. As soon everything around him gradually fell into a serene silence once more. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Li Huowang rose to his feet, his complexion having turned pallid once again. The influence of the dark deity was waning, and the haunting visions were imminent once more. However, at this moment, Li Huowang knew he must push such matters aside. In the face of life and death, illusions were trivial concerns. With a heavy sigh escaping his lips, he suddenly heard a sound and made his way toward the back of the latrine. What he beheld there left him utterly astonished. Behind the outhouse, a bamboo enclosure housed several long-haired black pigs. The sight of their foul excrement and the grunting swine elicited a visceral disgust within him. He had previously heard that the nuns of Xianxia kept pigs, but he never imagined they would resort to such filth for their husbandry. Observing the pigs before him, Huowang's impression of Xianxia began to deteriorate. These nuns were indeed peculiar, quite peculiar. As the black pigs scattered with their grunting, Miaoing emerged from the latrine. Noticing Huowang standing beside the pig pen, she said nothing and continued walking ahead. We should hurry. I need to take a nap soon. Do you actually consume the pigs raised in this manner? Huowang suddenly inquired. What nonsense. Can't you see we are nuns? We believe in the Bodhisattva. We do not consume meat. It's surprising that you, a Taoist, do not understand this, Miao Qing replied, her tone dripping with disdain. Yet, she soon shifted the conversation, her demeanor becoming somewhat dejected. Alas, we do not wish to tend to pigs, but without offerings, we must find some means to earn our keep. One cannot simply survive on the wind of the northwest. Indeed, Huowang echoed, following closely behind her as they continued onward. After meandering about, Miao Ling brought Huowang to a halt before a particular house. The master is inside. I shall not enter. To be honest, I fear her a bit. Oh. By the way, her Dharma name is Jingxin. With that, she turned and departed without waiting for Huowang's response. Huowang gazed at her retreating figure for a brief moment, then chuckled softly as he ventured further inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, filled with the unsettling sounds of food being swallowed, accompanied by an even more pungent odor. This bizarre atmosphere instinctively prompted Huowang to reach for the bamboo slip at his back. Light the lamp, will you? I am blind and have no need for it. An ancient voice echoed from the shadows. Very well, master. As Huowang retrieved a luminous stone and tossed it in the direction he had just stepped, he was immediately startled by the peculiar sight it illuminated. Before him stood an exceedingly rotund and elderly woman adorned with a nun's habit, her eyes mere hollow voids, and her sagging skin seemed as if it might be pulled down by the flesh of her neck at any moment. The apparition, appearing in the dimly lit room, was undeniably terrifying. However, the visage was not the most disturbing aspect. It was her body. She filled the room with her corpulence, her filthy flesh marred by grotesque, oozing acne, which appeared to harbor something writhing within. This grotesque woman clutched a large basin, her hands rummaging through the greasy food inside. Oh, how rare it is for a kind-hearted soul to seek me out, the ghastly old nun remarked with her toothless grin, before continuing her meal. Despite her frightful appearance, her voice was surprisingly gentle, and one might easily mistake her for a kindly elder if the lights were extinguished. Yet, Huowang had no time for such thoughts. Upon hearing her mention kind-hearted, his heart tightened with apprehension, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Why the panic? It's apparent you are merely an innocent child who knows nothing. When has our Ansai monastery ever required other ingredients? We have no need for them. In fact, my son is also kind-hearted. Oh, Huowang perked up. Then, Master Jingxin, where is your son now? This was the first time Huowang had encountered another kind-hearted soul. The fate of such beings was often grim. Madness was considered a relatively favorable outcome. As Master Jingxin recounted her son's tale, her voice took on a somber tone. Madness is the best fate for a kind-hearted soul. Could this possibly be the fate that awaited him? Huowang had always believed that when others referred to him as Xinsu, they were merely indicating that he was a rare material, akin to the extraordinary roots found in ancient tales of cultivation. Huowang took a moment to calm his tumultuous heart, inhaling deeply before speaking once more. Master Jingxin, I previously employed the black tie sway to alleviate my hysteria, and it proved effective. Have you ever administered it to your esteemed son? Huowang longed to hear the words never used from the other party's lips, yet he was soon met with disappointment. Of course, it had been used, after all. One must be cautious with the black tie sway, for it is not something to be consumed carelessly. Such a substance, once ingested, may linger within, difficult to expel, as it resides in your belly, draining your vitality and feasting upon your flesh. A modest intake may suffice, but should one overindulge, it could entirely occupy your abdomen, even emerging from within you. The Zen master spoke vividly, as if she had witnessed it firsthand. Huowang gently caressed his abdomen, his countenance growing increasingly grim. For within him resided a writhing mass of tentacles, a manifestation of the dark entity known as the Black Tai Sui. Dan Yangzi, that scoundrel, had never possessed a benevolent heart. Even the medicine he provided was fraught with severe side effects. Yet, such trivial matters could be set aside for now, as he had far more pressing inquiries. Master Jingxin, could you enlighten me on the essence of the heart substance? And why does it seem that all fates of the heart substance culminate in madness? Li Huowang, filled with urgency, pressed on with his inquiries. He was in dire need of this answer, for it pertained to his very survival in the future. The tranquil act of swallowing food was interrupted by a voice, prompting her to lift her gaze once more, her two dark, abyss-like eyes locking onto Li Huowang. What is the essence of the heart? She queried. You are the essence of the heart, yet you dare to ask me? What sets you apart from others? Are you truly so oblivious? Then allow me to ask you, from whence do you come? Li Huowang instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, stopping himself. The fact that he had traversed from the modern world was an extremely significant and private matter. One that he could not disclose unguarded to this peculiar old nun whom he had only just met. No one could predict what thoughts might arise in this plump nun's mind upon learning his secret. He chuckled softly. Let me guess. You must think you don't belong here, right? You consider yourself a denizen of another vast world, one entirely different from this realm? Jingxin's seemingly light-hearted words instantly shattered Li Huowang's psychological defenses. You actually know? Jingxin, unfazed, lowered her head to consume the thick, yellow substance in her bowl. Why panic? Children lack composure. Do you wonder how I know this? Did I not mention before that my son is Xianxia? He once thought the same way. These words instinctively drew Li Huowang closer, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Is your son also from the modern world? Did he also traverse here? At that moment, his heart raced. The realization that there was indeed another like him in this bizarre and perilous world filled him with exhilaration, regardless of who they were. Whether male or female, as long as they hailed from the same world, he was no longer alone. The weight pressing upon him had finally found a shared burden. No, he is not. He emerged from my womb. That is an undeniable truth. And listen, young man, Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. Do not take everything for granted, including the thoughts in your mind. What do you mean? Li Huowang found himself unable to comprehend her intentions. Why do you believe you must be from that world? Why can't you consider the possibility that you are a part of this realm? Perhaps all those fantastical worlds are mere fabrications, figments of your imagination? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I know that my experiences at Qifeng Temple were illusions. But I have surely lived in the real world. I traversed from there. I am a traveler, not a madman conjuring another world. At this moment, Li Huowang's eyes reddened. His hands trembling as he clenched his fists, as if pricked by a hidden sore spot, vehemently refuting the old nun before him. My son once said the same. Like you, he oscillated between clarity and confusion, babbling incoherently. But as his mother, I know well that he has never left my side since he emerged from me. He has never visited any other vast world. Those were merely his fantasies. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell, frozen in place. His breath becoming erratic. Names like Yang Na, mother, hospital, school, and all past experiences raced through his mind. Were they all non-existent? Was it possible that even that world might not exist? Is there truly no modern world at all? In this fleeting moment, Li Huowang felt as though everything around him had transformed into an illusion, blurring the lines between reality and falsehood. What is real? What is merely a facade? Am I not a traveler through time? Perhaps I am intrinsically a part of this place, and the notion of a modern world has never existed. Could it be that everything I perceive about reality is merely a figment of my imagination? No, something is amiss. There must be an error lurking somewhere. Li Huowang's emotions began to spiral out of control. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, and his expression twisted into a grim visage. With his self-awareness severely shaken, he felt the immense pressure within him, akin to a mountain, urging him to seek an outlet. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he glared menacingly at the meditation master before him. Before he could utter a word, he observed the rotund woman pointing at him with her greasy finger, mimicking his speech in a mocking tone. No, you are deceiving me. You have ulterior motives against me. Everything you say is a fabrication. You wish to harm me, do you not? It will not be so easy. Upon uttering these words and witnessing Li Huowang freeze in place, the meditation master's plump face broke into a benevolent smile once more. You were about to say those things to me, weren't you? My son once uttered similar words. And now, reflecting on it, it feels as if it were just yesterday. How nostalgic. Chapter 84. Confusion unlike anyone Li Huowang had encountered before, the meditation master, though fearsome in appearance, spoke with an unassuming ease. However, at this moment, Li Huowang would prefer to confront this immense woman, tearing into him as others had done. For at least that would provide some solace. It was far more distressing to see her smile at him, as if everything she uttered were undeniably true. Could it truly be? Panic began to envelop Li Huowang as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, his expression contorting with profound anguish. The air around him felt palpably oppressive, making even breathing a laborious task. Images began to flicker through his mind, and when the rolls of paper that Yang Na had gifted him surfaced, he felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. No, that cannot be right. A person may conjure an entire, intricate world from imagination, but one cannot fabricate knowledge. The lessons from his high school days surged through Li Huowang's mind with alarming speed, as he clutched his head and muttered to himself. The meditation master regarded him with a glimmer of pity. Her soul. I am Li Huowang. I have traversed dimensions. This is indisputable. I am not a delusional figment of this world. I am a traveler through realms. Absolutely. Ah, it seems you have come to a realization. Do you choose to believe me, or do you remain skeptical? A cracked, pudgy finger trembled as it pointed toward Li Huowang's chest. The essence of your heart encompasses not only your confusion, but also the burdens of karma you carry. Sensing the weight of those things behind you. You have taken many lives, have you not? Thus, you are not an outsider. You must possess some knowledge of the formless arts of cultivation. Every sect, beyond its external relics, fundamentally relies on the state of one's heart. The confusion of the heart and its burdens are often far purer and more stable than those of ordinary individuals. Some sects require the confusion of the heart to stabilize their own mental state, even if not needed. Selling the essence of the heart to those in need can yield substantial profit. Mental state? Emotions? Li Huowang was immediately reminded of the intense and anguished demands of the Red Bamboo Scroll, as well as the monks of Zhengde Temple, who were obsessed with both beasts and fleshly monsters, as well as the sordid affairs between individuals of the same sex. Some may grasp you for other reasons, but the majority do so for the confusion that resides within you. For it is only in a heart of purity that such bewilderment can perpetually exist, a feat unattainable by the ordinary person. Through these words, Li Huowang came to understand that human emotions in this world are not ethereal and insubstantial. Rather, they possess the power to influence reality. In fact, human emotions can even serve as currency. The perplexity within my heart can actually assist others in their cultivation. Yet, I am not at all confused now. I am utterly certain that the illusions lie over there, while this is the realm of reality. Even if I were to once again succumb to delusion, I would never regard that as the truth. Li Huowang declared resolutely, Master Jingxin, I have summoned you to exorcise malevolence this time. In comparison to the troubles mentioned by the other party, Dan Yangzi posed a far greater danger. His purpose in coming was to eliminate him. One must first survive before contemplating the possibility of madness. If his body were to be overtaken by Dan Yangzi, there would be no need to consider what comes next. Ah, so you were not inquiring about the resolution to my heart's purity? Then why were you idly chatting just now? Surely you would not discuss trivialities before addressing the matter at hand? Master Jingxin's expression fell, revealing her displeasure. After Li Huowang offered his apologies, he began to meticulously recount the events to Jingxin. Has someone truly attained immortality in this day and age? Jingxin murmured to herself, retrieving two cow-horn-shaped divination sticks from beneath her nun's cap to engage in a soliloquy of fortune-telling. After examining them for a considerable time, she resumed her scrutiny of Li Huowang's face with her two eyeless black voids. Just as Li Huowang began to feel uneasy under her gaze, Master Jingxin suddenly spoke. On the day of your ascension, you did not consume your master, did you? Huh? Li Huowang was taken aback, utterly perplexed. How could I possibly have devoured him? If I had the means to deal with Dan Yangzi, would I have needed to perish alongside him? Jingxin offered no rebuttal, merely nodding quietly. With a flick of her right hand, Li Huowang was instantly overwhelmed by an unbearable sensation of greasiness coursing through his body, accompanied by the unsettling feeling of something stirring beneath his skin. Do not rub it, endure it. They maintained this state for the duration of 2 incense sticks before Jingxin spoke again. I possess a method to eliminate your master, but the cost of the magical artifact's merit is exceedingly high. So why should I assist you? Li Huowang was momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly realized that this was a proposition for benefits. However, he found this straightforward stipulation to be more credible than the usual rhetoric of the abbot of Zhengde Temple, who spoke of saving all beings. He promptly placed the celestial tome, the gourd containing longevity, and the crimson bamboo slip upon the ground. As long as it could eliminate Dan Yangzi, he would allow any selection of these items. After Li Huowang took these items out, he was unexpectedly met with extreme disdain from Jingxin. What a pile of junk. Keep it away, especially that to Qianlu. The further away, the better, so as not to tarnish the sanctity of our Ansai monastery. She appeared to have a strong aversion to the red bamboo slip. and it was the first time Li Huowang learned its name. After uttering these words, an expression of insatiable greed unexpectedly crossed her aged face. I can smell gold on you. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang immediately understood. No problem. I will offer the gold to the Bodhisattva of Ansai Monastery later. To cultivate the golden body. When money was mentioned, Jingxin's demeanor transformed entirely. She was no longer the amiable person she had been, but rather appeared extremely calculating. By the way, I also smell silver. I want that too. Besides these external possessions, I also need you to help me find something. Chapter 85. Descending the Mountain. Retrieve something? Upon hearing Jingxin's words, Li Huowang's mind raced with thoughts. Noticing his somber expression, Jingxin began to explain. Do not think I am merely using this as an excuse to eliminate your master. That item is crucial. Without it, no one can separate you from your master. He is too closely bonded to you. I can still send him on you. This statement further deepened Li Huowang's weighty mood. After contemplating, he spoke again. Master Jingxin. This must be the final condition, correct? Seeing the other party nod in affirmation, Li Huowang took a deep breath and said, All right. It's a deal. What is the item you seek? He was not afraid of conditions being proposed. Rather, he feared a lack of integrity. As long as conditions were being discussed, they remained within the realm of negotiation. At least from what he could see, Li Ji, in his final moments, had not lied. The nuns in Ansai Monastery could indeed be regarded as good people in a certain sense. In this peculiar world, finding such individuals was already a rarity. Furthermore, he had no other options. If he sought alternative methods, Dan Yangzi might arrive first. An evil spirit? What kind of evil spirit? What powers does it possess? Li Huowang was eager to understand what he was about to confront. It is called LUSHB, a very peculiar entity. It changes every year on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Not only does its appearance transform, but its abilities do as well. I do not know what it has become now. Just remember that it is red. How to remove its eyes? You will have to figure that out yourself. You already carry the Deiqian Lu with you, so what is there to fear? Besides, your master, the immortal, would not allow you to perish. LUSHB? Is that also a name? Li Huowang's face was etched with concern. Is this all? No hints or guidance. Merely a directive to confront some malevolent force? This would leave him utterly blind and helpless. He certainly hoped that Dan Yangzi would refrain from intervening again. If he did, who could say to whom Li's body truly belonged? Could he possibly seek assistance from the masters within the temple? Other matters could be negotiated. They are quite indolent, indeed. If you possess the ability, persuade them to move. However, it seems you lack the funds to hire them down the mountain at this moment. Master Jingxin lightly teased her younger disciples. Now that the target had been established, Li Huowang no longer hesitated. After confirming the location for the 18th day of the 12th lunar month with Jingxin, he clasped his hands in respect and turned to leave. I shall not disturb Master while she dines. I will arrange for the gold to be sent up shortly. Oh, by the way, I detected the scent of persimmons on you. I adore persimmons, so do remember to bring some for me. Understood. Having surrendered all the gold, I'm not overly concerned about this morsel. As Li Huowang departed, the room plunged back into darkness. However, for the blind Master Jingxin, this was of little consequence. She extended her murky right hand through her fingers, delving into the folds of her greasy flesh. After a prolonged search, with a plop, she extracted a frail old man, emaciated and balding, whose limbs were withered. His mouth twisted as he mumbled incoherently. Jingxin gently cradled him in her fluid-soaked embrace, feeding him from a bowl of sustenance. Child, do you hear? In a few days, you shall have persimmons to eat, she chuckled softly. I still remember how you adored them when you wore open-crotch pants. The elderly man showed no reaction to Jingxin's voice, mindlessly retching the contents of his mouth. Ignoring this, Jingxin continued her previous motions. Do you see? This lad, much like you, has a kind heart, yet his future is far bleaker. You have a mother, but he does not. I cannot fathom what fate awaits him, alas. This child is indeed a pitiable soul. Within the Plunlai Inn, the naked Bai Ling Miao rested her hands on the edge of a wooden tub, sighing softly. She wondered how her senior brother was faring. If only she had accompanied him earlier. Should she confide in him? If she did, wouldn't he worry about her? He already bore enough concerns. After pondering for a while, feeling the water in the tub grow cool, Bai Ling Miao finally emerged, dressed and headed towards her bedroom. Never mind. In 3 days, if he does not come down, I shall certainly ascend to find him. Who says I am a burden? With a creak, Bai Ling Miao closed the door. As it shut, a strange woman, donning a red veil, adorned in a colorful striped dress, and wearing intricately embroidered red shoes, was revealed behind it. As Bai Ling Miao entered the room, she playfully lifted the quilt and nestled inside, wrapping her arms tightly around the person beneath the covers. Sister Xiaoman, you are my favorite. So fluffy and comfortable to hold. Xiaoman turned to face the white-haired girl, their breaths almost palpable in the intimate space. What is so great about this? It's just this black hair that makes others see me as a monster. Even the old bachelors over 60 dare not marry me. Fear not, Sister Xiaoman. You shall surely find your perfect match. Bai Ling Miao gently caressed the dark locks of her companion. I don't need that. I despise men. I wish to be an independent woman. Xiaoman declared resolutely. I can thrive without relying on men. Why must it be this way, Sister Xiaoman? Bai Ling Miao exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She hesitated to inquire if her father was the cause of such sentiments, but the words caught in her throat. As she observed Xiaoman turning away, presenting her back, Bai Ling Miao enveloped her in a gentle embrace. Sister Xiaoman, if you ever find yourself without a place to go, come to my home. How about you become a godmother to my future children? Have you considered this thoroughly? I do this for your own good. Although brotherly has helped us, one need not repay him in such a manner, especially since he is that kind of person. Chapter 86. Departure. What kind of person is he? Bai Ling Miao retorted, feeling a wave of displeasure at the insinuation against brotherly. Isn't brotherly quite good? Xiaoman hesitated. Do you genuinely believe brotherly has no issues? If he were without faults, why would the old beggar have captured him as bait? The room fell into silence. Despite their long acquaintance, they all understood one another well. Compared to the superficial concerns of others, Brother Li's mental state was far more troubling. Yet, everyone deliberately avoided discussing it. Bai Ling Miao's expression dimmed slightly. So what if he is like that? Does it change my worth? At home, they call me the white-haired demon. And others fear me. Yet, Brother Li has never looked at me with disdain and has saved me multiple times. I could never have imagined finding someone like him who does not reject me. I am already overjoyed. Seeing this, Xiaoman ceased her attempts to persuade, letting out a soft sigh, and gradually closed her eyes. Sleep well. The bedroom settled into a serene quiet, leaving only the gentle sounds of their breathing. As Xiaoman noticed Bai Ling Miao's breaths becoming shallower, she turned to gaze at the exquisite girl before her. Observing those long eyelashes, Xiaoman tenderly brushed her fingertips against her companion's cheek, the sensation akin to that of a freshly boiled egg, which captivated her profoundly. No. Don't rush. Bai Ling Miao murmured sleepily in her dreams. Xiaoman's brow, hidden beneath her thick hair, slightly furrowed as she leaned in closer. Thud. The sudden sound of the door being forcefully kicked open startled Xiaoman, causing her to sit up abruptly. She swiftly drew a dagger from beneath her pillow, positioning it protectively in front of Bai Ling Miao. Senior Brotherly, you have descended from the mountain? She exclaimed, gazing at the young man before her. The one who had pushed the door open was none other than Li Huowang, who had just come down from Honghua Mountain. Where's the gold? Li Huowang inquired succinctly. It is all with Gao Zhijian. He is guarding it, she replied. Li Huowang cast a glance at the drowsy Bai Ling Miao before turning to walk towards the other guest rooms. What is the matter? Who's come? Bai Ling Miao sat up groggily. Xiaoman gently urged her to lie back down, softly saying, It's nothing, just sleep. We shall discuss everything tomorrow. When the dawn broke, Xiaoman took Bai Ling Miao's hand and led her into another guest room, where they found Li Huowang. She keenly noticed the yellow mud at his feet, suggesting that her senior brother had spent the entire night outside, the purpose of which remained a mystery. You're here? Please, have a seat. I will brief you on our upcoming itinerary. Xiaoman observed as Li Huowang unfurled a map. This is the location we are to visit next. I need to retrieve something from there, and once I have it, I will escort you back home. Having spoken, Li Huowang did not wait for any responses. Folding the map and turning towards the door. Let us gather our belongings. We shall depart at noon. Senior Brotherly, what has happened on the mountain? Is the place we are heading to dangerous? How would I know? Senior Brotherly has never consulted us before. It's already quite rare for him to give us a heads up today. Dogwa lamented with a distressed expression. Then let us go. Why the long face? Xiaoman replied. But upon hearing the words, Dogwa's tears began to flow freely. Senior Brotherly gave away all the gold. There's nothing left. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted time at the brothel. I should have secured a wife first. What? He gave it all away? Couldn't you have stopped him? You all know Senior Brotherly isn't quite right in the head. Xiaoman exclaimed anxiously. I tried to stop him. I protested all the way when he was giving away the gold. But I can only do so much, Dogwa replied. Xiaoman turned and hurried outside. Though her efforts were in vain, the gold had already been delivered to the Ansai monastery after a sleepless night. Rest assured, I saved some travel funds. Li Huowang reassured them. With heavy hearts, Xiaoman and the others set forth once more, feeling powerless in this matter. The bandits had been slain by Li Huowang, and the gold was his to give. None had the right to intervene. The abrupt transition from extreme wealth to destitution proved difficult for them to bear. Xiaoman opened her eyes, gazing at Li Huowang, who resembled a statue as he sat by the bonfire, studying a red bamboo slip. Gently, she emerged from her blankets and made her way toward the mist-laden forest. Upon reaching a tranquil meadow, Xiaoman retrieved a book and her long knife. Striking a stance to practice the techniques she had read, the blade sliced through the air, though her movements appeared unrefined. Xiaoman's resolute gaze showed her deep commitment to mastering the art. Suddenly, as she halted her blade, she was startled to find it aimed at Li Huowang. Li Huowang remained the same Li Huowang, his face above the scarred neck etched with exhaustion. Where did this book come from? Li Huowang approached, picked up the book from the ground, and flipped through it, discovering it contained only illustrations of sword-wielding figures, devoid of any text. It resembled a manual on swordplay. In these times, those capable of being bodyguards possessed considerable skill. The price I paid to acquire it was substantial, but it is genuine. Following this, Xiaoman chuckled softly. Reflecting on the moment after my father was killed, I pondered whether, had I possessed a knife then, he would have dared to sell my sister and me. Thus, I aspire to grow stronger, to protect myself and others. Upon hearing Xiaoman's words, Li Huowang silently nodded and turned toward the campfire. Xiaoman gazed at his departing figure, her heart wavering. Ultimately, she steeled herself and called out, Senior Brother Li, Bai Shimi is sincere in her feelings for you. I implore you not to let her down. Li Huowang did not pause his stride as he made his way towards the edge of the forest. Let others have a look at this book. Perhaps they can glean some wisdom from it. He ambled along, stopping intermittently, and although there were horse-drawn carts available, the 200 miles had taken several days to traverse. As they neared their destination, Li Huowang and his companions settled in a nearby village, the closest to their intended location. In a modest farmhouse courtyard, the others, feeling rather bored, gathered in a circle to play cards. Dagwa, feeling listless, yawned and turned to Sun Baolu across from him, inquiring, where has Senior Brother Li gone? We haven't seen him all day. With our destination so close, why is he still lingering here? This is rather uncharacteristic of him. Hearing Dagwa's words, Sun Baolu extracted a card from his hand of leaf-shaped pieces and played it. What do you mean, Dagwa? Call me Chow Chow. Dagwa, clearly displeased, threw down a card in response. This little village is hardly vast. There's no need for much effort. Besides, I was gathering information alongside those two little rascals, and we found out quickly. The village elders warned that the long worms in the forest to the west devour people, and they strongly advised against venturing there. You all plan to go there? You mustn't, truly. My mother saw flying long worms hovering in the sky 10 years ago, interjected the homeowner, observing the game. Oh, it's nothing. After all, Senior Brother Li is incredibly capable. As long as he is present, those long worms wouldn't dare approach him. By the way, who just played that card? I won, haha. As agreed, all the eggs in your hand belong to me, unbeknownst to who uttered these words. The others turned to see Li Huowang entering the courtyard, carrying a large leather bag. Surrounded by the group, he placed the bag on the table and opened it. The interior of the leather bag boasted a series of buttons, perfectly designed to neatly hang its contents. He began to meticulously enumerate the items within, which were gleaming tools meticulously oiled for use, custom-made implements of a rather peculiar nature. There were large iron tongs, a sharp awl, a tiny spade the size of a fingernail, and long needles adorned with barbs. These bizarre objects appeared quite unsettling. Dagwa picked up a spoon with an exceptionally sharp edge and toyed with it for a moment. Senior Brother, what are these things? They don't resemble weapons at all. They seem more like instruments of torture. His words trailed off abruptly as he recalled a disturbing incident on Reed Island, where a person had used tongs to extract their own teeth and destroy their own eyes. We confirmed that there are long worms in the forest that consume people. No one around here would dare venture there. And those long worms are quite docile, never emerging from their lairs. As Dagwa gazed at the items on the table, a profound fear flickered in his eyes. Li Huowang brandished a small shovel before his fingernail a few times, then slung the item over his shoulder and set off. It was already noon, and as darkness began to envelop the sky, Sun Baolu suggested, shall we rest for the night before continuing? This proposal was met with a cold glare from Li Huowang. I said we are leaving. The wheels of the cart began to turn, slowly rolling towards the ominous forest. By the time the moon ascended high into the sky, Li Huowang and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay an exceedingly dense bamboo grove, with flickering fireflies appearing and disappearing within. A narrow path meandered through the woods like a long serpent, winding its way into the depths of the bamboo thicket. Judging by the overgrown weeds along the trail, it appeared that no one had traversed this route for quite some time. Li Huowang did not recklessly intrude, according to Master Jingxin. The 18th day of the 12th lunar month heralds a capricious malevolence, the nature of which remains elusive, presenting unknown threats. He stood at the periphery of the forest, quietly observing the interior. As time gradually elapsed, everything within appeared normal. The myriad creatures that ought to inhabit the area showed no signs of alteration. Li Huowang even observed several bamboo rats gnawing contentedly on bamboo. It was only as dawn began to break that he ceased his vigil. While consuming his noodles, Li Huowang addressed the others. It seems there is no anomaly at the perimeter. Once we finish this meal, we shall venture inside. Upon entry, I require but one thing from you. Should I exhibit any erratic behavior, and I emphasize the word should. He paused, his expression grave. If I were to act strangely, you must restrain me and prevent me from wandering off. Indeed, Li Huowang's intention in bringing them along was precisely this. As the effects of the black calamity began to dissipate, he sensed the surrounding space morphing into something surreal, the specters of illusion threatening to engulf him at any moment. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, it was imperative that these individuals accompany him. Upon hearing this unusual request, the others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. After Li Huowang took a sip of soup, a delicate, fair hand reached over and gently tugged at his hair, causing a sudden sting on his scalp. What are you doing? Li Huowang glared discontentedly at the owner of the hand. Bai Ling Miao. There are white hairs to be plucked, she remarked. My mother said that if they are left alone, the white hairs on your head will only increase. Li Huowang quickened his pace, engrossed in scooping noodles with his chopsticks. Bai Ling Miao sat beside him with her legs neatly together, her fingers reaching towards the red bamboo slip behind him. Senior brotherly, you have been carrying this item. Before she could grasp it, Li Huowang abruptly stood up, emptied the bowl of its contents into his stomach, tossed the bowl into the empty iron pot, and declared, Let us head into the forest. The well-fed group followed Li Huowang along the narrow path. Although it was still morning, the moment they entered the woods, darkness enveloped them. The dense bamboo grove acted as a barrier, effectively blocking the sunlight above. The bluish-green glowstones were retrieved, casting a slight illumination around them. Yet, as this hue illuminated the surrounding bamboo, it rendered the once vibrant green stalks with a sickly pallor, inducing an unsettling feeling. Amidst the flickering glow, it seemed as though something lurked deep within the thick bamboo thicket, watching from the shadows. Li Huowang strained to see clearly, yet his vision yielded nothing. Just as he was about to turn away, that prickling sensation akin to sharp wheat ons against his back surged once more. Was it the 18th day of the 12th lunar month? Was it observing me from the woods? What had it transformed into now? Not only Li Huowang, but others felt it too. The surroundings were filled only with the sound of shoes crushing the bent grass, and no one dared to utter a word. The atmosphere soon grew heavy. Senior brotherly, do you feel that the bamboo above our heads is drawing closer? Upon hearing this, everyone slowly lifted their heads, only to see the bamboo around them completely bent, the sickly colored tips curving downwards, pointing directly at them. Chapter 88. The rules don't move, everyone. Stay still. As Li Huowang's voice echoed through the dim bamboo grove, everyone froze in place. They stood motionless, gazing up at the rows of bamboo tips above, fearful that these sharp projections might descend upon them. Don't move, Li Huowang urged, lifting his right foot to take a step forward. The others watched with bated breath, their hearts racing, but when they noticed no change in the bamboo above, they collectively exhaled in relief. Li Huowang took a few steps forward and, after circling around, found the bamboo unchanged. It remained the same as before. Could it be that the bamboo in this wretched place grows in an odd manner? Dogwa hesitantly remarked. Regardless of the truth, Li Huowang dared not speculate. He began to ring the bell with one hand, and the figure of Yuleo swiftly patrolled the bamboo grove, formed by lines. After a while, when Yuleo returned to Li Huowang and indicated that there were no issues, Li Huowang's heart finally eased a bit. His relief did not stem from Yuleo's words, but rather from the disappearance of that peculiar feeling of being watched. Li Huowang did not immediately stow away the old man Yu, but rather chose to carry him forward. Although the sound of the bells was dizzying, it was certainly preferable to being ambushed on the so-called 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Let us hasten our pace and swiftly traverse this forest. Li Huowang, With a ringing bell in hand, strode into the bamboo grove. He deftly unfastened the leather pouch's buckle, revealing an array of instruments of punishment that swiftly unfurled at his hem, glimmering faintly under the glow of luminescent stones. At this moment, each individual gripped their weapons, holding their breath, closely nestled together, fearful of lagging behind and losing their way. As time passed, the bamboo tips above descended lower, nearly brushing against the cart's canopy. The grating sound of the bamboo scraping against the cart was jarring and sharp, heightening the oppressive atmosphere, yet Master Yu displayed no signs of impending danger. Navigating through this peculiar bamboo forest, everyone felt as though they were traversing the maw of some monstrous creature, with the bamboo tips resembling its sharp fangs. In this disorienting environment, Li Huowang lost track of time, dizziness clouding his sense of duration. Suddenly, he perceived a glimmer of light in the distance, an exit. Ecstatic, he swung his sword, sharp as a razor, and a swath of bamboo fell before him, allowing brilliant sunlight to pour in. The sun above compelled everyone to instinctively squint, its brilliance nearly blinding. Judging by its position, it must have been afternoon. As they regained their composure and gazed ahead, their eyes widened in astonishment. Behind the strange forest lay a village. The distant houses with their green tiles stood in uneven yet scattered array, indistinguishable from the villages Li Huowang had encountered on his journey. By the edge of a crystal-clear pond, young women were beating clothes while engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Brotherly, is this truly the place? Have we perhaps taken a wrong turn? Xiaoman inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Li Huowang quickly reviewed the location imparted by Master Jingxin in his mind, then tucked away the bell and stepped towards the village. Stay alert. Do not let your guard down. This may merely be an illusion of the 18th day of the 12th month. The 18th day of the 12th month. Could it be a village? Bai Lingyao murmured. Her words echoed Li Huowang's thoughts. The only information he had gleaned from Master Jingxin regarding the 18th day was that the malevolence was red. As they approached, the first to notice them were the women washing clothes, who whispered amongst themselves as they picked up their garments and moved towards the village. The sight of such a large group of individuals wearing black-veiled hats undoubtedly captured the villagers' attention. Young men, armed with farming tools, gathered in clusters, their expressions wary. Outsiders. What brings you to Wu Family Village? Are you merely passing through or visiting relatives? An elder with a goatee called out from a distance, addressing Li Huowang. Li Huowang's gaze swept across the faces of all the villagers, yet he discerned no signs of peculiarity. On the surface, it appeared to be an entirely ordinary village. Could the event on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month truly take place here? Li Huowang pondered silently. When he heard the village chief utter the second phrase, he approached with his companions, clasped his hands in greeting, and unfolded the map before them. Excuse me, elder. May I trouble you to confirm if the location on this map pertains to your village? What? Asking for directions? The elderly man took the map. Engaging in hushed conversation with those nearby, Li Huowang fixed his gaze intently upon their faces, scrutinizing each subtle expression. Did he make an error? Was it not the right time? In his mind, he swiftly calculated the distance from Enkian to their current location. The venerable Master Jingxin had mentioned a span of 200 miles. He was, after all, no machine, and a slight discrepancy seemed quite reasonable. Haha. How foolish of me to have misjudged the location. With a gracious gesture, Li Huowang once again inclined his hands toward the group before him. However, esteemed elder, the sun is nearing its descent. Might we impose upon you for overnight accommodation? After a fortnight of travel, we find ourselves quite fatigued. The village chief regarded Li Huowang and his companions with evident wariness. Esteemed elder, I kindly request your assistance. With a smile, Li Huowang leaned closer, his flowing robe brushing against the elder's hand. Sensing a slight weight in the palm, the village chief's expression shifted, and he pinched his fingers. Very well. Our west wing is unoccupied. You may stay there, but remember, just for one night. As the two horse-drawn carts rolled over the moss-covered stones into the village, Guo inched closer and whispered, Brotherly, weren't we at the wrong place? Li Huowang slightly turned his body to cast a glance at the villagers who were stealthily peeking from the doorway. Perhaps we have not gone astray. Perhaps what we seek resides precisely here. During his time away, the most crucial lesson he learned was that any information imparted by others could only be trusted to a limited extent. If the 18th day of the 12th lunar month could transform into any form, then a convoluted village would undoubtedly serve as a convenient refuge. He pondered whether it was a place that devoured its visitors. If so, it would indeed be an opportune hunting ground. His gaze began to search for any semblance of red throughout the village, yet he found no trace of it even upon reaching the homes within. As he arrived beneath the archway at the village entrance, The village chief clasped his hands together, scrutinizing the outsiders before him. Let me clarify, he began. The rules of Wu family village are numerous, inherited from the previous generation, and cannot be altered. If you wish to stay here, you must abide by them. If you cannot comply, it would be wise to depart at once. Rules? After an internal deliberation, Li Huowang nodded. Please, enlighten me. What are these rules? The first rule. In Wu family village, one must not speak back to the elders, especially to me, the village chief declared, raising his index finger. Is this truly the rule? Li Huowang felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, a sentiment echoed by the others present. They had anticipated some peculiar or bizarre regulations, only to be met with such mundanity. Was this not merely a family rule? Were they truly imposing their household regulations upon outsiders? Li Huowang gently tapped the dog beside him and addressed the village chief, saying, Please continue. We are listening. The chief then elaborated. The second rule pertains to the forest adjacent to our village, from which creatures frequently emerge. Be it rats or nocturnal birds, you must neither harm nor trample upon them. If you encounter them on the road, you ought to yield to them, for they have been kind to our Wu family. He continued with the third rule, as visitors. No man is permitted to speak with the women of our village. This rule was not in place in years past, but a few years ago. A traveling merchant abducted 2 of our brides. Oh, just the thought of that merchant infuriates me. As the village chief rambled on, Li Huowang and the others gradually grasped the various customs of Wu family village. Even the minor detail of not relieving oneself indiscriminately was mentioned. With so many petty regulations in this dilapidated settlement, perhaps we should reconsider our stay here. Shu, listen quietly. At this moment, the chief was nearing the conclusion of his list. The 11th rule is to refrain from lighting lamps at night and to avoid going out after dark. Lastly, irrespective of the circumstance, one must wait for others to turn their backs before speaking. Never converse with your back towards someone. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss with these last 2 stipulations. What happens if I were to break these rules? He inquired. Break the rules? The chief's eyes widened dramatically as he confidently declared, a fine, 1 tael for the first infraction, and further penalties for subsequent offenses until you cease such behavior. Do not think we would take advantage of you outsiders. The same applies to our kin. Li Huowang suddenly felt an unsettling notion, questioning whether he had misunderstood the situation. He sensed someone tugging at the hem of his garment and nodded reassuringly to the elderly goat herder before him. Rest assured. My old friend, we are reasonable individuals. Very well, that is good to hear. Otherwise, seeing you with 2 children would have made me reluctant to speak at all. Being older, I cannot bear to see children suffer. With that, he turned and walked towards the main courtyard, where 2 horse-drawn carts had come to a halt. Li Huowang and his companions carried their blankets into the somewhat musty western wing of the house. After tidying up and cleaning, the sun was already beginning to decline in the west. Once everything was in order, the village chief re-entered with a smile, asking, So, young man, shall we have dinner here? If so, I will ask the children's mother to prepare more. Dinner? Li Huowang felt a tightening in his chest. One does not simply indulge in the hospitality of others without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huowang nodded and said, I must trouble you, old sir. As he observed the elderly man departing with his hands clasped behind his back, Li Huowang exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoman, instructing her to assist the host in the kitchen. All right, Xiaoman affirmed with a nod before stepping outside. The village chief's household was bustling with life, boasting 6 sons and 2 daughters, not to mention the grandchildren. Mealtimes were a lively affair, with dozens of people gathered around the table. This was also a reason why he felt emboldened to take in Li Huowang and his companions in the village. Those with many sons commanded respect and were not easily trifled with. Although the residence comprised an unassuming 3 courtyards, the Wu family's meals were far from extravagant, consisting of simple double-steamed rice and vegetables cultivated from their own fields, rendering the dining experience rather frugal. By the time Li Huowang emerged, they had already commenced their meal. Showing no inclination to wait for their guest, several plates were already scraped clean. In the countryside, dining etiquette was quite relaxed, with the food simply laid out for self-serving. Li Huowang casually shook his head, dismissing any concerns. He and his companions made their way towards the steamer nestled in the corner, while he began to mentally count. Just as he reached 10 in his thoughts, a cacophony of shattering bowls erupted behind him. Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of dozens of villagers, including the village chief, sprawled on the ground, lost in slumber. The peddler's soporific was indeed effective. One gets what one pays for. Regardless of whether these individuals were ensnared by the malevolent entity known as the 18th of the 12th month, Li Huowang had no intention of discerning the truth. It was always prudent to strike first. One could hardly go astray that way. With a wave of his hand, his companions swiftly surged towards the eastern wing of the main residence, eager to unearth any clues. First, seek out any writings, then look for anything unusual. The more peculiar, the better, such as amulets or spirit tablets. I am keen to discover what schemes they are concocting. Li Huowang instructed his comrades. They rummaged through the estate, turning the courtyard upside down, yet still found nothing of note. How could there be nothing? Li Huowang stood in the main hall, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a day of relentless searching, aside from the village chief's odd demeanor in the forest, nothing had surfaced. Could the 18th of the 12th month be lurking in that very forest? No, I just surveyed it, and the village chief was encircled by bamboo groves. If the 18th hid anywhere, it would surely be here. Would it count if we stumbled upon their silver? Dogwa asked, cradling a handful of silver fragments. Glancing at the dim sky outside, Li Huowang commanded, fetch the fire starter and ignite a flame. Masterly, are we not prohibited from lighting a fire? Bai Lingmiao inquired. Perplexed. At this, Li Huowang's eyes narrowed slightly as his fingers brushed against the implements at his waist. I merely wish to see what transpires once it is lit. If there are any remaining suspicions about this village, it would pertain to the peculiar customs spoken of by the bearded man. The candles and lanterns unearthed earlier were swiftly ignited, illuminating the Wu family estate in a brilliant glow. Li Huowang sat quietly in the crowded hall, waiting as the sky grew darker. Tonight, the moon was absent, and the darkness enveloped the surroundings like a vast black shroud. Yet, despite the encroaching night, nothing seemed to transpire. Hagua yawned loudly, leaning against a pillar as he began to doze off. One by one, the others seemed to catch his drowsiness, also coming to yawns. Observing the dazed Wu family members on the ground, a flicker of doubt stirred within Li Huowang. Had he truly wandered into the wrong place? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a playful giggle echoed from the courtyard wall. Hee, you've broken the rules. The voice was delicate, reminiscent of a woman's, yet not entirely so. Upon hearing it, Li Huowang was inexplicably reminded of the small-footed woman who had once called out to the god of fortune. She too possessed a similar tone. As Li Huowang, on high alert and accompanied by the others, stepped out from the house into the courtyard, he beheld a small head perched atop the left wall of the house. A girl, seemingly no more than 5 or 6 years old, with golden hair, was playfully peering inside, her pigtails bound with red ribbons standing upright and high. Red. At the sight of the ribbons, Li Huowang's heart skipped a beat. Could this child be the one from the 18th day of the 12th month? Watching her giggle, he pondered for a moment before slowly inquiring, You've broken the rules, yet you're no better off than I am. Aren't you forbidden to be out at night? I'm just a child. You adults can't come out, but of course we children can play outside. The girl exhibited no hostility towards Li Huowang and his companions. She shifted her head to the side and continued cheerfully, If you give me some candy, I won't tell anyone. As she moved her head, the others' eyes widened in disbelief. The wall of the Wu family courtyard was notably high, at least 2 zhang. The girl's effortless movement atop the wall suggested she was not using a ladder, but was simply standing there. Li Huowang gazed at the diminutive head, accompanied by the gray, towering wall beneath it. Hee, will you give me some candy or not? If you refuse, I shall call for help. The little girl perched on the wall continued. Of course I'll give you some. There's no need to rush. I haven't fetched the candy yet. I must go and get it first. Li Huowang followed her words and then leaned sideways to whisper something to the dog beside him. Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, the dog instantly displayed a profound sense of fear. However, when Li Huowang placed the charm into his embrace, the dog ultimately nodded and turned to head into the house. All right, he has gone to fetch some sweets. Let us wait for a moment. Since we have some free time, shall we engage in a conversation? Yes, indeed. I relish chatting, the girl replied, appearing quite innocent. In the face of this ambiguous entity, Li Huowang's tone was notably gentle. Which family do you belong to? I do not recall seeing you at the village entrance before. Oh, do you not resemble the kitchen god? I think you bear a striking resemblance, especially with your fondness for sweets. I still remember when we honored the kitchen god. My grandfather would always smear pastries onto the mouth of his portrait. As Li Huowang spoke, his right hand quietly rested upon the crimson bamboo scroll behind him. Little girl, are you fabricating tales? How could the kitchen god possess 5 hands? And without legs, how could he possibly walk? Upon hearing Li Huowang's deliberate skepticism, the young girl grew anxious. I am not fabricating anything. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Besides, Who says one cannot walk without legs? The kitchen god can simply let his intestines emerge from his navel to serve as feet. No sooner had she finished than a terrified voice from the other side of the wall cried out, "Xianxia, this wretched girl has no body. She is nothing but a head." In an instant, the girl's head shrank away beneath the wall, followed by a heart-wrenching wail from the boy. "Ring the bell." Huowang gritted his teeth and swiftly dashed toward the entrance of the Wu family courtyard. When they reached the other side of the wall, they found the trembling dog kneeling on the ground, sobbing and repeatedly bowing his head, his trousers thoroughly soaked. Observing dog was quaking, finger pointing eastward. Huowang threw him aside, sword in one hand and lantern in the other, pursuing the direction indicated. In the enveloping darkness, everything around them transformed into ravenous beasts, clawing and gnashing between shadows and light. However, after a prolonged chase, Huowang failed to catch up with the girl's head and instead found himself in an unfamiliar environment, seemingly at the village's edge, with a bamboo grove in the distance. Frustrated by the lack of discoveries, Huowang silently cursed, turning back to regroup with the others approaching with lanterns. Regardless of the girl's nature, it was evident that she bore a close connection to the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. He had not erred. The day was indeed here. As Huowang stepped before the gathered lanterns, he was taken aback. All were his companions, yet they stood still, holding lanterns, their backs turned towards him. "What are you doing?" Huowang cautiously took a step back, gripping the bell tightly. No sooner had he spoken than everyone turned simultaneously, their faces transformed. All bore the visage of the girl. These identical female faces broke into laughter. "Hee, you've broken the rules again. If you don't give me candy, I shall tell the others, and they will come for you." The moment the jarring chime rang out, those figures vanished as if consumed by the light. The piercing sound was undeniably alluring in the darkness, and soon Huowang found his fellow disciples approaching. Yet this time, their faces had returned to normal. After cautiously verifying their identities with information only known to the disciples of Qifeng Temple, Huowang finally breathed a sigh of relief. These people were indeed real. "Xianxia, what happened just now?" Yet, not long after they departed, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered open from the depths of darkness. On their return journey, an eerie silence enveloped them. Apart from the sound of their footsteps, no other noise could be heard. In such an ominous place, each person's heart hung in trepidation. However, after a short while, the footsteps abruptly ceased. Huowang and his companions fixated their gaze upon the surrounding darkness, where suddenly emerged a cluster of luminous green eyes. Not merely one pair, but a multitude. The entities in the shadows made no move, merely fixating their variously sized emerald eyes upon them. To Huowang and his companions, it seemed as if a grotesque creature, entirely adorned with eyes, had spawned from the obscurity. "Damn!" Frustrated by the repeated taunts of the unseen adversary, Huowang's expression contorted into one of rage. With a swift tug of his right hand, the crimson bamboo scroll unfurled rapidly before him. Huowang raised his right index finger, wedging the edge of his nail into the sharp boundary of the bamboo slip. In the next moment, he thrust his finger forward with sudden force, a searing pain radiating through him as the delicate bamboo slip pierced the flesh between his nail and skin. Following this, with another swift motion, he pried it further, causing his nail to detach from its owner, spiraling into the surrounding darkness, stained with crimson. Before long, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the number of those gleaming green eyes in the darkness began to dwindle. Huowang felt that this was insufficient. He raised his middle finger once more, and when he pried off 3 of his own fingernails, all the eyes in the darkness vanished. A putrid odor began to permeate the air. As they advanced with lanterns in hand, the light revealed the gruesome scene within, a grotesque tableau of mangled flesh and blood. At this moment, Huowang and his companions realized that the eyes were not manifestations of malevolence, but rather belonged to the creatures of the forest, lynxes, hedgehogs, and foxes, all now lifeless, their bodies shattered beyond recognition. "Brotherly, have we not broken the rules again? Did they not warn us against provoking these beasts?" Shaman's words sent a chill through everyone present. Yet, Huowang remained undeterred. He lifted his right foot and stomped down violently, crushing a fox's head into a pulp. After a brief period, they once again beheld the light of the Wu family courtyard. Huowang, a voice that seemed to echo from a great distance, halted them in their tracks. "Who?" Huowang turned to peer into the darkness, yet found nothing. "Continue your charade. One day you shall run out of tricks. 18th day of the 12th month, mark my words. I shall have your eyes." Tied to a post lay the village chief of Goat Beard, as a bowl of cold vegetable soup was raised and splashed across his face. Coughing, Wu Qing opened his eyes groggily to see the menacing visage of Li Huowang. A shiver coursed through him. So you are bandits. With a resounding slap. Half of Wu Qing's face visibly swelled, leaving him dazed. Speak. Where is the 18th day of the 12th month? What connection do you have with it? What are you talking about? I must inform you, this is Wu Village. Everyone here bears the surname Wu. If you intend to resort to violence, think carefully. Seeing Wu Qing feigning ignorance, Li Huowang grinned, revealing his menacingly white teeth. Old man, I extend courtesy before force. The 18th day of the 12th month concerns my very survival. If you continue to protect it with your stubbornness, do not blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, still dripping with blood from the pried-off nails, and tapped the instruments of torture laid out beneath him. These tools are not solely for my use. At critical moments, they serve as keys, capable of unlocking the hearts of all. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao, with a worried expression, took a step forward but was pulled back by Xiao Man, who gently shook her head. What is it that you truly seek? What is this 18th day of the 12th month? Qiming is just past. It is far from the 12th month. Young man, spare me, have mercy on this old soul. Wu Qing's face drained of color, fear evident. Noting the other's continued defiance, Li Huowang curled his fingers, and a long, hooked dagger appeared in his grasp. Its blade adorned with barbs. Li Huowang, with a cruel smile gracing his lips, slowly approached Wu Qing's shoulder blade with a menacing long needle. Wu Qing, visibly panicked, shouted desperately and struggled, yet he steadfastly refused to divulge any information regarding the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Just as the blade pierced through his clothing, a large hand pressed down on his wrist from behind. It appeared he genuinely knew nothing. But how could one ascertain without testing? This individual was evidently suspicious. Upon entering the village, he had spoken of rules and regulations, undoubtedly connected to the fateful day. Calm down, you are not always this way. Acting like this will only make you resemble Dan Yangzi more. Upon hearing this, a pang of realization struck him. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed begun to regard others as less than human, just like that leper who used people for alchemy. He then beheld Li Huowang, clad in a blood-red robe, displaying a familiar, gentle smile. As brothers, why engage in such pleasantries? It was time to contemplate their next steps, given the lack of alternative leads. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the elderly man before him, who appeared on the verge of fainting. Although his earlier aggression might have stemmed from Dan Yangzi's influence, he understood that the urgency of time was a significant factor. Without uncovering the truth of the 18th day, he could not rid himself of the lingering shadow of Dan Yangzi. He could only watch helplessly as he transformed more and more into that very figure. Why don't we wait until dawn and inquire with the other villagers? Perhaps they might know something, suggested Guo. Very well. After all that has transpired tonight, everyone is exhausted. We shall wait until morning, and I will speak then. With Li Huowang's words, he ceased to protest and turned toward the west wing. When dawn broke and he awoke, he discovered that the other disciples had already risen. To his astonishment, they were all enjoying porridge with the Wu family, seemingly unfazed by his earlier treatment of Wu Qing. Come, join us for breakfast. I have explained your plight to village chief Wu. He is not an unreasonable man, Li Huowang called out to him. As for the note on the book's release, it is finally time to go live. I find myself at a loss for words. So I wish all my readers a happy new year in advance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. This book has reached the shelves, and I am immensely thankful. I can only strive to write the best story possible. Today, 5 updates will be gradually released. I am aware that this book addresses a niche theme, attracting fewer readers. However, I am determined to write it, as I know there are still many readers on Qidian who resonate with my work. Lastly, I wish to express my gratitude to the great author Squid for promoting my book. When I received the news, I was genuinely thrilled that Squid had chosen to support my work. In the 92nd chapter, dated the 18th of the 12th lunar month, upon hearing Li Huowang's words, Wu Qing, with one side of his face still swollen, let out a cold snort. He adjusted his bowl and shifted his chair, turning his back to the young man who had just emerged from the west wing. Ah, how petty of me. Brotherly, I presume you spent quite a fortune persuading him? With that, he strode directly into the main hall and began to munch on a pale yellow steamed bun. Hey, young man, how do you speak? Were you born of a mother but not raised by one? With Li Huowang's backing, Wu Qing's demeanor was markedly different from the previous night when he had been bound. Upon hearing the old man's audacity in slandering his mother, a fiery rage ignited within him. With a sharp clang, his sword, as formidable as iron, was drawn, aimed squarely at Wu Qing's goatee. Say that again if you dare. What are you doing? Wu Qing's 6 sons and 8 grandsons, having set down their bowls, rolled up their sleeves, and menacingly surrounded him. "Damn it! Am I afraid of you? Who dares to step forward and try?" He brandished his sword, confident in having taken countless lives. "I'm not bothered if I must add a few more. Step forward if you dare," feeling the hostility emanating from the eyes of those around him. A wave of agitation swept over him, quickening his heartbeat. "Put down the sword and stand outside." A commanding voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Noticing that Li Huowang's expression had turned stern, he realized his brother was genuinely angry. With a disdainful glare at the Wu family gathered around, he sheathed his sword and turned towards the door. The voice of Brother Li echoed in his ears. "Old man, the young man hasn't even sprouted facial hair yet. He revels in boasting and making threats, but it's all hollow. This lad has never taken a life." "Humph, you think I can't see through this brash youngling? He is merely a callow youth, believing himself to be formidable. I've consumed more salt than he has eaten rice." Infuriated by this remark, he felt compelled to turn around. What of being young? At 14, isn't one already a man? This old fellow only knows to flaunt his age. However, when he sensed Li Huowang's icy gaze upon him, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to hastily exit. Early in the morning, a thin veil of white mist rose along the village path, the air refreshingly crisp. He stretched his arms wide and lazily yawned, then rolled up the patched sleeves of his garment and squatted down to observe the ants. "Hey, monk, why are you squatting there?" He stood up, adjusted his yellow monk robe, and respectfully pressed his palms together towards the white-haired girl before him. "Bah, well said, well said. This humble monk is in meditation. Ha! You monk, quite amusing, like a child. Watching ants move and calling it meditation." Observing the delicate flutter of the girl's white eyelashes, the monk momentarily lost his focus, as if recalling something. "Continue your meditation, then. Farewell." As he watched the young girl enter the Wu family's courtyard, he noticed that there were many unfamiliar faces among the crowd. Had visitors arrived at the village chief's residence? How come he hadn't heard about it in the past few days? The monk stood in place, observing these peculiar outsiders, and suddenly slapped his forehead. What was the matter with him? Why was he, like the gossipy women at the village entrance, prying into the affairs of others? A monk should not be entangled in worldly matters. Perhaps he ought to return to his scriptures. With a swift turn, he began to walk back to his temple, turning the beads of his rosary in his hands. As he walked, he spotted a pile of dung on the ground. Before he could approach, a child with a bamboo basket on his back rushed over, scooping up the cow dung and tossing it into his basket, exclaiming, "This is my cow's dung. It's mine." The monk, hearing this, became agitated. What did the child mean by claiming it as his? He could assert that it belonged to his own cow as well. No. He must have that cow dung. The child, hands on his cheeks, made a face at him, mockingly saying, "Shame on you, old man. How can you, at your age, fight with a child over cow dung?" The monk's face flushed with embarrassment as he raised his cane, intent on teaching that disrespectful lad a lesson. However, seeing the child make a funny face and swiftly run away, he could not help but chuckle at himself. At his age, why was he still quarreling with the child? At that moment, the teasing voice of an old neighbor reached his ears. "Old Bone, you're 84 this year. As the saying goes, at 73 or 84. The king of hell doesn't call you. When will you be leaving us?" Just as he was about to rise from his rocking chair, a sudden feeling washed over him, an intuition that his time had come. He had often heard the elders speak of omens before death, and now he found it to be true. He felt as if everything around him was shrinking, as though he were ascending, his body light and exceedingly comfortable. So this was the sensation of dying? But in the next moment, the surroundings abruptly transformed, twisting into an unimaginable spectacle, even his wrinkled face contorting rapidly. At times it morphed into that of a youthful boy, then into a monk marked with a scar, and even attempted to shift into an elderly woman. After several swift transformations, his visage finally settled on that of a young man, staring at the familiar yet alien white wall before him. He was momentarily taken aback as three existential questions surged in his mind. Who am I? Where's this? What am I meant to do? Just then, two individuals clad in patient gowns strolled past the window, engaged in conversation. "I'm not like you. I'm a neurologically ill person, not mentally ill." Neurological conditions merely indicate a change in the central or peripheral nervous system, yet they are often stigmatized by mental illnesses. Look, someone like Little Lee is a true mental patient, rambling nonsense and self-harming every day. You should say less. That boy is a pitiable soul, so young yet burdened with such a grave illness. Do you think the Huowang will jump up and curse me? Hey, if it must be so, I would rather endure a few scoldings. Li Huowang? At this moment, Li Huowang recalled everything. After swiftly reviewing the events that had just transpired in his mind, he immediately grasped the entirety of the situation. Li Huowang's initial confusion was swiftly supplanted by a ferocious rage. He bellowed, "I am neither a monk nor an old man. I am Li Huowang. It was the 18th of the 12th month that stole my name." Chapter 93. Crimson. He never anticipated that the 18th of the 12th month would prove to be more peculiar than anything he had previously encountered. Possessing the uncanny ability to fundamentally alter perception, silently usurping one's identity and transferring the identities of others onto that individual. When his identity morphed into that of an old man, he speculated that had he genuinely believed himself dead at that moment, he might have truly perished. In such a scenario, even Dan Yangzi would be unable to intervene. Nevertheless, he could not foresee that Li Huowang was a madman. Altering the perception of a lunatic was no simple feat. The illusions he had previously sought to evade now became the key to breaking the control held over him. No matter how formidable the 18th of the 12th month was, it could only modify a singular perception, whereas Li Huowang, as a hard essence, possessed the rare capability of holding two distinct perceptions. Observing his fellow patients basking in the sunlight outside, Li Huowang refrained from acting immediately, instead beginning to silently calculate within his mind. I cannot afford to wait idly. Once the illusion dissipates, the 18th of the 12th month may once again alter my perception. I must engage in actions within the illusion to influence the other side. Fortunately, Li Huowang had not exhausted all his options. From his earlier encounters, he had grasped that events unfolding within the illusion also transpired in reality, and he had gained some insight into the 18th of the 12th month. Throughout, the 18th had only dared to employ underhanded tactics, never daring to reveal itself, which implied its direct confrontational abilities were lacking. If its tricks failed, it would likely prove less competent than even the diminutive woman from before. Even the esteemed master, you could easily dispatch them. With a strategy in mind, Li Huowang prepared to rise, only to discover that both his hands were bound to the bed. Nevertheless, this could not restrain him. He was already well acquainted with everything within the illusion. Turning to the microphone at the head of the bed, he feigned his previous demeanor and called out, "Which lovely nurse is on duty today? Could you kindly loosen my bindings? I urgently need to relieve myself." Before long, a plump nurse hurried in, her excitement palpable as she untied Li Huowang. "Good heavens! Little Li, you've finally awakened. Why did it take so long this time? You truly scared me. I thought you might never wake up." The nurse's words stirred not a single ripple within Li Huowang's calm heart. Regardless of how enchanting this place appeared, falsehoods remained false. The serene Master Shirtai often spoke of the confusion that filled the hearts of those with hard essence, yet Li Huowang held a different view. He had seen through it all and would never mistake this illusory reality for the truth. Seizing the opportunity while the nurse turned to inform the doctor, Li Huowang rapidly flipped off the bed and began his escape, following the route that had become so familiar to him within this hospital. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the hospital, skillfully climbing over the fence with all four limbs. Ignoring the shouts and whistles of the security guards behind him, he plunged headlong into the street. Illusions, these are merely illusions. Li Huowang at present finds himself devoid of time to heed these illusions. For Bailing Miao and the others remain ensnared within the control of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, where peril lurks at every turn. Upon reaching the thoroughfare, the blue and white striped hospital garb adorning Li Huowang unmistakably draws the attention of passers-by, many of whom raise their mobile devices in curiosity. Look, his clothing bears the name of a hospital. My heavens, has he escaped from a psychiatric facility? Should we alert the authorities? Is this for real? Could he perhaps be an internet celebrity? Those influencers would stoop to anything for fame. It must be a fabrication, all mere fabrications. I have already been deceived by you once. I shall not fall prey to your trickery a second time. Li Huowang, biting his bleeding gums, resolutely proclaims within his heart. Navigating through the streets with a series of twists and turns, he arrives at the Wu family courtyard from his memories. However, within this illusion, he finds himself standing squarely in the center of the bustling road. Despite the incessant flow of automobiles around him, Li Huowang remains unperturbed. For he is acutely aware that all of this is but a mirage, an illusion. No vehicle can harm him. Li Huowang shouted loudly at the ceaseless stream of cars in front of him. "By Ling Miao, quickly, grab my bell. Shake it. Summon Yuleoi. The Li Huowang beside you is an imposter. Let Yuleoi attack him." The cacophony of honks filled the air, for it was evident that due to Li Huowang's efforts, the road had become unexpectedly congested. Every vehicle blared their horns, yet Li Huowang merely chuckled, for Bai Ling Miao had evidently complied. The sounds of horns were merely distorted echoes of the bell. At that moment, the driver of a red sports car leaned out of the window and arrogantly shouted, "You crazy? Looking for death, huh? Get lost. Watch out, or I'll make you regret it." In a state of exhilaration, Huowang swiftly turned his head, fixating intently on the vibrant red car, feeling a piercing gaze emanating from it. He approached, grinning broadly to reveal his gleaming white teeth, and addressed the red sports car. "Ah, so you appear as a corporeal entity within the illusion, Lei Shiba. I found you." The elusive Lei Shiba, who had not shown himself in Wu family village, had unexpectedly manifested before Li Huowang in this manner, a delightful surprise indeed. Li Huowang continued to shout at the invisible disciples, urging them, "All of you, direct your attention here, regardless of what lies before me. Attack it with all your might. This creature is the embodiment of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month." At that moment, the owner of the sports car noticed the red lettering on Li Huowang's left chest, indicating the psychiatric hospital. He was suddenly struck with fear. Losing all his previous bravado, and hurriedly dove into his car, hastily shutting the window. Trembling, he picked up his phone. "Hello, is this 110? You must hurry. There's a lunatic running rampant at the roundabout." "Yes, the roundabout near Walmart, please hurry." As Li Huowang was about to lift his foot to kick the hood of the crimson sports car, he suddenly halted, under the gaze of all onlookers. He abruptly turned his head towards a distant red electric scooter. The attention of those in the sports car had shifted to it. This is not good. The elusive Lei Shiba has been spotted and is preparing to flee. Thinking of escaping? It's not that simple. Everyone, hurry and follow. That creature must be wounded. It is shrinking. Li Huowang swiftly pursued the red electric scooter, positioned in the center of the thoroughfare. He gritted his teeth and strained against the surrounding reds in his pursuit. As he chased, he noticed that Lei Shiba was continuously altering its position in the distance, sometimes transforming into someone's red hat, at other times morphing into a signpost by the roadside. Yet, regardless of its transformations, Li Huowang resolutely clung to its trail, unwilling to relinquish the chance he had fought so hard to secure. Capturing Lei Shiba's gaze was crucial for his escape from Danyangzi. At that moment, he also observed something peculiar about Lei Shiba. It appeared to be a being devoid of eyelids, incapable of diverting its gaze. Anything within its line of sight would inevitably be observed by it passively. How strange this creature is. What does it truly resemble on the other side of reality? Li Huowang mused as he sprinted. In the midst of this relentless pursuit, he finally began to close the distance, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as the frantic Li Huowang raised his right hand, propelling himself off the ground to grasp the crimson entity, a hand reached out from behind, seizing his wrist. Li Huowang, you are that student from class 2, grade 4, aren't you?" Li Huowang cast a fierce glare, only to discover that the one obstructing his good fortune was a balding middle-aged man in his 50s. The man adjusted his square-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose and continued to address the youth before him. "Have you forgotten? I am your homeroom teacher. Where are your shoes?" Li Huowang gazed at the familiar face, momentarily lost in thought, and instinctively spoke up. "Teacher Tong, I recall your mother mentioning that your leave of absence was due to health reasons. How are you feeling now?" Teacher Tong, with a warm and gentle demeanor, reached out and kindly adjusted the collar of Li Huowang's shirt, which was tucked away beneath his clothing. Observing this teacher, who had provided him with immense support during his time at school, a flicker of inner turmoil flashed in Li Huowang's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, forcefully shaking off her hand and desperately chasing after the distant red figure. "Illusions. These are mere illusions. You won't deceive me. It's all a lie." As Li Huowang's silhouette faded into the distance, a trace of concern crept onto Teacher Tong's face. Promptly, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. "Hello? Is this Li Huowang's mother? I'm his mathematics teacher from the 2nd year of high school." Yes, hello. I spotted your son over on Lianhua Road. And he isn't even wearing shoes. I'm certain it is him. After teaching for so many years, I can confidently identify my students." Yes. With bloodshot eyes, Li Huowang clutched a shard of glass he had picked up, frantically scanning the street, searching for signs of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Damn it! Where could it be? The distant sound of sirens did not faze him in the slightest, for he was convinced it was all a fade. In the midst of his frantic search, Li Huowang suddenly halted at the entrance of a kindergarten. He gazed at the children inside, lined up for morning exercises, and a sinister smile crept across his face. "Ha! Found you." The toy-like iron fence surrounding the kindergarten posed no obstacle for Li Huowang. He effortlessly vaulted over it. With a single punch, he felled an approaching preschool teacher and charged toward the children, unleashing a cacophony of screams and cries. Yet, He paid no heed to anyone else. Like an eagle swooping down on its prey, he seized a little girl clad in a panda costume, appearing no older than 5 or 6, and viciously fixated on the pair of red cherry hair clips adorning her hair. Clearly terrified, the little girl, tears welling in her eyes, timidly uttered, "Uncle, I'm scared." "Still pretending? You can't fool me," Li Huowang bellowed, raising the shard of glass in his hand. Just then, the sirens grew louder, and the screech of tires against the pavement echoed ominously. "Stop! Police! Raise your hands!" Li Huowang instinctively turned his head and beheld several police officers crouched in front of 2 police cars, brandishing their firearms and aiming directly at him. Li Huowang glanced at the 18th day of the 12th lunar month in his hand, then turned his gaze towards them, a cold smile creeping across his face. Do they think they can deceive me with this? It's all a fabrication. All of it is false. As he observed the bloodied glass being raised once more, the young girl in his grasp erupted into tears, her cries resonating loudly. Just as Li Huowang was about to bring the 18th day of the 12th lunar month to a definitive end, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Arms outstretched, resolutely standing in front of the guns. "Don't shoot. Please, don't shoot. That is my son. He has always been well behaved. It is his illness that has transformed him into this state. Let me speak to him, will you? He listens to me. He will surely heed my words. He is a dutiful child." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Huowang was momentarily stunned. He saw the frail figure with graying hair slowly turn towards him. It was his mother, Sun Xiaoqin. Yet, she appeared exceedingly haggard, aged several years since he last saw her. As she looked at her son through the iron bars of the kindergarten, Sun Xiaoqin desperately tried to conjure a smile, but ultimately, she faltered. Li Huowang stood frozen, torn between the painfully real presence of his mother and the 18th day of the 12th lunar month in his hand. No, this cannot be right. It is all an illusion. This is all a fabrication spun by the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. The world over there is the true reality. I cannot allow this delusion to ensnare me once more. Li Huowang struggled to persuade himself. Yet the glass in his hand was gripped tightly at times and relaxed at others. His breaths grew increasingly rapid, and his pupils fluctuated between dilation and constriction. When Sun Xiaoqin approached the fence of the kindergarten, she placed both hands upon it and gradually knelt down before Li Huowang, her voice trembling as she continued to implore him. "Son, I am kneeling and pleading with you, please. For your sake, I have sold our house. We truly have no money left to compensate." This calm statement shattered Li Huowang completely. His expression contorted with anguish as he embraced the little girl, sinking to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Mom." In that moment, with veins bulging on his forehead, Li Huowang's mouth gaped wide as he silently howled, saliva mingling with tears as they dripped onto the cartoon-patterned floor of the kindergarten. He gazed at his mother in the distance, took a deep breath, and, confronting the deepest recesses of his heart, he unleashed all his struggles and confusion in a fervent cry. "Mom, I can't distinguish. I truly cannot distinguish. Chapter 95, Pain. I truly cannot distinguish. I truly cannot distinguish. I truly cannot distinguish." Li Huowang knelt in the playground of the kindergarten, clutching the little girl tightly, his eyes filled with profound bewilderment as he muttered to himself. Was this place reality or mere illusion? Was it truth or falsehood? In that moment, Li Huowang found himself unable to discern. He had once refuted the words of Master Jingxin, who spoke of hearts filled with confusion. Yet, when he saw Sun Xiaoqin kneeling before him through the fence, he grasped the true meaning of Master Jingxin's words. The essence of the heart remains the essence of the heart, regardless of which side they choose to perceive as reality. They are perpetually enveloped by confusion. This is the destiny of the heart's essence, an inescapable fate for all. Just then, a small hand emerged from Li Huowang's embrace, clutching a handkerchief, gently wiping away the tears from his face. Li Huowang trembled as he lowered his gaze, encountering the adorable visage of the little girl, who was intently wiping away her tears. "Uncle, please don't cry." Gazing upon her charming face, Li Huowang was abruptly flooded with memories from the past. This little girl could indeed be a living soul. The mere thought that he had narrowly avoided inflicting harm upon such a kind-hearted child filled him with overwhelming dread. What if she were merely masquerading as a living being? The instant this thought crossed his mind, Li Huowang was consumed by a profound self-loathing. Silence. Be silent. Have you ever considered that this child might genuinely be alive? Is your life truly more valuable than hers? She is at least a normal human being. And you, Li Huowang, are nothing but a madman, a worthless lunatic. What right do you have to bargain with her life? Li Huowang clutched the glass, which creaked ominously in his grasp, even as the jagged edges had already rendered his flesh a gruesome sight. His furious roar startled those nearby, causing them to instinctively retreat several paces. At this moment, it seemed as though two little figures were engaged in a fierce battle within Li Huowang's mind. A tormenting illusion that inflicted profound anguish upon his soul, overwhelming him to the point of breathlessness. Li Huowang was once consumed by thoughts of death. Believing that if he were to perish, he would no longer endure such torment. He felt that his existence, marked by madness, was devoid of purpose. His demise would benefit everyone, relieving his mother of her burden, and preventing Dan Yangzi from resurrecting through his body. Put away the guns, young man. May I have a moment of your time? A different sound echoed outside the kindergarten. The speaker was a stout, middle-aged plainclothes officer wielding a megaphone. Li Huowang was unaware of his identity, but when the police lowered their firearms, he surmised that the man held a significant position. Just as Li Huowang shifted his gaze, the officer slowly raised his right hand while still holding the megaphone in his left, saying, "Ah, young man," as the saying goes. However, before he could finish, the officer's elevated index finger inexplicably bent slightly. Suddenly, a high-velocity sniper bullet shot forth from a slightly ajar window in the distance, hurtling straight towards the base of Li Huowang's skull. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, causing his body to tense and instinctively tilt his head. With a resounding thud, Li Huowang's body trembled violently, his head snapped back, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Sun Xiaoqin's anguished cry echoed far and wide. The back of his head struck the ground with such force that a buzzing sensation filled his mind, and he saw stars before his eyes. Am I dying? If I am indeed dead, why can I still think? In that instant, the once vibrant surroundings swiftly dimmed, morphing the buildings and crowd into a bizarre, shadowy bamboo forest. Li Huowang felt a sharp pain searing across his face, indicating he had sustained an injury. Yet, he had no time to dwell on that. For the familiar voice of the 18th of the 12th month lingered on, now watching him from within the bamboo grove. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself encircled by bamboo, his lower half ensnared in a mire of decaying leaves. Li Huowang! Li Huowang! Voices calling from within the bamboo forest echoed. Some belonging to Ling Miao, others to Dan Yangzi, and even to Li Ji. Li Huowang had always believed that his fellow disciples would follow his commands to strike on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the forest. Old bone, as the saying goes, at 73 or 84, when the king of hell does not summon you. Why are you still lingering at 84? The rustling sounds began to emerge from the bamboo grove, and Li Huowang caught sight of the young girl from that night, as well as the stove god she had mentioned. The 18th day of the 12th lunar month was not a solitary battle. It even had allies. At this point, Li Huowang had yet to recover from the recent events. His heart felt as if it were pierced with anguish. Yet, in the face of the impending crisis, a smile graced his face. Do you know? It seems you have already triumphed, but you should never have taken the opportunity to kill me earlier. Do you realize how much my heart aches now? Li Huowang contorted his expression as he grasped his neck, clutching his heart with one hand, and shouted through gritted teeth. The pain makes me wish for death. After uttering these words, he fiercely pulled on the crimson bamboo scroll behind him. The moment the scroll unfurled, he felt an overwhelming anguish surge within him. Almost immediately, the red scroll underwent a wondrous transformation as roots began to sprout, penetrating through the bamboo leaves below and staining everything a deep crimson. Gradually, Li Huowang's emotions spiraled into chaos, his internal torment escalating to its previous zenith. Yet, this was not sufficient. Having taken root, it must now sprout. The agony within was already profound, but now he was left to endure the torment of the flesh. Li Huowang, in a state of utter despair, wailed as he reached for the instruments of torture at the hem of his garment. Trembling, he lifted a small dagger and plunged it forcefully into his abdomen, pulling it to the left with a quiver, exposing his crimson intestines to the air. It was evident that they wished to intervene on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, but alas, it was already too late. Li Huowang grasped the two barbed long spikes with both hands, his expression a blend of sorrow and laughter, as he forcefully plunged them into his own abdomen.